Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku's Origin Was Pure Tragedy. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Anyone can be a hero. That's what Izuku Midoriya learned when he was 14 years old. You're all third years now, so it's time to start thinking about your futures. I could start handing out your career aptitude tests. The teacher lifted a stack of papers that Izuku assumed were the tests the teacher was talking about in the air, but why bother when we already know you're all going down the heroics path? He grinned as he threw the stack of papers in the air. Izuku rolled his eyes at his teacher's words. What bullshit? Izuku mumbled, continuing to write in his notebook while his classmates minus Cat showed off their quirks and cheered. Not everyone wanted to be a hero. Sure, it was a lot of people's dreams, Izuku's too once upon a time, but some of these people just didn't have the right attitude for a hero. Yes, you all have such amazing quirks. But remember, no quirk use allowed in school, the teacher half-heartedly scolded. Izuku sighed. Public quirk usage is illegal. Izuku wasn't upset because he didn't have a quirk to show off. Izuku would usually love to watch people use their quirks so closely so he could analyze them better. He even thinks he finds quirks more interesting because he doesn't have a quirk. No, Izuku was upset because even if he did have a quirk to use in public, it's illegal and dangerous, and if you're just going to use your quirk to flaunt your power, then you shouldn't have one. Please, don't lump all of us together. Cat's voice boomed. Me and Zuku are the only ones who will ever actually amount to anything special. I'm going to be the #1 hero while Izu's the #1 quirk analyst for heroes. The rest of these extras will be lucky to become sidekicks for some D-list heroes or be the manager of a convenience store. Katsuki shouted as he smirked at Izuku. The rest of the class shouted their complaints about Katsuki's behavior while Izuku smiled and shook his head while rolling his eyes fondly and huffing a laugh. Typical cat. Oh right. You and Midoriya are going to be trying out for UA, right? What? That's the top hero school in the country. One of their classmates exclaimed. It only has a 2% acceptance rate. Someone else squawked. I know. Katsuki shrugged as he leaned back in his chair. And Izuku and I are going to get in because we're the best. Geez, Cat. Izuku spoke with a chuckle. You're making them hate us more than they already do. Katsuki glanced at him with an unimpressed look, but you could see the small smirk on his face and the fondness in his eyes. Like I care what some extras think, Zuku. The bell rang, and as everyone started packing up their stuff, getting ready to go home, their teacher called out to Izuku. Midoriya, stay after class, we need to talk about something. Okay, Izuku said as Katsuki scowled at the teacher before walking up to Izuku's desk. BF, do you think he wants? Katsuki asked, jerking his head to the front of the room. Izuku looked over at the man who was on the floor picking up the aptitude tests he had thrown in the air earlier. Izuku rolled his eyes before looking back at Katsuki. Probably some bullshit about the high schools I chose. A-hole. Katsuki grumbled as he glared at their pathetic excuse of a teacher before softening his eyes to look back at Izuku. Do you want me to wait for you or? No. Izuku shook his head with a small smile. It probably won't take long, but you said you needed to get something from the store for Auntie Mitsuki after school. We can just meet up on the road back home or later at your house. Okay. Katsuki looked unsure while Izuku stood up and put on his backpack. It's not that Katsuki didn't trust Izuku to walk alone, but he had a habit of always being around when there was a villain attack, and sometimes he got a little too close to the action when he analyzed fights. He knew that Izuku could protect himself. I mean, they'd been taking lessons at the dojo since they were 7, but he couldn't help but worry about his childhood friend. Izuku noticed Katsuki's reluctance to leave, so Izuku was quick to reassure him. Cat, I'll be fine. The second I see a fight going on, no matter how interesting the quirks are, I'll walk straight away. Katsuki didn't look impressed, but he sighed and grumbled out an okay anyway. Izuku hugged his childhood friend quickly. I'll see you at your house, Cat, he said with a smile before he started walking up to their teacher, who finally finished picking up papers off the ground. See you at home, Zuku. Katsuki smiled softly as he walked out the door. You wanted to talk to me, sir? Izuku asked, standing in front of the podium their teacher was at. Midoriya, finally, he muttered, straightening the stack of papers in his hand. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about one of the high schools you applied to. Izuku resisted the urge to roll his eyes and held back a sigh as he looked at his teacher. Here we go. Your test scores are great, don't get me wrong. I mean, you're on par with Bakugo, he said, amused, as if it was funny that he could be just as smart as a quirked person, but with your condition. Izuku's eye twitched in annoyance. Are you sure that UA is the right choice for you? My quirklessness is not going to hinder me from getting into UA. The teacher's eyes widened at the bite he hadn't expected to hear in his student's voice. I'm not sure if you looked properly, which you should have, but I'm trying out for the intelligence and analytics track of the support course. I won't be stepping a foot into the heroics course unless it's to help the students use their quirks better. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he stepped closer to the teacher. And even if I was trying out for the heroics course, how did you put it? Condition would not be a reason for me to not try to get into it. Nowhere in the rules does it say a quirkless person can't try for the heroics course. Now if that's all, I'll be taking my leave. Izuku relished the way his teacher was left speechless and could only watch as Izuku walked out of class. Serves you right, a-hole. He shook his head as he walked out of the school. He'd been using Katsuki's vocabulary too much lately. What would his poor mother think if she heard him speaking like that about someone? Auntie Mitsuki would probably laugh fondly while ruffling his curls, and Uncle Masaru would silently mourn the loss of his once soft-spoken and sweet, all-but-blood, son. Izuku laughed quietly to himself as he thought about the people he saw as his family when he entered the underpass of a bridge. He heard something rattle behind him, and when he turned around, he came face to face with a wall of sludge. Well, what do we have here? They asked, more to themselves than to Izuku. A guise in medium size? Izuku could only widen his eyes before he was enveloped in the disgusting slime. It's okay, kid. I'm just going to use your body for a bit, so cool it. Cool it? Izuku thought as he was choking on sludge. How am I supposed to cool it while you're shoving your body down my throat? You'll only hurt for 45 seconds, soon it will be over. Izuku used his free hand to try clawing at the sludge villain. You can't grab a hold of me. I'm amorphous. While Izuku's hand was batting away at the slime, his sleeve pulled up and he caught sight of his black and green beaded bracelet with a green in the middle of it. Cat. I have to hold on for Cat. He'll be waiting for me at his house. If I don't show up, he'll be worried. I can't breathe. My body's growing weak. I'm dying. I'm going to die. Someone. Anyone. Help. Just as Izuku was starting to lose consciousness, he saw a large, all-might-shaped figure appear from the ground. He heard a distant voice and felt a large gust of wind before he promptly passed out. Izuku woke up with the feeling of someone tapping his face. He batted the hand away, but it was very persistent. Cat. Stop it. He grumbled when the hand continued to tap his face. You're awake. A booming voice shouted, I thought we almost lost you there. Izuku bolted straight up, wide-eyed. That's not Cat. No, haha. All Might laughed, confused. I am not this Cat. Izuku flushed at realizing he said that out loud. All Might? Izuku asked awkwardly while standing up slowly, a bit dizzy still from all the oxygen he lost. Yes, my boy. I was wondering if you could give me your autograph for my friend. He's a really big fan. I already signed my signature in that notebook on the ground. All Might said while pointing at Izuku's quirk analysis notebook that was now dirty from all the sludge. Now, if that is all, I really must take my leave. Okay, Izuku said awkwardly as All Might got ready to jump and leave before remembering something he wanted to say. Oh yeah, thanks for saving me. He called out to the sky where All Might already departed. Katsuki was walking to the store, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. He was walking down a semi-crowded street when that bad feeling got worse. He decided to call Izuku to make sure he was okay when suddenly there was a clang and a big shadow in front of him. Nice, a new guise. Katsuki looked up to see a looming figure, and before he knew it, he was tasting sewer sludge. You'll make a wonderful skin suit. What the F dash? Katsuki began letting off explosions to try and fight off the sludge villain, but it was doing almost no damage. At least that bad feeling wasn't Izuku. Katsuki thought as he twisted his wrist to light an explosion off at a different angle. The explosion singed part of his uniform sleeve, revealing a black and orange beaded bracelet with an orange K in the middle. Hey, I know that bracelet. What? That green-haired kid I got earlier had one on. Zuku? The sludge villain noticed how the blonde's glare changed into something frightened. Oh ho ho, was that your friend or something? Too bad he's dead. The villain bluffed with a laugh. But don't worry, you'll be with him soon. This be yesterday. The sludge villain thought that by saying that, he would lose his fight, but it enraged something in Katsuki to keep fighting, lighting fires all around him. Izuku started walking back home when his phone started buzzing in his pocket. He lifted it up and then heard an explosion in the distance. He turned back to his phone and saw that it was Katsuki calling. Cat, I swear I am nowhere near that explo dash. Cat? Cat, that sounds like you're the one near that explosion. Are you okay dash? Look, a villain. Katsuki, what's going on? Hey, I know that bracelet. That green-haired kid I got earlier had one. Bracelet? Green-haired? Me. Someone call the heroes. No, All Might caught him, there's no way. Izuku mumbled to himself, turning around to go in the direction of the explosions. Look, he's got a kid. Oh ho ho, was that your friend or something? Too bad he's dead. But don't worry, you'll be with him soon. No, 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 there's no way. All Might caught him and I'm alive. Cat, if you can hear me, he's lying. I'm alive. Isn't that the villain that All Might was chasing earlier? Izuku's blood ran cold when his fears were confirmed. He stopped for a second in shock before bolting around the corner where he heard the commotion coming from. Cat, I'm following the sounds of your explosion, just hold on. All Might, what did you do? Did he slip out from under you? Did you drop him? Cat, better be okay or you're on my shit list, All Might. Izuku arrived at the scene and pushed through the crowd of people before spotting a horrifying sight. Kaken. Cat, what are the heroes doing? Izuku yelled at no one in particular. The heroes don't have the right quirks for this villain, so they're waiting for a more suitable hero to come. Someone from around Izuku answered. Izuku's eyes were glued to the scene in front of him. Please, please, someone come soon. Teary Viridian eyes locked with frightened crimson ones. Before Izuku knew it, he was running towards the scene, but before he could even get past the fire, Kamui Woods had him bound in tree branches. What are you doing, kid? Kamui Woods yelled. Are you suicidal or something? Death Arms chastised. You have to help him. The villain said it takes 45 seconds before it's over. Cat will die if you don't do something. Izuku tried to get his point across, but the heroes just kept insisting that they didn't have the right quirks and their hands were tied until another hero could come. You're heroes? It's your job to risk your lives to save others. You aren't even trying to save Cat. Izuku screamed, still trying to squirm out of the tree binds to no avail. You're right. A booming voice bellowed. All Might. The crowd exclaimed in excitement and relief. A hero always puts his life on the line. All Might said, dashing into the scene. Finally! Izuku yelled. All Might ignored Izuku's comment in favor of punching the villain. Detroit smashish. Rain. Unbelievable. He sent him into the stratosphere. With just the wind. Pressure. The heroes and citizens alike stood in shock for a moment at the sheer power All Might displayed, and in their momentary gawking, Izuku took the chance to get out of the wooden binds and run to his best friend. Kaken! Izuku yelled, referring back to his childhood nickname as he ran to where Katsuki's body was sprawled out on the floor. Kaken! Come on, please be okay. Izuku fell to his knees next to Katsuki where he saw his half-lidded eyes and pale skin. Izuku started performing chest compressions on Katsuki while screaming out that they needed a medic quickly. Katsuki, come on. Please. Please stay with me. You can't leave me, Kat. Izuku's frantic voice cracked as a sob broke through. The medics started doing their own CPR while Izuku held onto Katsuki's hand. Izuku saw Katsuki's lips start to move and said, No, Kat, don't speak. Save your breath for breathing. Zuku. Katsuki breathed out quietly, almost without a sound, before his eyes closed and he stilled. Kaken. Kat. Damn it. Katsuki, wake the F up. Kid. The medic started with a solemn expression. I'm sorry, but your friend is gone. Izuku stared wide-eyed with red rims. There were tears on his face and unshed ones building up in his eyes. His mouth was open but no words were forming. He was completely silent before an earth-shattering, heart-wrenching scream erupted out of him. Anyone can be a hero. It doesn't matter if you're good at your job. It doesn't matter if you're only in it for the media attention or the money. It doesn't matter if you're a murderer, or an abuser, or a bully. Your character doesn't matter. No one cares if you've never wanted to be a hero, or if you have always dreamed of being one. You can be a hero. That's what Izuku Midoriya learned when he was 14 years old and lost his best friend because of heroes. Inko was at home, folding laundry on the couch. Izuku and Katsuki were taking a bit longer to come home than usual, but Inko just figured they went to Mitsuki's house instead of hers. Inko's phone started to ring and she looked down to see Mitsuki's contact lighting it up. She placed down the shirt she was folding and answered the call. Hey Mitsuki wa dash. Sniffle. Mitsuki? What's wrong? Mitsuki never cries. Are you okay? Inko, the news said. Ika dash. Katsuki he dash. Mitsuki couldn't even finish the sentence before she broke down into tears. Inko quickly grabbed the remote off the table and switched to the news channel. Mitsuki? What happened to Katsuki dash? Another sob. Do you need me to come over? Inko looked at the screen and was shocked at what she saw. The camera was zoomed in on Izuku crying while holding Katsuki's body. There was smoke all over and it was raining. Local middle schooler from Aldra Junior High gets killed by sludge villain, 14-year-old Bakugu Katsuki. Inko, please, she sniffled. I can't drive, please, I need you to take me, and Masaru isn't home right now so he can't take me, and Inko, please, I need you. Okay Mitsuki. Inko ran off of the couch to grab her keys and shoes as quickly as she could before she ran out the door. I am on my way, I will be there. Soon. Inko and Mitsuki didn't talk on the drive over. The car was filled with only the sounds of sniffles and sobs. When they pulled up to the scene, Inko asked Mitsuki if she wanted to wait a bit. And no, Mitsuki sniffled before steeling herself. I need to be there. Okay. When Inko and Mitsuki exited the car and started walking towards the crime scene, reporters immediately flocked them. Mrs. Bakugu, please give us a comment. How did you find out about the death of your son? How are you feeling right now? The media were asking question after question. Inko looked in horror as her normally hot-tempered best friend wilted and held back a sob at the media's harassment. Before she knew it, her feet were moving. How the F do you think she is feeling right now? Inko blared, stepping protectively in front of Mitsuki. Are you a relative of the deceased? Please give us a comment. What were your last words to the victim? There was a resounding crack as her previously clenched fist landed on the face of one reporter. Even still, the media kept coming closer and closer and asking more and more questions, getting louder with each one. One reporter had the nerve to try and shove a microphone into her face. Inko promptly lost it. She yanked the microphone from the reporter's grasp and threw it as far as she could. In aggressive overdrive now, she punched, shoved, slapped, kicked, and even used her quirk to flick the switches off and pull the lenses from the cameras. With every motion, a new insult came from her normally timid mouth. You. Inconsiderate. F-I-N-G mongrel. Piece. Of sheet. It was only when two large bodies placed themselves between the women, hiding Inko from the reporters, did she stop fighting. A man in a trench coat placed his hand on her arm, effectively grounding her. With tears of rage and sadness streaming down her face, she turned to Mitsuki and hugged her protectively. I'm so sorry, Mitsuki. The man in the trench coat led Mitsuki and Inko over to the crime scene, holding the police tape above their heads so they could get under. Hello. I'm Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. I'm so sorry for your loss. He said, facing Mitsuki with a remorseful look. Your son is over there if you'd like to see him before they take him to the morgue. The detective said, pointing where two ambulances are. One where there was a stretcher with a body bag on top of it, and the other where Izuku was sitting in the back with an expressionless face. Mitsuki grabbed onto Inko's arm tightly before starting to walk over to her, now deceased, son. When they walked over to Katsuki, the EMT looked at Mitsuki for a second before she nodded her head. He unzipped the bag and Mitsuki fell to the ground, clutching the sides of the stretcher. Her normally scowling son had a pale, emotionless face and it broke her heart. She sobbed openly while holding the face of her son. Inko stood by her side, crying as well but trying to comfort her friend. Inko tried to stay there but she couldn't stand looking at Katsuki any longer when he looked so. She turned around to see Izuku with a shock blanket around his shoulders. Tears were streaming down his face but his eyes were dull and he was staring blankly ahead of him. Just like with Mitsuki, this look terrified Inko. She had never seen her usually excitable son be so quiet and still. Inko took a deep breath before stepping near her son. Izuku? No response. Izuku? She tried again, still getting nothing. Izuku, please. She reached out for his arm, barely grazing it before Izuku flinched and looked up at her. Sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. Izuku started to trail his eyes to the side and turn his head again but Inko quickly interjected. Izuku, are you okay? The EME checked me over, Izuku said monotonously, eyes still dull and throat scratchy. They said I'm fine. But are you really fine? Inko asked worriedly, already knowing the answer. I just need the bit of time alone. Izuku muttered the last part so quietly that Inko barely heard it. She wished she didn't because that was the most emotion Inko had heard from her son since she got there, and it was heartbreaking. Soon after, Masaru showed up to the scene as well to be with his wife and son. Inko and Izuku drove home in a quiet car, with only the sound of an occasional sniffle and the car engine to fill the dismal silence. When they got home, Izuku immediately went to his room without a word or a glance at Inko. Inko didn't want to leave him alone, especially right now. But he said he needed time, so that's what she would give him. The next few days passed by slowly and quietly. Inko was worried about her son. He still wasn't talking and there was no sign of the sparkle that used to always shine in his viridian eyes. He only ever came out of his room to eat, and even then he would just pick at his food. Inko didn't know how to help him. What do you do when your son's best and only friend dies in front of him? In what seemed like both an eternity and a blink of an eye, the funeral came around. It was the morning of the funeral and Izuku didn't know what he was feeling. Funerals are held to acknowledge that the person you love is gone. But Izuku didn't want to acknowledge it. He knows Katsuki is dead. He held him when he died after all. But, acknowledging, it felt like saying goodbye. And Izuku wasn't ready to say goodbye. The morning was slow and tense. Inko made Izuku's favorite breakfast to try and make him feel better about the day, but he couldn't stomach it. Katsuki isn't eating breakfast right now. Inko was looking at him worriedly as he poked at his food but he couldn't find it in himself to reassure her that he was okay. He wasn't okay. After breakfast, Inko and Izuku started getting ready to leave. Izuku barely registered as he slipped on his white shirt, slacks, and tie. He did catch a glimpse of the tie and think of what Katsuki would have said if he saw it. What a fing slob. Can't even tie a tie right, Zuku? He would have grumbled as he fixed it for him. Well, I'm sorry we don't all have fashion designers as parents. Izuku would have shot back with a huff. Izuku wiped away a tear before going to the door to put on his shoes. His mother smiled sadly at him from where she stood at the door. You look nice. Izuku shrugged, walking past her to get to the car. Inko sighed sadly as she followed her son out, locking the door behind her. Izuku and Inko didn't talk on the drive over to the funeral parlor. They greeted Mitsuki and Masaru when they arrived, but it was a short-lived moment filled with sobbing parents. Izuku hasn't sobbed since Katsuki's last breath and hugging. He numbly did the ritual and soon enough, it was time to lower Katsuki's body into the ground. Izuku tried to pay attention during this part. It would be the last time he saw Katsuki up close. Well, not saw, but Izuku shook his head to clear his mind. It was cloudy and cold out. Kat would have hated this weather. He didn't like the cold. It made him feel vulnerable because he couldn't produce a lot of sweat. The coffin was lowered and the people with shovels started tossing dirt on top of it. The sound of dirt hitting wood was unbearably loud for Izuku, even with all the sobbing around him. This was it. Katsuki would be in the ground forever, surrounded by small walls and dirt. Kat was claustrophobic. Wait. Most people thought Katsuki didn't button his uniform to rebel, but that wasn't the case. Katsuki wouldn't be able to move or breathe in there. He must have felt like that too when he was choking on slime. No, Katsuki can't, he can't. Izuku's breathing quickened. Mitsuki, Masaru, and Inko sobbed. Dirt was thrown against the casket top. The dirt was starting to pile up, pressing down, blocking the light, stealing the air. Tight, dark, and suffocating. He couldn't breathe. He shouldn't be in there. It was cold, but it was hot. His jacket felt too loose and his tie felt too tight. He tore it off, but he still couldn't breathe. Katsuki died suffocating. He would spend the rest of his life in a small place that he would hate. He never even got to try for the UA entrance exams. He would never be the #1 hero. Izuku looked up, wide eyes filled with tears, his left hand clutching his chest. He blinked the tears from his eyes so he could see the gravestone he barely registered earlier clearly. Katsuki Bakugu. 3x times x minus 3x times x. #1 hero of our hearts. No. No. Why is that written there? Katsuki would have hated that. #1 hero of our hearts? I didn't save anyone, he would have screamed. I don't deserve that title. I didn't earn it. Too many things were going on. Too many things were overwhelming Izuku. Too many things were here that Katsuki would have loathed. Was it because he went from feeling nothing to feeling everything that it all felt like too much? Izuku didn't realize he had been screaming. He didn't realize he had grabbed the shovel away from the mortician. He barely realized that there were arms wrapped around him until he distantly heard Masaru's normally calming voice saying frantic reassurance above him. It's okay, son. It's okay. I know. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut and clung to his honorary father's chest as he sobbed out all the emotions that he was feeling the past few days. It should have been me. It should have been me. Why was I the one All Might could save and not Kat? Why? Izuku was sitting alone on a concrete bench. After Izuku calmed down and realized what he did, he cried and apologized to Mitsuki and Masaru for disturbing the funeral. They cried too while hugging him and told him it was okay. It's all right, son, we get it. Katsuki probably would have caused a bigger scene if it was you, kiddo. It's okay. After Katsuki was completely buried, Izuku asked to be alone for a while. That was why he was now sitting alone on a bench in the graveyard. He heard someone sitting down on the bench next to him. He wanted to be alone, but it's a graveyard. Who's Izuku to tell someone they can't sit here? It was a beautiful service. A deep voice said awkwardly. Izuku looked over at the voice with a raised eyebrow because how was that a beautiful service? The person in question cleared their throat and Izuku took a second to observe them. Katsuki didn't know you. Izuku says, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. Who are you? Why are you here? The man looked surprised to be called out as a stranger, but Izuku knew everything about Katsuki, and not to be rude, but if Katsuki knew someone who looked like the stranger, he definitely would have come up with some interesting nicknames to describe him. Yes, it's true. The skeleton man looked down solemnly, darkening his features even more than they already were. I didn't know young Bakugu. Then why are you here? Izuku asked warily. I'm Yagi Tashinorian, associate of All Might. Izuku clenched his fist, and he couldn't show up himself? I am sorry? The man asked, surprised at the tone the young teen used. If All Might did his job properly, the villain wouldn't have even gotten to Katsuki. He couldn't even come here to apologize or pay respects himself. He had to send one of his lackeys. Izuku yelled exasperated. Now my boy, I'm sure the villain just got the slip on him, he said, trying to defuse the situation. Got the slip dash. Izuku took a deep breath in, just. He sighed as he ran a hand through his hair. Tell me why you're here. Yes, well, the man shuffled awkwardly. All Might has a proposition for you. What kind of proposition would All Might, Izuku spat the name with venom, have for me? It's about his quirk. Izuku raised an eyebrow at that. Let me ask you, my boy, are you interested in becoming a hero? No. Izuku replied easily. Well, that's Gria. Wait, what? Toshinori asked surprised. Izuku rolled his eyes. Not everyone wants to be a hero. But is that because you're quirkless? Toshinori asked cautiously. Izuku whipped his head around to stare at the bony man with narrowed eyes. How did you know I'm quirkless? All Might needed to know more about you to make his proposal, the man shrugged awkwardly. Just tell me what he wants. Izuku sighed. He really wanted to get this conversation over with. Have you ever heard of transferable quirks? The man asked, shuffling where he sat. Izuku's face morphed into something confused. You mean like the boogeyman of the underground? The so-called immortal man that could give and take quirks? You know about All for One? Toshinori blurted, surprised, spitting some blood out. Izuku thought as he shuffled a bit out of the blood splatter zone. Yeah, I read about him online. He shrugged as if it wasn't a worldwide government secret that he just admitted to knowing. So what about All for One and transferable quirks? Right. Toshinori shook out of his initial shock and got back on track. What I am about to tell you is something that you can't tell a single soul. It would be extremely dangerous if anyone knew. Who am I going to tell? The only person I would even want to say anything to is gone. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. If this is so dangerous and secretive, why are you going to tell a 14-year-old kid? Izuku asked with a skeptical eyebrow. Well, All Might himself has a transferable quirk. Toshinori looked up at Izuku with a smile. And he would like for you to be the successor of that quirk, young Midoriya. Toshinori said in what Izuku would call a bad impression of All Might announcing something. Why would All Might want me to be his successor? Izuku deadpanned. There's actually something else you should know. Please don't freak out. Toshinori stands up and Izuku looks at him skeptically. The skeleton man with sunken eyes, Yagi Toshinori, was replaced by the bulky figure of the symbol of peace, All Might, in an instant. Izuku's eyes shot open before they quickly narrowed and his features changed to a grimace laced with pure rage. With clenched fists, he took a deep breath to try and stop himself from lashing out or crying. What do you want, All Might? Toshi, no. All Might flinched back at the reaction and returned to his small Might form. He lifted up his shirt to show his stomach, or lack thereof, and began the story of his fight with All for One. And that's why I need a successor to take on this quirk before it's too late and the legacy dies. All Might said, avoiding eye contact. Izuku listened to All Might explain his quirk with clenched fists. He tried to be civil about this, but his patience for being around the man was running thin. Why do you want me as your successor? During the sludge villain attack, Izuku gritted his teeth, already not liking where this conversation was going. I was already at my limit for the day. I, like the other heroes, was going to wait for someone with a better quirk to come. But then I heard what you said. You're heroes. It's your job to risk your lives to save others. You inspired something in me. I guess I forgot the essence of a true hero. Even though you didn't get to run into the scene, you didn't hesitate to try. You, Midoriya Izuku, are dash. You're telling me. Izuku stood up, cutting him off, fists by his side, shaking with anger, that if I didn't move, you would have watched a child die? I would have cut in even to dash. You were already too late. You were watching the scene. Izuku had tears streaming down his face as he screamed, if you saved Cat when you got there, he would be alive. You killed my best friend. Please calm down, my bow dash. I am not your boy. I'm not your anything. You're the symbol of peace. The number 1 F hero. You were Katsuki's favorite hero and you killed him. If you didn't let the sludge villain go, Kat wouldn't have been captured. If you saved him when you arrived, Katsuki would still be here. You're a murderer, All Might? Please think about it. All Might said, looking down ashamed. All Might. Izuku said calmly with a deadly rage in his chest, I will never be your successor. I want nothing to do with you, or your quirk. Don't approach me again. My dash, Izuku glared, young Midoriya, I really must insist you think about this. If you had this quirk, you could be a hero and save people like your Friday dash. Jesus effing you Christ. Izuku threw his head back, exasperated, what do you not get? I don't want a quirk. Even if I did want to be a hero, I could do it without a quirk. Young Midoriya, please don't be Riddick dash. Izuku cut him off with a kick where his injury is. All Might fell on the ground, clutching his side and coughing up blood. He looked up in shock, only to see toxic green eyes staring back at him. A fist clutched All Might's shirt and forced him to look up into two green voids. A crazed smile that didn't match the round freckled face spoke with a tone that sent a chill down the number one hero's spine. Look at what a quirkless person could do to the number one hero. Izuku dropped All Might from his grasp and walked away without another word. What the F just happened? All Might said out loud. Are you ready to go home, Izuku? Inko asked softly from where she was standing outside of the car. Yeah. I'm feeling a lot better now, Mom, he said as he hugged his mother. His mother was frozen in shock for a second before she reciprocated the hug, tears building up in her eyes. Oh, I'm so glad, Izuku. Let's go home, Mom, Izuku said, patting his mother's back. I'll make katsudon for dinner, Inko said, pulling back from the hug to look at her son. Actually, Mom, could we have Kat's favorite tonight? Izuku asked, wringing his fingers in his hand. Inko took a second to observe her son. His eyes weren't as dull, they didn't have the same sparkle they used to, but there was a glint of something in his eyes. She smiled softly. Spicy curry it is. Izuku and Inko ate dinner quietly. Inko didn't want to risk pushing Izuku into talking, and Izuku was thinking about some things All Might had said. If you had this quirk, you could be a hero and save people like your Friday dash. I, like the other heroes, was going to wait for someone with a better quirk to come. Katsuki never got to be a hero. Maybe I could. After dinner, Izuku went to his room so he could recap what happened today. All Might is such a D-dash. Izuku pulled out his phone and decided to see if there were other non-villains online who hated All Might so he could rant about the symbol of peace. Magnifying glass tilted left. All Might hat heavy multiplication X. Hashtag All Might hate. All Might hate train. Discord. Understood. Hashtag All Might theater. Izuku raised an interested eyebrow. Discord. Izuku was already on a couple of Discord servers, most of them for analyzing hero versus villain fights and quirks. They were a great way to find people to talk to that were interested in the things you like. Or in this case, hate. With that in mind, Izuku clicked on the account. All Might hate train. Discord. 1253 1823. Posts followers following. All Might haters welcome. If you hate this symbol of peace, DM this account with your reason. One of our admins will look over the reason, and if we find it good enough, you get an invite to the server. Civilians, vigilantes, villains, and heroes allowed. All Might fans will be banned. Follow message. Good enough for me, Izuku thought as he clicked on the message button. All Might haters welcome. All Might hate train. Discord. All Might haters welcome. All Might hate train. Discord, Instagram. 1.2k followers, 6 posts. You don't follow each other on Instagram. View profile. Hello. So I just send a paragraph on why I hate All Might. Izuku grimaced at how awkward he is. He was expecting to not get a reply anytime soon, but within 10 minutes, his phone vibrated with a new notification. Yep. Just send the reason why you hate him. It doesn't need to be super detailed or personal, but just know that no one but me will know why you dislike him. Izuku breathed out a sigh of relief. At least they're not asking me to unload my trauma on a random stranger. He looked at his phone and tried to decide how to word this without disclosing who he or Katsuki were. And without spilling a government secret. Well, I've never really cared much for him, to be honest. I mean, maybe when I was little, but not as I grew older. I always thought he was a good hero and respected him, but I was never a fan because he seemed more like the type to go into a fight punching rather than use his head to minimize damages and such. It wasn't really until recently that I started to hate him. I had a friend who was killed by a villain, and All Might, who caught the villain earlier and then lost him, saw the villain and didn't do anything until it was too late. And then he came to his FNG funeral and didn't even apologize. He just asked me for something and then had the audacity to be surprised when I said I didn't want to help him, and then he said some quirkish things, and well. So much for not unloading my trauma on a total stranger. Sorry. Didn't mean to write all that. But yeah, my view on the symbol of peace has changed a bit. Oh well. That's so effing awful? Dude, are you okay? No. So can I join the Discord? Oh. Yeah, sorry, here's the link. https discord.gg All Might hate train. But hey, if you ever want to talk or something, me and the other people on the Discord will listen. Thanks. Izuku went onto the Discord app and put in the link. When he got on the server, out of curiosity, he clicked on the channel called #murder plans, but we don't use them. At Endeavor you can't kill him with flames, he can just use the wind pressure from his punch to put the fire out. Not your Not if your flames are hot enough and you use a strategy, dumbass. At Endeavor you can't kill him with flames, he can just use the wind pressure from his punch to put the fire out. Pending. Just get Eraserhead to erase his quirk and then use a fire attack. Sleepy cat. We get it, you have a crush on Eraserhead. Pending. Shut the F up, you NPC. The Void stares back. Young at Sleepy Cat, please don't antagonize Young at Handyman. He might destroy another phone. Handyman, Sleepy Cat, and Endeavor are typing. Well, this is interesting. Izuku spent hours scrolling through the channels, not saying anything, but he found that he really liked the server. The people were entertaining and made good points, even if it was clear a lot of them weren't the most law-abiding citizens. They aren't all villains though. In fact, some mentioned that they were taking the UA entrance exam next year. And Izuku was pretty sure Endeavor wasn't just a username. It was almost 2 in the morning and Izuku was scrolling through the hashtag Almighty Rants channel when a new chat appeared. Hashtag Almighty Rants. Darkwolf. Okay, so I know we have all seen and ranted about the sludge villain attack that happened last week, but I was watching it. Slowed down version of the video feed, when All Might comes in and smashes the villain, and I noticed something. Best Genus Mouth. Shouldn't this be put in hashtag Fights of Might or hashtag Almighty Mistakes? Darkwolf. When I finish saying what I noticed, it should probably go in here or hashtag Allsmite. So what did you notice? Darkwolf. Video 1. Zoomed in and slowed down news footage of All Might punching the sludge villain. Doesn't it kinda look like the wind pressure knocked the air out of the blonde kid? Izuku's eyes widened and he played the video. Couldn't be Hawks. Holy shit. Lunch rush _fanboy. Wait, it kinda does? Walk again. I think everyone should see this? That everyone. Sleepy Cat. What? The dash. Blue Boy. Does this mean that but Might is technically the one who killed him? Izuku was seething all over again. As if it wasn't already bad enough that you let the villain go and didn't save him when you were capable of it. Izuku was more rage-filled than sad right now, and he didn't want to worry his mom if she heard him screaming in a pillow or punching things, so he used the chat for what it was for. Ranting. Analyst _. Even if All Might wasn't the one who knocked out Katsuki's the kid's last bit of air, he still killed him. Ms. Joke's wife. That poor kid. At Analyst _ even if All Might wasn't the one who knocked out the kid's last bit of air, he still killed him. Belladonna, the poison. What do you mean? Analyst _ All Might caught that villain earlier that day when they were attacking me another kid. He was being negligent and lost them. He was at the scene for a little bit just watching and didn't act until it was too late. All Might and all those other heroes who didn't act killed that boy. The 5th WWPC. That's better with it than you. Number 1 hero, Tisich, what a joke. He thinks he can do anything just because he has an amazing quirk. I always knew All Might was a joke, but this is something else. Sleepy Cat. This is why only vigilantes and underground heroes are good. The other ones only care about money and fame SMH. Endeavor. This is exactly why Endeavor should be number 1 hero. Better with it than you. Not your deal. We are not having the conversation again. While the channel started arguing with Endeavor, Izuku kept rereading one of the chats from Sleepy Cat. This is why only vigilantes and underground heroes are good. The other ones only care about money and fame SMFH. Izuku knew what vigilantes were. Obviously, he did with how much time he spent on the internet looking at heroes, villains, and quirks alike, but he never really put much thought into them. Sleepy Cat was right though. Vigilantes don't care much for money or fame. Not usually. They mostly just do things to save and help people. They're like underground heroes just without a license. He thinks he can do anything just because he has an amazing quirk. Izuku already decided during dinner that he was going to change career paths. He could still analyze and help heroes with their quirks, but he could also live out Katsuki's dream minus being the number 1 hero and show fake heroes that they don't need a suitable quirk to save people. Izuku had been doing martial arts with Katsuki since they were 7, so he already knew how to fight, but sparring with teammates and fighting villains with quirks and no mercy were 2 completely different things. If Izuku wanted to be ready for UA in 10 months, he would need to prepare. Hashtag choose your poison. Thought might be. Role menu, lifestyle. Give yourself a roll winky face. Yellow heart civilian. Green heart vigilante. Purple heart villain. Orange heart hero. Yellow heart 194, green heart 84, purple heart 258, orange heart 96. Chapter text. In just a week Izuku's life completely changed. His best friend was killed because of a villain and some heroes. He found that he had a burning hate fire in him that was aimed at the symbol of peace. He decided to change his future career path and become a pro hero. And he decided he was going to be a vigilante. Izuku was a very stubborn person, so none of those things that happened were going to change in the nearby future. His best friend would stay dead. He would keep hating All Might and other bad heroes. He was going to become a pro hero no matter what. He was going to become a vigilante and not get caught. But there were some things that would need to change before Izuku started doing the last 2 things on the list. So before Izuku did any of that, he would have to talk to his mom. It was a Sunday morning and Inko was making breakfast. "Good morning, Izuku," Inko said from the kitchen when Izuku came out of his room. "Good morning, Mom," he said as he sat down at the dining room table. "Breakfast will be done soon, sweetie." "Okay, Mom?" Izuku said nervously. "Yeah," she responded as she flipped the eggs. can we talk about something while we eat? It's important. Sure, honey, is everything okay? Inko asked worriedly, placing some plates down before sitting at the table. Thank you for the food. Izuku said quickly before addressing his mother. Yeah, just Well? He trailed off, not knowing where to start. Izuku, Inko said, catching his attention, you can tell me anything. Okay. He said, taking a deep breath and looking his mother in the eyes, I want to apply for the heroics course at UA. Inko froze for a second, her eyes widening before she got a sad look on her face and asked calmly, is this about Katsuki? No. Well, yes. It's just, he bit his lip, looking down at his hands that were clenched in his lap. Kat always dreamed of being the #1 hero. And he could have done it too if he wasn't. But if I could live out his dream for him. Maybe not being #1, he chuckled sadly, but being a hero. He did always want us to become heroes together. We can't do it together anymore, but it will be like he's there. And that's an okay alternative. Izuku looked up with unwiped tears streaming down his face and a determined look. Please, Mom. I need to do this for Kat. Inko was quiet for a moment. Conflicted. She didn't know how to say no, point blank after hearing her son's heartfelt reason for wanting to be a hero, so instead, she asked, isn't being a hero dangerous? I know you've been learning to defend yourself for the past 7 years, but so was Katsuki and well. Inko didn't need to finish that sentence. He knew what she was getting at, and even though getting reminded that Izuku and Katsuki were basically useless against the sludge villain hurt, Izuku already prepared for this type of question. He would have to fib a bit. I'll be going underground. Those types of villains are less dangerous. More like petty thefts and perverts. Maybe a drag dealer or two, but nothing like those big, flashy fights that you see on the news. I'll also have armor and support weapons so that I can protect myself. Inko was staring silently. She still didn't look sold, so Izuku was quick to make another point. And there's not even a guarantee that I'll make it into the hero course. I'll probably just end up going to the support course in the end anyway. That was a lie. Izuku was going to get into the heroics course. No matter what. It didn't matter if it was through entrance exams or the sports festival in his 2nd or 3rd year. Or even at a different school. Izuku would be a hero. That I don't know what to say. Tears started building up in Inko's eyes. I understand your reasoning. And you make some good points, Izuku, but I'm worried. I saw how you and Mitsuki and Masaru reacted to Katsuki's death, and I know how I feel, and Mitsuki is a strong woman. You know that. Inko said with a small smile that drew a smile out of Izuku too before getting serious again. But Mitsuki is broken. And she's not going to stop being broken for a long time. She'll be able to smile and be her hot-tempered self again one day. But she is strong. I'm not Izuku. Inko said, wiping her tears as more came down. If something happened to you, I don't know what I would do. I just don't think my heart can take it. Izuku got up and pulled his mother into a hug. Please, Mom. I'll give you some time to think about it, but I need your decision before applications are due. Inko bit her lips, squeezing Izuku a little tighter. Please give me a few days to think about it, Izuku. Thank you, Mom. Izuku cried, kissing his mother's forehead. Classes were cancelled for another week after Katsuki's death. Normally they wouldn't cancel it for 2 weeks, but Katsuki was really important to the school. He was top of the class and had a powerful quirk that basically guaranteed he would get into UA. He would have been the first. Now it's going to be Izuku. It was the afternoon now, and Izuku decided he would distract himself by going to the mall to get his vigilante gear. He spent all of last night scrolling through the #WeAreVigilant channel on Discord to find out all he needs to know about vigilantes, the types of villains they see, the heroes that patrol at night, and the areas with the most crime. He wanted to make sure he was prepared when he went out. He found out a few useful things. Vigilantism, according to Japanese law, was the act of using one's quirk in an unauthorized act of heroism. Izuku does not have a quirk. Sure, they can try to get him for assault, but it would only be assault if he tried to fight the villains first. Which he doesn't plan to do. Izuku is either going to let those criminals get a hit in, or have them try, and if it doesn't land, they still try to attack him and he can legally fight back in self-defense. So Izuku only had to worry about dying or getting caught in his new completely legal nighttime hobby. Speaking of getting caught, he also found out a lot about the area he lives in, which is good since that's where he will be patrolling. Masudafu was on the higher end of the crime spectrum, but not a lot of heroes patrolled at night, which meant there were mostly vigilantes. Most of the vigilantes get caught though by the police or the underground pro, Eraserhead. If Izuku was going to become a vigilante and not get caught, he was going to need a solid defense against the pro. This was why Izuku's grocery basket currently had laser pointers, a compact mirror, a bag of flour, and bang snaps. It also contained normal vigilante stuff like sticky notes, zip ties, a med kit, and other boring things. He still needed to go to a clothing or costume shop to get an outfit and the hardware store for the main weapon, but first, he needed to get checked out. Izuku started to put his items on the conveyor belt and then got ready to pay. The store clerk raised an eyebrow at the things Izuku was buying, which caused him to smile awkwardly. He tried to look away, but the clerk had these swirly black and white eyes that Izuku felt like he was lost in for a second. He shook his head and looked away, a bit flustered because he felt like he was staring rather intensely. The clerk tried to hide an amused smile at his expression before clearing his throat. Your total is 6,376 yen. Izuku handed the money over with a quick, thank you, and then left, bags in hand. He started walking around the mall until he found a costume shop. He figured he would look here for stuff first and then go to the clothing store. When he walked in, he was hit with the smell of toxic plastic and made a mental note not to get a mouthpiece. Hi there. Are you looking for anything specific? A girl with long periwinkle hair cheerily asks when he enters. Hello, he greeted, looking around. Just a mask around the eyes? If you could point me in that direction, I'm sure I can find what I need. Sure thing. Just in the back over there, she said while pointing to the right of the store. Okay, thank you. Sure thing, let me know if you need any help. The girl called out from behind the counter. Izuku got to the back and found a wall full of masks. There were a lot of full-faced plastic ones, but if someone hit him in the face and it broke, it would really hurt. So that was a big no. A lot of them were brightly colored, which also wasn't good for trying not to be seen. Izuku didn't really plan a costume. He's always been more of a fashion disaster than a fashionista. On more than one occasion, Izuku would go over to the Bakugus and his Auntie Mitsuki would berate him on his clothing choices. The first time he wore a shirt that said, pants, he got a huge lecture and a handful of new clothes, but Izuku thinks they're funny so he kept wearing them. But anyways, Izuku figured that the best option would be a domino mask with a strap on it so it wouldn't fall off mid-fight. He found a lot of different colors and shapes, but only one stuck out to him. It was at the top of the shelf, barely noticeable, but it was exactly what Izuku needed. It was a regular, black, domino mask, but it went up to the forehead and had a jagged triangle that faced inward on each side. It was exactly like the one Katsuki designed for his hero costume, and it was perfect. He tried to reach for it, but he could just barely touch it. He looked around for someone to help him and found a taller boy that could be no more than a few years older than him with messy indigo hair and pointy ears, stacking a shelf. Izuku walked up to them and quietly said, "Excuse me?" The boy jumped and dropped the costume he was putting up. "Why yes?" he shakily asked. "Oh, I'm sorry for startling you," Izuku said as he bent down to pick up the costume. "I was just wondering if you had something that could help me reach something on the top shelf." "Yeah, hold on," he said as he went into the back room, only to come out with one of those retractable hook grabbers. "This should help you," he said looking down. "Thank you." A barely audible, "Why did I get this job?" could be heard as Izuku left to grab the mask. When he had it in his hands, he hovered it over his face, "It's probably dirty," and found that it would fit perfectly. He went back to the boy to give him the long-reach tool, but he was gone, so Izuku just set it down near the door in the back where he got it from. He looked around the store for anything else he might need and found a jar of charcoal powder that would help him hide his hair color. Now having both things he needed, he went to the checkout counter. "Did you find everything okay?" the blue-haired girl asked with a smile as she scanned his items. "Yes. Thank you." Izuku hated ordering and paying for things. He suddenly didn't know how to act when he talked to strangers. "That will be 2,506 yen, she said with a smile, holding her hand out. "Cash or credit?" "Cash," Izuku said as he started pulling out his wallet. "So what are you using this for?" she asked, taking the money. "Costume party? Cosplay?" "Something like that," he answered, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. "Ooh, a secret? Now I'm curious." "You have to tell me," she exclaimed, leaning over the counter to be in his face. "Is it something bad? Villainy? Vigilant dash. Whoa, Hado," a voice that was connected to the large hand that just landed on Izuku's shoulder, said, "You don't want to scare your customers." Izuku breathed out a sigh of relief at the newcomer's presence. He did not want to try and bullshit an answer to this girl. "I'm not scaring him. I'm just curious," the girl argued with sparkling eyes. She kind of looked like Izuku when he saw a new quirk in action, so he couldn't really judge her. Izuku thought the newcomer was trying to roll his eyes, but he couldn't tell because they just looked like blue ovals. Maybe that has something to do with his quirk. "Anyways, sorry to interrupt, but is Tamaki done with his shift yet?" the tall blonde boy asks. The girl looks at the clock before turning back to the boy, all while handing Izuku his cash back. "He should be. But do you guys have a date?" They seem close, Izuku thought as he grabbed the money, or they're just extremely friendly and social people. The blonde boy laughs. "Yep." His eyes trailed to somewhere behind Izuku and his smile somehow widened and softened all at the same time. "Tamaki. There you are you ready?" "Yeah, we can leave now," the nervous boy from earlier said as he walked up to the much brighter boy, who grabbed his hand before turning back towards the door. "See you at school, Hado." "Bye guys. Have fun," she said as she turned back to Izuku, who was for some reason still in the store. "I know what you're thinking. What? Izuku asks, hoping she didn't have a mind-reading quirk. She laughs at Izuku's nervous expression. You're thinking, how is someone so nervous like that with someone so cheery? Am I right? Izuku was thinking that somewhere in the back of his mind, Tamaki is like our kitten. He and Mirio have been friends forever though, so he isn't as shy and nervous around him, the girl said, finally handing him his receipt. Okay. Thank you. Izuku said awkwardly as he goes to leave. The girl just smiles, seemingly unfazed at how bad he is at talking to people. You're welcome. Have a nice day. You too. Izuku made his way outside and breathed out a sigh. I still have one more store to go to. He took a deep breath before heading over to a department store that would hopefully have what he needed. Izuku's trip to the last store was relatively quick and uneventful. Well, at first it was quick and uneventful. He walked in and quickly found the hoodies. He saw a few dark colors like blue and black, but in the end, decided on a dark crimson red hoodie. It was Cat and Izuku's favorite color and it matched Cat's eyes, so, of course, he had to get it. He had a bit of a harder time finding cargo pants, which were so he would have a place to store the things he bought earlier in, but he found them after finding a worker to help him. As he started walking back to the front of the store to check out, a shirt caught his eye. It was a simple black shirt, but he knew the design instantly. He didn't even need to see the entire skull to know it was Katsuki's favorite shirt. He walked over and grazed his fingers on it like it was something precious. It was ridiculous, really. He knew this wasn't Kat's shirt. His was worn and had a small stitch on the left side that Auntie Mitsuki had to sew on from when he was resting his hand on his hip, and Izuku startled him, causing him to slightly singe the fabric. That memory always made him laugh. Looking at the shirt now made it feel bittersweet. He missed Kat. Izuku decided to go to the hardware store on a different day so he would be home before his mother came back from work. It was the next day and Inko came home with her decision. Izuku! Inko called out while setting her purse down. A green head of hair popped out of a bedroom. Yeah? Can you come here, sweetie? We need to talk. Okay. Izuku followed Inko as she went to sit on the couch in the living room. What's this about, Mom? Your application to the hero course. Inko's face gave away nothing. You made the decision? Izuku was surprised. He thought it would take longer for her to decide. Almost. Izuku, Inko grabbed his hands in her own before looking intensely into his eyes. Are you sure this is what you want? What about your quirk analysis? Izuku got a determined look on his face. I can still help heroes with their quirks. I can teach them how to use them better and how to not rely on them so much by showing that you don't need to use a quirk to do the job. I'm positive this is what I want to do. I'll be doing what I want while doing something for Cat as well. I can help so many people this way. I'll be careful too. Please, Mom. Inko searched his eyes for any sign of a lie but couldn't find one. Okay. It was Tuesday and Izuku was home alone. He still had no school and Inko was at work, but she would be home a bit later than usual that day because she had to get the paperwork for the heroics course application from UA. Izuku was still surprised by how easy it was to convince her. He felt a bit bad to be pulling on her heartstrings like that, but nothing he said was a lie. Except for the thing about underground heroics not being that dangerous. And it was necessary. Anyways, since he was home alone and didn't get to go to the hardware store on Sunday or Monday, he decided to go today. Izuku was at the hardware store and was incredibly lost. He was lucky that there were huge signs. Or he would be if he knew whether or not potential weapons would be in the fasteners or fencing section. Unfortunately for Izuku, he was not one to regularly go to the hardware store, so he didn't know where to check first. He started walking around aimlessly while looking up and down each aisle. He found some knives which he thought would be good to have just in case and decided to grab them, but he still had no luck finding a main weapon. Eventually he found a crowbar. This would be good, he muttered. I could hold it from the sharp part and hit people with the long side. He lifted it up and thought, oh shit, never mind, I don't want to kill anyone. Who knew crowbars were so heavy? He started walking down the aisle again but only found hammers and wrenches. Those could be good, but not for larger targets that he needed to hit from further away. Izuku went to the back of the store and found curtain rods. After lifting one up, he thought it was a pretty good size and weight, but it would definitely bend if he was hitting someone with it. He got into the garden section and found things like machetes, axes, and sledgehammers. Those were a big no. At this point, Izuku was just going in circles around the store. Why is it so hard to find a good weapon? He thought as he went down the same aisle for the third time that day. He was starting to think that the whole trip was a bust but then found two different kinds of pipes in the same aisle. The first pipe was a conduit pipe. It felt like it was a good weight, not heavy enough to kill someone anyway, but it looked thin and when he knocked on it he felt like it would bend easily, so sadly, the conduit pipe was not for him. He went to the second option in the aisle, which was a long, black, steel pipe. He lifted it up and thought it was a good weight, but he wasn't sure if it would be too damaging to people, so he whacked his wrist with it. Ow! He shrieked as he gripped his wrist. That hurts so bad, oh my god. I'll never be able to write in my analysis books again. Ife cried. Stop with the FNG dramatics, nerd, you're fine. Katsuki would have said while grabbing his wrist to look at it. Izuku smiled sadly, shaking the thought out of his head to focus back on the pipe. It was a good size, and it definitely hurt, but it didn't feel like one hit would give someone broken bones. With the weight it had, Izuku could easily run around with it, and if he needed to ditch it, it was only 911 yen, so he could easily replace it. Plus it was black, so good for fighting in the dark. Izuku walked out of the store with a new weapon. He now had everything he needed to do vigilante work. Later that night, Inko was home and had gotten the application, they just needed to fill it out now. Izuku, Inko said, setting her pen down after filling things out for a little bit. He hummed, not looking up from the form he was reading. Tomorrow is the day you would usually go to the dojo. Izuku froze with wide eyes. Are you feeling up for it? The dojo was a place that Izuku had been going to with Katsuki for 7 years. There was no way Izuku could go without him. No, he answered quickly. Are you Su-dash? I can't, mom. He cut her off. That was a place where Kat and I went. It would feel wrong to go there without him. Please, I can't, mom, I don't, I just dash. Izuku started hyperventilating and Inko got up to hug him. Shushu, it's okay, Izuku. Inko soothed, running her fingers through his viridian curls. You don't have to go there. I'll call and tell them you're not going this week. Izuku started shaking his head. No, mom. I can't. Ever. I don't want to go back there. Not without Kat. Please. Okay, Izuku, we can find you a new place to go. Is that all right? Inko felt a nod and continued petting Izuku's head. Once Izuku calmed down, Inko cautiously brought up another hard subject. What about school, Izuku? Do you want to transfer? Go online? Izuku thought about it for a second. If he transferred, it would be a longer commute and he would be coming in the final year of middle school when everyone already has all their friends. But if Izuku did online school, he could go at his own pace, which would be good since the classes he had now were too easy. It would also work well with his vigilantism if he wanted to sleep in after a long night of patrol. In the end, the decision was easy. I think I'll do online school. Okay, I'll call tomorrow. This would be good. Izuku will be fine. All smite. Tired up bastard 111. Which villain do you think could bring All Might to his knees? Darkwolf. Literally anyone with a mind-body control quirk. Figure in a fight or... At Darkwolf, literally anyone with mind-body control. Sleepy cat. Handyman. Sensei almost has. Analyst undersearch. I put him on his knees at my friend's funeral, but I'm not a villain. Lilac, stab goblin. I would kitchen knife. At analyst_bitch, this message has been deleted. Sleepy cat. Are we going to act like you didn't just say that? At handyman, this message has been deleted. The void stares back. You're not allowed to mention that young at handyman. At analyst_bitch, this message has been deleted. Better with it than you. Please tell me you mean that in a fight way. It was 12 a.m. and Inko had been asleep for a couple of hours now. Izuku finally had everything he needed to patrol, so he started getting ready. First, he put the black charcoal in his hair and the mask around his eyes. It was a little weird to see himself with different colored hair, but it would help him somewhat hide his identity, so oh well. He put on his black gloves, black cargo pants, and a black turtleneck. Mom would be worried if I got a cold, and put the crimson hoodie he bought on top of it. He put a handful of bang snaps, a compact mirror, and a Ziploc full of flour into his pockets. He then put his knives and laser pointers on the black straps on his legs. He put on a pair of combat boots he already had that Auntie Mitsuki made for him when they started trending, or so she says, but he thinks it's because she hates his red shoes. They're the only shoes made for quirkless people and I like them. I don't care. They're hideous and Katsuki should use them as target practice. She and Izuku argued about his clothing a lot. Izuku took a deep breath as he looked at the final article of vigilante gear he had to put on before grabbing his pipe and leaving. A black shirt with an odd-shaped skull in the middle. Kat's favorite shirt. It wasn't the same one, obviously. He wouldn't want to ruin something of Kat's, especially when it held so much sentimental value, but he did want to honor him in some way, so he bought it when he bought the pants. He was a little nervous, honestly. Not about wearing the shirt, though it was weird to see himself in not Kat's shirt. He was worried about running into a criminal or villain who was too much for him to handle. Sure, getting caught was scary too, but he hasn't done anything yet. The most they could get him for right now would be being out after the curfew for minors. So yes, he was nervous. Who wouldn't be? But he had to do this, so he opened his window and jumped onto the fire escape. He went up to the roof because a person walking around in a mask with a long pipe would be suspicious and started roof hopping, starting the first night of his vigilante career. Izuku had been going around on roofs for 3 hours and had seen nothing. Well, he saw a cat but it didn't let him pet them, so that wasn't really anything worthwhile. It's not that Izuku was hoping someone would need help, but... well, he kinda wished something would happen. He was starting to think that maybe the villains decided to not do villainy tonight, but that was a silly thought because not 5 minutes later, he heard a woman scream. He ran in the direction of the screaming, hoping he wouldn't fall while roof hopping. I should really learn parkour, he thought, but then the screams stopped and were replaced with muffled cries. He ran faster. When he arrived, he peered down into the alleyway from the rooftop. He saw a tall, skinny man with long reddish-brown hair and a large nose, backing a woman into a wall. Izuku didn't hesitate to jump down, slamming his pipe onto the assaulter's back. The man didn't go down that easy though. He turned around, laughing at Izuku's entrance. "The hell do you think you're doing?" he smirked evilly. Izuku didn't want to underestimate this guy. He looked like a stick, but he didn't go down with a hard hit to the back. Izuku would have to be careful. The pervert raised an eyebrow. Not gonna say anything? He couldn't. He didn't know this guy's quirk. It could easily be voice activated and then Izuku would be as good as dead. Instead, he turned his eyes a bit to look behind the man. The victim was still there, frozen in shock. He would like to tell her to run off, but he shouldn't draw any attention to her. The perv's focus was on the vigilante. He would have liked to keep it that way, but the man apparently deemed Izuku to not be a threat because he started turning back to the woman, who whimpered in response. Izuku wasn't sure if this plan would work, but he came up with it in 2 seconds and it wasn't really a plan, so give him a break. With the man not looking, Izuku reached into his pockets and grabbed a handful of bang snaps. He needed to distract the man before rushing in with his main weapon, catching him off guard. It may have been fighting dirty, but who cares about things like that when it's a life or death situation? Well, hopefully no one would die tonight. Izuku threw the bang snaps near the scumbag's feet, who ducked and covered his head because he thought he might be getting shot at. With the man ducked down, not paying attention to the young vigilante or the female victim, Izuku took the opportunity to hit him again, harder, on the left side first, and then the right side. He hit him pretty hard. He might have fractured some of the guy's ribs, but it's not like he didn't deserve it, right? The man bent over and clutched his, probably bruised sides, hissing at the pain the sting of being whacked caused. Izuku turned to comfort the victim, looking away from the man. Rookie mistake. Note to self, don't be a dumbass and take your eyes off of a criminal who isn't restrained. He heard a shuffle of feet behind him, but before he could even turn around, he felt a hand grab the back of his hood and yank his, now black, curls. He grabbed the man's wrist and attempted to twist it off of his head. The man pulled harder, so Izuku threw the pipe in his hand down and grabbed both of the ones tearing at his hood. He gripped the hands as tight as his small body could and ducked down and under the taller man, doing a 180 to twist and pull the criminal's arm under himself. The man was pulled down with Izuku and hit his chin on the pavement. He put a knee on the pervert's legs and yanked his arms behind him, pulling out his zip ties and clasping them as hard as his shaky hands could. He probably put them on too tight, evident by the way the man flinched and pulled at the thin plastic restraints. Izuku honestly didn't care as his whole body was thrumming with the adrenaline of what just happened. He stood up and looked at the man who was writhing on the ground like some perverted snake. He hummed and grabbed some more zip ties, pulling his feet together and restraining them as well. After the man was completely restrained, Izuku took a step back to look at his handiwork. His first takedown of a criminal as a vigilante. Holy shit. Izuku whispered with raised eyebrows, looking at the man he just fought. He was honestly a bit shocked at what he had just done. He turned around to face the victim, who was looking at him with equally wide eyes. Hi, he waved awkwardly with a small smile. Are you hurt? The woman shook her head no, looking Izuku up and down. Sorry to ask. But could you call the police? I can't do it, and we kinda want him to be taken away as soon as possible. He awkwardly pointed at the man who was still doing a bad worm impression on the concrete. The woman nodded quickly, seemingly rushing out of her shock. She pulled her slightly torn sweater closer to her chest while digging in her bag. Her shaky fingers tried to dial the call, but she kept fumbling her phone. May I? Izuku asked, reaching his hand out in an offer to call for her. The woman breathed out a large breath and managed a small, please, before handing Izuku the phone. Izuku took it with a nod, dialing quickly so he could get the guy some medical assistance and a court date. Hello. Hi, there's a man here who just tried to assault a woman. Could you please come pick him up? He said, turning to look at the man. Oh, and you should probably bring an ambulance. He turns back to the woman. What street are we on? The alley, between the G grocery store and the tailor. On 8th Street. The woman said quietly. Izuku nodded and gave the man on the phone the information before hanging up and giving the phone back to the victim. I'm going to wait on the rooftop just in case he wakes up before the police get here, okay? He grabs the pipe he threw earlier and starts to head up the fire escape. Wait. Izuku turns, looking down with furrowed brows. Thank you. Izuku smiles softly. You're welcome, but that's not necessary. He waits a bit for the police to get there and then starts to make his way home before his mother wakes up. It was about 4:30 a.m. when Izuku got home, and after taking a short shower, to get the charcoal out of his hair and the sweat off his body, he passed out on his bed. He woke up at about 10 a.m. and he was starving. Maybe I should start bringing a snack with me, Izuku thought as he made his way to the kitchen. There was a note on the counter from his mom. Izuku, you seem to be sleeping in today so. I left breakfast in the microwave. Be home early tonight because you'll be starting at that new dojo today. I hope you have a good day. Izuku sighed as he placed the note down. He was happy to be going to a new dojo, but that didn't change the fact that he would be going without Kat. He would also have to make some friends there, and that was nerve-wracking. But he would get through it. Inko got home at about 5 p.m. She would normally get home at around 6, but that's when practice starts, plus they needed to talk and meet the instructor beforehand. Are you nervous? Inko asked as they rode the train to their destination. A little. Izuku answered, tilting his head. Inko hummed, that's understandable. I'm sure it will be fine though. She paused for a second before speaking again. Plus, the instructor is quirkless so no one will be able to discriminate against you. Izuku whipped his head around to look at his mother. They're quirkless. Quirkless people weren't as rare as they are now, but even just a generation ago, there weren't many of them. Yeah, did I forget to tell you? Her eyes widened a bit. Oh, Izuku, I'm sorry it must have slipped my mind dash. It's fine, Mom. Izuku chuckled. I was just surprised is all. I do think knowing that calmed my nerves though. Inko visibly relaxed. Well then I'm glad I chose this place. But just know that if you don't like it, we can find another one. I know Mom, thank you, he said as he hugged his mother. They spent only a short amount of time in idle chatter before they arrived. Izuku was less nervous after the talk with his mom, but when he looked at the doors to the small studio, he had to take some deep breaths to calm the suffocating feeling he felt in his lungs. His mom turned to him with an encouraging smile, he gave a wobbly one back, and they walked inside. When they entered, there was only one person in sight. He was maybe only a few centimeters taller than Izuku with short blonde hair and a large tail that came out from under his shirt. It had, for maybe, the same color as his hair on the tip of it. When he noticed Izuku, he walked up to him with a nervous smile, raising his arm up slightly in greeting. Hi, you must be the new guy that Kato-sensei mentioned. My name is Masahiro Ojiro, it's nice to meet you. Izuku waved back with a small smile. I'm Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to meet you too. Ojiro smiled and pointed to the back where there was a door. Kato-sensei is in her office if you need to go see her. Thank you, Ojiro-kun. Inko said with a smile, grabbing Izuku's arm before starting to walk to the instructor's office. Inko knocked at the door and they heard a voice say, "Come in," before entering. The office was pretty small but it was decorated nicely. It had a lot of photos of different scenery and different groups of kids that Izuku assumed were past classes. Hello, Inko started. I'm Inko Midoriya and this is my son, Izuku. We talked on the phone? Ah yes. The woman stood up with a smile. It's so nice to meet you. My name is Rinkato but you can call me Kato-sensei, she said, shaking both of their hands. Izuku's new sensei was a short woman, maybe the same height as Izuku's mom. She had short, pastel yellow hair and dark blue eyes that reminded Izuku of an ocean during a storm. It's nice to meet you too. Inko smiled. We just came here early to make sure there wasn't anything extra that we needed to do or sign before class started. There are some permission forms and emergency contact stuff that you will need to fill out but it shouldn't take too long. The woman reached into a drawer in her desk, handing the papers and a pen to Inko. You can just sit here and fill those out while I talk to Midoriya-kun here and give him the talk I give every newcomer. Okay, thank you. Inko bowed, Izuku too a bit after. Inko sat down to start filling out the papers and Kato-sensei turned her attention to Izuku. As I said before, my name is Rinkato but you will call me Kato-sensei. I know you have already been learning martial arts for 7 years but I still need to say this to everyone who enters my dojo. This is an art. It's not a game or a hobby and I won't teach people who aren't willing to put in the effort. There is only one major thing I ask of you when you come here, she said the next part while looking intensely into Izuku's eyes. I need you to promise that you will not use what you learn here to bully or intimidate others. I don't think discrimination will be an issue, considering your quirk status, but I won't tolerate it if it becomes a problem either. If you break this promise, you will be banned and not welcome to return. I promise, Kato-sensei, Izuku said as he bowed. Fantastic, she said with a smile. Now, why don't you go get changed and then go out there with Ojiro and anyone else who comes? Okay, he said as he left the office. When Izuku exited the locker room, there were 3 other students coming inside. The first one was a girl, the same height as Izuku, with orange hair that was up in a side ponytail. Behind her was a blonde boy with periwinkle eyes who was a few centimeters taller than the girl. The last was a taller boy who was talking with the blonde and had lavender hair that seemed to defy gravity. He also had large bags under his eyes. Oh hey, you must be the new kid, the girl exclaimed with a smile, causing the 2 boys behind her to look up from the phone they were reading something on. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku said with a small, nervous smile. Well then hi Midoriya, my name is Itsuka Kendo. She pointed a thumb behind her, and these 2 guys are Hitoshi Shinso and Dash. I can introduce myself, it's Suka, the blonde boy complained, coming in front of her to hold a hand out to Izuku. Hello, the name's Nito Monoma. It's a pleasure to meet you, Monoma-kun. Izuku said with an amused smile as he shook the blonde's hand before turning his attention to the purple-haired boy. Hey, he said monotonously, Hitoshi Shinso. Hello, it's nice to meet you, Izuku said awkwardly. The sound of the office door opening stopped the awkward silence, which caused Izuku to let out a breath of relief. Inko quickly walked up to her son, and when she saw that there were people around him, she introduced herself. Oh, hello, I'm Izuku's mother Inko, she greeted, which garnered another round of polite greetings before Inko turned back to her son. I'm going to be leaving now, Izuku, so be good for Kato-sensei, okay? I will. And you'll be fine taking the train home alone? Izuku smiled at his mom's worrying. I'll be fine, Mom, be safe getting home. Okay. Call me when practice ends. Okay. Izuku chuckled. Inko left, and surprisingly, it was Shinso who was the first to speak up. Your mom seems nice. Yeah, Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his neck. She worries a lot though. I think it's nice that she cares so much, a new voice cheerily exclaimed, causing Izuku to jump and turn around only to find floating clothes. Jesus Christ, Toru. Monoma said as he also jumped. Can you not scare the newcomers for once? Toru just chuckled. I'm sorry, Nito-kun. She didn't sound sorry. Anyways, my name is Toru Hagakure. But you can call me Toru since we will probably become pretty close soon enough. It's nice to meet you, Toru. Izuku felt awkward calling someone he just met by their first name. I'm Izuku Midoriya, but you can call me Izuku if you want. Cool. So why are you learning martial arts, Izuku? She asked curiously. Izuku's face got a sad smile across it. My friend and I used to do it together since we were 7. He died, so we can't do it together anymore. Izuku looked up to see sad expressions, but now I'm learning it so I can get into UA. I'm sorry about your friend, Toru said as she rested an invisible hand on his shoulder, but at least you won't be alone when you get to UA. We're all trying out for the heroics course. You are? Izuku asked, glad that the subject was moving partially away from Cat. Yeah, and we're going to make it in because we're the best. Monoma exclaimed, which gave Izuku a sad smile, thinking about Cat. It only has a 2% acceptance rate. I know. And Izuku and I are going to get in because we're the best. Geez, Cat, you're making them hate us more than they already do. Like I care what some extras think, Izu. The memory left his mind when Shinso misinterpreted the look he had for something else. He doesn't mean it in an I can do anything because I have a powerful quirk way. Kendo punched the blonde in question's arm lightly. You idiot. It's talk like that that makes everyone think you're a jerke. Monoma turned to Izuku, rubbing his arm. I didn't mean it like that. I actually have a pretty weak quirk and everyone always says I can't be a hero because of it. What he's trying to say is that he fakes confidence because of his inferiority complex. Toru explained cheerily, causing Monoma to glare at her. The others thought that he might get the wrong impression of Monoma, but Izuku actually felt like he understood him. It was strange. They met no more than 5 minutes ago, but Izuku already saw a lot of himself and Katsuki in him. Kat would always say he was the best, and even though it was true, he actually had a lot of insecurities. And Izuku, while he never got bullied too hard because Kat was always there for him, he did get the occasional insult or trip in the hall. He was often called Deku by the boy Katsuki called Fingers and his friends. He would like to clarify that he didn't think Monoma was an a-hole, but his curiosity and love for quirks got the better of him. What's your quirk? Monoma stopped his glaring to answer Izuku. If I touch someone I can copy their quirk for a short amount of time. Izuku's eyes brightened. That's such a cool quirk. What? The blonde said with a bewildered expression. It's so powerful. Is it just skin-to-skin contact or is it any DNA? Any DNA? He responded with furrowed brows. That's even more amazing then. If you could get some of our, hopefully, future classmates or teachers' hair stored somewhere in your hero costume, you won't even need to have them around to use their quirk. You could just touch whoever's hair is necessary and automatically have the perfect quirk for whatever situation. You could save so many lives. When Izuku broke out of his rambling, he looked up to see surprised faces and an awestruck Monoma. Sorry. I really like quirks. Monoma opened his mouth to say something, but the door opened again and the small group of teens turned to see 2 boys walking in together. The first boy had hair the same texture as Katsuki's, but his was shorter and brown. He had large, round, oval eyes and a smile on his face as he talked to the boy next to him, who was a couple of centimeters taller than him with slightly tan skin. His hair was dark and shaggy, with bangs split into 3 sections on his forehead. His eyes were the same color as his hair, and they looked to be staring lazily at the boy smiling next to him. Oh hey, you're the new kid, right? The brown-haired boy asked with a smile, jogging up to the mini-group. I'm Koziite Tsubiraba, this is Sen Kaibara. Nice to meet you, Kaibara said, also walking up to the group. I'm Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to meet you too. The office door opened again and Kato-sensei walked out clapping her hands. Okay everyone, there are about 10 minutes till practice starts, so if you haven't changed yet, get to it. Everyone except Izuku and Ojiro scurried into the locker rooms to get changed. Everyone here is really nice. Izuku said to Ojiro. Yeah, he answered, walking closer to where Izuku stood. No one will give you a hard time. Maybe some teasing or playful banter, but you don't need to worry about bullying or anything here. That's good. He replied with a small smile aimed towards the locker room doors before turning back towards Ojiro. Is this everyone? Almost. There's another girl, Setsuna Tokage. She's shorter than you but taller than Toru. She actually also has green wavy hair, but hers is a darker shade, more like the color of your mom's hair. Oh, is she not coming today? He asked because there were less than 10 minutes before class started and she still wasn't there. Ojiro just shrugged. She usually shows up at the last minute or a minute late. No one knows why, but Kato-sensei never gets upset with her for it, so I'm sure she has a reason. Almost as if she knew people were talking about her, a girl with sharp teeth, a long tongue and wavy, dark green hair, strutted in with a hand on her hip. She popped her left hip, the one with a hand on it, out and raised her right hand to be in her hair with a smile. Alright fuckers, let's start practice. Izuku lazily blinked open his eyes before they widened in excitement. He sat up so quickly that all the blood rushed to his head, causing him to feel so dizzy that he had to lay down again. After blinking away the black dots that swarmed his vision, he ran out of his room to the kitchen where his mother was making breakfast. Mom, it's today, right? He asked happily as he jumped up and down, his small hands holding the bottom of Inko's yellow apron. Inko laughed at her son's enthusiasm as she picked him up. Yes, it's today, Izuku. She bent down to pick him up and brought him into a tight hug. Happy birthday. She smiled and put him in a chair at the dining room table. Today was Izuku's 7th birthday, where he and Kaken would be going to the Museum of Heroes. Izuku was really excited to read all the plaques that described their quirks so he could have more things to add to his journals, and Kaken was excited to look at all the cool costumes and videos of hero fights. After the Midoriya's ate breakfast, they got ready and drove over to the Bakuga's house. Auntie Mitsuki and Kaken were exiting the front door when they pulled into the driveway. Izuku quickly unbuckled and jumped out of the car, running towards his best friend. Calm down, brat. Auntie Mitsuki yelled when Kaken ripped out of the hold she had on his hand. Kaken ignored his mother's call and tackled Izuku with a big hug. Happy birthday, Zucken. Thank you, Kaken. He giggled as he hugged him back. The two friends pulled apart only for Izuku to be enveloped in another hug a second later. Happy birthday, kiddo. Thanks, Auntie Mitsuki. He replied in a muffled voice, as he was pressed so tightly against the blonde woman's chest it was hard to speak. Hag! Kaken yelled, you're suffocating, Zucken. Don't call me hag, you brat. We should get going if we're going to make it to the museum on time. Inko nervously laughed as she opened the back door for the two kids. Izuku and Kaken looked at each other quickly with big smiles on their faces before they raced each other into the car. When they arrived at the museum, the boys were ecstatic and practically vibrating with all the pent-up energy their little bodies could hold. There were hero and quirk things everywhere, but it wasn't overwhelming at all. Izuku grabbed Kaken's hand and rushed to the first section, which was labeled Support. In the hall were the prototypes for different support gear, like the first pair of quirk-canceling HNDCFFS, and costumes like the mask worn by the first pro hero, Good Samaritan. There were also paintings of famous inventors and support heroes like the Hatsums, and even a section dedicated to the intelligence hero, Nedzu. Izuku dragged Kaken over to a display case that had a pair of beat-up shoes in them and a bronze plaque next to it that read, when heroes were first coming about, speed heroes did not have speedy shoes like you and me can buy from the store, and instead relied on heavily durable shoes that they would eventually wear down due to the friction of going so fast. Nowadays, thanks to research funded by the Ida family that is famously known for the Team Ida 10 agency, speed racing heroes have shoes that will not only resist damage but will also help aid them in both combat and in their mobility. These shoes were the pair found on the now-deceased hero Laylaps, who protected civilians until her last breath. As you can see, they are composed of metal plates with Kevlar mixed in and sewn together, hence the bulky boot design instead of the slick and much more efficient design of today's speedy shoes. Though even these shoes are worn, as shown by the scratches on the side, the plating on the bottom coming off, and even the seams that are coming loose. Laylaps would have had to replace these custom shoes once every 2 months. These were made with extreme durability in mind but still don't come close to modern-day speedy shoes. After about 20 minutes of looking around at all of the support gear, and Izuku going off on tangents about gear that would be helpful for Kaken in the future, they went to the next hall, which was called Pre-Quirk Era. It mostly showed what life was like before quirks, but it also showed the differences between pre-quirk and quirked people are quirkless and quirked people. Quirked people didn't have double joints in their pinky toes. Quirked people didn't grow in extra teeth called wisdom teeth, which would have to be removed. Quirked people didn't have something called an appendix that could explode and kill you. Wait, what? That's kinda scary, Kakin. Do you think I'll be okay? Izuku asked worriedly. Kakin just squeezed his hand tighter and gave him a determined look. Zuku, if your appendix explodes, you'll just need to show it who's boss. Izuku gave a determined look of his own and nodded his head. Okay. The small group kept walking around as they visited each section before they came to the end of the museum, which had statues of all the most memorable heroes. That, of course, included the symbol of peace, All Might. Look, Zukin. It's All Might in his Bronze Age costume. Kakin yelled as he dragged Izuku over to the statue. We need to get a picture in front of it together. Okay. Izuku agreed. Easily as he let himself be pulled in front of the statue of the number 1 hero. Kakin threw his arm around Izuku's shoulder as their mothers took out their cameras. Izuku looked at him with a bright smile, but it quickly fell and his eyes widened when he saw a much older Kakin that was pale with wet hair and had something green spilling out of his mouth. He was gasping for air but not getting any, and was standing right where the smaller Kakin had been moments ago. Izuku turned fully to him and saw small Kakin grinning at the camera in front of them. He blinked and Cat was enveloped in slime while the statue behind them turned into a smaller, skeleton version of All Might. Izuku clawed helplessly at the slime that Katsuki was captured in but then felt something grab him, pulling him away from Cat. He thrashed and squirmed and called out but the large branches of Kamui woods wouldn't budge. He saw All Might in his larger form, smiling and laughing at the reporters' cameras, who were standing where Inko and Mitsuki previously were, while Cat laid motionless on the ground. He woke up screaming. Inko quickly rushed into the room and enveloped her son in a hug as he cried and pulled at his curls. She gently grabbed his hands from his head and wrapped his arms around her. He clenched her sweater tightly as he sobbed in her chest. He slowly cried himself back to sleep, and when morning came, he and Inko didn't talk about what happened. It had been 1 month since Izuku started online school and he was speeding through the courses easily. At first, he was nervous about falling behind in his classes but he had a lot of free time to dedicate to schoolwork so that luckily wasn't the case. It was a little annoying because the classes wouldn't let him get too far ahead but he wasn't drowning in work either so it was okay. He was really glad that he chose to switch schools. Izuku honestly didn't know if he would be able to go to class every day and see Cat's empty chair and the pitying glances of his classmates or to have the bullies get ballsy enough to try and pick on him now that his guard dog wasn't around. So yeah, this was better. Izuku was doing fine. Alright, practice is over. Kato-sensei announced as the cooldowns finished and the clock hit 8. You can go home or do whatever you want now. Izuku had been going to the dojo for about a month now and he liked it. Everyone was super nice and didn't seem like they would make trashy heroes that let kids die while they just stood there, so that was good. He didn't know if he would consider any of them friends yet but he would say that he got along pretty well with Monoma and Shinso. He felt like he could relate to them and that they had a lot of the same views when it came to hero society and how people with different quirks should be treated. Hey, Izuku. Toru called out as Izuku was putting his bag on his shoulder. He turned to look at her curiously. What is it, Toru? Did you need something? Well, she dragged out as she swayed back and forth on her heels. Usually after the first practice of the month, we all go out to eat or to an arcade or something to just hang out together. We were wondering if you would be interested in coming along. Izuku didn't know what to say. Are you sure? Yeah man, you're part of the dojo now so obviously you have to come. Tsuburaba exclaimed as he slapped a hand onto Izuku's shoulder. Oh okay then. Let me just call my mom and let her know I'll be home later than usual. Yay! Toru cheered. You can call her while we walk to the diner. Izuku pulled out his phone as the group exited the building and Inko started speaking the second the call went through. Hello? Izuku? Are you on the train? No mom, I'm not. Actually, the others invited me to hang out after practice. I was wondering if it was okay if I come home a bit later tonight. Oh yeah, that's fine Izuku. He heard a sniffle on the other end of the phone and was quick to ask what was wrong. I'm so happy that you're making friends again. Izuku looked up at the sky and blinked away the small tears that were forming in his eyes. I'll see you at home, Mom. Okay, Izuku. I love you. Love you too. He hung up the phone and looked at the group of teens. So where are we going? There's a diner nearby that we usually go to, Kaibara replied. It's pretty good and cheap too. They made idle talk about what they had all been up to the last week as they walked over to the restaurant. The diner was pretty small, Izuku noted as they walked in. It had maybe 6 tables and 4 booths in the whole place. The only table already taken was by a boy with yellow hair that had a black lightning bolt on the left side of his head, who seemed to be flirting with one of the waitresses. The group walked over to the booth in the far left corner and got their food quickly after they ordered. So Midoriya, how are you liking the dojo? Kendo asked as she took a bite of her burger. Izuku looked up from where he was sipping his drink and swallowed before replying, I like it. You're all really nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. She smiled. Of course he'd enjoy it, we're all pleasant enough to be around. Monoma declared with a grin. Well, most of us are. Setsuna smirked as she swiped one of Shinsu's fries, who glared in response but otherwise said nothing. So, Izuku, what do you usually do outside of school? Toru asked, taking a sip out of her strawberry milkshake. Oh, I don't really do anything. I do online school and quirk analysis, but that's about it. He rubbed the back of his neck and huffed a laugh. I'm kind of boring. You do quirk analysis too? Monoma asked curiously, placing his fork down. Izuku's eyes brightened at the two. Is it because of your quirk? Yeah, it helps me figure out how to use the quirks I copy better. Monoma shrugged. Why do you do quirk analysis? Izuku smiled sadly before replying. It was always my dream to be a quirk analyst for heroes. Everyone turned and looked at him, not expecting that answer. It was. Shinso asked with a raised brow. I thought you were applying to the heroics course? I am. Remember the friend I mentioned that died? Setsuna, Kaibara, and Tsuburaba exchanged a confused look, as they weren't there when Izuku mentioned Cat. The others just gave understanding nods, so Izuku continued. Well, it was always his dream to be a hero, and he can't live that dream anymore, so you're going to live it for him. Kendo finished softly. Izuku titled and nodded his head slowly. Mostly. He smirked. I also really want to prove the heroes wrong. What do you mean? Toru asked, confused. Izuku was silent for a second, debating if he should tell them or not. They wanted to get to know him. Be his friend. Izuku wasn't sure how he felt about that yet. He thought they were nice people, sure, but would this be replacing Katsuki? What if he got too used to them being around and lost them just like he did with Kat? Well, if they don't want to be my friend after they hear about my baggage, I guess I won't have to worry about them leaving me later. Plus, they already know he's dead. You know the kid from the sludge villain attack? A round of nods and a few widened eyes. That was him. It was quiet for a moment before Izuku heard a sniffle. He looked back up and saw Toru wiping away a few stray tears. I'm so sorry. Izuku apologized, waving his arms around. I didn't mean to bring down the mood. No, it's fine, just Ash, Toru sniffled. Are you okay, Izuku? Izuku furrowed his brows. I'm doing fine. Shinso raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Really? You don't look too sure about that. He said, which caused Kendo to nudge him in the side. I'm not sure if that's true either, Midoriya, but... Ojiro started, clenching his fist passionately. If you ever want or need to talk, we're here for you. Thanks. So, can we please talk about something more lighthearted? Izuku laughed awkwardly. Yeah, like how Kozai is a FING weirdo and puts ketchup in his milkshake? Setsuna changed the subject like a pro as she stole a fry from the boy's plate before leaving to go to the restroom. It's not weird. Look, Tsuburaba picked up 3 fries. Some people dip their fries in ketchup. He dipped one in ketchup and ate it. Some people dip it in milkshakes. He did just that with the second fry before eating it too. But if you have ketchup in your milkshake, he stuffed a milkshake ketchup combo fry in his mouth. You get the best of both worlds. That's disgusting. Monoma said with his face pulled into a grimace. Like you're any less weird. He exclaimed, pointing at the blonde. You're eating a club sandwich with a knife and fork. Sorry that I don't want to get my fingers all greasy like you heathens. Monoma scoffed as he took a bite of his sandwich with said fork. Izuku smiled to himself at the group's weird eating habits and broke into a full laugh when he saw Setsuna coming back from the bathroom. The group looked over and started laughing as well when they saw what she was doing. She was strutting around the table where the blonde boy with the lightning bolt sat. He was wide-eyed with a blush on his cheeks before he burst out laughing as she bent down and snatched one of his fries. Setsuna, you can't just steal things from strangers. Kaibara yelled, exasperated by his friend's antics. She can steal my heart while she's at it. The blonde shot finger guns at Setsuna while the rest of the group just turned their heads to look at him, which caused the boy to turn even redder and say quietly, almost to himself, why are there so many attractive people at one table? There was a loud snort from Shinso. Like you're one to talk, Sparky. The blonde, apparently not used to people returning his flirting with more than a laugh or an eye roll, started sputtering and blushing before a spark hit one of the ceiling lights, causing the power in the diner to go out. They had to leave shortly after that. The group was walking to the train station when Toru suddenly stopped in her tracks. Oh, right. What is it, Toru? Ojiro asked, facing the invisible girl with furrowed brows. We should add Izuku to the class Discord. She explained excitedly, jumping up and down. That's a good idea, too. I completely forgot since we rarely use it. Kendo agreed before turning to Izuku. Do you have Discord? Yeah. He pulled out his own phone and typed in the link that Kendo showed him. #summoned hellions. Analyst _ has kicked their way into the server. Izuku didn't notice the look that Shinso and Monoma exchanged. Better with it than you, sleepy cat, analyst _ Sleepy cat today at 11:23 p.m. So Midoriya. I'm assuming that putting All Might on his knees was in a fight way? Sheet. Fuck. Akatsuba. Izuku was freaking out. He knew he was being ridiculous. Shinso and Monoma won't care that he hates All Might because they hate him too. It's just, Izuku still wasn't sure about the idea of making friends again. He really wanted to be friends with the dojo kids, but he couldn't help the thoughts that enter his head. What if they think I'm villainous for hating the symbol of peace? What if I get too used to them being around and they leave me? Getting used to something good and having it taken away from you. It's frightening. But when Izuku was at the diner, laughing and talking and exchanging ways of contact with them, he thought that maybe it was worth it. Okay, Izuku took a deep breath in. How do I respond to this? Better with it than you, Sleepy Cat, analyst undersearch. Sleepy Cat today at 11:23 p.m. So Midoriya. I'm assuming that putting All Might on his knees was in a fight way? Analyst underscore bitch today at 11:31 p.m. Well, it certainly wouldn't be any other way. I may swing that way, but I would much rather swing a bat at him than ever look in his direction again. Better with it than you today at 11:32 p.m. I don't know what I was expecting you to reply with, but it wasn't snark. Sleepy Cat today at 11:32 p.m. Everyone at the dojo thinks you're a shy little bean. Analyst underscore bitch today at 11:34 p.m. Do they really? I'm just bad at talking to people in person. I get better when I'm more comfortable around them. Sleepy Cat today at 11:34 p.m. Analyst underscore bitch today at 11:35 p.m. So what made you guys join the All Might hate server? Better with it than you today at 11:35 p.m. The man is far too flashy and creates the expectations of needing something flashy to succeed. Analyst underscore bitch today at 11:35 p.m. Isn't yours kind of flashy, Monoma-kun? Better with it than you today at 11:36 p.m. That I guess if I copy a flashy quirk it can be, but on its own? Analyst underscore bitch today at 11:36 p.m. What about you, Shinso-kun? Sleepy Cat today at 11:37 p.m. He's too loud and obnoxious. Smiles too much. He's blessed with this powerful quirk and it makes everyone think if yours isn't you're useless or villainous. Analyst underscore bitch today at 11:37 p.m. If only you knew. Sleepy Cat today at 11:38 p.m. Do you always say cryptic shit like that and leave PPL hanging? Analyst undersearch. Today at 11:38 p.m. If only you knew. 3. By the time they finally stopped chatting it was nearly 4 a.m. and they all felt like they had known each other for a lot longer than just a month. Something about Shinsu's dry wit, Monoma's dramatics, and Izuku's snarky attitude mixed together in a way that had them all laughing more than they had in a long time. They found that they shared a lot more interests beyond just hating the symbol of peace and doing martial arts. Cats, in particular, was one that Shinso jumped onto the most, forcing the other two to change their chat names to match his. Sleepy Cat, Copycat, and Smarty Cat now had plans to go to a cat cafe that Sunday. It was around 1 a.m. on a Friday night and Detective Tsukachi could be found sitting at his desk in the Mizudafu police station, rubbing his temples. He had yet another criminal in holding that was brought in wearing zip ties and had a red sticky note on their face describing their crimes. Vigilantes weren't usually extremely active or hard to catch, but it was times like these that Naomasa wished he wasn't in charge of the vigilante task force. This new vigilante, who was yet to give an alias, was practically a ghost. No one besides the criminals they tied up and the victims they saved had seen them. And despite the fact that they had only been active for about a month and had already brought in over 40 criminals, there wasn't really anything they knew about them that could help the police find out their identity. The only things they knew were that they had the voice and height of a young teen, they carried around a black pipe, and they wore a red hoodie with a skull shirt on top of it. No one had mentioned seeing a quirk in action, and besides fighting and helping, they didn't say anything or stick around long enough for anyone unnecessary to see them. They weren't like most vigilantes that used fighting crime as an excuse to use their quirks in public or to get famous. Naomasa was starting to think that maybe it was about time he brought a certain underground hero onto the case. Izuku had been active as a vigilante for a little over a month now and he was loving it. It was a great way to distract himself from, well, everything. It was also good hero training. He didn't really care about the praise and thanks, but seeing the relief on people's faces when they knew they were finally safe, he could see why Cat wanted to be a hero. It was freeing, jumping around from rooftop to rooftop with nothing but the wind on his face to slow him down. It was like he was in his own little world up there, everyone and everything else was far below him and therefore there was nothing he needed to worry about. Until he heard a scream. He took off in the direction of the noise, leading further into the city than he would normally patrol. When he got closer to where he thought the noise was coming from, he could see a guy running down the street with a giant bag of money. Izuku watched him push past people on the street to get to the nearest building and start climbing it like he was some kind of lizard, with the bag hanging from his mouth. I wonder what kind of quirk he has. Is it really like a lizard or just something similar? Can he climb all surfaces or just rough ones like brick? He shook his wandering thoughts out of his head. Now's not the time. He leaped towards the building the bank robber was climbing while taking the pipe off of his back. He got to the roof as the villain was reaching near the top and then took some of his bang snaps and placed them on the edge of the roof. The villain couldn't see him due to the bag blocking his vision. They should really plan their attacks better. He's leaving himself wide open for an attack. He doesn't even notice me standing here. Izuku sighed. This is almost too easy. He didn't want to underestimate them, but when they're bad at being criminals, it was kind of hard not to. Izuku just stood there and waited until the villain got closer to the rooftop. Once he was in arm's reach, he bent down with a pipe in one hand and grabbed the bank bag in his other. He then aimed the pipe as though it was a gun towards the villain's face, let a smirk cross his own, and then stomped on the bang snaps so it sounded like a gunshot went off. The villain jolted in shock and his grip on the wall vanished. He managed to catch it again before he reached the ground and started to scurry the rest of the way down. Izuku jumped off the edge of the roof towards the next building over and continued to jump back and forth between the two buildings to lower himself down towards the villain. Just as he was starting to think he'd make it down without making a fool of himself, his foot slipped on the landing and he crashed backward into an open dumpster. He could hear the villain laughing as he took off down the alleyway and onto the next street over. Izuku groaned once the air went back into his lungs and pulled himself up and out of the dumpster. While that wasn't the easy capture he was hoping for, if he was fast he would be able to catch up to him. Izuku made a quick detour to the bank and threw the money bag back into the building while making sure his hood was covering his face from any cameras. He then took off quickly to the nearest alley, leaped on top of a closed dumpster, sprung backward towards the fire escape, and climbed his way up. He took off in the direction he heard the villain going and scanned the area for someone who matched the identity of the criminal he was chasing. He noticed someone running and pushing their way through the crowd a couple of blocks ahead and figured it had to be who he was after, so he took off over the rooftops again. As he got closer to the villain, he decided he'd just follow him for a bit and see what he'd do. Izuku thought that maybe he was going to meet up with someone to split the cash, and Izuku could get a 2-for-1 special, so he just kept an eye on him from above. As long as he wasn't attacking civilians, Izuku would let him carry on thinking he had gotten away. Considering this guy could climb walls and knew Izuku was up on the rooftops beforehand, you'd think at some point while he was running away he'd think to look up. They never seemed to look up. Again, just a little bit of foresight would be nice. As predicted, Lizard Hands lead Izuku to his friends, so he went to the edge and listened in on what they were saying. We have to go. The alarm and cams will be back online in 2 minutes. Where's the bag? The bag, let's go. Lizard Hands just grabbed the guy and pulled him down the street. His friend tried to pull free, but it was clear that Lizard Hands was using his quirk to try and get out of there as quickly as possible. So it's not just rough surfaces he can use his quirk on, Izuku thought as he leaped off the roof. He was able to make it to the ground without issue this time, landing in front of them. F-dash. Who's he? This way. The two turned tail and took off. Izuku followed after them until eventually, they led him into a dead-end alleyway. You know I've been saying this all night, Izuku started, walking closer to them. If you just planned a little better you wouldn't be here right now. You're the one who should have planned better. It's 2 against 1. I think me and my friend here even out the numbers just fine. Izuku smirked as he twirled the pipe around in his hand before gripping it like a baseball bat and leaping towards them. As he swung the pipe at them, they ducked and jumped apart from each other, trying to get on either side of Izuku. Lizard Hands came at him first, aiming to grab the pipe. Izuku spun out of reach and threw a handful of flour at him, hitting him in his outstretched hand. His clueless friend tried to grab him from behind, but Izuku just jabbed the end of the pipe into his gut. Izuku spun around and kicked his feet out from under him, causing him to fall on his back. The man groaned, clutching his stomach, and stayed where he landed. Izuku turned back towards Lizard Hands with a smile while he pointed his pipe at his face again. Wanna go for round 2? Lizard Hands snarled and got into a sloppy fighting stance. Izuku just sighed and shook his head. Don't say I didn't try to end this peacefully. Izuku ran forward and threw a handful of flour at his face. As he tried to wipe it off of his eyes, Izuku swung the pipe, knocking his legs out from under him. When he landed and tried to roll back onto his feet, Izuku stomped on his stomach, not hard enough to do any real damage but enough to get the message across. Stay, he ordered, looking down at the man as he pulled out his zip ties. He tied up Lizard Hands first and dragged him over to his friend who was still clutching his stomach and zip-tied them both together back to back. He wrote out their crimes and stuck the post-its onto their foreheads before taking off to look for a vantage point to watch them from until the police came. Izuku watched from the rooftop as the police took away the men he just tied up. He was about to start the trek back home when he heard a deep voice call out to him from the shadows. So, you're the new vigilante everyone's been talking about? For the first time that night, he froze. So, you're the new vigilante everyone's been talking about? Izuku was frozen in place, not from a quirk, but from shock. It's a hero, isn't it? I'm in so much trouble. I haven't even gotten to the hero course yet. F dash dot. I'm going to get thrown in jail. Or maybe it's a villain who knows they can beat me and I'm going to die. At least I'll see Ka. His wandering thoughts were cut off when the person in the shadows spoke again, sounding closer than before. You know everyone's been curious about you. Curious? Why would they be curious about me? The person, apparently close enough to Izuku now that they could see his panicking, stopped the mysterious act. Oh no. Calm down, it's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you or anything, I just wanted to let you know your identity is safe with me. That made Izuku stop panicking. Well, not panicking, he was still doing that, he just wasn't breathing or moving now so he could kind of think. He looked up with wide eyes. What do you mean my identity is safe with you? Or you? How do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Is that your quirk? Can you tell who someone is by looking at them? The stranger, who Izuku could now see was wearing a mouthpiece, sunglasses, a black hoodie with a tight armored vest over it, and black cargo pants, just waved their hands around. I saw you, they shouted in a much higher pitch than before, to catch Izuku's attention, before lowering their voice again. About a month ago at the store, you were buying zip ties and medkits and other vigilante stuff. I checked you out at the register. They looked Izuku up and down before squinting at his hair, though I'm pretty sure your hair was green and not black. Did you dye it? Izuku was dumbstruck for a moment before he tilted his head and thought back to the day he bought his gear. Izuku started to put his items on the conveyor belt and then got ready to pay. The store clerk raised an eyebrow at the things Izuku was buying, which caused him to smile awkwardly. He tried to look away, but the clerk had these swirly black and white eyes that Izuku felt like he was lost in for a second. He shook his head and looked away, a bit flustered because he felt like he was staring rather intensely. Izuku looked up with wide eyes and pointed his finger accusingly. The swirly eyes? They tilted their head down, using their hand to bring their sunglasses to the bridge of their nose, and showed off their black and white swirls. Izuku had a strong feeling that he was getting smirked at. So, why are you telling me all this? Izuku said while fidgeting. He wasn't sure how he felt about someone knowing he was a vigilante. The person seemed to hesitate for a second. Did I want to help you? Help me? Izuku asked, confused as to why this person wanted to help him, why they thought he needed help. He was fine. To not die. The stranger said, causing Izuku to raise an eyebrow. You had this look in your eyes. What look? He asked in a defensive tone. Like someone who lost everything. Someone who didn't care anymore. Life or death. It's all the same to you. Their tone wasn't unkind, almost caring, but Izuku couldn't deal with some stranger telling him how he felt. You don't know me. The person seemed to realize they overstepped and looked down. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made assumptions. Izuku looked away, taking a deep breath. Is that all? No, hold on a second. The stranger opened one of their pockets and grabbed out a small purple notebook and a pen, wrote something down, and then handed it to Izuku. It's my number. I make support gear so you can call or text me if you need anything. Izuku looked at him incredulously, to which they just shrugged. I was serious about not wanting you to die. Izuku sighed as he shoved the number in his pocket. Thanks. I guess. It's no problem, they replied. Before leaving. When Izuku was sure they left, he quickly reached into his pocket to look at the paper with furrowed brows. Kanashi, he muttered before his eyes widened, that vigilante that stops suicides. He was slightly embarrassed that he didn't recognize them, but he was having a crisis, so who could blame him? It was Sunday and Izuku was supposed to be going to a cat cafe with Shinso and Monoma today, but he got zero sleep last night. How could he? He was told by a vigilante, who's known for stopping suicides, that he has the look of someone who doesn't care about life in his eyes. Izuku wasn't suicidal. He wasn't. He wouldn't do that to his mother, and he definitely couldn't do that to Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru. They already lost their biological son. They couldn't lose their honorary one too. Plus, what would Kat say if he tried to kill himself? Izuku, don't be a dumbass. Do you want to give Auntie a heart attack? You have a promising future ahead of yourself. Don't screw it up. Yeah, Izuku had things he needed to do before he died. He couldn't screw this up. Izuku was walking towards the cat cafe and he was excited. He was still feeling a little uneasy after his talk with Kanashi, but he was hoping that his new friends could make him feel better, even if they didn't know they were helping him. He was about 3 streets away when he heard his name being called out. No, not his name. Deku? Is that you? He turned around to the insult and saw 2 boys, who were in his and Katsuki's class, coming towards him with large smiles that clearly held a malicious intent. Hey Deku, the taller of the 2 smirked. Haven't seen you since your boyfriend died, where'd you go? Izuku clenched his fist and grit his teeth as he looked up at the taller boy. He was about to speak, but then his much shorter friend cut in. Yeah, we all saw you on the news when you were crying over his corpse. Pretty pathetic if you ask me. What? A quirkless Deku like you couldn't do anything to help, so you threw yourself a pity party? All Might didn't help Kat either. Izuku glared. All Might stopped the villain. What did you do? Throw a tantrum on the sidelines? He scoffed. The taller one laughed as he walked over, put a hand on Izuku's shoulder, and smirked widely. Why don't you just go join your precious cat already? He said it quietly, but it was loud and clear what he meant. The other boy just laughed as if it was the funniest joke he ever heard. Yeah, totally. You should go find yourself a villain to take you out. I looked it up, you know? The sludge villain was a D-rank villain, the tall boy said as he walked back over to his friend. Mr. Number 1 hero couldn't even beat a pathetic D-ranker. I'm sure even less could take out someone as weak and useless as you. Why don't we take that job? He said as he cracked his knuckles. Izuku took a deep breath. I don't want to fight you. I don't want to kill you. Oh, but you see, you don't get a choice. The tall boy started walking over again, his friend by his side this time. Now that your little guard dog isn't around to protect you, there's no one here to stop us. Izuku knew that there was no way to get out of this, and frankly, he kind of wanted to knock them around a bit. He straightened himself out and said, okay. Izuku isn't sure what happened, exactly. Do you think I don't think about how useless I was back then? He screamed as he kicked the short boy, who was already writhing around on the ground, in the stomach. He doesn't remember much. Previously clenched fists smashed into the taller boy's face with a resounding crack. If that D-rank villain was so weak, then why were the heroes having so many problems with him? It was like 1 second he was agreeing to a fight and the next he was sitting at a park bench, with bloody knuckles, and small bruises forming on his skin. Oh cat, he whispered to himself as he put his head in his hands. Why was I the one to get saved and not you? He's not sure how long he sat like that. He was still kind of detached from everything around him, but then he saw a head of blonde hair through his fingers and heard his name being called softly. He looked up with teary eyes. Midoriya? It was Monoma. He was kneeling in front of Izuku with a concerned face. What happened? Are you okay? Izuku opened his mouth to speak, but instead of words, a sob came out and he covered his face back up with his hands, his shoulders shaking. Hey, what's wrong? His hand hovered over Izuku's shoulder for a second before he pulled it back. Dud, is it okay if I touch you? Izuku hesitated but nodded shakily. Monoma carefully wrapped his arms around his friend, who gripped the front of his shirt tightly and whispered reassurances in his ear. When Izuku finally stopped crying, he looked up at Monoma with puffy eyes and a stuffy nose. He sniffled before quietly saying, thank you. Monoma just smiled softly. It's no problem. So, he started softly, glancing down at Izuku's hands, which were bloody and still clutching his shirt. Do you want to talk about what happened? Izuku pulled his hands back quickly. Sorry. Did I get any blood on your shirt? He asked worriedly. Monoma looked at him with wide eyes and raised eyebrows. I'm more worried about why you have blood on your hands in the first place. Izuku fidgeted and looked down with furrowed brows. I ran into some kids who used to be in my class. They kept making fun of Kat's death and calling me names. He clenched his fists in his lap. I told them I didn't want to fight, but I get it. Izuku looked up with teary eyes as Monoma shook his head quickly. I don't get it, but I mean. Bullies? Sorry, he scratched the back of his neck. I'm not very good at comforting people. Izuku tried to smile softly, but it came out a little wobbly. I think you're doing fine. Monoma smiled back before standing up and holding his hand out to Izuku. Let's go. We need to get you cleaned up before we head to the cafe. Izuku gasped and his eyes widened. The cafe? Oh no, are we late? Monoma just shook his head. No, I was going to get there early anyway. We have time. Izuku nodded slowly as he stood up and hesitantly took Monoma's hand. Monoma squeezed it reassuringly, being mindful of his injuries, and they took off to the convenience store to get bandages and ointment. Hitoshi got to the cat cafe 5 minutes earlier than the scheduled time and was surprised to be the first to arrive. He expected Midoriya to be the type of person to show up early, so maybe. He was wrong, but it was weird that Nito wasn't there yet. He always showed up at least 20 minutes before he needed to, yet 5 minutes from the planned time, and he was nowhere to be seen. He was about to pull out his phone to call and make sure he was okay when the bell at the door sounded, and he looked up to see Nito and Midoriya entering together. Fringe. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow at them, which made Nito just shake his head. He got the message, so he dropped it. Hey guys, I was starting to think you wouldn't make it, he said as they pulled out the chairs in front of him. Sorry, it's my fault. Are we late? Midoriya asked, fidgeting his bandaged. Hitoshi noted, hands. No, still early. He nodded towards Midoriya's hands. What happened? Oh. The boy looked towards Nito, obviously asking for help. Which was the wrong decision. Paper cuts. Nito blurted, which made both boys look at him incredulously. Very vicious paper cuts. Hitoshi turned from Nito to Midoriya, giving him an expectant look that made the boy sigh in defeat. I got in a fight. Hitoshi raised both of his eyebrows, while his eyes widened slightly, before going back to a neutral face. You don't seem like the type of person to get in fights. Izuku cringed, thinking of his nighttime activities. I'm not, usually. He looked up at Shinso with begging eyes. Please don't tell Kato-sensei. I can't get kicked out of the dojo. Don't worry, I won't. Izuku sighed in relief. but we should come up with a better cover story than vicious paper cuts. Monoma groaned, "Don't be it, Hitoshi, I had no time to come up with an excuse." Izuku laughed lightly at his friend's teasing. "So, any better ideas, Shinsuke-kun?" "First of all," he held up a finger, "please drop the formalities. You can call me Hitoshi or Shinso, but please no Shinsuke-kun or Hitoshi-kun." He fake gagged at the names. "Okay, H. Hitoshi." Shin Hitoshi nodded. "Then you both can call me Izuku." "Then call me Nito," Nito said as he looked at the menu. "I don't want to be the only one being called by their last name." "Okay, Nito." Izuku smiled. "So any ideas that aren't paper cuts?" "You fell off a bike?" Kato-sensei asks with wide eyes. "Are you okay?" Izuku waved his arms in front of his face. "I'm fine." "You have really good balance," she said as she looked him up and down. "How'd you fall?" "I was on my way to hang out with Hitoshi and Nito." He pointed to the two boys, who were having a conversation with Kendo on the other side of the room, "and then an animal ran in front of me, and I obviously didn't want to hit it, so I swerved to the side and fell on the concrete. Nito ran into me while I was on the ground. He helped me up and took me to a convenience store to get cleaned up, and then we walked to the cafe and met up with Hitoshi." When Izuku finished, he looked up at his teacher, who had a concerned look. "I'm really fine. It happened on Sunday, so I'm basically healed. I can practice, I promise." Kato-sensei sighed at the determined yet stubborn boy. "Ok." Izuku smiled. "But if you need to stop, stop, and try not to use your hands too much." "Okay, thank you, Kato-sensei." Izuku bowed before walking over to Hitoshi and Nito. "She said I can practice still, but I have to be careful." "Since when are you three so close?" "Hitoshi and Nito?" Setsuna asked with a raised eyebrow. "We have a lot in common," Izuku answered easily. "Uh-huh. Well, Hitoshi makes sense. He doesn't like formalities," she said, which made Hitoshi nod in agreement. "But you know, Nito didn't let anyone call him by his name until about 6 months of hanging out with us." "Really?" Izuku looked at the boy with raised eyebrows before looking back, and Setsuna with his head tilted in thought. I guess I'm special." He shrugged. Setsuna barked out a laugh and slapped Izuku's shoulder while looking at Nito. "Yeah, special." Nito just rolled his eyes. "We're friends, Setsuna." The girl just put her hands up in innocence and said, "I didn't say anything," before winking and walking over to Tsuburaba with a smirk. Izuku understood what she was insinuating and decided to ignore her. He and Nito were just friends. Of course, things could change in the future, but right now he is focusing on Cat's dream, and that's enough for him. Izuku had just come home from practice and was walking to his room when his mother spoke from the kitchen. "Oh, Izuku, you're home. How was practice? Was your hand okay?" Izuku smiled softly as he started to walk over to her. "It was good. My hands are fine, they should be all better in a couple of days." "That's good," she smiled softly. Izuku nodded as he grabbed a glass of water and turned back to walk to his room. "Oh," his mother suddenly said with a gasp. Izuku turned around quickly. "Mom? Are you okay?" "I almost forgot to mention, we're having dinner with Masaru and Mitsuki on Tuesday." Izuku furrowed his brows in confusion. Why? It wouldn't be the first time they had seen his aunt and uncle since Katsuki died, which was always bittersweet, but those dinners were usually on the weekend. Inko tilted her head to the side. "It's your birthday on Tuesday, silly. Did you forget?" "Oh," Izuku replied monotonously before laughing lightly and putting on a faux smile. Yeah, I must have forgotten." His mother's face looked a little bit concerned at his behavior, but before she could question him, he smiled and gave her a hug. "I'm gonna go to bed early tonight. A little tired from practice." Inko could only stare at her, obviously not okay, son, as he walked into his bedroom and closed the door behind him. She clutched her hands to her heart and sniffled. "Oh, Izuku," she whispered as she wiped away her silent tears. "I'm sorry, I don't know how to help you." The moment Izuku got up this morning, he knew something was wrong. Before he even opened his eyes, when he was half asleep but still in a dreamlike trance, he heard a voice and felt a faint tapping on his face. Zuku, the voice that was gentle yet rough, and Izuku could now recognize as Katsuki said, "Wake up." Izuku ignored the voice and instead squeezed his eyes shut and batted away the hand, which made Katsuki start swatting his face faster, and his voice turned more impatient. Izuku. Izuku didn't see Katsuki roll his eyes or hear him grumble up, "Hell, this dumbass, I swear." But what he did feel and hear was a heavy body fall on top of him, which knocked the breath out of him and made his eyes shoot open, and a voice that was too loud. For whatever time it was, say directly into his ear, "If your dumbass doesn't get up in the next 5 minutes, I'm eating all the pancakes that I made for you." Izuku whined as he rolled over again, this time to wrap his arms around Katsuki and beg for him to let him sleep longer, but his hands just fell onto the bed. He opened his eyes, weren't they already open? And saw that he was in his room alone, with the aloe plant that Katsuki and he both had in their windowsills being the only other living thing, besides Izuku himself. He sat up and looked around. It was blurry, so he tried to blink the sleep out of his eyes, only to discover he was crying. He balled his hands into fists and put them over his eyes. F dash. His voice cracked in a whisper, today's gonna SEK. Izuku sat like that, crying, for an unknown amount of time before he heard movement in the kitchen. He took a deep breath as he wiped his tears away, and smiled as he opened his door. Good morning. Inko turned around from the stovetop with a smile, which quickly morphed into concern when she saw Izuku's face. Izuku? Are you okay? He asked with a head tilt. What do you mean? Inko bit her lip before carefully saying, your eyes are all red, Izuku. Were you crying? Izuku just looked in the mirror in the hallway with a confused expression before changing it to a look of realization. Oh, I had something in my eye earlier and kept rubbing them. He turned to her with a smile. I'm fine, don't worry. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom and make sure it's out. Inko looked like she wanted to say something but didn't. Okay dear. Breakfast will be done soon. Okay. Izuku replied as he walked into the bathroom. When he closed the door, he breathed out a sigh of relief. He was happy his mom didn't push for answers, but it was exhausting to put on a bright smile and pretend he was okay when all he really wanted to do was see Katsuki and cry. But he couldn't do either. Unless. Izuku quickly washed his face and then went to his room to get changed. When he came out, he saw that breakfast was done. Pancakes. Katsuki's pancakes. Inko sat at the table with a gentle, yet cautious, smile. I asked Mitsuki for the recipe. Izuku just looked at the table with wide eyes. Inko stood up with her hands in front of her. I'm sorry, Izuku. I can make you something else. I thought maybe you would like them. Izuku's face was blank with tears streaming down it like a river. He opened his mouth to form words but nothing would come out. He didn't know what to say. Thank you for the meal. Why would I ever eat these without Cat? It's nice that you did this, but I don't think I can eat these. It's not the same. I'm sorry. In the end, he just turned towards the door and started putting his shoes on. Izuku? Izuku, I'm sorry, please don't go. Inko begged. Izuku grabbed his sweater and turned halfway to look at her. I can't do this today, he whispered, looking at the ground. I'm gonna go see Cat. Please don't bother me. He closed the door and Inko fell on her knees, clutching her heart as she sobbed. I don't know what I'm doing. She wailed helplessly as she gripped her hair. But how could I be screwing up this bad? Izuku isn't sure when or how he arrived at the cemetery. It was similar to the first time he came here, like he was numb to everything around him. The last time he was here was when he kicked All Might in the stomach. He kind of wanted to do that again, but at the same time, he wished someone would do it to him. He knows that it's All Might and the other heroes' fault that Cat died. He does. But he feels guilty. Maybe if he slipped away from Kamui Woods, he could have run to Cat and distracted the sludge villain for enough time that someone would help. Maybe if he distracted the sludge villain, Cat wouldn't have been out of oxygen by the time All Might stepped in. Maybe. Izuku doesn't know if any of that would have saved Cat, but there is something he could have done differently that probably would have changed everything. Do you want me to wait for you or? No, it probably won't take long, but you said you needed to get something from the store for Auntie Mitsuki after school. We can just meet up on the road back home or later at your house. He should have said, yeah, Cat, wait for me. It won't be that long. Okay. Katsuki was reluctant to leave him. Cat, I'll be fine. But Cat wasn't. Isn't. Neither of them is okay. Because Izuku killed him. He killed his own best friend. He killed his best friend. How could he do something like that? He's supposed to be a hero. For Cat. But he killed Cat. Who cares if he isn't the villain who captured him? Or the hero who knocked out Katsuki's last breath? If Izuku had just said, yes, instead of, no, Cat would still be alive, and Izuku wouldn't be a murderer. Izuku eventually calmed down as he walked through the graveyard, but when he caught sight of Katsuki's tombstone, he approached it cautiously like it was a scared animal that would run off if he moved too suddenly. He gently walked over and sat down in front of it, silently, as he looked with wide eyes that were filled with too many emotions. He swallowed down the lump in his throat and smiled wobbly. Hi, Cat. He was crying again. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered as he wiped his tears that kept falling. I haven't come to visit you at all even though I think of you every day. He looked down and started picking at the grass. He needed something to focus on so he could get the words he wanted to say out. It's my birthday today. You aren't here to do our traditions. Well, Mom tried to make your pancakes this morning, but he bit his lip trying to find the words he wanted to say. It's not the same. I understand what she was trying to do. It's not her fault. But I looked at those pancakes and he sniffled and tried to blink away his tears as he took a deep breath to calm himself. I had a dream about you this morning. It was so real. It wasn't a memory, it was like you were there. You did the same thing you do every birthday, but it wasn't. It was you. Izuku felt like he was going to throw up. When you died, I switched to online school and changed dojos. The people are really nice and the classes are easy. I even made 2 new friends. Their names are Nito and Hitoshi, they're nice. I switched to online because of the bullies, but it didn't really matter in the end. I got into a fight. I know. I got into a fight. He chuckled sadly. I don't really remember it, but Nito found me and helped me out. Izuku continued to talk about his new friends and how he felt about them, as people and as being friends. He started talking about the Discord he joined when a thought hit him and he just paused, so they found out I was analyst under Scribbage and Dash. Agai, he groaned as he gripped his hair. How could I forget about that? He looked back at the gravestone with an apologetic and awkward smile. I became a vigilante. I know that I shouldn't. But it's technically not illegal. I haven't given a name yet, but I actually really like it. I can see why you wanted to be a hero. His voice trailed out as he reached the end of the sentence. He closed his eyes and tried to get his breathing under control for what he wanted to say next. I'm sorry, Katsuki. I'm so sorry. If I hadn't told you to walk home without me, then you wouldn't have been sea captured by the sludge villain. He was sobbing now, clutching the grass underneath him like a lifeline. It wasn't grounding enough, so he wrapped his arms around himself and leaned down closer to the ground. Even as he sat like that, holding himself, sobbing while trying to catch just one breath, this is probably how Katsuki felt. You don't get to compare your pain to his when you did this to him. His body was shaking and he was practically rolling around in front of the grave, but he kept speaking. Me. And All Might, and the sludge villain An, and all those other heroes. We killed you, Kat. And I'm so sorry. His hands moved from gripping his arms to holding his face. He scrubbed and scrubbed at his tears, but they wouldn't go away. He tried to catch his breath but just ended up making himself cough from all the mucus in his throat. He tried to clear his throat but then felt ridiculous because he is literally sobbing right now, so he continued to cry and grip his face harder. His nails were digging into the skin above his eyebrows. He thought for a second that maybe he would start bleeding if he kept gripping so hard, but he didn't care enough to stop. The slight, sharp pain was grounding, and that was what Izuku needed right now. Izuku stayed like that, gripping his face harshly as he wailed. If this was any other time, he might be embarrassed. He was having a large breakdown in a public area. He might have been nervous that someone would walk up to him crying and try to comfort him. He didn't deserve comfort. No, Izuku wasn't embarrassed or nervous. He had no room in his thoughts to be thinking about such silly things right now. His mind was completely filled with Katsuki Bakugo. Like all the happy memories. All the sleepovers, holidays, and family outings. Hanging out after school or just being together. Or the less fun times. Like when Izuku and Kat fought over the tiniest things and would both cry thinking their friendship was over, only to reunite a few days later. Anytime he accidentally hurt Kat, or Kat accidentally hurt him. Thinking back on those times in particular made him feel awful. Even though it was small things in the past, things they laughed off. The thought that he ever hurt Kat in his life made him want to throw up. Thinking of Kat in pain led him to think of the heroes who didn't save him, but Izuku quickly shoved those thoughts out of his head. This isn't the time to be thinking about them. Instead, he thought about what their futures together could have been. Would have been. Izuku helping heroes by showing them better ways to use their quirks. Katsuki being the #1 hero. Ground Zero, the symbol of victory. That dream is dead now though, along with Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku would have liked to just stay at the cemetery, talking to Katsuki all day. He missed talking to him, even if this wasn't exactly the same. And even though he probably would have, he just couldn't. Talking to Katsuki's grave was both relieving and so painful. And sure, he deserved the pain that came along with it, but he couldn't do it. He couldn't. So he said goodbye to Kat for now, promising that he would visit him more and try to stay out of trouble, as he left to find something to do. He still didn't want to go home. He knew that his mom didn't mean any harm, but he didn't know what to say to her. If he went home now, they would either act like nothing happened, which they've been doing a lot lately, and it would be awkward, or she'd try to talk to him about it, and Izuku couldn't deal with that right now. A part of him wanted to go on patrol to distract himself, but a larger part of him was screaming at him for being a dumbass. He didn't have his clothes, weapons, he didn't even have a mask. It wasn't like he brought his wallet either, so he couldn't even buy one. So he started to walk around, looking for something he could do. He had been walking around for about 20 minutes and had seen absolutely nothing. It wasn't until he saw a daytime hero helping an old lady cross the street that he got an idea. He doesn't have his gear, but that doesn't mean he can't still help people. So now, instead of wandering around aimlessly, he was looking for people who needed help. People he could help without fighting off a criminal or getting hurt. It wasn't long that he heard someone crying in the park. "Haim, please come down," a child cried as she looked up at the tree, one hand reaching up and the other wiping her tears. Izuku walked over, and when he looked up he saw a white and gray short-haired cat on one of the branches not too far off the ground that was hissing at the little girl. "Hello." Izuku's voice was scratchy from crying and screaming, so he cleared his throat and spoke again. Do you need any help?" The little girl turned to him with teary eyes and a snotty nose. She grabbed his sleeve with one hand and pointed at the tree with the other. Please sir, help my kitten. She climbed up the tree and she won't get down. Izuku smiled softly at her and said gently, don't worry, I'll get her. He walked over to the tree and looked up at the cat. They weren't too far up the tree. Izuku could probably grab her without even having to climb, but he really didn't want to get attacked by an angry cat. He thought for a second before looking down at the sweater he was wearing. It was pretty thin and could definitely work for what he was thinking of. He took off the sweater and held out his right hand, palm side up. What are you doing, sir? The little girl asked with a head tilt as she sniffled. I'm going to try and scoop her up. With the sweater so I don't get scratched, Izuku replied as he did just that. The cat struggled in his grip, meowed, and tried to scratch him, but the second he handed her to the little girl, she relaxed and let herself be smothered in a hug. Heim, the little girl squealed as she took the cat. Don't ever do that again. Do you know how worried I was? She then turned to Izuku and bowed her head, still keeping a firm grip on the cat. Thank you, sir. Izuku smiled softly at her as he put his sweater back on. It's no problem. Make sure you hold on to her so she doesn't get stuck again. I will. Thank you. As Izuku walked away, he realized that he was a lot calmer than he was before, so he kept looking for more people who needed help. He helped some old people cross the street, a person whose bag ripped picked their items off the ground, and a kid find his mom. It was nice, and Izuku felt better than earlier, but being around so many people made him feel stuffy, so he decided to take a breather on the rooftop. He climbed up using the fire escape. He could have used this as a chance to practice parkour, but it was still bright out and he didn't want to cause unwanted attention. When he got up there, he just looked at the city and breathed. He didn't think about how nervous he was to have dinner with his mom, aunt, and uncle. He didn't think about his hate for the number one hero. He didn't even think about Cat. He just sat there, looking at the city of Mizudafu, with only the sounds of people and cars around him. He stayed like that for a while. He wasn't sure how long, but he was startled from his spacing out when he heard a noise behind him. He turned around and saw a teenage boy, maybe a few years older than him, who was about 170 centimeters with a short wolf cut, that was fluffed up with a bleached underside, and wearing a UA uniform. When Izuku got a better look at them, he could recognize the black and white, swirly eyes. God damn it. Izuku turned back to look at the city as Kanashi walked closer to him. Hey. His voice was deeper than most teens with an undertone of awkwardness to it. What are you doing up here? Izuku sighed dramatically as he turned to look at them. I'm not trying to kill myself if that's what you're thinking. Kanashi just scratched the back of his neck and chuckled lightly. That actually is what I was thinking. Izuku looked at him with narrowed eyes. I mean, I thought someone was trying to kill themselves. Not you. Izuku turned back to look at the city and Kanashi spoke again. So, what are you doing up here? Taking a break, Izuku replied, still looking at the city. A break from what? Why do you care? I'm not going to go kill myself, so can't you just mind your business? Kanashi looked down. I'm sorry, but I told you already, didn't I? I'm worried about you. You don't need to worry about me, Izuku said as he rolled his eyes. I'm fine. But your eyes are saying you aren't. I've seen that look before. If Izuku was looking at Kanashi, he might have seen the sadness and regret that was in his eyes. What look? He said in an exasperated voice. I'm perfectly fine. No, you aren't. I know it's not my place to say. You don't know me and I don't know you. But the last time I saw that look was when the symbol of peace told a kid with a weak quirk that he couldn't be a hero, and then the kid jumped off a roof. He slapped a hand over his mouth with wide eyes. Izuku stared back with equally wide eyes. Wow, he said monotonously, All Might really can get worse than I thought. Kanashi stared at Izuku, seemingly trying to analyze what Izuku was thinking. What do you mean? I guess All Might has killed multiple kids. Izuku gave a dry laugh before looking back at Kanashi with an apologetic look. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Did All Might do something to you too? Kanashi asked gently, sitting down on the ground while looking up at Izuku. Izuku sat across from him and said, Yeah. Well, not exactly to me, but my best friend. The older teen gave him a look like he understood how Izuku felt. Do you want to talk about it? Izuku shrugged. There's not much to say. I was captured by the sludge villain, got saved by All Might, he left. My best friend called me as he was getting attacked by the same sludge villain. I ran to him only to see All Might watching from the sidelines while he was suffocating, and then when All Might finally decided to do his job, it was too late. I'm sorry. It was quiet for a few seconds before Kanashi looked up again. Wait, are you on an All Might haters Discord? Is everyone I meet on that Discord? Izuku mumbled mostly to himself. What's your username? Dark Wolf. Izuku looked at him with a raised eyebrow and Kanashi just shrugged. I made it like 4 years ago and never changed it. Mine's analyst _. Izuku answered the question he knew Kanashi was bound to ask next. Kanashi smiled slightly. I figured. The silence started to get awkward and Izuku could feel his skin starting to buzz, so he tried to think of something to say, anything to fill the endless silence. So you go to UA? He asked as he gestured to the other boy's uniform. Yeah, I'm a second year in the support course. Izuku hummed in acknowledgement and Kanashi asked a question of his own. You're not wearing a uniform. What school do you go to? I go to school online, I'm in my last year of middle school. Kanashi turned to him with raised eyebrows. You're in middle school? Yes. He answered, unsure what the big deal was. Didn't he look like a middle schooler? You're a vigilante in middle school? Kanashi's voice started to rise in pitch. Yeah. He had a feeling he wasn't going to like where this conversation was headed. Why are you a vigilante in middle school? Izuku could tell he already sounded exasperated. Izuku shrugged, the heroes didn't save Cat. Kanashi hummed in response, probably not knowing what to say. The silence took over again. It wasn't awkward, but not exactly comfortable either. Silent in an understanding way. A way that didn't make Izuku's skin crawl for once. After maybe 10 or 20 minutes, he couldn't tell as time had been moving in strange ways ever since Cat went away. Kanashi asked Izuku another question. So what are you doing here? You said you were taking a break? Izuku turned to look at him. I wanted to patrol to distract myself but I didn't have my stuff, and I can't go home. So I was just helping random people with normal everyday things. Why can't you? Go home. Izuku could feel Kanashi's eyes on him, but he didn't want to see whatever look was bound to appear. It's my birthday and my mom tried to do something nice but I couldn't dash. Izuku shook his head and looked back at the skyline. I just couldn't. Are you going to go back home? His voice got soft, almost like he was afraid of the answer. Izuku shrugged with a tense smile. I kind of have to. I'm supposed to be having dinner with my aunt and uncle, Cat's parents, but I don't know what will happen when I get home. I'm not great with advice, and I obviously don't know what happened between you and your mom, but would it be better to avoid going home or get it over with? Izuku could see him shifting awkwardly out of the corner of his eyes. Izuku thought about it for a second. Get it over with. Kanashi smiled gently and nodded his head. Then maybe you should go home. Izuku sighed as he stood up. He rubbed his arm awkwardly as he looked down at Kanashi. Thanks for talking to me. It helped. He shook his head. It's no problem. I'm going to stay here a bit longer, or do you need to be walked home? Izuku rolled his eyes. I'm not that young. Kanashi chuckled softly, but sort of forced. Just checking. Good luck. Izuku nodded his head and started to go back down the fire escape when Kanashi called out to him. Hey! Izuku turned around. Happy birthday. Izuku tried his best to smile. Thanks. Izuku took a deep breath as he stood outside his apartment door. It's okay, Izuku, he whispered to himself. It's fine, it's gonna be fine. He turned the handle and braced himself for whatever was waiting on the other side. When he did, he saw Inko sitting at the table with her hands in her lap. Her face was blotchy and her eyes were red, with tears still streaming from them. Izuku! She looked up and smiled in relief while still crying as she ran up to Izuku. Oh Izuku, I'm so sorry. I was just Ash. I know, Izuku cut her off. It's not the same. I appreciate the thought but, he took a deep breath. I'm fine now. Inko looked at her son. He wasn't fine but, he was better than he was this morning. It still wasn't okay, but it was at least something. So she let him lie. I called Mitsuki. We were going to have her make Katsuki's katsudon for you but, I figured we shouldn't. She trailed off, unsure. Izuku grabbed his mom's hands and looked her in the eyes. Mom, she looked up at him. It's okay. I can do it. Are you sure? We can have something else. Or not go if you don't feel up to it. It's okay, Mom, he said with a determined look. Inko bit her lip and hugged her son. Okay. Happy birthday, Izuku-an, Mitsuki said as she hugged Izuku. Thank you, Auntie. Izuku smiled. It wasn't as bright as it used to be, but he was pretty sure it would never be that bright again. Ever since Kat died, Izuku and Mitsuki have hugged every time they saw each other. The hugs were always longer than a normal greeting and you were able to feel the love and care in it. It was like they were hugging as if it was the last time they would see each other. Which they probably were. Dinner's just about done, it's your favorite, she said as she released him, letting her hands linger on his shoulders for a moment. Izuku smiled softly. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Mitsuki ruffled his hair, which made Izuku chuckle as they walked to the dining room. Happy birthday, Izuku. Masaru smiled as he placed down the last plate of food on the table. Thank you. He sat down at his usual spot and tried to ignore the empty seat next to him. The rest all followed suit and soon enough started eating. It was quiet for a while, only a bit of chatter here and there and the clanking of chopsticks to interrupt it. It's been like that since Kat died. Before, there was rarely ever a moment of silence. Whether it was the adults talking or Izuku and Katsuki in their own little world, or everyone at once. The table was always full of smiles and laughter. Maybe the occasional yell, and Katsuki or Mitsuki throwing something at each other from across the table, but it was full of love. It was still full of love now, they all loved each other very much. But everyone's heart was a little empty, and a whole one was missing. So the quiet continued. And Izuku tried his best to ignore the itchy, burning feeling under his skin as he tried to focus on the food and pretend that everything was okay. Even though it wasn't. Nothing very noteworthy happened until Masaru brought up the topic of Yue. So Izuku. Izuku turned to his uncle, who looked to be choosing his words carefully. Are you still going to try for Yue? Izuku smiled sadly. I am. He bit his lip trying to think of how to say this. He didn't want to make them worry or hurt them. They probably also thought differently about heroes after Kat's death, but these were his parents. Are his parents. They'll keep being parents, even if they don't have a child anymore. And after losing their son to heroes, how will they feel about Izuku becoming one? Would they reject him? Would they look at him differently? Izuku didn't know what he would do without them. I'm sorry, Izuku stood up abruptly. I'll be right back. Izuku walked out of the dining room and rushed to the bathroom to cry. He stayed like that for. He doesn't know how long, but eventually someone knocked gently at the door. Izuku-an, it was Aunt Mitsuki. Can you come out? I want to talk to you. Izuku took a deep breath and with shaky hands, unlocked the door. He peeked through the crack and saw his aunt with a small smile. Hey kiddo, she nodded her head to the side. I need you to come with me, I want to show you something. Izuku cautiously opened the door fully. What is it? Mitsuki smiled sadly. It's in Katsuki's bedroom. Izuku's breath caught for a second. He bit his lip and blinked the tears out of his eyes. Okay. Your mom told me about the hero course, she said as they walked up the stairs. I'm sorry, he blurted softly. Mitsuki looked back at him with a raised eyebrow. For what? You probably hate heroes now, Izuku's voice cracked in a whisper. I know I do. Mitsuki wiped the stray tear that fell from Izuku's eyes as she blinked back her own. She took a deep breath as they entered the hallway. I do. I hate them. She looked at Izuku with a loving smile. But I don't hate you, I could never hate you. You're like a son to me, she wiped at her eyes quickly. Plus, you'd make a great hero. And I'm not the only one who thought that. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed. What do you dash? We're here, Mitsuki cut him off as she stood in front of Katsuki's door. It was similar to Izuku's, but instead of it having a green sign that said Izuku, it had an orange one that said Katsuki. He remembered painting on the little explosions with Kat once his quirk came in. Well, they look more like blobs of orange and red, but they tried their best. Izuku looked up at his aunt with a wobbly lip. You don't have to go in. You can just tell me what it is and I'll grab it. I know Kat's room like it's my own. No, it's fine, Mitsuki said as she put her hand on the door handle. Izuku could tell by her body language that she was just about as ready as he was. I just haven't been in here yet. The door opened with a creak, just like it always did ever since Katsuki learned how to slam a door. The room looked exactly how it always did, but all the warmth in it was missing. It was like looking at a picture of a sunset. You knew it was supposed to be warm and bright, but something was missing. Katsuki was always so warm and bright. Mitsuki sniffled as she took a timid step into the room. I'm not sure exactly where it is, but you can look around while I try to find it. I can help dash, he offered. Mitsuki put her hand up. No, I'll find it. Izuku nodded hesitantly and turned to look around, not knowing where to start. It felt wrong to be in here without Kat. He never did like people going through his stuff. His right hand grazed across Katsuki's bookshelf, which held romance novels and mangas, with the occasional comic book. There were little mementos and framed pictures of Izuku and Katsuki on top. I remember this, Izuku said as he picked up one of the frames, ignoring the thin layer of dust he could feel under his fingertips. It was one from last Christmas. It felt like it was from a lifetime ago. Inko had knitted Izuku and Katsuki matching sweaters, a dark green one for Izuku, and a dark red for Katsuki. Mitsuki thought it was adorable and made them take a picture with them on. Mitsuki looked back from where she was digging through a drawer and snorted. He acted so grumpy about taking that photo. We even had to get him to laugh to get one of him smiling, she said with a soft chuckle that Izuku reciprocated before getting a soft look in her eyes. But he loved it. He wore that sweater so often I had to threaten to hose him down to let me wash it. I remember. Izuku chuckled under his breath. Mitsuki came closer to inspect the photo. Izuku was on Katsuki's back in it, his arms hugging around his neck. That I should have hugged him more. Izuku turned to look at his aunt when her voice cracked. She had tears in her eyes again. They were filled with sadness and regret, and another emotion Izuku couldn't name. It was always a hair ruffle, or a playful push or shove. But I should have given him more hugs. Izuku wiped away a tear. He knew how much you loved him, Auntie. That's just how you guys were. He tried his best to console her. Maybe, she sniffled. The last time I saw him was that morning. He was complaining about how your guy's last year of middle school was stupid and he wanted to be at UA already. Her voice cracked again. I told him that he just needs to get through it, that it will go by fast. She looked down at Izuku with a sad smile. That would have been the perfect time for a hug. Izuku opened his arms for his aunt and she took the opportunity to hug him while she cried. How do parents do it, Izuku? You see it all the time on the news, of course we do with the society we live in. Izuku gripped her a little tighter, but how do they wake up every day and breathe knowing that their child isn't? Izuku's aunt was saying exactly how he felt. She was saying all the things he wished he could say but didn't know who to turn to with that would understand, so he decided to share as well. Sometimes, Izuku started with a sniffle, for just a second I'll forget that he's gone. I'll wake up, or be doing something and think about what he and I will do, or what I'll tell him and then I remember and it's like hearing those paramedics again, and I just want to scream, Auntie. Mitsuki pulled back from the hug and looked at Izuku with tears still streaming down her cheeks. Then scream. Izuku fell into Mitsuki's chest and wailed. It was different from the scream crying he had at the scene of the crime, or the breakdown he had at the cemetery. It wasn't earth-shattering, but it was still heart-wrenching, just in a different way. It wasn't the screaming of disbelief and pain that came with the knowledge that your best friend was dead. It was quieter, more subdued, but you could still hear the anguish in Izuku's throat. Instead of suppressing or blowing up, he was simply feeling his emotions. He hated it but he loved it. He felt like he was drowning but also like he had taken his first real breath since that day. It was exhausting, emotionally and physically. It was easier to just hold it in and pretend he was fine. But at the same time, it was so much harder. Letting it out made him feel relieved. He didn't feel tense like he was always on the verge of tears because his body was loose and he was letting himself cry. It felt nice to not pretend. Mitsuki and Izuku sat like that for a while. It was the first time either of them was allowing themselves to cry and say what they were feeling to another person. Of course, Mitsuki could talk to her husband and he would understand, but she felt like she needed to be strong. Be the rock for Masaru to lean on. And sometimes that meant you didn't get to grieve yourself. When they finally calmed down, Mitsuki looked up and huffed a smile. Do you feel better? Izuku laughed weakly. Do you? Mitsuki smiled and shook her head. No, but it's probably best that I let you get that out before showing you this, she said, holding up a green notebook Izuku has never seen before. Izuku squinted his eyes. What is that? I don't recognize it. This, she shook the notebook in her hand, is probably the only thing Katsuki has ever kept from you. Now I'm even more curious, he said, wiping away the last of the wetness from his face. Mitsuki placed it into Izuku's hands softly before standing up and going to the door. She turned around with a caring smile and said before leaving, I wasn't lying. We all know you'd make a great hero. Izuku watched his aunt shut the door and looked down at the notebook in his hands. He stood up and walked over to Katsuki's bed. His bed was always comfortable. He tried not to think of all the sleepovers that would never happen again. He grabbed one of Katsuki's fluffy pillows, the ones Kat would flip out over if anyone knew he liked, and held it in his lap. He rested his chin on it and opened the first page. Izuku, if you're reading this, put it back where your grubby hands found it. It's not for you to see. Izuku smiled fondly as he flipped the page. Either you're snooping but is still reading, or I let you read this because you changed your mind. Or you're not here to stop me, Kat, Izuku mumbled, but change my mind about what? What is this? He turned the page. Are you choosing to be a hero? Izuku stared with wide and confused eyes as he reread the sentence. Are you choosing to be a hero? That's what Kat said, but why? A teardrop fell on Izuku's hand. Why am I crying? Nothing has even happened yet. Haven't I cried enough? Izuku asked himself as he helplessly wiped the tears away and continued reading. I know it's not your dream, but I think you would make a great hero, Izuku. We've always had it all planned out. Ever since we were brats. You'll be the best FING quirk analyst in the industry, and I'll be the #1 hero. The symbol of victory, ground zero. Better than even All Might. Izuku put his hand over his mouth as he cried. You were always better than All Might, Kat. It's a good plan. It's a great one. But what am I supposed to do now, Kat? Izuku sobbed as he clutched his chest. The plan's changed. You're not here. But what if we did something different? Something better? Izuku shook his head. I don't think that's possible. I don't know if that will ever be possible with how much you love quirks. I don't know what could possibly make you want to change careers. He let another sob break through. But I wrote this down for you in case you ever change your mind. Turn the page. Izuku hesitated before turning the page, though he was pretty sure no matter what it said he wouldn't be ready for it. When he was finally able to convince himself to turn it, all he could do was gasp. He sat with his mouth agape and tears flowing out of his eyes as he analyzed the page. It had a drawing of a hero costume. A hero costume for Izuku. It was a green, full-body jumpsuit with a red belt, white gloves that went up to his bicep, black knee pads and his red shoes, but with metal on them to make his kicks harder. It also had a green mask that was the same shape as the one Katsuki wanted for his hero costume, and Izuku uses for his vigilante one. Written at the top of the page was, The Quirkless Hero, Leveler. Izuku just stared at the page in awe for a while. Oh Cat. He sighed. Why didn't you ever tell me? But Izuku knew why Cat never told him. It was the same reason he wrote it all down. He wanted it to be Izuku's choice. Plus, he'd probably be embarrassed. Izuku turned the page to see what else was written. Do you like it? Of course you FNG do, I designed it. Izuku smiled fondly. He knew Mitsuki definitely helped with this. I came up with the name Leveler, because if you were a quirkless hero, you'd have to level the playing field, but you could definitely do it. Plus, Ground Zero and Leveler sound like a team. And don't hero teams usually have names that go together? Like that one duo that died a few years ago, which I can't remember but you probably can. FING nerd. He laughed wetly. The water hose. And that's what we are, a team. But obviously not dead. Izuku had to stop reading. Izuku woke up in Cat's bed. When did I fall asleep? He wasn't sure what time it was because Katsuki had blackout curtains, but it was definitely the next day. He stretched out his limbs and looked around. When he turned to look down at the bed, he saw something peeking out from under one of the pillows. He lifted it up and almost dropped it, but instead kept a firm grip on it. It was an old All Might plushie that Izuku had bought for Katsuki on his 8th birthday. He didn't know that Cat even still had the doll, let alone slept with it at night. He must have hidden it when I came over because he was embarrassed. Izuku couldn't even be mad or disgusted right now. Neither of them knew how bad of a hero All Might really was at the time, but he was still conflicted. It felt wrong to have a plush of Cat's murderer on his bed, but it also held sentimental value. Cat must have really liked it if he slept with it every night. Izuku lifted up the pillow and put the plushie back where he found it. I'm sorry, Cat, he whispered. He turned his head back up and swung his legs off the bed. He was about to stand up, but then he saw something orange and black on the nightstand. It was Katsuki's half to their friendship bracelets. I thought you were buried with this. Auntie and uncle must have asked to keep it. Izuku reached over with shaky hands and carefully lifted it up as if it would fall apart if he gripped it a little too hard. He placed it softly in his left hand and grazed his right pointer finger over the kit that was in the middle. He bit his lip in thought for a second before slipping it on his right wrist. He hasn't worn his own bracelet since that day. It felt weird to wear his when Cat wasn't, but he would put it on when he got home. Anything to keep Katsuki's memory alive. Inko and Mitsuki sat at the counter downstairs with cups of coffee in hand. Do you think we should check on him? Inko asked. He's been up there all night. Are you sure he's okay? Mitsuki gave Inko a tense smile as she placed her mug down, her hands still wrapped around it. He's not okay. He probably won't be for a long time. I'm not sure any of us will. She mumbled quietly before looking up again, this time reaching out to place one of her hands on Inko's. The notebook I gave him was Katsuki's. It was for Izuku to have if he ever decided to be a hero. He probably needs some time after looking through that, Inko. Inko looked at her friend with wide, teary eyes. Yeah, you're right. She chuckled lightly as she used her other hand to wipe her tears. Sorry, I'm just worried about him. It's understandable. Mitsuki unwrapped her hand from Inko's to take another sip of coffee. He probably won't be okay, but if you're there for him, he'll get better. I know I felt a hell of a lot better after hugging it out with the brat. Inko chuckled lightly, bringing her hand up to her mouth. Mitsuki's eyes caught movement which caused her to turn her head towards the stairs. She saw Izuku and got a soft but sad smile. Morning, brat, do you want breakfast? Izuku smiled tiredly as he went up to the counter and sat down next to his mother. Yes, please. Inko turned to her son with a wobbly smile. Did you sleep well, Izuku? Izuku hesitantly nodded his head. That I slept through the night and had no nightmares. That's good. Inko said with a little too much enthusiasm. As the mother-son duo had idle chatter at the counter, Mitsuki smiled sadly and blinked back tears. It was nice to see Izuku and Inko actually talking. From what she had been hearing, they rarely did that nowadays. But it hurt to see. To say she missed her son felt hollow. There is no way to fully explain the feeling of losing your child. It was like an important piece of her went missing that day and nothing could ever replace it. He drove her crazy and they bickered a lot, but she would trade anything in the world to have just one more minute with him. One more stupid argument. One more, you hag. One more anything. But it wasn't possible. Auntie Mitsuki, Izuku said softly from where he stood beside her, when did he get here? It's going to burn, he said as he carefully took the spatula from her and moved around the fish that was in the pan. Mitsuki blinked. Oh. She put her hand on his shoulder and squeezed it lightly, a forced smile on her face. Thank you, Izuku. What would I do without you? Izuku smiled sadly but didn't answer. She couldn't lose another son. Izuku didn't go on patrol that night. He was thinking about too many things and had too many emotions going on inside him. He didn't trust himself to not make a stupid decision if he went out there, so instead he stayed home with his thoughts. But just because he wasn't going on patrol didn't mean he would sleep. Insomnia SCKS. Izuku sighed. He sat there, staring up at his ceiling for what felt like hours, but was probably only 10 minutes, until he got a message on his phone. The Insomnicats. Sleepy cat today at 3:22 a.m. Why is it called a Kit Kat and not a Sit Cat? Copycat today at 3:23 a.m. Why are you thinking about this at 3 in the morning? Sleepy cat today at 3:22 a.m. I'm eating a Kit Kat. But SRSOY. Magnifying glass tilted left. Why is it called it? Why is a Kit Kat called a Kit Kat? Why is it called a boom mic? Why is it called an oven? Why is it called a hamburger? Smarty cat today 3:24 a.m. I looked it up. Apparently it was named after a man who made pies in 17th century London. Sleepy cat today at 3:24 a.m. Yeah, but why K and not C? Copycat today at 2:25 a.m. The guy was called Christopher Catling, so it should be CIT cat. Sleepy cat today at 2:26 a.m. Smarty cat today at 2:27 a.m. Wait, the man's name was Christopher Catling, but he called the pies Kit Kats, so if anything they should be called Kit Kats. Sleepy cat today at 2:27 a.m. And C is a pretty letter. At Smarty cat. Wait, the man's name was Christopher Catling, but he called the pies Kit Kats, so if anything they should be called Kit Kats. Copycat today at 2:28 a.m. Like kitten cats but kitten shortened? Smarty cat today at 2:28 a.m. Maybe? Sleepy cat today at 2:29 a.m. C is for cookie. Smarty cat today at 2:29 a.m. C is for committing crimes. Copycat today at 2:30 a.m. C is for CID cats. Because of Izuku's lack of sleep, he was basically only standing because of the amount of caffeine in his system. Which wasn't great because he was supposed to have dojo practice today. He felt more tired than he had ever been before. Even more tired than after a long night of patrol. Apparently crying took a lot out of you, and he had been doing a lot of that the past few days. When he entered the building, the looks he got from Nito and Hitoshi were all he needed to see to know how bad he looked. Izuku, are you okay? Nito asked in a concerned voice, looking him over. You don't look so good. Yeah, I didn't realize we were having an eye bag competition, Hitoshi added sarcastically, but you could tell he was just as worried. I'm fine, I just didn't sleep, Izuku said, not even bothering to plaster on a fake, reassuring smile as he pushed past them to get into the changing rooms. Okay Izuku, he mumbled as he took off his shirt. You just need to make it through this class and then you can crawl into bed, and try to get your brain to shut off for a while. He changed into his uniform absent-mindedly, his brain still replaying the contents of Kat's notebooks. Kat must have really wanted to be a hero duo if he made a whole notebook. He wasn't sure what to do with that information. It's not like it matters now, he's dead. That didn't stop him from being upset. Opportunities missed and all that. He wasn't mad at Kat, he's not sure he could ever be mad at him again. He was mad at himself for not realizing how much fun being a hero could be. He's mad at himself for not realizing that he could be a hero analyst and a hero. He's mad at himself for giving up his original dream of being a hero, the one he had before he was told he was quirkless. He always knew anyone could be a hero, including himself, so why did he give up? Was there a part of him that thought he couldn't do it and that's why he decided to embrace his analysis and love for quirks? He loves quirk analysis, he doesn't think that would change even if he did keep wanting to be a hero all his life, so why couldn't he just do both? Why couldn't he be a hero with Katsuki? Katsuki being the only hero was fine. But Izuku? Just Izuku? How was he supposed to do this alone? He took a deep breath as he opened the door to the changing room. He just has to get through one class. He can do this. When he exited the changing room, more tired than when he entered, Kato-sensei was already putting the rest of the class through their warm-up stretches. Izuku bowed, to which he received a small nod and a concerned glance in return, and silently took his place on the mat between Hitoshi and Nito. He started following along with the rest of the class while trying his best and failing to stay focused. Okay, Kato-sensei said, clapping her hands to gain attention, which really worked for Izuku. Today we're going to be doing some light sparring matches. I'll be separating you into pairs. Izuku zoned out again and only tuned in again when he heard his name. Midoriya and Tokage. Kato-sensei called out, before continuing down the list. Izuku turned towards Setsuna and nodded briefly before grabbing a set of gloves, foot covers, and his mouthguard, starting to get ready. They met on their mats and gave each other a bow. Ready to lose, broccoli boy? Setsuna smirked lightheartedly with a chuckle. The only thing that's going to get lost is your tail, lizard girl, Izuku said as he got into a fighting stance, bouncing lightly to loosen himself up more. If he was paying attention to those outside of Setsuna, he would have seen the looks of confusion that were shot his way. He wasn't exactly known at the dojo for his snark and nicknames. Instead, all he saw was Setsuna chuckle at his remark. Let's go then. Setsuna attacked first with a couple of jabs and cross jabs to the face that Izuku blocked easily with his gloves. They weren't hard jabs, but they are never meant to be when sparring. Sparring was mostly meant to help each other with technique more than gaining power or trying to win. Izuku bent his leg slightly and swung it into a side kick, aiming for her knee. She blocked it by lifting her leg and letting the meat of her calf take the blow. It went on like this for a few minutes, each of them aiming kicks and punches at each other comfortably. After all the nights of fighting people with so much to lose, a simple sparring match was very relaxing, and Izuku soon enough found himself not really focusing on the fight, just letting his body move on its own. It was the first time in a long time that his mind wasn't spinning with thoughts of Katsuki, but he should have known his moment of peace wouldn't last long. Midoriya. He faintly heard Kato-sensei calling his name, but it seemed so far away. It wasn't until he saw a flash of pale blonde hair and Nito's periwinkle eyes, which were filled with worry and fear, standing in front of him and grabbing Izuku's incoming fist, that he was able to snap himself out of it. He stared with wide eyes at his wrist that was still in the blonde's hand, and then took a second to look around him. Setsuna was hiding behind Nito with her arms branched around her head, crouched down in a bow, as Hitoshi kneeled at her side. Nito slid his hands up to Izuku's biceps, using his thumbs to rub comforting circles to try and ground him. It was working well. Izuku, Nito said gently, "What's going on?" Izuku could hear the worry in his voice, but he could only stare in confusion, his brows furrowed and his eyes wide, while his mouth sat slightly open. He shook his head slightly, trying to recall the spar, but it was just coming in flashes. But those flashes were enough for him to realize that he went harder than he ever should have during a spar. He crossed his arms up to grab Nito's hands, placing them back at the boy's side. "I'm so sorry, Setsuna. I don't know what just happened," Izuku stuttered out with tears building up in his eyes as it got harder for him to breathe. He felt panic rising in his chest and knew that he has to get away from all the eyes that were on him. He took a quick look around, and with one last mumbled apology and a look that spelled regret, he bolted to the changing rooms. Nito wasn't sure what exactly was happening. Izuku arrived at the dojo, dragging his feet with eye bags that rivaled Hitoshi's, and when Hitoshi made a sarcastic comment about it, instead of giving a snarky response, Izuku told them he didn't get any sleep. He didn't even try to do the small, but fake, reassuring smile that he always did. It all made warning bells ring in Nito's head. When Izuku went into the changing rooms, Nito turned to Hitoshi with a worried face. "Something's wrong." Hitoshi stared at him with an unimpressed face. "Really? I hadn't noticed." Nito didn't even take the time to roll his eyes at Hitoshi's sarcasm. "I'm serious. Something must have happened to him." "Probably," Hitoshi said with furrowed brows. "Let's just keep an eye on him for now." "Okay," Nito sighed, not really liking that option, but not knowing what else they could do. Izuku had been in the changing rooms for 10 minutes. Class was going to start any minute now. "Are you sure we shouldn't go check on him?" Nito asked for the third time. "Jesus Christ, Nito," Setsuna laughed. "Maybe he just had to go to the bathroom or something." Nito still couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but agreed anyway. "Yeah, maybe." They waited another 2 minutes and Izuku still hadn't come out yet. "We're about to start, where's Midoriya?" Kato-sensei asked as she stood in front of the class doing a quick head count. "He's still in the changing room," Kozai answered. "Okay," Kato-sensei sighed, "let's just start then." The class started doing the warm-ups, and about a minute or two in, Izuku came out of the changing room, looking worse than when he entered. Kato-sensei sent him a worried glance but didn't say anything. She just nodded as Izuku bowed. Nito sent him a concerned glance as well, but Izuku didn't see it. He just took his spot between Hitoshi and Nito and started going through the exercises with the rest of the class. "Okay," Kato-sensei said, clapping her hands, which made Izuku jump a little, and Nito sent him another worried look. "Today we're going to be doing some light sparring matches. I'll be separating you into pairs. Hagakure and Shinso, Ojiro and Kendo, Midoriya and Tokage." Nito noticed how Izuku looked up at his name, seemingly not paying attention. It caused worry to turn in his gut as he watched Izuku slowly stand and walk over to the sparring gear. "Tsuburaba and Minoma," he heard Kato-sensei call. He sent one last worried glance to Izuku, who was putting on his gloves, and walked over to put on his own. "And then Kaibara, you will have to spar with me." Izuku and Setsuna's round started while Nito and Kozai were still putting on their gloves. "Ready to lose, broccoli boy?" The class could hear Setsuna taunt. It wasn't unusual for the girl to try and get a rise out of her opponents. "The only thing that's going to get lost is your tail, lizard girl." The class turned to look at the green-haired boy, confused. At the dojo, Izuku was always polite and quiet, with the occasional stutter. Nito and Hitoshi were the only ones who were used to seeing Izuku be snarky, but it still surprised both boys that Izuku would act like that towards someone he isn't as close to. Setsuna wasn't deterred by Izuku's words, actually the opposite, as she laughed and said, "Let's go then." Before starting. As Izuku and Setsuna started, the rest of the class snapped out of their surprise to start their own matches. As Kozai and Nito traded blows, Nito's attention kept going back to Izuku. His face was so blank, and his eyes, which usually held a small sparkle in them, seemed to be unfocused and dull. Suddenly, Cozy Eye stopped and said in an exasperated voice, "Dude, where is your head at right now?" Nito looked at him with furrowed brows. "What do you mean? You haven't been paying attention at all." "Sorry," Nito said, rubbing the back of his head. "I'm worried about Izuku. Something's off with him." Cozy Eye got a look of understanding before saying, "Midoriya's probably fine. Look at Dash." Cozy Eye stopped once he turned to the boy in question and his eyes widened. "What the hell is he doing?" Nito looked over and saw Izuku fighting Setsuna. It was way more rough than it should have been for a light spar. "Midoriya, stop. Midoriya." Kato-sensei called out from across the room in an attempt to stop the match. But Izuku didn't stop. He didn't even seem to hear Kato-sensei's words. Setsuna was backing up and looking around, not knowing what to do, before Izuku hit her in the head. She crouched down, putting her hands on her head, but Izuku didn't even notice. He just tried to take another swing. Nito threw off his gloves as he ran in front of Setsuna and caught Izuku's fist, mid-punch. Izuku snapped out of whatever trance he was in, staring at Nito with wide eyes before looking at his hand. He blinked a bit before looking around him, seeming confused at what was going on. Nito slid his hands up to Izuku's biceps, using his thumbs to rub comforting circles, effectively grounding him. "Izuku," Nito said gently, "what's going on?" Izuku just stared at him in confusion, his brows furrowed and his eyes wide, while his mouth sat slightly open as he panted out short breaths and shook his head while blinking rapidly. Suddenly, Izuku looked up with teary eyes. He grabbed Nito's hands from his arms and put them to the boy's side. "I'm so sorry, Setsuna." Izuku stuttered out as his breathing quickened. I don't know what just happened." Izuku looked around with panic in his eyes as he searched for an escape. "I'm sorry." Izuku mumbled through choked tears as he ran into the changing rooms. "I'll go talk to him," Nito said to no one in particular before running after the boy. Everyone in the dojo trusted that Nito would be able to calm Izuku down and figure out what was going on, and that it would be best if they gave them some space. Izuku ran into the changing rooms and almost immediately fell on his knees against a set of lockers. "What did I do? Why did I? How Dash?" He ripped off his gloves and threw them to the floor as he clutched at his chest, unable to breathe. "What is wrong with me? Why did I do that?" Izuku was still spiraling when Nito suddenly burst through the door. "Izuku!" the blonde yelled in a worried voice as he ran up and crouched down next to Izuku. "Izuku, calm down. It's okay." Izuku shook his head with teary eyes, his hands clutching the front of Nito's shirt. "No, it's not. I hurt her, Nito. What is wrong with me?" Izuku started sobbing, so Nito wrapped him up in a hug. "Izuku, Setsuna's okay. She's perfectly fine. You'll just have to explain what happened." "But I don't know what happened, Izuku cried, letting the nickname slip. "It was like I wasn't even there. We were starting the match and then you were in front of me. And Setsuna was hurt, and it was all because of me." Nito wrapped his arms around Izuku a little tighter, rubbing a hand soothingly up and down his back. He didn't know what to say. He wasn't very good at comforting people. But Izuku seemed to like being hugged, so if that was all he could do for him, Nito would become the best demon hugger in the world. After a while, Izuku let go of Nito and wiped his face. "I'm sorry, I cried all over your shirt. Again." Nito huffed a laugh. "I don't care about the shirt. I care about you." Nito's eyes got softer. "Izuku, what's going on? You don't have to tell me, but if there's anything I could do to help, even just hugging you while you cry, I'd like to try and make you feel better." He gently ran a thumb under one of Izuku's eyes to wipe away the wet streaks. Izuku furrowed his brows. "What do you mean? I told you I don't know why that happened." Nito gave him a look that was both unimpressed and caring. "Not that. I mean when you came in today. You looked awful." Izuku snorted jokingly. "Gee, thanks." Nito rolled his eyes playfully. "You know what I mean. You said you didn't get any sleep, but I don't think that's the only thing wrong." Izuku took a deep breath as he thought about what he should say. He didn't really like talking about his feelings, but he did feel better after doing that with his aunt. If Izuku were to talk to anyone outside of his family, it would probably be Nito. Izuku looked back at Nito, who was waiting patiently with a caring look. "That it was my birthday on Tuesday. It didn't exactly start off great. I had a dream about Cat." Izuku sniffled and Nito put his hand on Izuku's. Izuku held his hand back and gave a thankful smile before continuing. "I came out of my room and my mom made the pancakes that Cat would always make, and it was sweet and thoughtful of her, but I couldn't do it, so I dash." Nito noticed Izuku's sentences quickening and squeezed his hand a little tighter. "Breathe, Izuku." Izuku took a deep, shuddering breath, squeezing his hand back. "Thanks. Anyways, I couldn't really be there, so I left and went to Cat's grave. It was the first time I had gone since the funeral, and it was bittersweet. I felt better talking, but it wasn't him. He's not here and he isn't going to answer me, so it really hurt." Nito nodded in understanding with a look that wasn't pity but care. After I left, I realized that I still didn't want to go home and I couldn't go on patrol because my stuff was at home. Wait, Nito interrupted with a confused look. Patrol for what? Izuku stopped breathing for a second and looked at Nito with wide eyes. What the… Izuku, Nito said, waving his hand that wasn't holding Izuku's in front of his face, effectively gaining Izuku's attention. You can tell me, but you don't have to. Izuku looked down, weighing his options. If I don't tell him and slip up again, he might figure it out himself. Plus, how would I explain Kanashi? Just like before, if Izuku was going to tell anyone outside of his family, it would be Nito. Not that he thought he'd ever be ready to tell his family about his nighttime activities. Izuku took a deep breath before hesitantly looking into Nito's eyes. Have you ever heard of the vigilante? Izuku looked down with furrowed brows. I don't have a name yet. He looked back up at Nito, who was looking with wide eyes. He wears a red hoodie and a black skull shirt? Your Shinku? Izuku cringed. Is that what they're calling me? Nito looked at him with an incredulous look and an amused smile. Is that what you're worried about? Izuku shrugged with a smile, his nose scrunched up in disgust. I don't like it. Nito laughed and shook his head. You're a vigilante in middle school and you're worried about the name they gave you? Izuku huffed and mumbled. Why does everyone keep bringing up the middle school part? Nito looked at him with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean everyone? Who else knows? Just this other vigilante. Izuku waved his hand. He's actually part of my story. Oh, right, the story, Nito said, straightening up, ignoring the million other questions going through his head. So you wanted to go on patrol but couldn't. What happened next? I decided to just go around helping people. I helped this girl get her cat out of a tree and this other boy find his mom. Nito smiled softly. You know, we're all aspiring heroes, but it seems like you already are one. Izuku looked at Nito, speechless. Oh no, did I say something wrong? Nito asked worriedly. Izuku tilted his head. What do you mean? You're crying, Nito said as he reached up and wiped away Izuku's tears. Izuku reached up and felt his other cheek, which was definitely wet with tears. God damn it, Izuku mumbled and he wiped at them. Why do I keep crying? Nito bit his lip as he watched Izuku cry. Do you want to take a break? You don't have to tell me. No, Izuku said, taking a breath. It's fine. Are you sure? Nito tried. No matter how curious he was, he didn't want to push Izuku. Yeah, Izuku cleared his throat. So after I helped some people, I went to this rooftop to get some air and it was really peaceful. Izuku smiled before grimacing, which looked more like an angry pout. But then this vigilante that thinks I'm suicidal came up thinking I was trying to kill myself. Nito's breathing hitched. Why do they think you're suicidal? Izuku shrugged. He says I have the look of someone who doesn't care about life in my eyes. I'm not suicidal, so it doesn't really matter what he says. Nito nodded hesitantly, and Izuku noticed. Oh, not you too, Izuku groaned before grabbing both of Nito's hands and looking him in the eyes. I'm not suicidal. Nito took a deep breath, his eyes still filled with concern. Okay, I believe you. Good, Izuku nodded, placing their, still intertwined, hands between them. So we talked and I told him about Cat and he convinced me to go home. That's not good, right? Nito asked, not sure what to say. Izuku hummed as he played with Nito's hands. It is, I'm not sure how long it would have taken me to get home if we didn't talk. Nito nodded his head. So you went home, was it okay? Izuku tilted his head. It went about the way I expected, but I didn't feel as bad. At least it was better. Yeah. So after I got home, my mom and I went to my aunt and uncle's, Cat's parents, Izuku clarified, and dinner was. The past few family dinners haven't been great. It's always quiet, and Cat's chair is next to mine but he isn't there, and it really kiss. Nito didn't say anything, he just squeezed Izuku's hand again. My uncle asked about UA and I was nervous because Cat got killed by heroes, so now I hate heroes, and those are his parents so they have to hate heroes too, and what if they hated me because I was becoming one? Hey, Nito said gently, gaining Izuku's attention, I'm sure they don't hate you. Izuku smiled softly, I know that now. But at the time I didn't, so I went to the bathroom and cried until my aunt came and got me. She told me she wanted to show me something in Cat's room, another hand squeeze. I told her I was sorry and why, and she said that even though she also hates heroes now, she doesn't hate me because I'm like a son to her. Nito started rubbing circles on Izuku's hand. Izuku took a deep breath before continuing. We got to Cat's room and cried and hugged and it felt nice to talk to her. He looked up at Nito with a thankful smile. It feels nice to talk to you too. Nito smiled back softly. I'm glad. So, Izuku continued, she handed me a notebook I had never seen before, saying it was Cat's, and before she left she told me that they all think I would make a great hero. Nito now realized why Izuku was crying. Yeah. Izuku said, understanding what the blonde meant. So I read the notebook and… Izuku wanted to talk about it, he did, but he also didn't want to cry. Nito noticed him hesitating. He knew Izuku would want to continue, so instead of asking again, he squeezed his hand and gently said, "Hey, take your time. I'll listen when you're ready." Izuku sent him a small, wobbly smile. He was thankful to have a friend like Nito. After a few minutes of comfortable silence, in which Izuku was able to gather his thoughts, he took a deep breath. "Okay, I'm ready." "Are you sure?" Izuku nodded with some hesitance before talking. "I opened the notebook and it was from Cat for me." He bit his lip and blinked back tears, for if I ever wanted to be a hero. Izuku choked out a sob and Nito pulled him into another hug, which Izuku melted into. He said that it was F for if I ever chose to be a hero. We could have been heroes together. Izuku gripped the back of Nito's shirt tightly. He even drew me a hero costume and gave me a hero name. Leveler, which could have been the other half of our duo. Izuku cried while Nito whispered comforting words in his ear. "Why?" Izuku asked helplessly, "Why couldn't I have just chosen to become a hero while Cat was still here? Why do I have to do it alone?" Nito held Izuku a little tighter to his chest as he blinked back his own tears. "I know it's not the same, but you're not alone. Not anymore." They stayed like that, Nito holding Izuku while he cried, for who knows how long. Eventually, Izuku stopped crying, but neither boys made a move to get out of their position. It was the comfort Izuku needed, and both of them felt comfortable and content. They stayed like that, basically cuddling on the locker room floor, until Hitoshi came in. "Izuku? Nito?" Hitoshi called out before he came around the corner, not saying anything about their positions. "Practice is going to be over in about 10 minutes. Kato-sensei wanted me to check on you guys." "Oh God," Izuku mumbled, sitting up and putting his hands in his hair. "What if I get kicked out of the dojo?" "Setsuna's fine," Hitoshi said, causing Izuku to let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. "You should be okay." Nito turned to look at Izuku, grabbing his hands from his hair. "You don't have to tell her everything. Just say you had a bad week and weren't in the right headspace." Izuku took a deep breath. He looked over at Hitoshi, who just nodded along even though he didn't know what happened. "Wait, let's go out there, I guess." Nito stood up, pulling Izuku with him. "It will be okay." "Yeah." Izuku, Nito, and Hitoshi came out of the changing room, Izuku's eyes puffy and his hand in Nito's for support. Kato-sensei sighed. "Perfect timing. Everyone go get changed. Midoriya, come with me." Everyone started walking to the changing rooms, most of them giving Izuku looks of pity, as they had never seen Kato-sensei upset before. As Setsuna started walking past them, Izuku stopped her. "Setsuna?" The girl, who was holding an ice pack to her head, turned to Izuku. "I just wanted to say that I'm really sorry. That wasn't, I shouldn't, there's no excuse. I'm sorry." Setsuna looked at Izuku with a small smirk and waved her hand. "It's not a big deal, Midoriya. I mean, we all saw that you didn't really look okay. Nito was the only one who really thought you weren't okay to practice. Plus, I was the one who dropped my guard. This one's more on us." No, it's not your guys' faults." Izuku exclaimed, waving his hands. "I'm the one that shouldn't have practiced since I wasn't okay." Setsuna patted Izuku on the shoulder. "Okay, Midoriya, let's just all agree that you shouldn't practice when you're like that again. Wouldn't want someone breaking a nose." Izuku winced. "I'm really sorry. Did I hit you that hard?" "Nah, I'm just messing with you," Setsuna smiled. "I already told Kato-sensei it was okay, but good luck in there." "Thanks," Izuku sighed, "and sorry again." Setsuna smiled as she went into the changing room. Izuku turned to Nito and Hitoshi with a wobbly smile. "You can go change. I'll be fine." Hitoshi snorted. "You look really sure of that," before sighing and giving Izuku a shoulder pat. "Kato-sensei's a nice person. I'm sure she'll understand." "Thanks." Hitoshi nodded before waving. "I'm gonna go get changed." "Bye." Izuku waved. Nito grabbed Izuku's hand and gave it a small squeeze. "No matter what, we will be here for you." Izuku gave him a soft smile and nodded, watching as he turned and walked off to the changing room. He took a deep breath and made his way to Kato-sensei's office. Before Kato-sensei was even able to say anything, Izuku bowed deeply and started apologizing. "I am so sorry, Kato-sensei. I don't really know what happened. I have no excuse. I messed up and I'll make sure it never happens again." "Midoriya, stand up," she said softly. "Talk to me, that wasn't you out there today." Izuku stared at her for a moment, not sure what to say before she continued. "Mistakes happen, Midoriya. You're not the first one to ever get caught up in a fight, but this isn't the type of mistake you can afford to make twice. Setsuna is fine this time. But she could have easily not been," he finished for her. Kato-sensei sighed. "Go home, Midoriya. Take the rest of the week off and come back with a clearer mind." "I'm sorry," Izuku said in a small voice while nodding slowly. "I know. I'll see you on Monday." She dismissed him and he left her office with his head down. She was right, he knew that. Today could have gone so much worse if there was no one to stop him. He just wasn't sure he could handle actually resting for the next few days. He's been doing nothing but running full stream ahead since Kat's death, and he may be a little afraid of what's waiting for him once he finally slows down. How'd it go? Hitoshi's even voice pulled him from his thoughts and made him realize that both he and Nito were standing there, holding his stuff, and waiting for him. You guys didn't have to wait for me, he said, trying to not let his emotions overwhelm him again. What did I say? No matter what, we're here for you, Nito stated firmly. Izuku smiled and nodded as he walked over and grabbed his stuff from them. Thanks. What are friends for? Hitoshi asked rhetorically while giving Izuku a gentle shove. Now what did Kato-sensei say? I'm benched for the rest of the week. He sighed out as they all started making their way to the train station. Ouch, but they say rest is supposed to be good for you. Not that I'd know, Hitoshi said dryly, which got a small huff of laughter from Izuku. Yeah, maybe. It was mostly quiet the rest of the walk to the station, but Izuku had to admit that it was nice to just have his friends by his side. It made him feel a little less alone in the world and maybe slightly more put together than he would have felt if he was walking alone. Well, since you aren't going to the dojo for the rest of the week, maybe we can get together at some point? Nito suggested once they got to the station. Hang out or watch a movie or something? We can always go back to that cat cafe? Hitoshi suggested. Izuku chuckled. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, we'll text and make plans, Nito said, and the other two nodded. Hitoshi waved and headed off towards his train, sending a knowing smirk towards Nito when his back was facing Izuku. Nito rolled his eyes, which caused Izuku to raise his eyebrow at him questionably. Don't worry about it, are you feeling any better? He tried to change the topic. Izuku shrugged, a little I guess. Nito nodded in understanding. But I should head home, Izuku said, looking up at the boy. Thanks for before though. Anytime, Zu. Nito smiled before getting a softer look. I meant what I said. I know nothing will replace him, but you aren't alone anymore, so you don't have to handle everything on your own. We're here and nothing is gonna change that. Izuku nodded with a smile before giving him a quick hug. Thanks, Kinnie, he said before quickly walking off towards his train. Once Izuku got home, he was more than ready to collapse into his bed and sleep for the rest of the week. He should have known with the way the rest of the day had gone that it wasn't going to be that easy. Izuku, sweetie, is that you? Inko called from the living room. Yeah, Mom, he tiredly called back. Can you come here for a minute? She asked. Izuku groaned under his breath but headed over once he removed his shoes and slipped on his house slippers. Izuku, she said softly once she spotted him. Kato-sensei called, is everything okay? Izuku winced slightly. He should have expected this honestly. Yeah, Mom, it was nothing really. He tried reassuring her. It's been a long week and I didn't get any sleep last night, so I lost control for a second. She nodded slowly, looking down at her lap as though she was trying to gather up the courage to say something, and Izuku tried his best to prepare for whatever was about to come. Izuku, she started as she finally looked up at him, tears pooling in her eyes. I know you're hurting and I wish I knew how to help, but… Mom, I'm really okay, he tried. But you aren't, honey, and no one expects you to be. She pauses for a moment. You need to talk to someone, sweetie. Bottling everything inside isn't helping anyone. Maybe it's time we look into a therapist? It came out more like a question. Inko kept her gaze as calm as she could while he took it in. She knew this wasn't going to be easy, but it was the only way she could think to help her son that was so clearly in pain. Izuku's thoughts came to a halt and he just stared at his mom blankly for a moment before intelligently asking, Huh? I think it would help you a lot, Izuku. I'm perfectly fine. I see the way your smile doesn't reach your eyes anymore. How could it? Yours doesn't either. I can't completely understand how you're feeling. No one can, especially not a stranger. But we all lost Katsuki and I think that we all should talk to someone about it. Why do I have to tell someone my problems just for them to tell me how I feel? I know how I feel. Izuku, Nito called, snapping the boy out of his thoughts. Are you okay? Izuku nodded, keeping his gaze fixed on his shoes as they walked on the pavement. I'm just thinking. Do you want to talk about it? Nito asked, trying to catch his eyes, but Izuku was afraid of what he would see. Can you just meet them? I'm sure after a few sessions you'll warm up to the idea. And if not, well, we can figure that out later. Izuku took a deep breath and finally looked up with a tired smile. Maybe later, let's just have fun today. Nito nodded hesitantly with furrowed brows, trying to read his face. Okay. Izuku had to avert his gaze before Nito's concern broke his slowly cracking facade. On Thursday, Izuku, Nito, and Hitoshi decided that they were going to hang out on the weekend. Izuku hadn't been on patrol in the last 5 days, and it was starting to take its toll on him. He hadn't trusted himself to not do something stupid, but he thinks that once Nito and Hitoshi bring up his spirits, he'll be okay enough to not hurt himself or someone else. Where are we going? Izuku asked as they turned down a semi-crowded street. Nito shrugged. Hitoshi just said to meet at the cafe and then we can decide. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly as he wrung his fingers. Izuku, are you sure you're okay? Nito asked as he turned to the boy with a concerned look. If you don't want to go out, we don't have to. Izuku smiled sadly as he looked up at Nito. No, I'm fine, sorry. I really do want to go out, I promise. Nito furrowed his brow as he examined Izuku's face. That I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want to do. Izuku huffed a laugh. Don't worry about it. Actually kind of excited? Izuku tilted his head and gave him a smile before shrugging. I don't know, I think it will be good for me. Nito let out a breath that he didn't know he was holding and smiled. That's good. The rest of the walk was filled with mindless chatter, Izuku telling Nito about his vigilante escapades and Nito telling Izuku about the school musical he's in. You're a theater kid? Izuku asked with an amused smile. Yeah, Nito furrowed his brows with a smile. Why? Izuku chuckled as he shook his head. I should have known. What's that supposed to mean? Nito turned to Izuku with a smile. You have like dash, Izuku gestured at all of him with his hands. Theater kid energy. Nito's laughter bubbled out of him incredulously. Theater kid energy? Izuku nodded his head with a bright smile. Yup. It wasn't long until they found themselves in front of the same cafe that they came to less than a month ago, only this time without Izuku's bloody knuckles. So much had changed in that time, but Izuku still felt stuck in a way. It was like everything was moving on around him, but a part of him was always stuck in the past, stuck with Cat. Nito grabbed the door handle and pulled it open, ushering Izuku inside. Hey, Hitoshi greeted from where he sat, sipping an iced coffee with 3 cats on him. A large orange tabby resting on his lap like it was their own personal throne, a small gray kitten that had made a nest out of his hair so only their little ears could be seen peeking out, and the last one, which was a calico, was trying to reach for his coffee cup. Izuku chuckled at the image in front of him. Are you just a cat magnet or something? I wish, he deadpanned, but his eyes had a faraway look for a moment. Both boys knew he was deadly serious. When they sat down, Hitoshi handed a menu to Izuku, which made Nito tilt his head with furrowed brows. Excuse you. He put his hand on his chest dramatically. Where's my menu? Hitoshi leveled him with an unamused look. Why do you even need a menu? You always get the same thing. Nito squawked indignantly. Well, maybe I want to try something new. Oh really? Hitoshi asked with a disbelieving smirk. Yeah, he claimed, though he didn't sound too sure of himself. Izuku leaned closer to Nito, pointing at one of the drinks on the menu. This drink is new, doesn't it look good? Nito suppressed a cringe as he looked at the drink. It was called Mocha Cookie Crumble Frappuccino. It was covered in chocolate and whipped cream, with a chocolatey base, cookies, and more chocolate. Nito wasn't sure there was even coffee in it. It was all sugar. And Nito hated sweets. He looked up at Izuku, who had a curious smile on his face, and then at Hitoshi, who was smirking as he sipped his drink, which was just ice and espresso. Nito cleared his throat, and with a tense smile said, Yeah, I'll get that. Perfect. Hitoshi took a sip of his drink to hide his smirk as Nito glared at him, then turned to Izuku. What are you getting, Izuku? Izuku hummed as he looked at the menu with a hand to his chin. I don't know yet. I also kind of want to try something new. Well, what do you usually get? Hitoshi asked. Usually something with caramel. Nito leaned in to get a better look at the menu. Most of the caramel drinks looked super sweet. The only one that looked tolerable was, you should try the salted caramel cream cold brew. Nito paused before looking up. If you want to, of course. Izuku looked up with a smile. I think that sounds really good. Nito and Izuku just sat for a few seconds smiling at each other until they heard a loud slurping noise from Hitoshi. Izuku and Nito backed away from each other in an instant. I'm going to go order the drinks, Izuku said as he stood up. Hitoshi watched with amusement as Nito stared at the front where Izuku was ordering. He took a sip of his drink and cleared his throat. Simp dash, he coughed. Sorry, what did you say? Nito asked as he turned to Hitoshi. Oh, I called you a simp, he said monotonously before sipping on his drink. Nito gave him a flat look. Shut the hell up, Hitoshi. Hitoshi huffed a laugh before furrowing his brows as Izuku all but collapsed into his chair. You okay? Hitoshi asked with a raised eyebrow. I hate talking to strangers. Izuku exhaled shakily as he sat up, properly this time. Can one of you please get the drinks when they're done? I'll get them, Nito offered immediately. Izuku gave an exaggerated sigh as he shook his head and placed his hand on his heart. My hero. Hitoshi snorted and started choking on his drink at the look Nito gave Izuku, incredibly flustered with wide eyes. Hitoshi could see the blush spread to the tip of his ears. Are you okay, Hitoshi? Izuku asked worriedly as he passed him a napkin, completely oblivious to what he was doing to poor Nito's heart. Oh, I'm doing perfect, Hitoshi coughed before looking up with a sheet-eating grin. Just never change, Izuku. Okay, Izuku said with furrowed brows. Order for Midoriya, the cashier shouted from the front of the cafe. I'm going to go, get that, okay? Nito stuttered out before speed walking away. Izuku turned to Hitoshi as Nito walked away. So do you have any ideas on what we'll do today? Hitoshi hummed in thought for a few moments. Nothing specific. I got a new cat. If you guys want to come over and see it? You got a new cat, and didn't tell us? Nito asked as he sat down, looking slightly more composed as he placed his and Izuku's drinks down in the process. Thank you. Izuku smiled at Nito before turning to Hitoshi with an offended look. Yeah, Hitoshi, what the hell? You get a new cat and don't tell the Insomnicats. Shame. Shame. Nito echoed. I'd say it slipped my mind, but I honestly have no idea why I didn't mention it. Hitoshi shrugged. She's really sweet, so do you guys want to meet her? Of course. Izuku exclaimed excitedly. Obviously we want to see it. Nito scoffed before taking a sip of his drink and nearly spitting it out. What's wrong, Nito? Hitoshi asked with a smirk, slowly petting the cat on his lap while blinking innocently at him. Don't like your drink? Oh, is it really that bad? Izuku asked with an apologetic face. Nito took a sip of water, shaking his head. It's just super sweet. If you don't like sweets, why did you get it? Izuku questioned with an amused look. You try it. Nito pointed the straw to Izuku. Izuku shrugged. Okay. When the drink reached his mouth, his eyes widened in delight and he swallowed before giving an excited smile. It's really good. Nito gave him an incredulous look. You like this? Thanks. Izuku hummed before putting his drink in front of Nito. Here, try mine. It's not as sweet. Nito wasn't sure if he believed that, especially considering that the sugar monstrosity that he got wasn't too sweet for Izuku, but he took a sip regardless. It was sweet, which was to be expected with a caramel drink, but it wasn't as sweet as the frappuccino, so it was tolerable. Do you like it? Izuku asked. Nito shrugged. It's better. Then do you want to switch? That way you don't have to drink water after every sip. Nito nodded, which made Izuku smile and switch their drinks around. So, Hitoshi started, an amused smile still playing on his face. Do you guys want to go to my house after this or do something before? Izuku hummed in thought as he took a sip out of his new drink. Will your parents be home? Maybe later, Hitoshi shrugged. Banana Man usually gets home around 6 or 7, but Dad won't be home until late. Izuku choked on his drink, which made Nito start patting his back and 3 concerned customers looked his way, before looking up at Hitoshi with a smile and wide eyes. I'm sorry, who will be home? Hitoshi snorted, shaking his head. You'll see. Izuku looked at Nito with a questioning look, to which the blonde just shrugged with an amused, yet apologetic, smile. Sorry Zu, I need to see the look on your face when you meet him. Okay. Izuku pouted and nodded his head in suspicious acceptance, before looking back over to Hitoshi. I think straight to your house from here would be good? Unless you guys have any other ideas on what to do? Sounds good to me, Nito agreed. Hitoshi begrudgingly stood up, petting the cats goodbye. Let's go then. What now? Izuku said as he scrambled out of his seat, drink in hand, and bid his own farewell to the cats. Hitoshi shrugged as he opened the cafe door, making sure the 2 boys were following behind him. Your reaction will be more interesting when he's coming home from work than when he's comfortable at home. Izuku looked between Hitoshi and Nito with a perplexed look. It's true, Nito agreed. I am so confused, Izuku mumbled as the other boys chuckled. Hitoshi's house wasn't exactly what Izuku was expecting. He was expecting something more dark and gloomy, but the house actually felt bright and warm, especially with the faint smell of coffee in the air. He looked around as he slipped his shoes off. Do you guys want anything? Hitoshi asks, slipping his own shoes off. Where's your cat? Nito asks, not bothering with wasting a second on pleasantries. Hitoshi snorted. I'll go look for her. It didn't take long for Hitoshi to come back, holding a small, fluffy, gray and white kitten that had greenish-blue eyes. Ah, Izuku and Nito cooed as Hitoshi set her down on the ground. Izuku sat down from across the kitten and held out his right hand for her to sniff. She sniffed it for half a second before she started rubbing her face on Izuku. She's so effing cute I think I might die. Izuku fake sobbed. Hitoshi chuckled at Izuku's dramatics as Nito put his hand out to be sniffed as well. Unlike with Izuku, the kitten eagerly jumped on his lap and then started climbing up his shirt, which caused Nito to look down with wide eyes and a small smile, supporting her back with his left hand. It was probably the cutest image Izuku had ever seen in his entire life. What is this feeling? I think I would commit war crimes for them. Izuku murmured with a smile, still dazed from cuteness overload as he turned to Hitoshi. Can I kidnap your cat? No, Hitoshi said with a straight face which just caused Izuku to laugh. The 2 boys looked back at Nito only to see him with the kitten on his shoulders and a large gray cat in his lap. Izuku put his hand over his mouth as he went back to fake sobbing, though Hitoshi thought he saw a few actual tears. This isn't fair, Hitoshi said, shaking his head with an unimpressed face. Why are you the cat magnet? I don't know why your cats like me more, Nito said with a smug look. Maybe my clothes are comfy. Izuku chuckled at Nito, calming down from his previous display of dramatics. What's her name? Kaneko. Boys turned to look at him with incredulous looks. You named her Kitten? Nito asked with a raised eyebrow as he petted the gray cat behind their ear. Hitoshi just shrugged. Dad and I don't really care for naming things, he smirked in amusement, though the cockatoo wasn't all too pleased. Okay, seriously, Izuku asked with an exasperated voice. Who is this person you're talking about? Hitoshi looked at the clock. You'll see soon. Almost on cue, the three boys heard the sound of keys jingling at the doorknob. Izuku gaped as the pro hero, present Mike, walked into the room. Hey Tosh, Dad said he wants takeout tonight, so what? The hero turned towards them with wide eyes and a smile. Hello there. Who are you? He asked as his eyes landed on Izuku. Izuku turned to Hitoshi, mouth still agape, and hissed, Banana Man was present Mike? Izuku sat on the floor of Hitoshi's house, looking up at the pro hero, present Mike, with wide eyes. Banana Man was present Mike? What the F was going on? Toshi. Present Mike gasped, what did I say about you calling me those nicknames? Hitoshi shrugged before snorting, that it's not funny. Present Mike took a deep breath through his nose before turning to Izuku with a warm smile, a nice contrast from his normally exaggerated one. I'm one of Toshi's fathers, Hisashi Yamada, and you are? Izuku sent a wobbly smile to the pro hero, despite being stiff as a board with wide eyes. Midoriya Izuku. Present Miyamada-san just smiled back, apparently not put off by Izuku's awkwardness. It's nice to meet you, Midoriya. I'm gonna go change out of this whole get-up. He laughed as he gestured at his hair before leaving down the hallway with a wave. Even when present Mike left, Izuku was still staring at the door in stunned silence. Nito chuckled at the boy, putting a hand on his shoulder. Zu, you don't have to be so nervous. But it's the pro hero present Mike, Izuku whispered, still not moving, which made both boys laugh. I'm glad we didn't tell you, Hitoshi said with an amused look, though your reaction isn't as funny as Nito's. Izuku turned to Nito, more composed than before. What was your reaction? Nito shook his head with a tight smile. It was nothing. Hitoshi just has no sense of humor. Right? Izuku nodded before turning to Hitoshi with a raised eyebrow. What did he do? Hitoshi snickered while looking at Nito. When presentable microwave dash. Are you ever going to call him something parental-like? Izuku cut in. Maybe one day, Hitoshi shrugged. Anyway, he came home, and Nito, being the theater nerd he is dash. Theater is cool. Nito defended. Sure Nito, now would you let me finish? Nito sighed and motioned for Hitoshi to continue. Thanks. So Nito stares at him, wide-eyed, mouth agape, very fish-like, and makes this sort of wheezing sound. It was like he couldn't get any words out, but it wasn't even a stutter. Just a complete blue screen, error 404 in his brain. He couldn't even comprehend the idea of words. Izuku chuckled at Nito, who looked like he would rather be anywhere else, before Hitoshi continued. So the music man and I are looking at him, trying not to completely laugh at the poor little fanboy, when suddenly he clears his throat and says in a shaky voice. Hitoshi cleared his throat dramatically and then looked up with a faux confident face. So, your dad's a pro hero. So what? Izuku put his hand over his mouth to hide his laughter. It wasn't even that funny, Hitoshi. Nito acted irritated, but the blush on his face showed he was really just embarrassed. I don't know why you're acting like it was the funniest thing ever. It wasn't even a big deal to me. I don't understand why you're making it seem like it was. Hitoshi couldn't even make fun of Nito as he was on the floor laughing, causing Kaneko to sniff him in curiosity. Nito rolled his eyes at Hitoshi and then looked over at Izuku, whose shoulders were shaking as he tried to hold in his own laughter. Izuku. Nito cried in offense. Not you too. I'm sorry I dash. A laugh escaped him and Nito was not amused. Once the boy calmed down a bit, he took a deep breath and looked up at Nito. His cheeks were pink from laughing, his eyes were a little watery, and his smile was bright, yet soft. I'm not laughing to make fun of you. I think your reaction sounds very cute. Nito turned red and started sputtering. Hitoshi calmed down his laughter right up until the point he looked over at Nito, and then he was right back to holding his stomach. Izuku wasn't really sure what that one was about, but it did cause Nito to kick Hitoshi, mumbling, shut up, through clenched teeth. The message didn't seem to get through to Hitoshi, because he just rolled over and continued laughing. Hisashi smiled as he walked into the bedroom he shared with his husband. He was happy Hitoshi was making friends. Sure, he had Minoma, but that had been the only friend they'd ever been introduced to. As he was getting ready to take a shower, so he could get all the gel and hairspray out of his hair, he pulled out his phone to text Shoyuta. Shoyuta. Saturday, July 19th, 4:49 p.m. Toshi brought home a new friend. Someone other than Minoma? Yeah. Wait, Su. Why did you change your name again? The reason that I'm singing. Come on, Zash. It's romantic and a reference. I'm aware. You got the reference. You forced me to watch Camp Rock at least 50 times. How could I not? It's a good movie. No, it's not. Hisashi rolled his eyes fondly, as he changed Shuta's name again, before hopping into the shower. When Hisashi came out of the shower, he was welcomed by the sound of screaming. He got dressed quickly and made his way out to the living room, where he found the 3 boys with VR headsets on. What the hell is that? Midoriya yelled as he pointed towards the wall. Monoma slowly backed away from something with a scared impression, which caused him to run into Midoriya and them both to fall to the ground screaming. What's wrong, guys? Hitoshi snickered. Don't like the game? Oh you Hitoshi. Yeah, don't be such an butt. Hisashi sighed. His sadistic son did the same thing to him and Shoyuta. He smirked as he got an idea. He carefully walked over to Hitoshi and grazed a hand over his left shoulder blade. Haha, very funny guys, Hitoshi said sarcastically, not even flinching. Huh? Midoriya asked from across the room, what are you talking about? You're not gonna scare me like that, Hitoshi spoke confidently. Monoma scoffed. Hitoshi, what are you even saying? We aren't doing anything. Hisashi tapped on his right shoulder this time before leaning down and loudly quacking in his son's ear. His son, who was absolutely terrified of ducks. Hitoshi yelped as he jumped out of his skin, causing the other 2 boys to take off their headsets and see what scared him. Midoriya and Monoma laughed as Hitoshi glared at him. You think you're so funny. I am funny. Hisashi said smugly before laughing. What do you 3 want for dinner? Hitoshi glared one last time before he got a thoughtful expression and turned to his 2 friends. What do you guys want? Oh. Midoriya started, surprised. I wouldn't want to impose. You don't need to get me anything. I'll just go home. It's no problem, little listener. Hisashi smiled warmly. You're not imposing. Monoma stays for dinner all the time. Midoriya turned to Monoma with a conflicted expression, while the boy just nodded at him. Well, if you're sure. Perfect. Hisashi grinned. So what are you guys in the mood for? Chinese, Thai, pizza? I'm not really in the mood for anything specific, Hitoshi shrugged, looking at his friends. You guys can choose. Midoriya looked down with a thoughtful expression. Whatever's easiest? There'll be 5 of us, so. American food is easy, Monoma pointed out, especially for bigger groups. Burgers and fries? Hisashi offered, getting 3 nods. Perfect. Just let me know your preferences and I'll text Sho. Izuku and Nito were in Hitoshi's room while he went to the bathroom. Izuku had been strangely quiet, sitting at Hitoshi's desk chair and staring at the floor, ever since they came in there. Normally, if they were with others this wouldn't be worrying, but lately, Nito noticed that every time Izuku was quiet he was usually dissociating and thinking about his deceased friend. It was worrying to say the least. Izuku obviously didn't need to tell Nito anything, but he noticed how Izuku always looked a bit better after talking it out. So even if he needed to remind Izuku a million times that he could talk to him, he would. Hey, Izuku? Nito said from where he sat on Hitoshi's bed, effectively snapping the boy out of his spacing out. Izuku hummed, looking up at Nito with eyes that still had a faraway haze to them. I know we were all joking and stuff earlier, Nito spoke gently, looking at Izuku with caring eyes, but are you okay? Yamada's present Mike, a pro hero, and I know how you feel about them. Izuku smiled sadly, his eyes were drifting back to the floor. I know. I'm glad it's him though. Nito tilted his head in question. What do you mean? I mean, Izuku stood up and joined Nito on the bed. He picked up the owl plushie that was resting against Hitoshi's pillow and fiddled with it as he continued. Present Mike is one of the better heroes. He donates to organizations that try and stop discrimination, and he talks about serious problems on his radio show. Izuku huffed a smile as he looked up at Nito. Kat and I would always listen to it when we did homework. So, you're not angry, you're dash? Nito's face scrunched up as he tried to think of the right words. I just wish Kat was here, Izuku sighed. He'd be so excited to meet Present Mike, but he'd try to play it off like it was no big deal, kinda like you, Izuku turned to Nito with a fond smile, but once we were alone he'd fanboy out. Izuku was quiet for a moment as he looked at the ground and sighed again before continuing. It's like whenever I'm having fun with you guys I want to tell him about all the things we did, but I mostly just want him to be here. But he can't be. And he never will again. Nito captured Izuku in a hug, which the boy immediately reciprocated. I'm sorry, Izuku, Nito whispered as one arm was held firmly around Izuku's back, and his other hand went through his hair. I miss him, Izuku whispered in a broken voice. Talking to him at his grave just isn't the same. I know, Izuku, I know, Nito whispered as he moved the hand he had on Izuku's back up and down, trying to soothe the boy. I don't know how to stop missing him. All the time. All I think about is him. I don't know what to do. Izuku's voice was shaky and he knew he was on the verge of tears again, but he just couldn't stop himself. It's like, a part of my soul is missing and I'm never going to get it back. How do I keep living like this? It feels like I can't breathe. Like I'm so close to dying already and I don't know what to do to make it stop hurting. I just want it to stop, please make it stop. Izuku sobbed out the words, unsure if any of it was even making sense, but he just needed to get them out because they felt too heavy to keep in. They stayed like that for a few minutes, Izuku crying into Nieto's shoulder and Nito whispering soft words to soothe Izuku. I'm so sorry, Zu. It'll be okay. Shoo, it's okay, I'm right here. Eventually, the tears slowed to a stop and Izuku felt like he could breathe again. He never liked talking about his feelings, but he's found that it's easy with Nito. Nito always listened to him without interrupting or invalidating his feelings. When he did speak, it was to try and move the conversation along. He was usually awkward about it, but that somehow made it more comfortable. It would be weird for Izuku if he was breaking down in front of someone who was completely put together. Despite Nito being utterly disgusted by small things like greasy fingers or sloppy eating, he never once complained when Izuku got snot and tears all over his clothes after a breakdown. He was also never the first to pull away because he wanted it to be Izuku's decision when he decided he did or didn't want space. And when Izuku did pull away, Nito would give him his space, but he would do it without leaving or turning his attention elsewhere. He would be there, in silence, giving Izuku time. He made Izuku understand that he didn't need to talk right then, or the next day, or at all, but that when Izuku was ready to talk, ready to be comforted, Nito would be there. As a friend or more than just. And Izuku was more grateful for that than anyone could ever know. Thank you, Izuku whispered, knowing that he would never truly be able to explain how much he appreciated the boy. Before pulling away from the hug and smiling softly at him, Nito smiled back and was only hoping that he did some good in easing Izuku's heart. Hitoshi didn't take 10 minutes in the bathroom, and he didn't intend to eavesdrop outside of the door for 9 of those minutes that he was gone, but it just sort of happened. He knew something was wrong with Izuku, that much was obvious, but he also knew that Izuku had only told most of the story to Nito. It made sense. They were all friends, but Izuku was closer to Nito, just like how Hitoshi was closer to Nito. That didn't mean that he and Izuku weren't close, just on different levels. Hitoshi had known Nito since he transferred to his middle school when he and his dads moved, and Nito and Izuku obviously meant more to each other than just friends. Even if they didn't realize that yet. So, no, Hitoshi didn't mind that he wasn't as close to Izuku and that he didn't know all of his secrets, but that didn't mean he wasn't curious. It was less of wanting to know for the sake of knowing, and more about wanting to know so he could help his friend. That's why, when he put his hand on his doorknob and heard Nito asking if Izuku was okay, he didn't leave and talk to the unpeelable banana, but instead listened in. Maybe a part of him did think about walking away and having a conversation with his yellow noise box, but then he heard exactly what Nito said. I know we were joking and stuff earlier, but are you okay? Yamada's present Mike, a pro hero, and I know how you feel about them. Izuku doesn't like heroes? That made sense. Izuku had told them, along with the other people at the dojo, what happened to his friend. It would be more surprising if Izuku didn't hold some sort of grudge against heroes, but both of Hitoshi's parents were pros, and he didn't want his friend to be uncomfortable at his home, so he kept listening. I know. I'm glad it's him though. What do you mean? Hitoshi was grateful that Nito asked the question that he was also wondering. Present Mike is one of the better heroes. He donates to organizations that try and stop discrimination, and he talks about serious problems on his radio show. Kat and I would always listen to it when we did homework. So you're not angry, you're dash. I just wish Kat was here. He'd be so excited to meet Present Mike, but he'd try to play it off like it was no big deal, kinda like you. But once we were alone he'd fanboy out. It was quiet for a moment before Izuku started speaking again. It's like whenever I'm having fun with you guys I want to tell him about all the things we did, but I mostly just want him to be here. But he can't be. And he never will again. Izuku sounded so tired and dejected, it hurt Hitoshi to hear his normally snarky friend sound like that. Hitoshi then heard some rustling on the bed and figured Nito was hugging him. It was a good thing Izuku had Nito. The blonde always claimed he didn't know how to help people, but that was a lie. He helped in his own way, even though he didn't realize it. Hitoshi heard quiet muttering and soft cries and decided to wait until a few minutes after it stopped to enter his room again. Sorry, I was talking to the megaphone dash. He stopped when he looked at his bed. Izuku had one hand on Nito's clavicle, and Nito had one arm resting on the boy's side. He obviously knew they were just hugging, though that didn't stop him from raising an eyebrow at Izuku's hair being messier than usual, but he would never skip out on an opportunity to tease Nito, so he sighed and said, "Please don't do anything weird on my bed." They immediately separated, blushing and sputtering, much to Hitoshi's amusement. And not even. We weren't doing anything. Hitoshi put up his hands in defense, smirking, "You don't need to make excuses to me, I'm just letting you know how I feel about that." Nito rolled his eyes as Hitoshi shut the door and sat down in the desk chair, glad that he could make the atmosphere a bit more lively. "So what do you guys want to do until dinner?" While Hitoshi and Nito started discussing the different things they could do, Izuku was distracted by what sounded like the front door opening, followed by muffled voices that were too quiet to make out what was being said. He assumed it was just Hitoshi's other father coming home, so he focused back on the conversation. Hitoshi, no. Nito said with a stern look. The boy just smirked. Hitoshi, yes. What's going on? Hitoshi said we should play another horror game. Nito gave him a concerned look. Didn't you hear him? Oh, sorry. Izuku smiled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. I got distracted by the front door opening. Oh, then Dad's home. Hitoshi stood up and pointed at Nito. You got lucky this time. The three friends exited the bedroom and started walking towards the dining room. Boys, dinner is though. Yamada-san stopped with raised eyebrows and a small smile. I guess you're already here. Go wash your hands and then sit down. Show will be out in a minute. After washing up, they sat at the table as Yamada-san started passing everyone their meals. After getting everything situated, a man with messy dark hair and a slightly stubbly chin walked into the dining room. He was wearing a long-sleeved shirt with an array of neon-colored cartoon cats on it and bright pink sweatpants. It was kind of hard to look at. Izuku thought, maybe that was the point. At first glance, you might think he was a bright person, much like his husband, but there was something strangely intimidating about him. Despite Izuku feeling like the man could kill him with a glance, he stood up with a small smile and bowed slightly. Hello. Izuku Midoriya, he said awkwardly, though not as stiff as he did with present Mike. The man hummed in acknowledgement and walked over to the coffee machine, which caused Izuku to sink into his chair and Nito to give him an encouraging smile while Hitoshi snickered slightly behind his hand. Sho, aren't you going to say anything? Yamada-san asked. Hitoshi's father looked tired as he turned to his husband, but Izuku could see the soft look in his eyes. Like what? He sounded tired as well, with his voice coming out gravelly. Izuku felt bad. He clearly didn't want to deal with people. Yamada-san looked at him with an incredulous look. You didn't even introduce yourself. Or ask him anything, or I don't know, say hi. The dark-haired man turned to Izuku with a blank stare. Sho Aizawa. Izuku gave a wobbly smile. It's nice to meet you, Aizo-san. Oh, you don't have to worry about honorifics in this house, Yamada-san said with a smile. You can just call us by our first or last names. Okay, Izuku said shakily. Aizawa walked over to a drawer in the kitchen, grabbed a knife and fork, and then gave them to Nito before sitting down. Oh, sorry Monoma. Yamada smiled sheepishly. I forgot you don't like having grease on your hands. Nito waved them off. It's fine, thank you Aizawa. Aizawa grunted before taking a bite of his burger, causing everyone else to start on their dinner as well. Dinner went relatively smooth. There was small chatter here and there. How are things at school? How are you liking the dojo Midoriya? Kato-sensei is amazing, isn't she? You're in the school musical Monoma? Well, let us know when it is so we can make some time to see you. Are you secretly a blonde? That question caused a round of laughter and a confused Izuku, but Aizawa looked pleased when Izuku tilted his head and answered, no? Hitoshi's family was strange, but also really nice and welcoming. It made sense given how Hitoshi acted. Yamada was friendly and bright, and although Aizawa didn't say much, he did little actions that showed he cared. It was getting to the point of dinner where the meal was done, but everyone was still sitting and talking, when Hitoshi started to speak. Hey Dad, he said, looking at Aizawa. Aizawa hummed, taking a sip of coffee. Have you had any luck with that new vigilante you were looking for? Izuku and Nito shared a small look, one that held a bit of questioning concern in their eyes, one that no one else saw. No. Aizawa sighed, running a hand through his hair in frustration. No heroes or police have seen Null, only the criminals they've brought in and the victims they've saved. Null? Nito asked, confused because the only new vigilante he had heard of was Izuku, and people were calling him Shinku, much to the boy's detestation. That's what we've been calling him at the station since he hasn't given out a name yet, Aizawa explained. I haven't heard about any new vigilante, Izuku lied. What do they look like? They wear a red hoodie with a skull shirt on top of it, Aizawa answered. They also carry around a pipe. Are you a detective on the case? Izuku asked carefully. Did I not tell you? Hitoshi asked, tilting his head. Dad's eraser head. Izuku's eyes widened and he gave a tight smile. The Erasure Hero? The best underground hero in Japan. Suddenly Izuku's throat was very dry. Every alarm bell was ringing in his head, screaming danger. Would it be too suspicious if he just left now? Are you a fan, Midoriya? Yamada asked, giving Aizawa a teasing smile. Izuku hummed and nodded his head, not trusting how his voice would sound if he answered with words. He and Nito looked at each other, and Izuku knew they were both thinking the same thing. Izuku was so screwed. Izuku and Nito were acting weird. Of course, you could argue that they were always a bit weird, but Hitoshi honestly couldn't tell you what was going on with them. They were acting relatively normal at the start of dinner and all throughout it, But the moment the new vigilante got mentioned, they kept giving each other these looks that they thought no one else saw. Hitoshi wasn't sure if his parents saw the looks, but he did, and he was suspicious, so he decided to test their reactions to different questions. You almost saw them that one time though, right? Nito looked at Izuku with wide eyes, while Izuku took a sip of his water, also wide-eyed and trying to avoid the stare coming from the boy next to him. Hitoshi's dad raised an eyebrow at him. Yeah. Was it because of that trail of flowery shoe prints he left behind? Toshi, his dad looked at him weirdly. I already told you this. If you want your friends to know, you can just tell them yourself. Right? Sorry. Hitoshi shifted a bit in his chair to face his friends. One time Dad got to the scene right after No left. He followed a trail of footprints for a bit before losing track of them. That's unfortunate, Izuku said stiffly. Hopefully the vigilante isn't as lucky next time. Hopefully, Hitoshi hummed. But can you guys imagine fighting with a pipe? They must be trained pretty well in hand-to-hand combat to have survived so long. Or they have a quirk that helps them fight. Izuku spoke calmly, not as excited as he would normally be when discussing quirk theory. It could be an agility quirk too. Maybe a light strength enhancer. I fought someone with an agility quirk before, Nito chimed in. He was a difficult opponent. When was that, Monoma? The home radio asked. It was at the dojo I went to before I moved over here, Nito answered easily. The conversation started to steer away from the vigilante, which Hitoshi noticed made the other two boys relax. That was fine. More suspicious, but fine nonetheless. He could ask them about it when a chance came. Everyone was cleaning up after dinner when Yamada turned to Izuku and Nito as they were drying off the dishes in the rack and asked, So will you boys be spending the night tonight? Izuku looked a bit surprised and then answered, I didn't bring any stuff for a sleepover. Oh, that's fine. Yamada waved him off. We have extra toothbrushes. And I think Toshi has some old clothes you can borrow that don't fit him anymore. That, or you could borrow Nito's clothes, Hitoshi smirked as he picked a plate up off the table. Nito glared at him while Izuku just tilted his head in confusion. Why would I borrow Nei's clothes? He didn't bring anything either. Yamada smiled as he took the plate from his son and started washing it. Monoma has unplanned sleepovers here a lot, so he has some extra pairs of clothes in Toshi's closet. Izuku bit his lip and rubbed his arm shyly before saying, I'd have to call my mom. He turned to Hitoshi and Nito. That is, if you guys want to have a sleepover? Oh, I think a sleepover would be a wonderful idea. Hitoshi offered with a smirk aimed at Nito. Nito ignored the mischievous glint in Hitoshi's eyes and turned to Izuku with a small smile. A sleepover will be fun. Are you up to it? Izuku nodded his head slowly. I think so. Perfect. Yamada grinned before turning to Nito and Hitoshi. Why don't you boys go set up the sleeping area while Midoriya calls his mother? The two boys went into Hitoshi's room, and while Hitoshi was looking through his closet, Nieto leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. I don't know what you're planning, but stop. Hitoshi snorted. Stop what? I just said I don't know, Nito said, exasperated, causing Hitoshi to laugh. But I know that I won't like it. So stop. Oh, I have two plans, and I'm sure you'll like at least one of them. Hitoshi stood in front of Nito with a grin, holding a folded pair of Nito's pajamas in his hands. Nito reached for them, causing Hitoshi to back up. What are you doing? Nito asked with furrowed brows. Those are my pajamas? Hitoshi smirked. These are for Izuku. Nito looked at him with narrowed eyes. Why can't he just wear a pair of your clothes? Oh, come on, Hitoshi teased. Are you really going to make poor little Zu wear clothes 3 times his size? He could trip. Or the collar could slip off his shoulder, or his pants could fa dashed. Okay. Point taken, he can wear them. Nito rolled his eyes. But what am I going to wear? Hitoshi gave him an unamused look. You act like you don't have a backup pair of pajamas in case something happens. Before Nito could sputter out something in offense, Izuku came in with a smile. My mom said yes. Fantastic. Hitoshi smirked at Nito before handing Izuku the clothes he was holding. I'm going to go take a shower. Don't do anything weird. We won't. Izuku assured as Nito sputtered, causing Hitoshi to snicker as he walked over to his dresser and grabbed some clothes, before leaving out the door, giving one last smirk to the two boys. Izuku turned to Nito with a smile, and Nito knew it was going to be a long night on his poor heart. Izuku sat on the floor cross-legged, fiddling with an orange and black bracelet that was on his wrist as they waited for Hitoshi to come back so the next person could shower. Nito couldn't recall ever seeing that bracelet before, but when he saw the green and black one that was on Izuku's left wrist, he figured it must be a pair he shared with his old friend. Hey, Nei. Izuku spoke, causing Nito to snap out of his thoughts. Yeah. What am I going to do? Izuku asked quietly, looking down at the floor. What do you mean? Nito asked as he walked over to sit next to Izuku. I mean, Izuku turned to Nito. Hitoshi's dad is Eraserhead. He's known for being the one to catch vigilantes like me. I've managed to avoid him so far, but what now? He knows my voice and what I look like. Forget avoiding him. If he hears me or recognizes me, it's over. It's all over. Izuku rested his head on Nito's shoulder. Is my luck really just that bad? Nito rubbed Izuku's arm in an attempt to comfort him. Maybe there's something you could do to better disguise yourself? Izuku looked up at Nito. Like what? Well, Nito looked down at Izuku with a comforting smile. You mentioned that other vigilante to me. The one that wanted to help you? I'm sure he could help with something like this. Izuku hummed, smiling back slightly. They did have a lot of gear. Izuku sat up, more energetic than before, and he mentioned he's in the support course at UA. He could probably make me a simple voice changer or something. See, Nito smiled, it'll be fine. Izuku wrapped his arms around Nito's torso. Thank you. Izuku spoke sincerely, you always know what to say. Well, Nito stuttered. Is everything okay? Izuku asked, starting to look up. Everything is fine. Nito laughed, putting a hand on Izuku's head to stop him from seeing his flustered face. Perfectly fine. Are you sure? Izuku asked in disbelief, slowly unwrapping himself from Nito to look at his face. Yes. Nito laughed a little too loudly. Okay geez, Izuku chuckled, I was just making sure. You sounded panicked for a second. Me? Panicked? Nito scoffed, yeah okay. Why are you acting so weird? Izuku laughed with a bemused look on his face. I don't know what you're talking about. Nito shook his head, looking away while desperately hoping Hitoshi would come back. Almost as if God was hearing Nito's panic, when Izuku opened his mouth to speak he was cut off by the door opening, revealing Hitoshi, who was wearing a gray long sleeve along with gray pajama pants that had small purple cat paws on them, and was holding a towel on his head. Who's next? Hitoshi asked as he rubbed the towel on his head in an attempt to dry his hair. Izuku can go. Nito spoke loudly, causing both boys to look at him with bewildered faces, which he ignored by looking anywhere else. Thanks weirdo, Izuku joked, rolling his eyes fondly before slowly standing to leave. I won't be long. Nito breathed out a sigh of relief the second Izuku was out of view, causing Hitoshi to stare at him. Okay what? What is it? Nito asked, exasperated and annoyed. Nothing, Hitoshi shrugged. I just can't believe that you can't be left alone for 10 minutes without having a gay panic. And I can't believe you can't go 10 minutes without being a D-dash. Nito rolled his eyes, huffing as he crossed his arms. Someone's grouchy, Hitoshi said, throwing his clothes and towel into his laundry hamper before sitting on the bed. Go take a shower, cool off a bit. I can't take a shower if Izuku is in there. Nito blushed, causing Hitoshi to snort. The radio star said one of you guys could shower in their bathroom. Why didn't you tell me before? Nito sighed, grabbing his clothes. Hitoshi shrugged, I honestly couldn't tell you. But hey, at least you got to spend time with Izuku when he wasn't beat up or crying. I guess. Nito pouted before leaving. Dumbass, Hitoshi snickered and shook his head, before leaning down to grab Kaneko who had just walked into the room. When are they going to stop being oblivious idiots? Kaneko gave a non-committal meow, which Hitoshi took as an answer. Never. Hitoshi gasped before shaking his head and holding Kaneko closer to his chest. You're sadly, probably right. Hitoshi continued to play with his cat until Izuku walked into the room, nearly tripping on his pants when he saw Hitoshi's hair. It was down, covering his forehead, and Izuku couldn't be more confused than he was right now. What the F-dash? Izuku mumbled with wide eyes. What happened to your hair? Hitoshi tilted his head as if he didn't know why Izuku was surprised. What do you mean? Is your hair not naturally defying gravity at all times? Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. Did you really think that my hair was naturally like that? Izuku turned to Kaneko and then back at Hitoshi. Yeah? Why wouldn't I? You always have it like that. He's such a big fan of his dad that he tries to imitate him in his everyday life. Nito snickered as he walked into the room, wearing a button-up and lounge pants set that was almost exactly like the one Izuku had on, if not for the color. Anyways, Hitoshi quickly changed the subject and turned to Izuku with an apologetic look that made him stop gaping at Hitoshi's hair. We have a problem. What's wrong? Izuku asked, concerned, while Nito just stared at Hitoshi with calculating eyes. I seem to only have one futon, and we wouldn't want one of you to be sleeping on the floor, Hitoshi frowned. So I guess you two will just have to share. Hitoshi. Nito gritted his teeth as he sent a glare Hitoshi's way. Either that or one of you can sleep on the floor, though that might cause back problems. Hitoshi turned to Nito with a sly smile, and we wouldn't want that. Nito was about to voice his protests before Izuku spoke. He turned to Nito, fidgeting nervously with one of the oversized sleeves. I don't mind sharing. I tend to latch onto things close to me in my sleep though. Hitoshi had to stifle his laughter as Nito started blinking fast. It's what he imagined a computer restarting would look like if it was human-shaped. I don't mind. Yes. Well. Izuku spoke softly with a small, unsure smile. If you're uncomfortable you don't have to force yourself. I'm fine with sleeping on the floor. No. No, it's fine, I just, Nito cleared his throat. Yeah, let's us share. Izuku smiled, still a bit unsure, and Hitoshi hid his laugh with a cough. Now that we have that all figured out. Oh my god, what is it now, Hitoshi? Nito really couldn't handle any more of Hitoshi's little games. One more Izuku-related surprise and he really might just need to leave before his heart decided it no longer liked living in his chest. Hey! Hitoshi gasped offendedly, I had an actual serious question for your information. Izuku sat down on the ground and spoke before the two boys could start arguing again. What's up? Hitoshi turned to Izuku and then glanced at Nito. What? Nito asked. Do you want me to leave so you two can talk alone? Sit down next to Izuku, Hitoshi said as he went to sit in the desk chair opposite of where Izuku was. This question is for both of you. Nito raised an eyebrow but sat next to Izuku nonetheless. The two boys shared a look of concern before turning back to Hitoshi, whose face didn't give away anything about what his next question could be. The room suddenly felt oddly tense and Izuku couldn't help shifting in his spot as Hitoshi opened his mouth to speak. Do you guys know something about the new vigilante? Do you guys know something about the new vigilante? What the F dash? No, seriously, what the F was Izuku's life? Izuku was only half serious when he asked Nito if his luck was bad, but now he was seriously starting to consider that there was some force of nature destined to make him miserable. First meeting Eraserhead and now this bullshit? Izuku was planning to tell Hitoshi that he was a vigilante, but he started to be on the fence about it when he found out that his father was the hero trying to catch him. He planned to talk to Nito about it earlier, but then he started acting weird and Hitoshi came in, so he lost his chance. Izuku was expecting to have time to sort out his thoughts and feelings, but apparently, life had other plans. Why would you think we would know anything about the new vigilante? Nito asked, raising an incredulous eyebrow, but Izuku could see the internal panic he had in his eyes. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow back. You guys kept giving each other looks and were acting weird at dinner. Well, we don't know any T-dash. Izuku cut him off with a nervous smile, putting a hand on his arm. It's okay. You don't need to lie. Nito's forehead creased and he looked Izuku in the eyes, searching for any doubt that he had. Are you sure? No, Izuku chuckled, but, he turned to look at Hitoshi. I don't really like keeping secrets from you two. We're all friends, so I trust you. Nito bit his lip and held Izuku's hand, which Izuku was grateful for because depending on what Hitoshi decided to do next, Izuku's life could change again. Izuku took a deep breath. The truth is... Wait, Hitoshi cut in, gaining the attention of the two boys. You? Hitoshi shook his head slightly. You don't have to tell me. What? Why? Izuku asked, tilting his head to the side. Didn't you want to know? I mean, yeah, Hitoshi shrugged, but it's obvious you aren't ready to tell me, so I don't want to force your secrets out of you. I do want to tell you, it's just... Izuku glanced at Nito trying to figure out how to say it. Nito cringed trying to find the right words. It's not exactly legal. Well, Izuku snorted, that's debatable. Nito and Hitoshi gave Izuku an unimpressed look and he cleared his throat, straightening up. It's just, your dad is kinda trying to catch them, so although I do want to tell you, it's kinda hard when I don't know if you'll tell him. Hitoshi glanced between Izuku and Nito with narrowed eyes. And if I promise not to say anything, will you be more comfortable telling me? Izuku and Nito looked at each other and nodded. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that seems the safest. Hitoshi snorted. So should we do a blood oath or will you just take my word for it? What the F, Hitoshi? No. Nito exclaimed with a repulsed face. A blood oath seems like a lot of work and I'm not really in the mood to rub my bloody finger with someone else's, Izuku reasoned, so I think a pink promise is good enough? Works for me, Hitoshi said. Standing up. Izuku and Nito stood up as well, and Izuku stuck out his pinky, getting Hitoshi to do the same. Okay, repeat after me. Izuku looked Hitoshi in the eyes as they locked pinkies. Shinso Hitoshi. So is Nito just going to stand and watch or? He's the witness. Yeah, I'm the witness. Nito crossed his arms. Now do the pinky promise. Hitoshi jokingly rolled his eyes. Shinso Hitoshi. Promise to never tell anyone about what Midoriya Izuku is about to tell me. Promise to never tell anyone about what Midoriya Izuku is about to tell me. Or, Izuku looked over at Nito for help and whispered, as if Hitoshi wasn't there, or what? What should I say? Nito furrowed his brows in thought. Or else. I'll put Nair in your shampoo. Izuku bit his lip with a smile and looked down to try and stifle his laugh while Hitoshi looked at him with an unamused face. You wouldn't. I won't have to if you keep the promise, Nito smirked, giving a pointed look to Izuku and Hitoshi's still interlocked fingers. Hitoshi sighed. Or else I'll, he gritted his teeth as if it pained him to say, allow Nito to put Nair in my shampoo. Izuku smiled as he touched their thumbs together and dropped their hands. Okay, Izuku said with a breath of relief. I guess I'll just tell you now? Hitoshi nodded and sat down on the bed, silently watching Izuku gather his voice. So, Izuku nervously laughed, you know that new vigilante? Yeah. Hitoshi answered with narrowed eyes. Well, Izuku shrugged with his palms up, smiling apologetically, that's me. Hitoshi's eyes widened a fraction before he schooled his expression and shook his head with an amused smirk. I'm not even surprised. You're not? Nito asked, astonished, how are you not surprised? Hitoshi shrugged and gestured to Izuku, it just seems like something he'd do. Izuku hummed and nodded while Nito sputtered. You're not wrong, Izuku said with a shrug. Anyways, now that we have that out of the way, what do you guys want to do? Hitoshi had somehow gotten Izuku and Nito to agree to watch a horror movie and the two boys were heavily regretting it. They were about 45 minutes in, so the plot was starting to get to the good part, as Hitoshi would say, though Nito would disagree that there was no good part. Why did we agree to this? Nito cried as one of the side characters got an axe to the head. The poor boy was clinging to Izuku and had already jumped about 15 times. Hitoshi just laughed, this isn't even that bad. I picked one of those horror comedies, I could have easily picked a gory one. You're telling us that this, Izuku gestured to the screen, which showed the murderer laughing as they repeatedly smashed in a character's skull, isn't gory? No, because the blood doesn't even look real. Hitoshi rolled his eyes as if it was the most obvious thing. I'm never letting him pick the movie again, Izuku whispered to Nito. Nito brought his head out from where it was hiding behind the pillow to nod and whisper back. Agreed. Hitoshi, who saw this whole exchange, just shook his head and continued to watch the movie. It was nearing the climax of the movie. The main character had come up with a plan to get rid of the murderer and everything was tense. She's not going to be able to kill them. Izuku shook his head and Nito nodded, still clinging to Izuku like his life depended on it. Shoo, Hitoshi shushed, you're about to find out if she can or not, so shut up and watch. Izuku rolled his eyes because the smirk on Hitoshi's face only promised another cry from Nito. Izuku and Nito held their breath in anticipation and Hitoshi's grin grew to cover most of his face. Just as the main character turned the corner, there was a loud pounding. Everyone, including Hitoshi, jumped and looked towards Hitoshi's door. Who wants to open it? Nito shakily asked. Don't look at me. Izuku exclaimed, tightening his grip around Nito. Go open it, Hito, Nito said, gaining an unimpressed look from the boy. It's your room. Hitoshi rolled his eyes and threw his blanket off of him, grumbling about how Nito only uses his nickname when he wants something. When Hitoshi's hand was about an inch away from the door, the handle slowly turned on its own and Izuku and Nito hid under the blanket with only their eyes and hands peeking out. Quit it, Birdman, Hitoshi said in a tired voice. A voice that Izuku and Nito soon recognized as Yamada laughed and popped his head in with a smile. That was mean, Yamada. Nito exclaimed, shoulders relaxing and blanket dropping from his sweaty palms. Yamada laughed again and Hitoshi sighed. What did you want? I just wanted to tell you guys not to stay up too late, Yamada said kindly, as if he wasn't just terrorizing his son's friends. How late is too late? Hitoshi asked with narrowed eyes. Yamada raised an eyebrow and the two stared at each other for a minute before Yamada sighed in defeat. Just before 3 a.m.? Okay. Hitoshi pretended to think for a few seconds before nodding. Okay. We'll finish the movie, brush our teeth, and then watch TV or something until we get tired. Good. Yamada smiled. Good luck with the movie, Dash. Yamada squinted at the screen. Is this the one where the main girl dies and the murderer gets away with it? That I told you she wouldn't be able to. Yamada winced. I'm sorry listeners, I didn't realize you hadn't seen it. Out. Hitoshi deadpanned. Yamada smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. You always do this. Hitoshi ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. Yamada had no comeback to that and just nodded. Good night, boys. Good night, Yamada. Izuku and Nito said politely. Night hair for brains, Hitoshi said, causing his father to stick his tongue out immaturely before closing the door. Let's just finish the movie, Hitoshi sighed, pressing play. Even though Izuku and Nito knew the ending, they still had a nice time watching it. Hisashi had a guilty look as he walked into his and Shuta's shared bedroom. What did you do? Shoyuta asked, looking over his glasses from where he was reading in their bed. Why do you assume I did something? Hisashi winced at the raised eyebrow he got in return. Yeah, okay. I may have, accidentally, spoiled the movie that the kids were watching. Shoyuta sighed, but Hisashi was quick to defend himself. It was totally by accident. It's hard to believe that when you spoil every single movie, Shoyuta deadpanned. Hisashi pouted before walking into the bathroom. What do you think of Midoriya? Hisashi asked as he put toothpaste on his toothbrush. Well, he's not a blonde, Shoyuta replied dryly, causing his husband to roll his eyes. Come on. I want to know what you think. Hisashi exclaimed. I think he's really sweet, a little shy and awkward but polite. Shoyuta hummed before closing his book. Do you think he looks a little familiar? What do you mean? Hisashi asked as he turned off the bathroom light and climbed into bed next to his husband. I don't know, Shoyuta shrugged, just feels like I've seen him before. Hisashi hummed as he turned off the bedside lamp. Maybe it will come to you later. Maybe, Shoyuta kissed Hisashi before laying down. Night Zashi. Good night, Sho. When the three boys walked back into Hitoshi's room after brushing their teeth, Nito all but passed out on the right side of the futon. You'd think he would have trouble sleeping from all the scary things we did today, Izuku said as he looked down at the sleeping blonde. He's probably exhausted from how hard his heart worked today, Hitoshi snorted. Izuku whipped his head around. Does I have heart problems? Hitoshi took a deep breath with a small, strained smile. No, he was just really excited all day. Izuku exhaled a sigh and smiled down at Nito. I'm glad. Hitoshi looked at Izuku for a few seconds with an amused look before shaking his head and sitting on his bed. Izuku then watched as Hitoshi dumped about 5 melatonin pills into his hand. Is that safe? Izuku asked. Hitoshi shrugged. It gets the job done. Izuku raised an eyebrow and gestured to his under eyes. Does it? Hitoshi put the pills in his mouth and swallowed them down with water before looking at Izuku blankly. Yes. Izuku snorted and Hitoshi cracked a small smile. Hitoshi watched as Izuku carefully moved the blankets up and got situated on the left side of the futon, being careful not to disturb Nito. Hey Izuku? Hitoshi said, tapping light rhythms on his throat. Yeah. Izuku looked up at where Hitoshi was laying on the bed. I didn't say it earlier but, Hitoshi gave a soft smile. I'm glad that you trusted me enough to tell me such a big secret of yours. Izuku smiled and shook his head. Like I said earlier, we're all friends. I trust you. Hitoshi glanced at Nito for a second before looking at Izuku, smiling softly. Yeah. Night Izuku. Good night Hitoshi, Izuku said, and Hitoshi drifted off to sleep. It was about 30 minutes after Hitoshi and Nito went to sleep and Izuku was still awake. He was starting to understand why Hitoshi took so much melatonin. Izuku sighed as he rolled onto his back, playing with the beads of Kat's bracelet. It was a nervous tick that he noticed he started doing since he put the bracelets on. Maybe that was part of the reason Izuku couldn't sleep. He hadn't had a sleepover since Kat, and before he died, Izuku had never had a sleepover with anyone else. Izuku smiled fondly as he thought back to their old sleepovers. They would watch movies or play video games. Izuku would tell Kat about a new quirk he saw and Kat would rant about some shitty comic he read, which was usually just a romance story about two oblivious characters who were so clearly in love with each other. Why do you keep reading them if they make you so upset? Why not read a story about two characters who know they love each other and get together immediately? Izuku had asked him once. Kat just raised an eyebrow at him. Slow burns may piss me the F off, but they're way more interesting than some short, fluffy, tooth-rotting bullshit. Izuku smiled at the memory. Kat had always tried to get Izuku into reading stories like that but Izuku preferred watching rom-coms. They were always cliché, but at least the leads only took 2 hours to get together. Besides the quirk analysis and the comics, the sleepovers weren't all that different. Still, that didn't stop Izuku from missing his times with Kat. Izuku sighed as he checked the time, 1:39 a.m. He would normally be out patrolling at this time, which was probably another reason why he couldn't sleep. He hadn't patrolled at all in about a week and he wouldn't be able to until he got some help from Kanashi. Izuku should probably text him. In the middle of the night on the outskirts of Mizudafu, not too far from the main hub of the city, the buildings grew more derelict and the street lights flickered their warning for all to see. There was barely anybody out at that time, because of the overwhelming fear of being robbed or assaulted. Those who were out were probably going home or looking to cause trouble. But neither was the case for Kanashi, who stood above a teen girl who had a note clutched in her left hand and was bleeding out in a quiet alleyway. The vigilante quickly checked her pulse and when he found none, started to do chest compressions. No matter how much training you do for them, it's nothing like the real thing and it doesn't make it easier the more you do it, it just makes it more instinctual. After about 10 minutes of CPR with no luck of getting a heart rate going, Kanashi put his face in his cold hands while breathing heavily. He wiped his sweat and tears away and stood up, looking up at the sky with watery eyes, biting back the emotions flooding through him. He took a deep, shaky breath, before looking back down at the girl. She looked strangely peaceful if you could ignore the blood darkening her clothes and hair, and the fact that she was as still as a statue. I'm sorry, he whispered before pulling out his phone to call the police. When the call ended he was about to put his phone back in one of his many pockets and go up the rooftops when he got a message on Discord. At Darkwolf. Analyst underscribage today at 1:45 a.m. Do you still want to help me? Darkwolf today at 1:46 a.m. Of course. Do you need help right now? Analyst underscribage today at 1:46 a.m. Not right now but the sooner the better. Do you think we can meet up this weekend or something? Darkwolf today at 1:48 a.m. I have nothing planned tomorrow or Sunday so if that works for you just let me know when you want to meet up. Analyst underscribage today at 1:49 a.m. Thank you. Dark Wolf today at 1:50 a.m. It's no problem. Rude. Analyst under scrimmage today at 1:51 a.m. Well, thanks anyways. Have a good night, Kanashi. Dark Wolf today at 1:53 a.m. Rude. Izuku breathed out a sigh of relief as he set his phone down. That's one less thing to worry about. As Izuku was maneuvering himself to be more comfortable on the futon, Nito, who must have felt the movement, rolled over and turned to him with droopy. Zu! Nito whispered groggily, why aren't you asleep? Izuku smiled fondly and whispered in a gentle voice, I was just about to. He moved his right hand up to brush Nito's messy hair out of his eyes. Go back to sleep. Nito hummed and gently grabbed Izuku's hand from his hair, holding it in the space between their heads. Good night, Zu. Good night, and Izuku felt more than saw the sunlight peeking through the window. He felt well rested for once, maybe even had a small smile on his face and warm. Really warm. He slowly opened his eyes and realized that his head was resting on someone's chest. He could feel their arm wrapped around his back, holding him close, and could hear the sound of a steady heartbeat. Their breathing was calm and steady, so they must have still been asleep. But Izuku's own breathing stopped and his smile froze on his face when he looked up, squinting and blinking for a moment due to the sunlight shining in his eyes, before spotting pale blonde spikes of hair brushed over the person's face. Cat? He mumbled, half asleep, reaching a shaky hand up to touch the face that he knew couldn't be real. Their eyes opened slowly at his touch, and for a moment Izuku could see the fiery red that he missed so much, but then he blinked and it was replaced with the soft periwinkle he had come to cherish. Zu! Nito's tired and bewildered voice reached his ears, causing Izuku to relax. He hadn't even realized his body tensed up. Good morning, Izuku whispered softly with a smile. Nito's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he reached up and wiped his thumb under Izuku's eye, and Izuku felt the slight dampness being dragged across his cheekbone, letting him know that he was crying. What's wrong? Nito asked quietly, voice still thick with sleep and worry. Izuku just smiled softly and shook his head before wrapping his arms around Nito and resting his head down again. A moment later he felt arms wrapping around him as they pulled him closer. It felt nice. Izuku and Nito drifted back to sleep, not at all noticing the phone camera that Hitoshi had pointed at them in that moment. Their minds were filled only with thoughts of each other. Izuku and Nito were patiently waiting at the dining room table, chatting as Yamada made breakfast and Aizawa drank his coffee. Where's Toshi? Yamada asked as he stirred the veggies. He's still doing his hair. Izuku was still surprised that Hitoshi's hair laid flat to begin with. Still? Yamada shook his head. That boy spends way too long on his hair. Aizawa stopped and looked up at his husband with a raised eyebrow, like you're any better. Yamada gasped and whacked Aizawa playfully on the arm. Rude. At least I don't look homeless. It actually makes sense that Aizawa doesn't put too much effort into his appearance, Izuku said with a head tilt. Why do you say that, Zu? Nito raised an eyebrow, not seeing why it was acceptable for anyone to look like they haven't showered in days. Well, Izuku started. Eraserhead is an underground hero, so he operates primarily at night in the less patrolled and less well-developed areas of town. As an underground hero, he will often do stakeouts for things like drag busts or human trafficking rings where most guards will stay on the rooftops to have as much room to observe as possible. So he would likely need to stay on the ground. Izuku looked up at Aizawa, ignoring the other two pairs of eyes on him. I have a theory, though mind you, any photos or videos of your hero costume that I've seen were only on online forums and they're quickly deleted, Izuku reassured, but I think that the reason your hero costume looks so, shabby? Aizawa glared at the snort Yamada gave while Izuku continued on, is because, when paired with your long, messy hair, you could stumble around at night and just happen to collapse against dumpsters in an alley that you know will be busy later. No one would look twice because they would think you're just some random homeless person. All eyes in the room turned to Aizawa to look for confirmation, but the man only sipped his coffee before saying, interesting theory, with a small smirk. Yamada playfully covered Aizawa's ears and loudly whispered, that means you're right. Aizawa jokingly glared at Yamada and Izuku smiled proudly while Nito scoffed. Of course he's right. Nito boasted, Zu is a genius with all things quirk and hero related. Oh, are you? Yamada smiled as Izuku hid his head in his hands to cover his blush. He is, Nito smirked. Within the first 5 minutes of meeting me, him only knowing what? 2 things about my quirk. He talked about how versatile my quirk is and how it could save a bunch of people. Do you like quirk analysis? Yamada inquired, interested in what Nito was saying. I do. Izuku looked up with a smile, choosing to ignore the redness he could still feel coving his face. It was always my dream to be a quirk analyst for heroes. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Was? Izuku smiled sadly, but with determination in his eyes, and Nito gave him a worried glance. I'm going to be a hero now. Were you going to try out for the intelligence and analytics course at UA? Yamada probed as Hitoshi came into the room, hair up as usual. Izuku nodded. I'm still going to, but if I get into the hero course, that's where I'll choose to go. Who knows, Hitoshi said as he stole a piece of toast, ignoring Yamada's squawk of protest. Nizu might be desperate enough to have you in both. What do you mean? Izuku questioned with a head tilt. Nizu has been wanting someone in that course for years, Yamada explained. He's only ever had about 2 students get in, but almost no one ever tries for it because it's not as publicized as the business, support, or hero courses. Izuku hummed, letting the new information set in. If I could get into both courses, which he was sure he was capable of, would Nizu really allow me to be in both? But you'd have to pass his hellish test, of course. Yamada laughed as he finished plating the food. Could I really live mine and Kat's dreams? Breakfast is ready. He'd have to think more on this later. Breakfast went by quickly and everyone was starting to clean up when Yamada asked if they were staying that day as well. I can't, Nito answered. I promised my sister that I would teach her how to bake her favorite cookies today. Izuku's head whipped around. I didn't know you had a sister? Or that you liked to bake? I never mentioned her to you? Nito asked, genuinely surprised. I thought I would have since she's quirkless too. She's quirkless? Izuku's eyes widened. That's super rare even for people our age. How old is she? She's 7, he answered, but quirklessness isn't that uncommon in my family. It's not. Izuku wasn't sure if his eyes could get any bigger at this point. Nope, Nito shook his head. My grandmother was quirkless and no one in my family ever really had strong quirks. Izuku hummed, trying to absorb this new information. And the baking? I just like baking. Nito shrugged with a smile. It's relaxing. I can agree with that. So that's a no for Monoma. Yamada intervened. What about you, Midoriya? Do you have plans for today? Oh, I'm supposed to be meeting with a friend at some point, Izuku answered, though we don't really have a set time to meet up yet or anything. Okay. Yamada nodded. Then how about in an hour or 2 we can leave and I'll drop you 2 off at your houses? You don't have to drop me off. Izuku waved his arms around. I can just take the train, it's not that far. Yamada was about to open his mouth when Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked up to see Hitoshi shaking his head slightly at him. Just let him, Izuku. The Banshee will always win this argument. Izuku looked at Nito, who nodded, and then back at Yamada, who was looking at him with an expectant grin. Well, Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. If you insist. Perfect. Yamada cheered. You boys can go hang out while I clean this up, he gestured around the kitchen, and I'll come get you when I'm done. Thank you for breakfast, Yamada. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Goldilocks. Once the boys walked into Hitoshi's room, Nito asked the question that he figured wasn't safe to ask in front of Hitoshi's parents. Who are you meeting with later? Kanashi, Izuku answered. Wait, Kanashi? Hitoshi asked with raised eyebrows, like the vigilante? Izuku nodded. I'm going to see if he can get me some gear to better disguise myself around your dad. I didn't know you two were friends, but I also didn't know you were a vigilante until last night, so. Hitoshi drifted off, chuckling lightly. Izuku snorted. We're not really friends. He's just worried about me and wants to help me. Hitoshi nodded with a hum. That's nice of him. My dad loves that vigilante. I mean, he claims he doesn't care. He rolled his eyes, sitting down at his desk chair, but I know he does. I didn't know he was fond of vigilantes. Nito tilted his head. I thought he always just caught them. He usually does, Hitoshi shrugged, but with certain ones, the ones who do more good than bad, Dad usually keeps them around. Maybe he'll keep you around Izuku, Nito said optimistically, then you wouldn't have to worry about slipping up around him. Maybe, Izuku shrugged, though he doubted that was the case. He never did anything special like stop suicides like Kanashi or save a group of kids from a villain. Heck, he even broke some ribs of the first guy he ever fought. If anything, Eraserhead probably thinks he's a vigilante that uses too much force and wants him off the streets immediately. Oh God, am I the endeavor of vigilantes? What? Nito choked. Did I say that out loud? Izuku murmured sheepishly. Yeah, Hitoshi said with an amused voice, though I don't think you could ever be like Endeavor. Yeah, it's not like you accidentally burn down buildings when apprehending a purse snatcher. Nito quipped. That's true, Izuku chuckled. Do you guys also think the Endeavor on the Discord server is the real Endeavor? Oh, 100%, Hitoshi said monotonously. There's no way he isn't. Yeah, Nito snickered, smirking mischievously. Sometimes I say things around him just to piss him off. Izuku grinned. What other heroes do you guys dislike? Oh my God, don't even get me started on Uwabami. Nito rolled his eyes. Seriously, don't. Hitoshi warned. He can rant for hours. She's just so dash. Nito made jerky strangling type gestures with his hands before plopping onto the bed. Hey Nito, Hitoshi started, side glancing at Izuku who was highly amused. Who do you hate more, Uwabami or Best Jeanist? Nito looked up with a raised eyebrow. That fashion disaster? Nito scoffed. Giving blondes everywhere a bad name, both of them. Izuku rasped out a laugh. He was glad that he was friends with people who would make fun of heroes with him. Eventually, Hizashi called the boys telling them that it was time to go, and they all piled into the car and drove off toward Monoma's, who was the closest. He hummed along to the music the whole way there, while Midoriya and Monoma chatted in the back seat. "This is a really nice house," Midoriya complimented as Hizashi pulled up to the front of Monoma's home. "Thanks." Monoma smiled, opening the car door to leave. "Maybe next time we can have a sleepover at my house. Or hang out. With Hitoshi, of course. Unless you also maybe wanted to come over sometime?" Hizashi bit his lip to stifle a laugh while Midoriya just smiled. "That sounds like fun. We'll plan something soon." Monoma relaxed. "Great. Bye Yamada, thank you for the ride." Hizashi cleared his throat with an amused smirk. "Bye Monoma." Monoma waved at the car with a pained smile as Hizashi began driving away. He watched in the rearview mirror as Monoma put his face in his hands, slapped his cheek, and ran inside of his house. A snort escaped Hizashi and he saw Midoriya look up from the rearview mirror before shrugging and going on his phone. "Ah," Hizashi sighed fondly, "I remember when Shoyuda was that oblivious." Loudmouth walked into the house with a smile. "You look happy," his father observed from the couch, where he was nursing his 5th cup of coffee that day. Big Bird ignored him and walked over to where Hitoshi was on the floor playing with Kaneko. "You didn't tell me that Monoma has a crush on Midoriya?" he complained. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. "Did I even need to?" He snorted. "It's obvious to everyone but Izuku himself." His dad nodded from the couch. He had seen the small hint of blush on Monoma's face when he was talking to Midoriya at breakfast. Chatterbox looked at his husband with a raised eyebrow. "Don't act like you weren't just as oblivious as Midoriya when I was flirting with you." His dad narrowed his eyes. "That's because you're nice to everyone. Monoma isn't." "Yeah," Hitoshi agreed. "That's why it was obvious." "Well, maybe it wasn't obvious to everyone," Future Mike muttered with a pout before sitting down next to his husband, putting an arm around the man. "How's paperwork going?" His father sighed. "There's not as much now that Null isn't patrolling as often, but..." He stopped, suddenly looking at the file he was holding. "But what?" Platform Hair asked, looking over his shoulder to read the file. "I figured out why I thought Midoriya looked familiar." His dad sighed, putting down the file on the table with an unreadable expression on his face. Hitoshi whipped his head around to look at his father with wide eyes. "Sheet," he thought with a sigh, "I better not get nared for this." Bonus. Anka perked up at the sound of the door opening. Her brother was home, which meant he would teach her to bake, just like he promised. "Nito and I. She squealed as she ran to the living room. "Are we going to make cookie dash?" She stopped when she saw her brother face planted onto the couch, groaning. "Nito and I. She tilted her head, slowly getting closer to him. "Are you okay?" Nito rolled over to face his sister. His hair was messy and his face was red and cringing. "Anka, why am I such a mess?" She gave a bewildered look. "What do you mean?" "Ugh ha." Nito groaned into the pillow. "Can I do anything without malfunctioning?" "You could help make me cookies," she smiled. She loved and cared about her brother, but now was not the time for his dramatics. "You don't get it," he exclaimed, sitting up to look at her better. "It's embarrassing. I am an embarrassment." "Nito and I, why are you throwing a tantrum?" She whined, exasperated. "I'm not throwing a tantrum," he claimed with a sigh. "I'm just frustrated and angry and kind of want to cry." That's throwing a tantrum," she said wisely, making her brother groan more. "Now are you going to teach me how to make cookies or not?" Nito sighed but nodded with a pout. "That I'll teach you." "Yes." She cheered, giving Nito a large hug. "Thank you, Nito." Nito smiled as he hugged back. "You're welcome. Thank you for the ride, Yamada." Izuku smiled as he unbuckled his seatbelt. "It's no problem, little listener." Yamada waved him off. "Are you sure I shouldn't come up to greet your mother?" "It's fine." Izuku shook his head. "I'm not even sure if she's home right now. She usually has lunch with my aunt on Saturdays." "Well, maybe next time." Yamada smiled. "Have a nice day, Midoriya." "You too," Izuku said before closing the door. Izuku sighed as he turned around to face his apartment. It was true what he said, that his mother and aunt usually had lunch on Saturdays, but Izuku could see her car parked in the parking spot for their apartment, so she either hadn't left yet, or they decided to have dinner instead, which would mean a family dinner with his aunt and uncle. Izuku loved his family, he did, but he didn't really want to see his mom right now. After his fight with Setsuna, when she had first mentioned therapy, it had been awkward and tense with him. His mother truly believed that he needed to talk to someone, while Izuku was still uncomfortable with the thought of telling a complete stranger all of his problems. After their talk, Izuku had just gone to bed, too tired from his lack of sleep and numerous breakdowns to even think about therapy. But in the morning when he and his mom sat down for breakfast, Izuku remembered their talk and was nervous, thinking she would bring it up again. She didn't, luckily, but it was awkward and tense, as they hadn't really talked about it. Izuku rolled his shoulders and took a deep breath as he opened the door. "I'm home," he called out. "Hi, honey," his mother greeted, coming out of the kitchen with an apron on, holding a towel to dry her hands. "Did you have fun with your friends?" Izuku relaxed. The air didn't feel as tense as it did before. "Yeah." Izuku smiled. "It was a lot of fun." "That's good," she smiled back, and Izuku saw her own shoulders relax. She probably also thought about it being my first sleepover without Cat, Izuku thought to himself. "It smells good in here," he complimented as he walked towards the kitchen. "Thank you." His mom replied happily, "I'm making lunch for Mitsuki and me, but you're free to join us." "You aren't going over to Auntie's house?" Izuku questioned with furrowed brows. His mother and aunt always had lunch at a cafe or restaurant, or at the Bakuga's house because it was bigger. His mom smiled sadly. Mitsuki said she didn't want to be home right now. Izuku nodded in understanding. It was hard enough for him to enter that house every time they had family dinners. To sit at the dining room table knowing that there was an extra seat open. An extra room. Photographs on the walls of someone who will never take another. Along with trinkets of theirs that were collected over the years. All containing nothing but a bittersweet memory. The whole house lost a lot of its warmth with Katsuki, but the upstairs especially. When Izuku was walking up and down those stairs on Tuesday, he felt nauseous. It felt so gloomy and dark. Seeing Kat's bedroom door only served as a reminder of how empty the house was, and Kat's parents had to deal with that every day. Izuku too would not want to stay at home. His mom took a deep breath and smiled. "So, do you want to have lunch with us?" Izuku gave a regretful look. "I'm sorry, I would have loved to. But I, kinda, already made plans with someone else." "You did?" His mother looked surprised by this. "With who?" "You don't know them," Izuku said, not knowing how to describe Kanashi when he didn't even know his real name. "I should probably ask about that. Are they a friend from the dojo?" "No, they're a dash." Izuku internally grimaced at how much he sounded like he was lying. "They're a second-year support course student at UA. I happened to meet them a while back and they said they wanted to help me." "Not a lie." "Oh, that was nice of them," she said with furrowed brows. "Did they say why?" Izuku shrugged. He felt relieved when his mother stopped the interrogation. "You should invite your friends to dinner one of these nights," she advised as she placed her tea set down on the table. "You seem so much happier lately, I'd love to meet the boys that could do that for you." "Yeah, maybe." Izuku smiled awkwardly. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling a dinner with Nito, Hitoshi, and his mom would be uncomfortable or embarrassing. "Maybe." She raised an amused eyebrow at him, shaking her head with a smile. "Izuku, that wasn't a question." Izuku smiled and winced. "I'll ask when they're free." "Good," his mom chuckled. "Now go. Get changed. You don't want to be meeting your friend in dirty clothes." Izuku looked down and realized he was in the clothes he wore to the cafe yesterday, having taken off the pajamas Hitoshi lent him the night before. He kind of regretted not stealing them. The long-sleeve button-down and matching lounge pants were surprisingly soft and warm. Izuku looked up with a sheepish smile and nodded before running to his room. He could hear his mom softly chuckling at him as he closed the door, and Izuku smiled when he got into his room. His mom was right, he was a lot happier lately. Loudmouth walked into the house with a smile. "You look happy." His father observed from the couch, where he was nursing his 5th cup of coffee that day. Big Bird ignored him and walked over to where Hitoshi was on the floor playing with Kaneko. "You didn't tell me that Minoma has a crush on Midoriya?" he whined. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. "Did I even need to?" He snorted. "It's obvious to everyone but Izuku himself." His dad nodded from the couch. He had seen the small hint of blush on Minoma's face when he was talking to Midoriya at breakfast. Chatterbox looked at his husband with a raised eyebrow. "Don't act like you weren't just as oblivious as Midoriya when I was flirting with you." His dad narrowed his eyes. "That's because you're nice to everyone. Minoma isn't." "Yeah," Hitoshi agreed. "That's why it was obvious." "Well, maybe it wasn't obvious to everyone," Future Mike muttered with a pout before sitting down next to his husband, putting an arm around the man. "How's paperwork going?" His father sighed. "There's not as much now that Null isn't patrolling as often, but he stopped suddenly looking at the file he was holding. "But what?" Platform Hair asked, looking over his shoulder to read the file. "I figured out why I thought Midoriya looked familiar." Hitoshi's father sighed, putting down the file on the table with an unreadable expression on his face. "You thought Izuku looked familiar?" Hitoshi asked with wide eyes. If his dad figured out that Izuku was a vigilante right after Izuku told him, no amount of denying it would make him look innocent in Nito's eyes, and he really didn't want to get Nair put in his shampoo. His dad nodded with a hum. "This case I'm working on," he pointed to the file. "The villain makes dust clouds to blind people so they can pickpocket them. The shape of the cloud has been described similarly to the sludge villain." "Oh," Hitoshi said in realization. "The one who killed Izuku's friend." His dad looked up, eyes wider than usual. It was his friend? Hitoshi nodded hesitantly. He wasn't sure if Izuku would be okay with his parents knowing because despite it being public knowledge, it was still Izuku's business. But he answered anyway. His best friend. Past Mike put a hand on his dad's shoulder and Hitoshi continued speaking. Just, don't mention it. Around Izuku. And All Might, Hitoshi warned with a serious face. Don't mention All Might around Izuku. His parents slowly nodded and it was quiet for a few seconds before his dad spoke. Is he getting help? Losing someone like that? He gritted his teeth. It's not easy. His father's eyes were dazed when he spoke. Almost like he was seeing something that wasn't there. Remembering. Hitoshi had only seen his parents like this a few times, and he never understood the look on their faces, but now he could recognize it as the same one he often saw on Izuku. Oh, they must have lost someone too. It was a hard thing for Hitoshi to realize. He'd seen and heard how hard Izuku took his friend's death. It made him worried and upset for him. To know that his parents went through that they were still going through that after what must have been years since Hitoshi would know if a death had occurred, it made him all the more worried for Izuku. Would Izuku ever be able to heal? Are my parents okay? Will I look like that too someday? Despite Hitoshi's sudden realization and sudden worries, he just shrugged. He hasn't mentioned anything about therapy. When something happens, Nito is usually the one who can bring him back to being himself. His parents shared a look that Hitoshi didn't understand before taking a deep breath and changing the subject. What do you want for lunch, Toshi? And Hitoshi's day continued like usual. Izuku sighed as he sprawled out on his bed. He took a deep breath, looking at the ceiling for a few seconds, before grabbing his phone to text Kanashi. At Darkwolf. Analyst_bitch today at 11:54 a.m. What time did you want to meet up? Darkwolf today at 11:57 a.m. Anytime is okay. Analyst_bitch today at 11:58 a.m. So is 30 minutes to an hour good for you? Darkwolf today at 11:59 a.m. You should also know my address, Duckfalk. Izuku shook his head with a chuckle as Kanashi sent the address. He pocketed his phone and stood up with a stretch, his back popping slightly. He exhaled a breath before hearing the sound of the front door opening, along with the sound of his aunt's voice. Izuku made sure he had everything he needed from his room, pausing for a second before deciding to bring his vigilante outfit, and closed his door. His mom and aunt were speaking in hushed voices as Izuku approached. He wasn't sure what they were talking about, but he saw his mom nodding sympathetically before noticing her son and putting on a smile. Are you leaving now? Yeah, Izuku answered before turning to his aunt with a smile. Hi, Auntie. Hey, Izu, she greeted, giving him a hug and a hair ruffle. Not staying for lunch? Izuku smiled apologetically as he put on his shoes, but it was his mom who answered. He's going to hang out with a friend. A friend? Auntie Mitsuki asked with an enthusiastic smile. That's exciting. Where are you two going? Izuku gave a small, forced smile. Just his house. He's going to help me with something. Well, have fun, kiddo. Mitsuki smiled. Izuku stared for a few seconds with an unreadable expression. Mitsuki quirked an eyebrow at him and Izuku quickly hugged her tightly. Mitsuki was surprised but hugged back. They stayed like that until Izuku broke the hug and quickly went out the door. Bye, Auntie. Bye, Mom. Love you. He called out with a wave. Be safe. Inko called back. I will. Izuku promised before shutting the door. Once Izuku left, Mitsuki turned to Inko with furrowed brows. Is he okay? He was fine earlier. Inko shrugged with a worried expression that was aimed at the front door. I'm not sure what's up with him. The two women stood silently, lost in their thoughts. Until Inko sighed and put on a smile. Let's eat. Mitsuki nodded and entered the dining room, which had teriyaki salmon, rice, and tea set out. This looks great, Inko, Mitsuki complimented, sitting down at one of the chairs. Good job. Thank you. Inko smiled, sitting down at the seat across from Mitsuki. So how's Izuku been lately? Mitsuki asked, taking a sip of tea. You said he got into a fight on Thursday. What was that about? Inko nodded with a sigh. He accidentally went too hard when sparring with a girl at the dojo. He said that it was just a long week and that he was tired, lost control, she said with air quotes before shaking her head. I don't know. I'm worried about him, you know. Mitsuki nodded in understanding. It's not like him to get violent. Exactly, Inko agreed. I'm just glad he has his friends. The one he's meeting with now? Mitsuki asked as she took a bite of the fish. Inko shook her head, swallowing her own food. No, different ones. I think their names are Hitoshi and Nito. First name basis already? Mitsuki smirked. They must be close. Inko shrugged. He doesn't talk about them much, but they seem to be helping. That's good. Mitsuki smiled sadly, eyes slightly dazed. I was worried that after Katsuki he would just isolate himself. Me too. Inko nodded, putting her hand over Mitsuki's. They stayed in silence before Inko chuckled wetly, wiping her tears. So how has your week been? It's been going. Mitsuki shrugged sadly. It was hard for her to say if it had been better or worse because it just was. I'm lucky to have you and Masaru. I don't know what I would do without you two. Inko stood up and walked to the other side of the table to hug Mitsuki. Good thing you'll never have to find out, Inko promised, tightening the hug. Izuku couldn't breathe. He needed to get away as fast as he could, and though breathing should have been his first priority, he wouldn't be able to do that until he got away from Mitsuki. A friend? That's exciting. Where are you two going? His aunt looked so surprised and happy, but Izuku thought he saw a look of sadness behind her eyes. Was she thinking of Kat? Is she surprised and hurt that I could get over her son's death so fast? Izuku wasn't over Kat's death. His aunt had to know that, and Izuku knew that she knew that, but his torturous brain told him otherwise. Is it betrayal? A replacement? Was making friends the right choice? To us. Izuku would be a lot worse off if he didn't have Nito and Hitoshi. Who knows what he would have done? Without their support, he could have been Izuku stopped. He was at a park now with only a few people walking around it. Dead? No. Izuku scoffed as he wiped his tears. Why would I even think that? I wouldn't kill myself. That's what Izuku told himself, but some of the things Kanashi had said to him came back to his head. You had this look in your eyes. I don't have a look in my eyes, he denied, starting to walk again in the direction of Kanashi's house. Like someone who lost everything. I didn't lose everything, he tried to convince himself. I still have my family. Someone who didn't care anymore. I care plenty. I have a goal. To be a hero. I can't go anywhere until I complete that. Life or death. He stopped again. But what after? What do I do after I become a hero? What if I did dash? It's all the same to you. It's not the same. Izuku shook his head. I wouldn't do that to my family. Mom would be heartbroken, auntie and uncle can't lose another son, and I can't let Nito and Hitoshi lose a friend like I did, he said sternly. I don't need to think about what would happen if I killed myself because I'm not going to do it. Then why did you have those thoughts? A part of his subconscious asked, but Izuku ignored the question and kept up the trek to Kanashi. He had other things to worry about. At Darkwolf. Analyst _bitch today at 12:56 p.m. I think I'm here? Is it the house with the shed in the back? Darkwolf today at 12:57 p.m. Izuku looked up from his phone at the sound of the door in front of him opening to see Kanashi standing there with a smile. Hey, he greeted, opening the door a little wider. Come on in. Thank you for letting me come over on such short notice, Izuku said politely as he walked into the house. The place wasn't too big, but it had a nice lived-in feeling to it. They passed through a cozy-looking living room with photos hung on the wall that showed the vigilante and what he assumed to be his parents. It definitely felt more like a home than just a place to live. It's no problem. Kanashi waved off, leading him further through the house to what seemed to be the back door. I said I wanted to help you. Right. The remnants from Izuku's earlier breakdown were still whirling around in his head, but he tried to shake them out, at least for now. Breaking down in front of Kanashi right now would just make him think that Izuku was a danger to himself even more, which he wasn't. Oh. Kanashi suddenly stopped, and if it wasn't for Izuku's reflexes, he would have just ran into their back. You're a guest, do you want anything? A drink or snack? I'm fine, Izuku assured. Thank you though. If you want anything let me know. Kanashi smiled kindly before opening the back door. Are we going to your shed? Izuku asked as they made their way across the yard. It was a dumb question, but Izuku didn't like the silence. Yep. Kanashi answered, comfortable with keeping the conversation going. It's where I work on my gadgets. Izuku hummed. That's cool. Kanashi nodded and opened the shed. Welcome to my workshop. Izuku walked in and looked around. The shed was about the size of a normal bedroom, but the tables made it so there was only enough floor space for a pathway in between them. Tools were spread throughout, even though there was a wall that looked like it was meant to hold them all, and blueprints were laid around. To anyone else it would have looked like a mess, but as Izuku was the type of person who always had notebooks and pens sprawled out across his desk, he understood that Kanashi probably knew exactly where everything he needed was. Sorry for the mess. Kanashi sheepishly rubbed his neck. It's fine. Izuku waved off. I get it. Kanashi nodded as he sat down in his wheelie desk chair. So, what did you need help with? Izuku looked down and messed with Kat's bracelet. It might be a lot to ask, Kanashi hummed, and Izuku continued. Well, the thing is, my friend's dad is... Eraser head. Kanashi's eyes widened, but he didn't ask any questions. So he knows my voice and stuff, and I kinda need something to disguise myself better. It doesn't even have to be a big thing, even just a small voice changer could work, but I don't know how to make that myself, and I know you're a support student, so I figured that I would ask you. So, can you help? Izuku grimaced at his awkwardness. Yeah. Kanashi's eyes were still slightly wide before he shook his head. Yeah, I can totally do that. Are you sure? Izuku titled his head. It wouldn't be hard to do, he assured as he stood up. I actually already have something. Now, where is it? He muttered to himself, looking around the desk. Here it is. He turned around with a smile. What is it? Izuku asked as he looked closer at the object, which looked like a black, metal choker. It's a voice changer. Kanashi stepped closer to Izuku to allow him to get a better look. It goes around your throat, so if you don't want to wear a mask or if you want to eat or drink something, you could talk with your voice still being disguised. He handed it to Izuku, who was looking in awe. It also makes the voice change immediate, so if someone has really good hearing or something, they wouldn't be able to hear the slight interval where your voice is normal. This is incredible, Izuku complimented. Most villains tend to aim for the face, which would risk breaking a mask, so having it around the neck would make it less prone to breaking. Exactly. Kanashi nodded excitedly, thrilled to be sharing his inventions with someone as interested as him. And you wear a turtleneck so it could go under and not even be visible. And if the outline of it is noticeable, Izuku continued, it would be barely visible with how dark it is at night and me moving around. So I'm guessing it'll work? Kanashi chuckled. As long as it functions properly, I think it's perfect. Izuku smiled. Thank you. It's really no issue. Kanashi shook his head with a smile. I have a bunch of those, so if it ever does break or malfunction, you can come over any time to get more. You're a really nice person, Kanashi. Izuku spoke sincerely. Kanashi scratched the back of his neck. I'm just trying to help. Oh. Izuku looked up. What is it? Last night when you said, have a good night, Kanashi, it made me realize that I don't know your name, civilian or vigilante-wise, and that you don't know mine. Yeah. Izuku chuckled. I was actually thinking about that earlier when I was explaining to my mom why I was going out. It'd be a good thing to know if we'll be seeing each other outside of our nighttime activities, Kanashi joked. Yeah, well my name is Midoriya Izuku. He shrugged. And you? Minkin Hito. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Are you messing with me? Minkin huffed a laugh. I, unfortunately, am not. Izuku shook his head. I can't believe your civilian name is civilian. Pretty ironic, huh? Minkin grinned. And you're not any better with your last name. He gestured to Izuku's hair, causing him to laugh. So what's your vigilante name? Oh, I don't have one yet. Izuku shook his head, a smile still evident on his face. Minkin winced. You should get on that, otherwise the public might give you one and they aren't always the greatest at picking names. Izuku grimaced and nodded, thinking about the name they already had for him. Unless they already gave you one? Minkin tilted his head. Izuku sighed. They called me Shinku. Yikes. He cringed. That's not great. Yeah. Well, Minkin started. I think someone's vigilante, hero, or villain name should tell people who they are. What kind of vigilante are you? Izuku thought for a moment before shrugging. I don't know. I'm not even a real vigilante. Minkin raised his eyebrows. What does that mean? A vigilante is someone who uses their quirk to perform heroism without a license. He waited for Minkin to nod before continuing. Well, I'm quirkless, so I'm not illegally using my quirk to perform heroism. That's you? Minkin stuttered. You're so cool, Midoriya. Izuku blinked. Huh. Fighting crime is hard enough with a quirk, Minkin explained. I've seen how you take down villains, you're amazing. Izuku fumbled. Thank you. Minkin snorted at Izuku's reaction. Anyway, even if you aren't technically a vigilante, you're still classified as one, so you should have a name. I never really cared about a name, Izuku confessed, leaning on the table. I just wish it wasn't a crappy one like the public gave me. Even the police named me better than that. Wait, what do the police call you? Minkin prodded. Null. Izuku shrugged. Minkin put a hand to his chin in thought. That's actually a really good name for you, especially since you aren't a real vigilante. Izuku tilted his head. That's true. I do kind of like it. He shook his head. But I heard the name from Eraser when I was at his house. If I suddenly started using it after learning that, wouldn't that be suspicious? Minkin tilted his head, toying with a thought. I could spread it around maybe? Izuku gave a questioning look. I see other vigilantes and Eraser every once in a while. I could say you heard it from some cops at a crime scene and liked it. Not suspicious at all. Izuku nodded slowly. That works. Great. Now that we have that out of the way, Minkin stood up, stretching. Do you want any other gear? What? Izuku's eyes widened. This was all I needed. He pointed to the voice changer. Minkin rolled his eyes. You're going to need better gear. Flower and laser pointers aren't going to cut it forever. Izuku blushed. It's too much to ask for. You're not asking, Minkin pointed out as he looked through his desk. I'm offering. Plus, he turned to Izuku, holding a blueprint. There's something I've been wanting to make for a while that I haven't had any use for, though it's perfect for you. He smirked before showing Izuku the paper. It was a black staff, similar to the length of Izuku's pipe he was currently using. It seemed to have two buttons on it, one that allowed the staff to shirk so he could store it in a pocket or on his belt to keep his hands free when needed, and another that would show him a map of his location and could be used to call for backup, or just call for the police to come to pick up the criminals Izuku stops. This is incredible, Izuku said in awe, looking at Minkan with sparkling eyes. You're so talented. Can actually make this? I definitely could. Minkan nodded confidently. It would take a few months, but I could do it. It's amazing. Izuku sighed, handing the blueprints back. And I would love to have it. Really, I would. Izuku hesitated and Minkan chuckled lightly at his struggle. But I can't. He finished, shaking his head slightly. What? Minkan looked perplexed. Why not? It's too much. Izuku shook his head. To spend months on something like that just for me. But I've been wanting to make it. Really? Minkan insisted. Please let me make it for you. It would be doing me a favor more than anything. If I make it, I'd finally be able to stop thinking about it. He sighed and reluctantly agreed. Fine, you can make it for me. Yes. Minkan cheered. Now to the next thing. Another thing? Saturday, July 19th, 5:37 p.m. Did you meet with, it? It went really well. He's actually super amazing at support gear. Gave me a cool voice changer and is going to make me some gadgets to use in a few months. That's great, Sue. I told you it would be fine. You were totally right. How did baking with your sister go? Photo attachment of a plate of cookies, some decorated, messier than others. See for yourself. Those look great, Annie. Thanks. Maybe you could come over sometime and we could bake together? You don't have to, but if you want, the offer is there. I'd love to. Great. It's summer vacation, so whenever you want to come over, it's fine. Speaking of coming over, Mom wanted to meet you and Hitoshi. Your mom? Yeah, I'm sorry. Feel like it will be awkward, but she said it wasn't a question for me to ask you guys. We're not old. Yeah, I can totally go to that. Whenever it is. Thank you. I owe you one. You don't owe me anything, Zu. Izuku furrowed his brows and bit his thumb. That's not true. Izuku. Inko called from the other side of Izuku's door, knocking lightly on it. Dinner is done. Okay, he called back. I'll be right out. What do you mean? I'll tell you another time. I have to go eat dinner. Sorry, Anya. Oh, that's fine. I'll probably have to eat dinner soon too. I'll talk to you later. Izuku sighed as he shut off his phone, setting it down on the charger before going to the dining room. Hey, Mom. He asked as he sat down. She hummed and sat across from him. He took a deep breath. What do you do when it feels like you're always taking and never giving in a relationship? Well, she pondered as she mixed her rice. What are you taking? Izuku shrugged. It just feels like Ni is always there for me and I've yet to do anything for him. His mom tilted her head, her lip curled up slightly. Are you sure you aren't giving? Izuku's brows furrowed. What do you mean? Are you not giving your time and energy to him? She asked, not giving any memories and laughter? Well, Izuku paused. When you put it like that, just because what you're giving is different doesn't mean that it's more or less valuable to the other person. She put a hand on his arm and smiled kindly. But if you really think you're not giving enough or are taking too much, maybe talk to him. Ask him what he needs. What you can do. Izuku put his hand over hers and squeezed. Thanks, Mom, you always know what to say. She smiled and dinner continued. Son, July 20th, 12:14 p.m. I'm not sure if you're still awake, but I'm heading out. Thanks for telling me, Zu. Be safe. I always am. Call me if something happens. The wind billowing through his hoodie felt like it was blowing away all of the anxiety of the week as he jumped from rooftop to rooftop. It was like the deeper he went into the city of Mizurufu, the clearer his mind was able to get. As he leapt in between buildings, he noticed someone walking down an alleyway, and normally he would have just ignored it, but something felt off. He turned around and jumped back over to the alley, readying his pipe just in case as he peered over the edge. He saw a man in a suit who had short white hair cutting through the space between the buildings as a shortcut. It was nothing suspicious, probably just someone who wanted to get home quickly after working late at the office. But as Izuku started to turn around again, ready to continue his patrol, he began to hear what sounded like small pebbles hitting against the building. The light clicking was only audible due to the stillness of the night air. He tried to chalk it up as the wind sweeping up some of the loose dirt on the ground, but it wasn't windy, and there was no reason for there to be enough dirt to make that sound when everything around them was brick and concrete. He quickly went back to the edge and his eyes widened when he saw what looked like a giant ball of sand floating in the air, trying to quietly rush down the alleyway, straight to where the businessman was walking. Okay, think fast, Izuku, he thought to himself. The villain is made of sand or dirt, maybe even dust. They're moving slowly, but that could be because they are trying to be quiet. Izuku quietly moved down the building so he wasn't too far from the villain. If they can just pass through my fingers, how do I stop them? Izuku's eyes widened and he grabbed a water bottle from one of his pockets. He held the water bottle behind his back and called down from the rooftop, "Hey!" The deepness of his new voice caught him off guard. It made him sound a lot older than he was, but he ignored it as best as he could and focused on the scene in front of him. The businessman turned around and flinched when he spotted Izuku, but then noticed the cloud that had stopped behind him at Izuku's voice and booked it quickly out of the alley. "You made me lose my stuff," the villain said menacingly, turning to look up at Izuku. "You'll have to pay for that. It wasn't yours to lose." Izuku rolled his eyes. The villain didn't say anything back, opting for floating higher in the air to try and get to Izuku. They were almost to the top of the building before Izuku dumped the water bottle on them, turning them into mud which caused them to fall to the ground with a wet-sounding plop. Izuku peered down but couldn't see them through the shadows, so he jumped down, landing safely with a roll, and began searching. Maybe it was dumb of Izuku to go down without a plan. He had no idea how he would capture or fight them, but he was going to be a hero and not one like All Might, so he couldn't just let the villain get away from him, couldn't let it stalk through the night to hurt someone else. The sound of some trash bags crinkling in the alleyway caused Izuku to quickly turn around, only to come face to face with a wall of mud. His eyes widened and immediately started watering as he gasped in a shuddering breath, because to Izuku this wasn't some mud villain. This was the sludge villain. And there was no All Might to save him this time. Izuku was frozen as he stared at the mud. "What?" they asked, their body oozing and dripping as they straightened to tower over him. "Not so tough anymore?" Izuku opened his mouth to say something, maybe scream, but no noise came out of him, not even as the mud started to coat on top of him, encasing him in the thick, wet prison. "You know, I've never actually attacked anyone before, but you were really starting to piss me off." They spoke lowly as they tried to suffocate Izuku. "You acted all high and mighty when you got rid of that other guy, but then?" He scoffed, droplets of mud splattering around him. "Then you couldn't even get a word out." The memories of the sludge villain and his own internal thoughts mixed to make the words Izuku's own personal nightmare, drowning out the rest of the monologue coming from the villain. "If you had just left it alone, this wouldn't be happening to you. If you had just gone with Katsuki, he wouldn't be dead. You have only yourself to blame." Izuku started clawing at the mud, but it was no use. It was like the villain was picking up the surrounding dust and grime from off the ground and using it to enlarge themselves further. All clawing accomplished was getting a bunch of dirt all over his gloves, which really wasn't a big difference from the rest of Izuku. Tears started to leak out of his eyes from the lack of oxygen and mixed with the mud forcing its way down his throat. He tried to scream. Tried to apologize. Apologize for not going with Kat that day? For getting involved with the attempted mugging just now? He didn't know. And it didn't matter. No one could hear him. No one was coming. Izuku was going to die, for real this time, and he would see Kat again. Izuku didn't want to die. It wasn't just that he didn't want his friends and family to lose him, though that was a big part of it, he didn't want to lose them either. He never thought of it like that before. He always heard of people saying, "My family will get over it one day," when talking about death. He knew from experience that that wasn't the case, but he never thought about the fact that he would never get to see them again either. He'd never get to have another at-home spa day with his mom. Never get to help his aunt cook again, even though he wasn't the best at it. No more bad jokes from his uncle that never failed to crack Izuku up. What was the last sarcastic comment he heard from Hitoshi? The last smile he saw of Nei's? Izuku couldn't remember. His brain was getting foggy and darkness was creeping on the edges of his vision. People always say that when you're dying, you see the faces of the ones you love. That was true, at least for Izuku. The first time he was faced with death, his thoughts were filled with Kat. But now, why was Izuku seeing his face? Erase her head. Maybe he was already in hell. Shoyuda was standing on a rooftop overlooking the city, trying to pick up anything out of the ordinary, anything that needed his help. He was mostly looking out for the new dust cloud villain that had been stealing from the locals so that he could return this stupid wearable vacuum the Hero Commission gave out in order to capture this guy. It was stupid and made jumping rooftops harder, and Shoyuda just wanted to get rid of the DMN thing. So the sooner he found this villain, the sooner he never had to see it again. They hadn't done anything particularly dangerous yet, but with some criminals, their line of morality was thin and easy to slip across. Not to mention they were making civilians scared to travel at night, which while that would make Shuta's job easier, people needed to be able to work night shifts or be able to go home without worrying about the fact that their valuables were going to go missing by the time they got there. He was crossing over one of the darker areas of Mizudafu, as the dust villains seemed to prefer the low-lit areas where not many heroes patrolled, when he saw a person running. The look of fear on his face and the fact that he was wearing a suit told Shoyuda that he wasn't just trying to get a workout in. Shoyuta jumped down, landing in front of the white-haired man, who let out a yelp as he skidded to a stop. He was panting and looked around with scared, wide eyes. "Don't worry," Shoyuta tried to soothe, "I'm a hero." They looked Shoyuta up and down, and he couldn't really blame them for being skeptical. Even a lot of police officers thought he was some kind of crime-fighting homeless person, though as Midoriya said, he looked that way on purpose. He waited for them to catch their breath and make up their mind if they were going to run or tell Shoyuta what was wrong. Hopefully, whatever was happening, he'd still be able to get there in time. Eventually, they took a deep breath and stuttered out a response. I don't know, I was just walking home and then I heard some deep voice say." They swallowed down some nervousness and continued, I turned around and then I saw someone up on the rooftop. I was obviously scared, but then I turned around and saw a large dust cloud right behind me, so I dash." "Where was this dust cloud?" Shoyuta asked immediately. "About 4 blocks that way." They shakily pointed a finger in the direction they had just come from. "Thanks," Shoyuta said as he got his scarf ready. "Get home safe." He used his scarf to get back up to the roof and wasted no time as he took off in the direction he was told. He was expecting to just see a floating cloud of dust like all of the security cameras had captured so far. What he wasn't expecting was to look down and see a brown version of the sludge villain. For a second, he thought that maybe this was the wrong alleyway, that this was just a random civilian and the dust cloud villain had gone somewhere else after the man ran off. He was about to start scouting the area when he saw a hand reach out of the sludge and start to try and grab at it. Someone was stuck inside. The scene reminded him so much of the video he saw on the news of Midoriya's friend. How someone allowed that to be played for everyone to watch was beyond him, but there was no chance he was going to let that happen again. He jumped down and unhooked the nozzle of the vacuum midair and hit the power button as he landed in front of them. He focused mostly on where the kid's mouth was, hoping to get them some air before they passed out. The villain roared as chunks of them broke off and disappeared into the vacuum, taking in the sight of the newcomer. They started to create extra limbs to shoot out and try to attack Shoyuta and prevent him from rescuing whoever they had trapped inside. It was like playing a weird game of whack-a-mole, but instead of hitting them every time he came close, he just used the vacuum to SCK more of them up and then go back to the part of them that was suffocating the kid. And it was a kid that much Shoyuta could tell from the bits and pieces he was able to make out when he was able to reveal part of them, but it was like every time he was able to remove a layer of gunk from them, the villain would just pour themselves over the kid again. Luckily, there seemed to be less and less of the villain as time moved on. At least the vacuum was doing its job, even though it was the stupidest thing Shoyuta thought he had ever gotten from the commission, and that was saying something. He did suppose that it would have probably been a lot easier and quicker if the villain wasn't so wet that he seemed to stick to the inside of the nozzle and cause the vacuum to sputter a few times, but the commission should have made sure that things couldn't have gotten caught in the nozzle in the first place. It would have really SCKD if the villain got away because it thought to throw a garbage bag at him. Eventually, the kid was able to break free of the rest of the sludge and fell forward, landing on their hands and knees straight into a coughing fit, trying to expel the muck from their lungs. Shoyuta made sure all of the villain was safely stored in the vacuum before powering it down and ignoring the way the villain kicked and moved inside of the bag, looking very similar to a PR Gin tea person's stomach. He set the vacuum down, sent his location to Naomesa, and went to make sure the kid was okay. They were still kneeling on the floor trying to catch their breath, hands frantically wiping across their face, revealing a mask covering their eyes. Even though the mask was more brown than its usual black, and the kid was covered in a thick layer of grim, it didn't take a genius to figure out who they were. "Null," he called out gently to the kid, and he knew Null was probably young, but he didn't think he was this young. He couldn't have been any older than Kanashi was when they first started. Null locked eyes with him, but he could tell he wasn't fully seeing him. He looked like he was half trapped in a faraway memory. Tears leaked from his eyes, but he didn't make any sounds besides the huffs of air he was trying to force back into his lungs. "Hey, it's okay, kid. Just stay with me and breathe." He crouched down to be closer to eye level with him and gently put his hand on the kid's shoulder. Immediately the kid latched onto it, gripping his hands so tightly Shoyuta was sure he'd end up with a couple of bruises, but that didn't matter because it seemed to help. The contact caused their eyes to focus a little better and they took a deep gasp of air, finally seeming to actually take in the scene around them. The kid hissed deeply. He might add once they accepted the fact that Shoyuta actually was right in front of them, and he almost laughed at that and probably would have if he wasn't so worried about the kid who would have died if he was any later to the party. Shoyuta wasn't sure if he was going to scold the kid or hug them, but before he even got a chance to decide, the grip on his hand vanished and there was a bright flash of red light engulfing his vision, temporarily blinding him. By the time he was able to blink away the spots, Null was already dashing around the corner of the alleyway and out of sight. God damn it. Izuku felt numb as he ran out of the alley. His vision was still dark and he felt like he was going to pass out from his lack of oxygen, but he needed to get away from Eraserhead. He started to hear the sound of sirens and he frantically looked around. He didn't see anyone, so he fumbled up the nearest fire escape he could see. Why did that have to happen? How bad is Izuku's luck? Did he do something in his past life that caused him to be cursed? Seriously, his first patrol in a week and he basically ran into the sludge villain. The second leading cause of his trauma besides losing Cat and the shitty symbol of peace. What FNG life? Izuku slumped onto the floor of the rooftop and tried to catch his breath. It was difficult with him coughing occasionally from all the grime in his system, and his throat having a bunch of mucus in it from all the tears. He should probably go to the hospital, but that wasn't really an option for poor little Izuku. Once he caught his breath the best he could, he reached for his pocket which held his phone. He fumbled with the zipper and ended up taking off his dirt-covered gloves. It was summer so it wasn't too cold, and it was better than getting a bunch of gunk in his pockets and on his phone. He took off his mask, putting it in his pocket for safekeeping, and began to wipe away some of his tears. He tried to blink away the blurriness so he could focus in on the time. It was only 1:34 a.m. His patrol barely started but his body felt like he had been working hard for hours. He shakily unlocked the device and went to the phone app. Please pick up, Izuku muttered deeply, and he turned off his voice changer as he waited. Zoo? Nito groggily asked before clearing his throat and whispering, Are you okay? Izuku whispered back, his voice breaking from the sobs that still racked his body. He heard some faint shuffling on the other end of the phone and then, Izuku, where are you? I don't, he sniffled, wiping snot and dirt onto his sleeve. I don't know, I'm just like, on a rooftop somewhere? Nito's heart dropped though Izuku didn't know that, nor did he realize how bad that sentence sounded out of context. Izuku, Nito said sternly but shakily, where do I need to go? And nowhere. I don't even know why I called sorry dash. Izuku. Nito whispered harshly, but just loud enough for Izuku to remember himself. Where are you? He swallowed and cleared his throat, unsteadily coming to his feet. I'll come to you. It's not exactly a safe part of town. Izuku heard some grumbling on the other end of the phone, probably Nito counting his grievances, and for whatever reason, Izuku smiled. Here, Izuku said into his phone, which Nito wouldn't let him hang up as he made his way over to his house. Okay. Nito hung up and a second later Izuku saw him coming out of his house in similar pajamas to the ones he had worn at Hitoshi's, plus a soft-looking robe. Izuku! He whispered harshly, trying to put his arms around Izuku whether it was for a hug or to check him over. Izuku didn't know because he stepped back, putting his hands up. Sorry, I'm covered in, he looked down and grimaced, who knows what. I don't want to get you all dirty, he clarified to the confused-looking boy. Nito rolled his eyes and began to take off his robe. He handed it to Izuku and sighed at his head tilt. Put it on. I don't want to get it dirt dash. Put on. It was clear that Nito was exasperated and Izuku couldn't blame him. He did wake him up at 1 o'clock in the morning so he relented, putting his pipe down and slipping the robe over his dirty clothes. The second Izuku was wrapped up, Nito brought him into a hug. Are you okay? He leaned back to get a better look at Izuku, his right hand still on his neck and his left one on Izuku's arm, giving it a caring squeeze. You look, his eyes trailed down Izuku's clothes and he cringed, physically okay, besides the dirt, but you don't look good. Ouch, Izuku joked, which was a good sign but it didn't hold as much energy as it normally would. But he looked down at the ground, opting to focus on Nito's slippers. There was a villain tonight. Did they hurt you? Nito asked as he brought Izuku over to the front porch, where they could sit and talk more comfortably. Kinda. He said unsurely, they were dirt and Izuku rolled his eyes and shook his head. He was more annoyed than distraught because while this experience was definitely traumatizing, it wasn't like he hadn't had extremely vivid flashbacks or dreams of the sludge villain before. I was being dumb and I dumped water on them, which caused them to turn into this, muddy substance? And he looked up at Nito, his eyes sparkling with a mixture of unshed tears and moonlight, making them look like pools of emerald. They looked so much like the sludge villain. Nito said in an almost inaudible breath. He knew what the sludge villain did to Izuku and to his friend. The trauma they caused to Izuku and his whole family was devastating and Nito didn't know what to say, so he used his arm that was already wrapped around Izuku's shoulders and brought him in closer. That's not even the worst part, Izuku continued as he rested his head on Nito's shoulder, forgetting that he was still covered from head to toe in filth. He did the same exact thing they did. Trying to force their way, Izuku swallowed roughly and shut his eyes, down my throat. It was just so, he put his head in his hands and a sob forced its way out of his mouth, and I can't eat. Every time I start to do good, something happens. I know Zoo, Nito whispered, rubbing Izuku's arm up and down. I know. They stayed like that, Izuku crying into his hands while Nito sat with him, for a while. Long enough for Izuku to either calm down or get too tired from all the crying he did that he was finally able to stop. After a few minutes of sitting in silence, Izuku took a long inhale and brought his head up, leaning back and huffing a laugh. I'm sorry. For what? Nito asked, looking at Izuku with a crease in his brow, and Izuku briefly thought about the realization he had earlier. The one where he realized that maybe he was a little apathetic towards death. That maybe Kanashi wasn't that far off after all. It's just, he paused, toying with a thought. Maybe she's right. Maybe I do need to go and see someone. I can't keep putting everything on you. I don't mind, Nito started, but Izuku cut him off by shaking his head. No, Izuku, listen, he started again, taking Izuku's hands in his and waiting until Izuku looked up at him so he could continue. I don't mind you coming to vent to me. I like helping in whatever way I can, Nito said with such sincerity that Izuku couldn't help thinking it was true. But I also know that having someone who knows what they're doing would probably help you a lot more. I just want you to know that even if you do decide to go and talk to a professional, I'll still be here for you if you ever need it. Oh, and Izuku whispered and brought him into a tight hug, wondering what he could have possibly done to gain someone like Kinnie into his life. Maybe he wasn't as cursed as he thought. Nito hugged back, and when Izuku pulled away, he smiled and said, "Let's go get you cleaned up." Nito began to stand up and Izuku looked at him in bewilderment. What? He asked, though he did take the hand Nito held out to bring him to his feet. Izuku, I don't know if you know this, Nito whispered, leaning in closer towards Izuku's ear like he was about to share a secret. But you're absolutely filthy. Izuku blushed and pushed Nito away, making the other boy laugh. You're so mean. It's true. Nito grinned and gestured to his clothes, which looked like he had gotten some dirt thrown at him. Look at my pajamas. Izuku, this is a crime. I'll clean them for you. Izuku promised. But I can shower at home. So you're just going to walk through the neighborhood, a neighborhood where people live and see almost no crime, while carrying around a pipe and looking like you just went dumpster diving? Izuku looked to the side. No one should see me since it's so late. Plus, he looked back at Nito, who looked like a disappointed mother with his raised eyebrow and crossed arms. I always come home late and no one ever says anything. Nito pinched the bridge of his nose, only deepening the disappointed parent look. Izuku, you need a shower. Izuku's eyes widened and his jaw dropped in offense. I know I do, geez. That's not what I meant. Nito groaned and then took a deep breath. He looked Izuku in the eyes, exasperated, and began to explain. You live in an apartment, right? Izuku nodded, not sure where this was going. Won't your mom wake up if you take a shower in the middle of the night? Oh, Izuku said in realization, making the other boy smile tightly while nodding his head. She doesn't. He shook his head. I mean, she doesn't wake up. Or at least I don't think she does because she's never asked me why I take showers so early in the morning. Oh, okay, so you'll be fine? Nito asked, even though he would probably doubt. Whatever answer Izuku would give. Like you won't get seen or caught or anything? Don't worry. No one's ever seen me before. He said and then grinned. I'm pretty good at. He began to wiggle his fingers in a way that was supposed to be creepy or mysterious but just looked like he was doing spirit fingers, and dropped his voice to a loud whisper, keeping to the shadows. Nito snorted, bringing a hand up to hide his smile in the curve of his palm, and Izuku laughed. But seriously, don't worry. I'll be fine, promise. That sounds familiar, Nito thought, unamused, but nodded anyway, giving a tight smile. Okay, get home, clean up, and try to get some rest. I will, Izuku promised with a smile and gave Nito a hug, which he gladly accepted. Try and sleep too. Nito hummed and nodded. Don't worry, I will. Izuku pulled away, leaned down to grab his pipe, and began walking away backward, so that he could still see Nito. And don't forget to take a shower. He ordered like a mother talking to a child. You don't want your bed to get dirty. Nito chuckled. I promise my bed will be fine. Go home. He called back in a soft voice so he wouldn't accidentally wake any of his neighbors. Izuku smiled and twisted the pipe in his hands. Good night, Kinnie. He smiled back. Good night, Sue. As soon as Izuku got in through his window, he pulled out his phone to text Nito that he got home safely, and also that he had accidentally taken his robe and would give it back after washing it. Izuku really needed to ask where Nito got his clothes because they were all so soft and comfortable, he kind of didn't want to give the robe back. He sat on the floor to take off his shoes, which he would put in the closet with the promise to clean tomorrow when his mom was at work, and started taking all the non-washable things out of his pockets. He wouldn't do the laundry now because, like Nito said, he lives in an apartment and his mom could wake up, but he would do it the next day. After putting all of his clothes in his hamper, he grabbed a used towel from it so he wasn't walking around with no clothes on when he grabbed some of his own pajamas, even though they were old, sad, and nowhere near as comfortable as Nito's, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. It was difficult to get all the gunk off of him. Even after he scrubbed himself, it still felt like there was a layer of grime on his skin. He also had to make sure that it all went down the drain because how would he explain to his mom why their bathtub was dirty when it was fine the day before? By the time he got out of the shower, Izuku was so exhausted from all the events of the day that he fell onto his bed and passed out without another thought. Shoyuta walked into his house sluggishly, not unlike most of the times he came home from patrolling, but today he felt like he would fall down at any second. Because Null was a kid. Is a kid. And that kid just had something traumatizing happen to him and Shoyuta didn't even know if he's okay. He had seen the way Null was coughing and he had to have been encased in that mud for a while before Shoyuta got there. If he was any later, Shoyuta shook the thought out of his head. He didn't even want to think about that. He would just have to hope he saw him again or at least Kanashi since he knew he had contact with the younger vigilante. And please, Ish, Izuku choked out as he slept, tossing and turning. Kakin. He gasped out, using the childhood nickname he hadn't spoken since Kat's death. Izuku held onto his throat and tried to gain control over his breathing as he looked around, making his mind realize that he was no longer at the scene of Kat's death, but was in his room, safe. He took a deep breath and shook his head. I'm not there, I'm fine, he told himself. It wasn't the sludge villain, just some other pathetic criminal. Izuku wouldn't let his outing last night deter him. He had saved the victim, now he just needed to get strong enough to keep himself alive. Good morning, Izuku greeted as he sat down at the dining room table. Oh, his mom said as she turned around and smiled. Good morning, dear. Do you need any help? She looked around while she wiped her hands with a towel. I don't think so, thank you though. Izuku hummed and waited, tapping his nails on the table with his other hand under his chin. He sat up fully when Inko plated the food and after giving his thanks, they began to eat. So do you have any plans today? His mom asked, taking a bite of her fish. Izuku shook his head while he sipped his water. After putting it down he answered, as of now I don't, but me and I talked about baking at some point. That would be fun. She smiled. You never were able to get into baking. There's just so many measurements. He defended. I'm usually good at math, but what if I get distracted and put in double the amount of sugar? Or read it wrong and put a tablespoon of baking soda instead of a teaspoon? Well, Monoma-kun will probably help you, his mother reasoned, and Izuku titled his head in thought before shrugging. He definitely will. His mom chuckled and Izuku smiled. Moments like that were nice, but it ended quickly and his mother's face got a more serious look on it. Izuku? She asked gingerly. He hummed. Did you have a nightmare last night? Izuku froze and began looking around his plate, avoiding eye contact. Yeah. Why do you ask? She shrugged. I heard the shower and I haven't in about a week. It was clear that Izuku's mother was associating his post-patrol showers as a way to clear his head, and Izuku wasn't going to be the one to correct her, so he looked at her in surprise and dumbly asked, Are you always able to hear the shower? His mom gave him a look of amusement. Izuku, we live in an apartment. Of course I can hear the shower turn on. Oh yeah, I guess we do. He laughed awkwardly. Then I should have just showered at Nays. Nito sneezed for the third time that morning. He hoped that it was just someone thinking about him and not a cold, because how do you explain getting a cold in the summer? Yeah, Mom, I don't know. It's not like I spent 2 hours sitting on the patio in the middle of the night, only having my pajamas and Izuku to keep me warm. 'Cause that would explain everything. He plopped into a chair at the dining room table with a yawn and tensed his muscles before letting his shoulders drop with a sigh. Didn't sleep well? His father asked as he placed a glass of juice in front of Nito, before taking a seat across the table. Nito smiled tiredly and shook his head. Not really. Do you need to start taking melatonin? His mother questioned from where she sat beside her husband. I can prescribe you some if you need it. Can doctors who tell people what their quirk is prescribe medication? Nito queried with a head tilt. That I can take you to a doctor and they can prescribe you some. She smiled, tucking a blonde curl behind her ear which would normally be a girlish sort of motion, but was really just a thing his mom did when she was semi-embarrassed. Nito snorted and shook his head. I'm fine. I'm not Hitoshi, so you don't need to worry. Are you sure you're okay, Nito and I? Anka questioned with a worried pout. I heard you last night. You weren't just tossing and turning, you were out of bed. Nito barely kept his eyes from widening, but he managed to keep his voice steady when he spoke. What do you mean? He spared a look at his parents who were looking at him in confusion, which he just nervously smiled and shrugged like, I don't know what she's talking about either. Well, I got up to get a glass of water. Nito's heartbeat began to pick up the speed because the kitchen is so close to the front door, she must have seen or heard him, and I heard the laundry going, which was weird because it's the middle of the night, she explained with furrowed brows, and then when I was going back to my room, I heard she looked at Nito, our shower on. I wasn't in the shower and I know you too, and she pointed to their parents, wouldn't use our shower. So unless we have a ghost that likes to keep themselves clean, it was you, she finished, looking at Nito smugly. Nito looked around the table and saw everyone staring at him, making him chuckle nervously. Wow, Anka, your deduction skills are really good. He complimented, trying to change the subject. Do you want to be a detective when you're older? His family, too curious to let Nito's deflecting slide, began to question him. Why did you take a shower in the middle of the night, Nito? Yeah, and do the laundry? Did you have an accident? No, I did not have an accident, Anka. Nito claimed. He thought about what he did after Izuku left and decided to try and bullshit a believable answer. I couldn't sleep, so, like Anka, I got up to get a glass of water. Was he really taking his sister's actual story and twisting it with his own? Yes, he was too tired to be creative at the moment. And I ended up spilling it on myself, so obviously I had to get changed. When I went to my room I saw that my hamper was full, so I thought, might as well do it now, and started it before taking a shower. His father tilted his head and narrowed his periwinkle eyes at Nito. I'm still confused about why you had to take a shower. The rest of his family nodded in agreement. It was just water. My skin. It felt weird, Nito answered with a grimace and shivered. Just a part of it being wet? And then drying it off? It bothered me. And I was already awake enough to not sleep again, so a shower was like me getting prepared for the day. His family all looked at him weirdly but eventually shrugged and continued eating. He had run into the bathroom to take a shower to avoid the sound of chewing before. This really wasn't all that far-fetched. Hey Izuku? His mom called out on a Tuesday morning. Yeah. Izuku asked as he walked from the living room to her room where she was putting on her earrings. Do you feel up for the dojo today? She questioned in a caring manner. I'd rather not tell Kato-sensei an hour before practice that you're not showing up. Izuku thought about it for a few seconds. Although he needed to get stronger, his encounter with that mud villain might lead him to make the same mistake he made the week prior, and he didn't want to risk that. I think maybe not? He said slowly and unsurely. Maybe on Thursday? Okay. She smiled softly. I'll let Kato-sensei know. Thanks, Mom, Izuku said before going back to the living room to watch television. The Insomnicats. Copycat today at 5:37 p.m. Hey Zoo, are you going to be coming to practice today? Alleycat today at 5:39 p.m. Not today, but I think I might on Thursday. Copycat today at 5:40 p.m. Okay, I hope you feel better soon. Sleepy Cat today at 5:41 p.m. Carrot, if you are feeling up to it, we can hang out again this week. Alleycat today at 5:41 p.m. That would be fun. I already told I, but my mom wants to meet you too, preferably over dinner. Sleepy Cat today at 5:42 p.m. Parents. Alleycat today at 5:42 p.m. I know, I'm sorry, she said it's not optional for me to ask you. But I promise she's nice. Copycat today at 5:43 p.m. I mean, we've met her in passing at the dojo, but it's more like Sleepy Cat today at 5:43 p.m. Talking to adults can be awkward. Copycat today at 5:44 p.m. Exactly. We just don't want it to be awkward or uncomfortable. Alleycat today at 5:44 p.m. If it makes you feel better, I'm not looking forward to it either, so we can all suffer together. Sleepy Cat today at 5:45 p.m. Suffering. Understood. My favorite activity. Copycat today at 5:46 p.m. Such an edgelord face with rolling eyes. We will both be there, Zoo, just let us know when. Alleycat today at 5:46 p.m. Great. I'll let my mom know and we can set up a time. Speaking of time, practice should be starting soon, have fun. Sleepy Cat today at 5:47 p.m. We'll try it. Copycat today at 5:48 p.m. We'll text you when practice is over. Alleycat today at 5:49 p.m. I'll be here. Nito smiled as he went into the locker room to put his phone away, only a few steps behind Hitoshi. When he came out, Toru and Setsuno were standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Hi. Nito greeted with a raised eyebrow as he scooted past them. Were you texting Izuku? Toru asked, and Nito could hear the smirk in her voice. Yes. He looked at Hitoshi. We both were. Yeah, but Hitoshi didn't have the smile of someone who was in love on his face. Setsuna grinned smugly. Nito rolled his eyes. Shut up. I don't understand why you don't just confess, Toru commented. I mean, it's obvious Izuku would say yes. Yeah dude, Cozy Eye started, bringing himself into the conversation. It's kind of painful to watch. Guys, stop, Nito said in a light-hearted voice, though he was starting to get ticked off. I'm not going to confess. Setsuna laughed. Come on Nito. There's no reason to be nervous. I don't think you guys should press a dash, Mashireo tried, noticing Nito's annoyance, before getting cut off by Toru. Why don't we just ask Izuku and see what he'd dash? Stop! Nito ordered in an exasperated and angry voice, which everyone froze at because they had never heard the blonde yell like that. I'm not going to confess, so just drop it. Dude, we were just try dash, Cozy Eye began to defend, but Nito wasn't going to hear it. No. I'm sick of all of your teasing and your jokes, especially in front of Izuku. You think I'm not confessing because I'm scared? He asked in a mocking tone, scoffing as he continued. If Izuku said no, I would sulk, sure, but I would get over it. I'm not confessing because Izuku doesn't need the stress right now. He has his own problems to deal with. Nito could feel tears of frustration in the back of his eyes, but he continued. This needed to be said. I'm trying to keep my feelings hidden from him because he needs a friend that he doesn't have to worry about whether or not they have ulterior motives, and you all teasing and making jokes he doesn't understand isn't helping. So just quit it. Everyone, including those who didn't do anything, held their heads down in shame. How could they be so narrow-minded and inconsiderate? Before anyone could say something or apologize, Kato-sensei, who had clearly heard everything but didn't stop Nito, which he was grateful for, clapped her hands with a sigh. Okay everyone, let's start warm-ups. Nito gave her a nod of thanks and she gave him a small nod and smile as if to say, don't worry about it. And that's 8 o'clock. Kato-sensei called out at the end of cooldown, looking at the clock. You're all dismissed, get changed and go home. As Nito went over to the side of the room to take a drink of his water bottle, he noticed that Setsuna, Toru and Kozai were following him, each with apologetic faces, though he could only guess with Toru, he assumed she also had some form of, I'm sorry written on her face. We're sorry, they said in unison, bowing to Nito, which surprised him. We didn't realize why you were keeping it a secret, Toru explained gingerly. But that doesn't excuse us for not respecting your choice to keep your crush quiet. Setsuna reflected, head still bowed down in shame. Yeah, and I didn't really make jokes around Midoriya, Kozai defended, but I did comment earlier, so I feel like I should still apologize. I can't really say it's okay, Nito started, not really sure what to say. But I get it. So are we cool? Kozai asked hopefully. Nito shrugged. As long as you don't keep doing it. The group exchanged small smiles. Thank you, Nito. Toru cried. You don't know how scary it was when you yelled. Everyone, except Hitoshi, who had gone into the changing room along with Sen, who didn't bother watching the apology, nodded in agreement to Toru's comment, which made Nito laugh. Hitoshi and Nito walked in silence to the train station. Nito didn't want to, nor did he think he should break the silence. He and Hitoshi hadn't spoken since Nito's blow-up, and even though it wasn't directed at Hitoshi, he had been part of the problem. It was clear Hitoshi felt bad and was lost in his head trying to figure out what to say, so while Nito didn't like the tense silence, he wasn't going to interrupt the other's thoughts or force him to talk until he was ready. As the train station came into view, Hitoshi stopped and opened his mouth. Nito. Nito turned to look at him, making sure he kept his face friendly and open. I'm sorry, Hitoshi apologized, not avoiding eye contact. I didn't realize why you were keeping it from him, and it wasn't cool of me to tease you. Especially in front of Izuku. Nito's lip quirked up as he shrugged. You were just trying to help. Though I would have appreciated a warning before you made me share a futon with Izuku. He chuckled. Hitoshi turned and began walking again, this time with a slight smirk. You didn't look upset when I saw you guys cuddling and whispering to each other. Nito narrowed his eyes as the memories of Izuku crying came to his mind. I was comforting him. Hitoshi said, not turning around. Nito began speed walking to catch up. I'm serious. I believe you. Nito rolled his eyes and wondered if he let him off too easily. Izuku, nothing happened today, Nito said through the phone that Izuku was holding. Are you sure? Izuku narrowed his eyes from his desk chair as if Nito could see him. The Insomnicat messages were pretty vague and you guys changed the subject really fast. It was just a really quiet practice. Izuku imagined him shrugging. So, what did you do today? Izuku sighed heavily at the subject change, collapsing backward onto his bed and allowing his body to bounce slightly from the impact. He switched the phone to his other ear and decided to let the topic go for now. I did absolutely nothing today. Nothing? Nito sounded amused, and Izuku himself began to smile a little. The most productive, he did air quotes with one hand, thing I did today was get up to eat food. Izuku rolled onto his stomach and propped himself up with his elbows. Which I'm not even sure if it was out of hunger or boredom. Nito laughed. Maybe tomorrow will be more interesting. Maybe. They stayed in comfortable silence until Izuku broke it by quietly saying, I was thinking of going on patrol again tonight. He heard Nito sek in a sharp breath and momentarily felt bad for worrying him so much. I'll be careful. And if I don't think I can take a person, I'll try to find a hero or something. Izuku tried to reassure, though even he didn't believe that. I mean, Nito paused, considering Izuku's words. I can't stop you, and you obviously don't need my permission, but just, could you promise to call me if anything happens? Don't even worry about waking me, just, we'd probably both feel better if you didn't keep it inside and I found out later that you got hurt or something. Of course. Izuku nodded his head. I'll even text you when I leave and when I get home, that way you know I'm okay. Izuku heard Nito's breath of relief and let out his own. Okay. He opened his mouth to say something else when he heard a quiet knock at his door. It opened to reveal his mom with a caring smile. I'm gonna go to bed now. Izuku looked at the time on his phone, 10:47 p.m., okay. I know it's summer break, she started, but don't stay up too late. I want you to be in bed at a reasonable time. I will be, don't worry. Nito snorted on the other end of the phone and Izuku momentarily pretended that he didn't hear it. Good night, Mom, love you. Good night, sweetie, love you too. When she left, Izuku jokingly glared at his phone and whispered harshly, "You're such an butt." "I'm sorry, Zu," Nito laughed, sounding very unremorseful. "But so blatantly lying to your mother? Wow. Me and her both knew I was bullshitting," Izuku explained with an eye roll and a smile. "Even when I went to public school I would stay up late. The only reason I even made it to class in the morning was because Cat would push me out of bed, more like his desk chair, and point at the clock. After someone close to you dies, and you mention them offhandedly in a fond manner, there's almost always a silence that follows. People get uncomfortable or awkward. They don't know what to say. Are they supposed to laugh with you? Comfort you maybe? Cough and change the subject?" Nito snorted. "When we're at UA, are you going to be like a more tamed version of Hitoshi?" Izuku was relieved Nito didn't get like that. "I guess we'll just have to see." Inko's eyes shot open at the sound of the shower starting. It wasn't actually loud enough to startle her from her sleep, but she wasn't really sleeping to begin with. It had been like that for a while. Her being unable to fall asleep until the late hours of the night, only to toss and turn as she slept. Almost every morning Inko woke up with a start, whether it was from Izuku taking a shower at 4 in the morning to clear his mind from the nightmares or the sound of a bird out the window announcing the sunrise. She couldn't remember the last time she had lazily blinked her eyes open at the sound of her alarm clock. Nor the last time she laid in bed for a while, not because she couldn't bring herself to get up, but because her body was still waking up from the remnants of sleep. She couldn't remember the last time she had a full dream that wasn't a nightmare. That was all her dreams were now. A long, drawn-out dream of Izuku in Katsuki's place instead. Or maybe a bunch of small dreams that happened throughout the night because of her inability to stay asleep, only the dreams weren't really dreams and just flashes of memories from that day that her mind made more twisted than they really were. Not that the actual events needed to be twisted to make them seem like nightmares to her. Katsuki's pale skin, Izuku's screams, Mitsuki's cries, Masaru's fallen expression, and All Might's grin. Well, a hero's job is never done. The symbol of peace had smiled shortly after he let Katsuki die, before rushing off the scene. After the accident, news reports continued to stream and articles continued to print, all talking about the same few things. Rain or shine, All Might never stops. Mount Lady continues to climb ranks shortly after debut. All Might, all saved all the time. Catastrophe cancelled thanks to heroes. When Inko was growing up, she imagined the type of life she would live. Very happy, very middle class, with a husband and a child she'd adore. But Inko's life wasn't very happy and her marriage wasn't long or great, nor did it exist to begin with. Hisashi didn't stay around for long. But Inko smiled and never complained. She was grateful for Izuku and the Bakugis. The people in her life whom she loved more than anything made it so Inko didn't care that her life wasn't as she expected. But then in a world where people have supernatural powers and heroes save the day, a child who Inko saw as a son got murdered in front of the television screens. Inko wasn't blind to the afflictions of the world, but healthy children were supposed to live long, and heroes were supposed to save the day when they could. She went on as she always did, putting on a smile and staying strong for the people around her who needed it, even if sometimes the brightness she turned up during the day left her drained and the constant memories of her honorary son made her feel like someone was holding her heart in their hands and playing a sick game where they would squeeze it and make her feel like it was going to break, only for them to loosen their hold and her to let out a strangled gasp. A light hit Inko's eyes and she turned to see that the sun had come up. Izuku probably wouldn't be up for another couple of hours and that was fine, but Inko couldn't sit alone with her thoughts any longer. Only she couldn't bring herself to get up and distract herself either. She sighed and looked around her room. On her bedside table was a novel she had picked up one day but never finished. She remembered it being a good read, she just never found the time to pick it up again. She had plenty of time now. Inko pulled the book over to her and used her hand to wipe away the small amount of dust that had gathered on the cover. She went a few pages behind her bookmark to refresh her memory about what was happening in the story and after about a paragraph or two, remembered and went back to her original spot. As she continued reading, she found herself not focusing as much on the constricting feeling she felt in her lungs or the restlessness she felt in her legs that were often bouncing up and down. After a couple of chapters, her eyes started to slowly close and she lazily moved her right hand up to place the bookmark on her page. She shut the book and rolled over, not waking up until the sound of her alarm went off. She groaned and tapped on her phone to get the ringing to stop. That was some of the best sleep she had in months. At least for now she had a momentary fix. Inko moved around the kitchen robotically as she prepared breakfast. It was a routine that she had been doing for years and could probably do in her sleep. Morning. She heard Izuku yawn from behind her. She jumped a little, not having heard the sound of his footsteps or his door opening. She let her tense shoulders drop and took a deep breath before turning around with a smile. Good morning, dear. You're up earlier than usual, plans today? Izuku nodded as he walked over to the cupboard to grab things to set the table with. I was talking to Kinnie last night and I think I'm going to go over to his house for lunch. He looked over his shoulder at Inko. If that's okay with you, that is? Inko quickly swallowed down the nervousness she always felt when letting Izuku leave the house and shrugged. It's fine with me. Are you guys going to bake? Izuku hummed, placing plates and bowls on the table. I think? He said his parents wouldn't be home until about 5 or 6 and his little sister is at a friend's house and won't be back until about 3, so it'd be a mix of hanging out and babysitting for a bit, though NEI claims that his sister won't be too much trouble unless she wants to play. He chuckled and Inko smiled. Even if every time Inko saw Izuku going through the front door made her feel like vomiting or screaming for him to stay, she knew that she couldn't keep him locked in their apartment with bubble wrap forever. Just make sure you text me when you leave and get there. I will. Don't worry. Especially not when he smiled like that. Wed, July 23rd, 12:34 p.m. I'm leaving. Be safe. I will. I'm here. Okay, have fun. Izuku looked up at the house he had been at 3 days prior and pocketed his phone as he walked up to the front porch. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. It only took a few seconds to swing open, revealing a smiling Nito. Zu! You're here! Izuku chuckled at his enthusiasm and Nito gently grabbed his wrist to bring him inside. Izuku looked around in awe. Nito didn't live in a mansion, but the house was beautiful. It was on par with Katsuki's house, but it didn't have the damages that came along with having a son with a destructive quirk and his friend who was often getting in messes or accidentally damaging things with him. I thought your house was nice from the outside, but the inside is even more beautiful. He complimented. Thank you. Nito shyly rubbed the back of his neck with a smile. I should give you the tour, right? Probably. Izuku chuckled. Nito began to show Izuku around, and it was only when he got to the kitchen, which was just as stunning as the rest of the house, and Izuku just knew Cat would have loved to cook in that. I let go of his wrist. Oh, sorry. He blushed, dropping Izuku's hand. It's fine. Izuku smiled, shaking his head. I honestly didn't even realize. Nito gave a soft nod and the tour continued. It was no surprise to Izuku when he went to Nito's bedroom only to find that everything was put away and stacked up neatly. There wasn't a single speck of dust or pair of clothes peeking out from the inside of his drawers in sight. It was expected, but Izuku did find something that made him do a double take. I didn't know you could draw, Izuku said with scrunched eyebrows from where he stood in front of Nito's desk, which had a drawing tablet on top of it. He turned to Nito with a pout. Why do I know nothing about you? Nito laughed at Izuku's whining. It's just a hobby, like baking. Izuku nodded with a hum and then looked at Nito with pleading eyes. Can I see some of your drawings? Nito bit his lip and Izuku somehow amped up the puppy dog eyes. Okay, fine. He relented with a sigh, walking to his laptop to open the file with his drawings on them. Yes. Izuku whisper-cheered with a fist bump to the air, making Nito shake his head with a fond smile. Here. Nito turned the screen to Izuku and he looked at it with sparkly eyes. Oh, he unknowingly whispered in awe, which made Nito blush. So, do you like them? Nito shyly asked, avoiding eye contact. Like them? Izuku looked at him in disbelief and then smiled. They're amazing and this is just a hobby. Well, Nito shrugged. Yeah. Wow, Izuku whispered before focusing his eyes back on the screen. Nito sat on his bed while Izuku continued to scroll through the drawings, only making comments here and there. It wasn't until Izuku started laughing uncontrollably that he focused back on the screen. Wadash, another fit of laughter. What the F is this? What? Nito asked, getting up from the bed to look at what Izuku was busting a lung over. When he finally saw it, he started laughing too. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Izuku turned to Nito with a bright smile, bursts of laughter still coming out every few words. Why would you draw All Might as a P-punk rock girl? Okay, so you know how Handyman on the Discord server is always calling All Might a punk? Nito asked with a smile. Yeah. Izuku nodded, and Nito continued. Well, one night after hours of not being able to sleep, I was scrolling through the server and two messages he made vague hand gestures, merged together because of my tired eyes making things all blurry, and I saw the words, Punk Might. Izuku laughed at the name and Nito smiled, and I guess I just got inspired. Was this before I joined? Izuku asked, a smile still evident on his face. I don't remember ever seeing this. Well, Nito fumbled, trying to think of the right words. I'm pretty sure you were there? But we hadn't really talked yet. I never posted it on the Discord, so you wouldn't have seen it no matter what. Why didn't you post it? Izuku questioned with a head tilt. Nito shrugged. I never finished it. Izuku looked back at the drawing, his face almost pressed up against the screen. What are you doing? Nito chuckled. I'm trying to see where it's not finished, Izuku answered, his face still pressed close to the laptop. Come on, you'll hurt your eyes. Nito gently pulled Izuku's shoulder back and Izuku turned to look at him, patiently waiting for Nito to explain how it's not finished. So, Izuku pushed after he never continued speaking. Where is it not finished? I mean, it's really just some finishing touches here and there, but I don't know. Nito shrugged. It was hard to continue it because every time I tried drawing it I either got grossed out or started laughing. Izuku looked at the drawing and nodded. I can see why. He turned back to Nito. But it could be worse. Worse than All Might in a short skirt and fishnet stockings? Nito raised his eyebrow in disbelief. Izuku thought about the thin, crusty Yagi Tashinori that he met at Katsuki's funeral. His wrinkly, flaky skin, his hair which looked just as frail as his body, and his nails that were damaged and dark due to the years of using his hands to hit and move rubble. He imagined having him in a short skirt and fishnets and shivered, looking up at Nito's curious eyes with a definitive nod. Yes. He huffed a laugh and grimaced. A lot worse. Nito decided not to ask. So what do you want to do? Nito asked Izuku as they made their way down the stairs. Izuku thought about what his mom said about give and take relationships. He didn't want to have a serious heart-to-heart conversation with Nito right then, so he just shrugged with a smile. Whatever you want. Izuku looked in bewilderment when Nito walked into the kitchen, throwing on a purple, frilly, floral apron and going to the cupboard to grab a glass bowl, along with a carton of eggs from the fridge, and after washing his hands cracked 6 into the bowl. What are you doing? Izuku asked, and Nito turned to him with a brilliant smile. We're making castella cake. Izuku gave an unsure smile. Is that hard? Nito shrugged as he went around the kitchen, grabbing things like flour and honey out of this cabinet or that one. It shouldn't be since I'm helping you, he said with a smirk that wasn't quite cocky but was along that line. Izuku swallowed thickly and looked away, nodding dumbly. Well? He walked over to the sink to wash his hands as well. Why did you already crack the eggs? Nito plugged in one of those electric stand mixers you see in those cooking shows and turned to look at Izuku so he could explain. They need to be at room temperature when we mix them with the sugar, so it's just easier to crack them while prepping other things instead of waiting around. That makes sense. Izuku nodded along. What else do we need to prep? Nito hummed, walking over to the oven and preheating the top one because they had 2 ovens. God, Kat would have loved this to 157 degrees Celsius. Well, if the eggs are room temperature like they should be, Nito walked over to the bowl and touched it, smiling when the results were what he wanted. Then we need to mix the eggs with the sugar. So do you just have this recipe memorized? Izuku asked, sitting down at one of the island chairs because he felt silly following Nito around like a duckling. Pretty much. Nito smiled, adding the eggs and a cup of sugar to the mixing bowl before turning it on high. I figured it would be best to make something I'm familiar with since you said you aren't good at baking, but maybe next time we can try something new. If there is a next time, I mean. I'm sure there will be. Izuku smiled softly, not knowing what he was doing to Nito's heart. Nito smiled back and nodded. Oh, I've kind of been doing everything, huh? The immediate stuff is out of the way, so do you want to help? Sure. Izuku stood up and washed his hands again, just in case. So do you just leave those going? He nodded toward the mixer, which was still mixing the sugar and eggs at high speed. Nito looked over and then back at Izuku, waving him off. Yeah, they still have like 5 minutes or something. Izuku hummed and took a deep breath, standing up straight and smiling at Nito. So what do we do now? Now, Nito drawled out, grabbing a second, pink, frilly, floral apron and putting it over Izuku's head. We get the pan ready. Ready? Izuku asked, not noticing the blush he had on his cheeks as Nito tied his apron. Don't you just... He put his right hand into the shape of a spray bottle and waved it left to right, see, and then pour the batter in? Nito turned to look at Izuku, his face somewhere between surprise and horror. The place that looked like bewilderment but was really amusement. Just, see, he imitated. Izuku, have you ever baked? Izuku looked to the side and hummed in thought. Kat tried to teach me how to make macarons once but ended up kicking me out of the kitchen. Why would he kick you out of the kitchen? Nito asked with a raised eyebrow as went across the kitchen to check on the egg-sugar mixture. They're just macarons. Just macarons? Izuku asked, wide-eyed with his mouth gaping. Kat told me you needed to be precise with everything. Temperature, stiff peaks whatever that means, Izuku muttered, and Nito snorted, preparing the pan because it was clear Izuku would be almost no help. You can't have any big lumps, and even the folding has to be perfect because you can't let the air escape. Nito turned to Izuku with a fond yet amused smile, rolling his eyes while shrugging. Yeah, but if you just follow the directions it should be fine. Izuku opened his mouth to say something but then sighed and shook his head, waving his arm at Nito. Never mind. Nito huffed a laugh and brought out a small bowl. If I give you instructions, can I trust you to make the honey mixture? Izuku shook his head. Probably not. Okay. Nito chuckled, accepting that it would just be him baking while Izuku followed him around. Is that enough water? Izuku asked, standing slightly on the ball of his feet so he could look over Nito's shoulder. It doesn't even look like it made a difference. I guess it's good I didn't let you do this. Nito shook his head with a chuckle as he mixed the mixture. If you had it your way, there would be too much water, too much vanilla extract, and almost no salt. Izuku pouted. I'm usually good at following directions, but baking is weird. Nito gave a disbelieving, aha, which only accomplished making Izuku huff and sit back down at the island with his hand under his chin. He watched in silence as Nito moved around the kitchen, mixing and pouring ingredients with a faint smile. It was like a dance that Izuku was sure Nito knew all the steps to, probably from years of practice. It was mesmerizing to watch, and Izuku almost didn't hear Nito when he asked Izuku to hand him the towel that was sitting in front of him. Izuku's eyes focused back on the boy across the kitchen who looked completely in his element. The midday sunlight was hitting Nito similarly to how it did at Hitoshi's, so that his hair looked paler than usual. Izuku briefly thought about the days of cooking or attempting to bake with Kat, and instead of freezing up or tensing, he smiled fondly and happily handed it to Nito. Here you go. Thanks, Zu. Nito smiled back, and Izuku mentally took a moment to capture this version of Nito into his mind. Don't burn yourself, Izuku warned as Nito lifted the cake out of the pan by the edges of the parchment paper. Nito snorted, peeling the paper off. Please, I've made this cake 100 times. I don't doubt it, Izuku commented as he watched Nito wrap the cake in plastic wrap, and he really did believe that Nito had made this cake 100 times. How could he not when he looked like an expert in the kitchen? Izuku walked over towards Nito and leaned on the counter. So why can't we eat it now? Nito moved the wrapped cake to rest on the corner of the counter and turned to explain. Well, first of all he craned his neck to look at the oven clock, barely 2:30, he said with a chuckle before continuing, and second of all, the cake's texture is better the longer it's wrapped up, so although it would taste best tomorrow, we can eat it at dinner. Oh, am I staying for dinner? Izuku asked, since they never really discussed when he would leave. You're welcome to, Nito said with a soft smile. But if you want to go home, I can just bring you some cake tomorrow to your house, or if you come to practice. If it's okay, I'll stay for dinner. Izuku decided before huffing a laugh. Plus, if you bring it to the dojo, I don't doubt that Setsuna or Tsubiraba will try to steal some. Are you coming tomorrow? Nito asked curiously, walking towards the living room with Izuku following at his side. I think so. He shrugged, sitting down on the couch cushion next to Nito. I don't know. I think I'm okay enough to go back. That's good. Nito smiled with a breath of relief. It's more fun when you're there. Izuku smiled back, and before he could say anything, they heard the sound of the door opening. Nidanai, I'm home. The shrill voice of a child rang out, making Nito sit up taller to get a look at the door. Anka, we're in here, Nito called back, and not 2 seconds later a little girl with long, blonde, curly hair appeared with a bright smile. I thought you were getting back at 3? It's like 2:45, that's close enough to 3, his sister answered, before turning to Izuku with curious, light green eyes. Is this Midoriya? You can call me Izuku, he spoke up with a kind smile, watching as Nito took his sister's overnight bag from her shoulder to bring it upstairs, presumably to her room. It's nice to meet you. Then you can call me Anka. It's nice to meet you too. She smiled back, and Izuku wondered if and when her smile would get less bright and more cocky, like her brother's. She began to sniff the air and asked, Did you guys make castella cake? Wow, he really must make it a lot if you can tell by the smell, Izuku said, impressed, which caused Anka to tilt her head with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean? She asked as Nito began to walk back down the stairs. That cake and cookies are like the only things Nidanai knows how to make. Nito's eyes widened and he rushed to Anka's side. The top of her head barely reached the top of his bicep. That's not even true. It's just the only thing you ever asked for. He turned to Izuku, who was looking at him and shaking his head with a tight smile. I don't know what she's talking about. She's 7, don't listen to her. Hey! Anka squawked indignantly before Nito put his hand over her mouth. Nito started with a pained smile. She has a wild imagination. Izuku hummed with a nod. Yeah. Nito looked down and nodded back. Yeah. Did you just lick me? Nito grimaced, wiping his hand on his sister before going to the kitchen sink to wash it off. If you don't want to be liked, don't put your hand over my mouth. Anka reasoned with a shrug. She's got a point and Izuku smiled. I'd probably lick your hand too. Zu. Nito's voice was bewildered and he had a look of betrayal. Why would you lick a hand? Izuku shrugged. I mean, I wouldn't lick anyone's hand, but you wash yours so often I have no doubt I'd be fine. Plus, I've had sludge and mud villains in my mouth before and didn't get sick. I can't believe this. Nito muttered, putting a hand over his mouth. I'm surrounded by such uncouth people. You're so dramatic, Anka said with an eye roll. And stop using words I don't know to describe me. Izuku laughed. It was fun seeing this petty, brotherly side of Nito. Izuku, Nito started from where he was standing on a step stool in the hall closet, looking for some games that Anka wanted to play with him. I do know how to make other desserts besides cake and cookies. I'm sure you do. Izuku smiled, though his tone didn't match his words. Ugh, Nito groaned, stepping off the step stool, game boxes in hand. I will make you whatever dessert you want. Just name it. Any dessert? Izuku questioned with a smirk. Any dessert. Nito repeated. Izuku waved his hand for Nito to get closer, and when he leaned down, Izuku whispered in his ear. Then make me macarons. Nito groaned and pushed Izuku away, making him laugh. Hey, I'm not the one who acted like it was so easy. Izuku defended with his hands raised. Nito sighed and nodded his head with a pout. Fine, you're right. I'll make you macarons. Izuku grabbed the top box from Nito's hand and smiled. I'll be looking forward to it. Where are my freaking sixes? Nito muttered angrily as he rolled his last 2 dice. No! He cried dramatically on the coffee table when he rolled a 1 and a 3. Izuku patted his back in condolences as he wrote on his score sheet. Your turn, Izuku. Anka said after collecting the dice from around her brother. Izuku smiled when he took the cup from her. He began to shake the cup around and took a deep breath before letting them roll out onto the table. Are you serious right now? Nito sighed, looking at Izuku, depleted because he rolled 5 4s. Izuku gave him a tight smile. Yahtzee! Nito groaned and fell onto the table, making Izuku and Anka laugh before they turned their heads to the sound of the door opening. Dad! Anka greeted, running to the door to give her apparent father a hug. Hey Anka! Their dad, who was wearing a suit and had a black-brown salute of hair which Izuku assumed would be the texture of Nito's when it wasn't done up, leaned down to hug his daughter back, before getting on one knee to talk to her. How was your day, kiddo? It was great. She answered with a smile. The sleepover with Hana was really fun, and so is playing with Nito and I and Izuku. That's good. He smiled, his periwinkle eyes exactly like his son's crinkling in the corner, before taking off his shoes and getting up to walk towards the living room where Izuku and Nito were. Hey guys. Hello Monoma-san, Izuku greeted politely after he stood up. My name is Midoriya Izuku, it is nice to meet you. It's good to meet you too, Midoriya. And there's no need to be so stiff. You can even call me Yuma if you'd like. Yuma had a kind smile similar to Anka's, and nays if he wasn't being egotistical. Oh okay, Yuma-san, Izuku said, and Nito's dad chuckled, accepting it. How was your day, Dad? Nito asked, cleaning up the table from their game. It was fine. Yuma shrugged, and Izuku took the moment to observe him. He was about 177 centimeters, maybe 180 with shoes on. Not overly tall, but certainly not short. Maybe any eye will get that tall. I'm gonna go get in more comfortable clothes and then start dinner. Your mom should probably be home soon. Okay. Nito nodded and turned to Izuku. Do you want to start another round or play something else in the meantime? Oh, so are you giving up on that? Game of Yahtzee? Izuku teased with a smirk. Nito gave him an unimpressed look. Zoo, there is no way anyone is going to beat you at the rate we were going. Izuku chuckled and then shrugged. We can play whatever you want. He looked around. Where'd Anka go? Probably to go give Dad every detail of her day, Nito said with a grin. Izuku hummed and they began to set up another game. Your dad seems nice. He is. Nito smiled fondly. He grabbed new score sheets before getting a thought that made the edge of his lips quirk up. So his mom though? You'll find her interesting. Izuku suddenly felt nervous. What does that mean? Nothing. Nito grinned. Any eye? What do you mean? Interesting how? He pushed. Nito chuckled. It's nothing bad. Izuku pouted and grumbled, realizing he wouldn't get any serious answers and would just have to wait and see for himself, which made Nito laugh even more. Hey Nito. Yuma, whose dark hair was styled much more like Nito's now, said from the living room entrance. Can you please start setting the table? Yeah, Nito said, standing up and then turning to Izuku, who stood up with him. You don't have to help, you're the guest. I'd rather help than just sit here alone, Izuku answered with a small smile and a shrug. Okay, but you don't know where any of the dishes are, Nito countered with an amused smirk. Well then you can get them down and I can just help you bring them to Dash. Izuku suddenly stopped when they got into the kitchen. Are you making katsudon, Yuma-san? Yuma looked up from where he was coating the pork cutlets with breadcrumbs and smiled a smile that was identical to Nay's. Yeah, Nito said it was your favorite. Izuku turned to look at Nito with wide eyes. What would you have done if I hadn't stayed for dinner? Nito smiled at the sparkle in Izuku's eyes and shrugged. I guess we would have had katsudon for dinner. Izuku's heart fluttered at the gesture, but he shook his head and cleared his throat. Let's set the table. Nito nodded with a hum, going to the cabinets to grab dishes down, and Izuku let out a breath of relief before following behind him, not seeing the way Yuma had observed the two. As everyone was getting seated at the table, the door opened and a woman with long, pale blonde, wavy hair came inside of the house. Hello family, sorry I'm late. She apologized with a smile, quickly taking off her heels and throwing them to the side. A kid suddenly came in having developed a quirk that let him freeze time in any vicinity. Nito leaned in towards Izuku, who looked like he was trying to figure out what was going on. Mom's a quirk doctor, he explained with a whisper, making Izuku nod his head slowly, still having more questions. It smells fantastic in here. Nito's mom called out from the kitchen where she was washing her hands. She speed-walked over to the dining room and sat down with a breath, before looking up at Izuku with a smile. Oh, you must be Midoriya. Nito's told us a lot about you. I'm his mom, obviously. You can call me Sora. It's nice to meet you, Sora-san. Izuku smiled back, more amused than stiff like he was with Yuma. You can get in more comfortable clothes, dear, Yuma said kindly. We'll wait for you. No, it's fine. I'm starving, long day, something in the air making everyone suddenly develop their quirks. She laughed, light green eyes like Anka's crinkling. She got a spoonful of her katsudon and asked, So, how was everyone's day? Everyone began to eat and talk about their days, which allowed Izuku to learn more about Nito's family. Yuma was an executive at some big company. He had a quirk that allowed him to make copies of anything he touched. His quirk, along with Sora's, which allowed her to know anything about quirks that she saw in action once, made Izuku understand how Nito got his quirk, and also have a lot more questions. What's the most interesting quirk you've ever seen? Does it take a second for the data, he said with air quotes, to load in after seeing the quirk, or do you just sort of know? He momentarily wondered if she knew about All Might's quirk but brushed the thought aside. Anyone with a quirk like hers would try it out on the mysterious symbol of peace and no one seemed to know anything about it, so she probably had limitations. Any eye can't copy stockpiling quirks. Are you able to analyze them? Does your quirk work through a screen? Do you get overwhelmed when you see hero versus villain fights because of all the information? Or do you only get information from the person you focus on? Unless you can turn it off. Can you turn it off? Izuku, unlike Nito, who was looking at him like it was the first time he'd seen him, didn't notice, but his hand was moving as if he was writing this all down. Oh, when Nei was little, did you know what his quirk was? I mean, like, before he used the quirk he copied. Because technically, even if Nito doesn't use the quirk that he copied after touching the DNA of the user, his quirk is still activated. Or did you only know once he used it because you weren't trying to analyze him? Unless you were just curious once and turned it on. Before you got your quirk, were you interested in Annalie Dash? Izuku suddenly got a thought and turned to Nito, who was staring at him with an adoring smile. Did you feel drawn to analysis and quirks before getting yours? No one was sure if Izuku had finished, so no one answered, which made Izuku freeze and blush, having realized that he was rambling too much. He couldn't help it though. He needed to get his thoughts out of his head. Sorry, Izuku apologized, but it came out muffled because his head was in his hands from embarrassment. Nito patted his shoulder and Sora chuckled. Don't apologize, Midoriya. Your questions were really interesting. Izuku looked up with wide eyes. You think so? He was confused. He already knew his questions were good, not in a cocky way, but he was originally trying to be a quirk analyst. Of course he knew he was good at analyzing, but usually when he analyzed people, they got uncomfortable or freaked out at Izuku trying to put their quirk under a microscope. Of course. Sora smiled. If you ask the questions a bit slower, I'll answer them for you. Izuku thought back to Aizawa's quirked lip that he had after Izuku theorized about his hero costume and wondered if adults were just different than bratty middle schoolers from Aldra, but his teachers acted like bratty middle schoolers and Nito didn't seem bothered either, so maybe they were just good people. Izuku repeated the questions and even came up with a few more at a much slower rate, and Sora answered every single one of them without a problem. The cake was amazing, Izuku complimented after dessert. Of course it was zoo, Nito scoffed. I made it. Izuku rolled his eyes fondly and Yuma chuckled. Nito, we all love your cake, but maybe you should try baking something new, yeah? Izuku and Anka hid their Snickers in their hands, one better about it than the other, and Nito flushed. I'm going to make macarons, he declared, determined. Maybe you should try something easier, Sora suggested. Aren't macarons kind of hard? Nito's mother was being genuine, but Izuku couldn't help it. He huffed a laugh and bit his lip with a smile in an attempt to not fully burst out laughing. Nito glared at him. Stop it. Izuku let a laugh escape and covered his mouth with his hand. I didn't say anything. I know what you were thinking, Izuku. Izuku bent over with his face in his hands, trying to smother his laughter. As his shoulders shook and Nito grumbled to himself, Izuku decided that he loved Nito's family, and that this would not be the last family dinner he attended. Are you sure you don't want my parents dropping you off? Nito asked with scrunched up brows. They don't mind. Izuku jabbed the space between Nito's eyebrows to get rid of the wrinkles and smiled. You know I'll be fine. Nito rubbed the back of his hand on his forehead as if he had gotten flicked. Text me when you get home. I will. Zu smiled, leaning down to tie his shoes. Bye Izuku. Anka said, running up to him to give him a hug. Izuku hugged back. Bye Anka, it was nice meeting you. Are you gonna visit again? She asked with a tilted head and hopeful eyes. Izuku looked up at Nito and smiled. I hope. He will Anka, Nito reassured, putting a hand on his sister's shoulder. She smiled and backed away, letting Izuku stand up with a breath. I guess I'll be going now. He stood tall and shifted to his right so he could see Nito's parents. It was nice to meet you, Sora and Yuma-san. Thank you for letting me come over and for dinner. It was delicious. It's no problem. His mom waved off, smiling brightly. You were interesting. You're welcome over any time, Midoriya. His father smiled as well, and Nito felt his heart swell at how welcoming his family was being to Izuku. Izuku smiled awkwardly and turned to Nito. I'll text you when I get home. Bye. He waved to everyone before running out of the house. Nito locked the door and slowly turned around with a nervous smile. So, what did you guys think of him? He was nice. His mom said. I can see why you're so fond of him. Nito blushed slightly and turned to his father, who was looking at him with a straight face, and waited for his answer. His father let him wait another few seconds before getting a sly smile. I liked him. Nito blinked. Is that it? No reason? You're not going to give a reason? Just, yeah, he was good, Nito mocked with a shrug, looking at his father with wide eyes. He was good, his dad repeated, and Nito grit his teeth at the mischievous look in his eyes and the teasing smile. He wanted the serious answer that he knew his dad had. He wanted to know his family's thoughts on his most important person, and his father wasn't giving that to him. Nito huffed and Anka smiled. Well, I loved him. I've never met another quirkless person and he was fun to play with. You just like teaming up with him to tease me. Nito accused with narrowed eyes, but he was actually really happy his sister liked Izuku, not that he didn't think she wouldn't. She just didn't have a lot of friends and Nito didn't want her to think everyone in the world was cruel. That part was fun too. Anka laughed, along with his parents, and he rolled his eyes. I'm going to my room. Nito put his hands up and started walking to the stairs. I don't need you guys ganging up on me. His family laughed at his dramatics and Nito hid the smile on his face behind his bedroom door. He was happy they liked him. Hey Kat. Izuku smiled, setting down his backpack and sitting down next to it, in front of Katsuki's gravestone. It's been about a week, yeah? Feels like a lot longer. He chuckled, playing with some grass in between his fingers. I'm trying to keep good on my promise to visit you more. Let's see, Izuku whispered, trying to think of where to start. The rest of my birthday wasn't too bad. Kanashi, a vigilante and support student at UA, who I act, wait no, I should save that for later. Well, after I talked to you, I ended up running into him and he convinced me to go back home. Izuku started lightly, not wanting to mention any of the things he learned about All Might. The dinner was, he bit his tongue and grimaced. It honestly Esigi. It was so quiet and it was all small talk. I miss you and Auntie throwing food at each other. Izuku took a deep breath. I ended up having a breakdown. He huffed a laugh. Big surprise there, am I right? But, no I felt better after talking it out with Auntie. I don't know if she comes to visit you but she misses you a bunch. We all do. He stared at the grass in silence before remembering something. Oh, found your secret notebook by the way. Thanks for keeping that a secret. He smiled with an eye roll. I like the name Leveler though. I'll definitely use it when I get to UA. What else happened? Izuku muttered to himself. I punched a girl in the face at the dojo, he chuckled awkwardly. It's not funny, I shouldn't be laughing, he chastised himself, but kept smiling, only it morphed into something fonder. NEI comforted me though. He found out about me being a vigilante too, but it's okay, I trust him. You shouldn't trust people so easily, Izuku. He imagined Kat scolding, rolling his eyes. Izuku cleared his throat. So after that, I got told that I need to take a break and not come back until I'm ready, which I'm going back today. Then NEI and Hito and I went to a cat cafe and Kat, it was so cute. The cats were all fluffy and cuddly and I saw this one in the corner that was like, black and white with orange eyes and it was such a tsundere. It was glaring at everyone but kept rubbing its body against things. So cute, Izuku gushed, trying to speed along the story but rambling in the process. Then we went to Hitoshi's because he got a new cat, which was also adorable by the way, and you'll never guess who his parents were. Present Mike and Eraserhead. He shared with wide eyes. I know. I was like, I am screwed, and also, wow, Cat would have loved to meet Present Mike, who told me to call him Yamada, by the way. Izuku was smiling now and didn't even try to stop himself from rambling. I just wish I met Eraserhead when I wasn't having an internal crisis because you know how much of a fan I am. Remember, that morning, Izuku didn't want to say which morning, when you woke me up for school and I was analyzing a video of him the night before, only for it to be deleted. Ugh, I wish I could have analyzed him in person. Though the theory I told you about with his hero costume turned out to be true, so. He smirked smugly. I spent the night and Hitoshi also learned about me being a vigilante, but it's okay because we did a pinky promise and threatened to make him bald if he told anyone, Izuku explained with a shrug, and he could almost see Kat's bewildered face saying, okay, so you're going to need to FNG explain because what? I also got new gear from Kanashi, whose name is Min Kanhido, like? Izuku raised his eyebrow and made hand motions. Why did his parents name him Civilian? But anyway, the designs looked really cool and I don't want to spoil anything for you, but it does reference you a bit and I'll bring them here when I get them. Izuku momentarily wondered if it was wrong to bring smoke bombs and other weapons to a graveyard, but who cared? That was just how his and Kat's relationship was. I did get this voice changer though, Izuku said, pulling out the metal choker from his bag and putting it on. Isn't it cool? He smirked and laughed deeply before taking it off. I sound so weird, huh? I don't know if there's a way to make me sound high-pitched, but if I find out, I'll let you know. Izuku's laughter died out and he took a deep breath, not wanting to talk about this again. I went on patrol and fought a mud villain. He was so much like the sludge villain. He swallowed deeply. Eraser saved me though, so I'm fine. He shook his head and cleared his throat, quickly changing the subject to the next part of his week. The smile on his face and the laughter in his throat came back as he talked about the day he spent with Nito, and Izuku left with a promise to come back next week. Zoo! Izuku heard someone call out to him as he walked towards the dojo. He turned around and saw Nito jogging up to him with a smile. Let's walk the rest of the way together. Izuku adjusted the strap of the duffel bag on his shoulder and smiled back. Okay. They began walking side by side and it didn't take long for one of them to begin talking. Have you talked to your mom about therapy yet? Nito asked, and Izuku shook his head. Not yet. I was thinking of telling her after our dinner together. He looked at Tai, who was nodding his head. Have you asked your parents about that? Nito hummed. They said I could go whenever. So whatever time your mom wants us over is fine. Thank you for asking. Izuku looked relieved. I'll tell her tonight and text you the time she decides on. Okay. Nito nodded, before stopping. Oh, by the way, he began with a smirk, digging around in his bag for something. Izuku looked over curiously and Nito quickly brought out a food storage container that had something colorful in it. Macarons aren't that hard to make. Wow, and how many batches did you make before deciding to give me this one? Izuku teased. Nito squawked indignantly and shook his head. You know, you've gotten awfully snarky lately. I'm usually like this. He smiled like a little sheet and then liked his lips and stood on his tiptoes to look at the container of sweets. So can I try those? Nito narrowed his eyes at Izuku's pleading ones, but handed them to him. Don't share them with the others. Izuku smiled. Thank you. Good to see you, Midoriya. Tsuburaba greeted with a grin when he saw Izuku and Nito walk in through the door. Izuku, you're back. Toru cheered, running up to the two boys. Hi everyone, Izuku greeted with a wave. Are you doing better now, Midoriya? Ojiro carefully asked. I'm doing much better, thank you. Izuku smiled and looked around for Setsuna. When his eyes found her, he walked up to her and said, I promise I won't punch you in the head again. We'll see. She smirked. Oh, you're here. Izuku heard Hitoshi say from behind him. Yep. Izuku nodded. Well, let's go get changed, Hitoshi said, turning towards the locker room. Nei's parents said he could have dinner whenever, Izuku started as he slipped his shirt off. Did you ask your parents, Hitoshi? Yeah, Hitoshi answered, pulling his shorts up. They said the same thing. Great. He smiled. Hey Zu. Nito asked from where he was sitting on the bench, waiting for the other two to finish changing. Is there anything we should know before we come over to your house? Izuku tilted his head in thought, thinking about his mother and all the things she could possibly ask before feeling stumped. I'm actually not sure. The only friend I've ever had over was Kat, and it's not like I had to introduce him. He chuckled. Just, don't embarrass me? Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. Embarrass you how? Oh, like you didn't embarrass me at dinner last night? Nito scoffed with an eye roll. You guys had dinner last night? Hitoshi smirked, biting back a tease. I went to Nei's yesterday, Izuku explained, walking in front of Nito who had his arms crossed. And it was all in good fun. Nito smiled. Then our teasing will also be in good fun, Zu. Damn it. Izuku pouted, though he didn't regret teasing Nito, it was fun. The Insomnicats. Alley Cat today at 9:47 p.m. Does dinner tomorrow at around 5:30 work for you guys? Sleepy Cat today at 9:49 p.m. Works for me. Copycat today at 9:50 p.m. Should we bring anything or wear anything specific? Alley Cat today at 9:50 p.m. I don't think so. My mom wants to know what your favorite foods are. Copycat today at 9:51 p.m. I'll eat whatever she makes. Alley cat today at 9:51 p.m. I'll make sure she makes the greasiest food ever and we hide all the silverware. Copycat today at 9:51. That's the meanest thing you've ever said to me. Alley cat today at 9:52 p.m. So dramatic. What about you, Hito? Sleepy cat today at 9:52 p.m. And see, Nito, is it that hard to use a nickname when you don't need anything? Copycat today at 9:52 p.m. Why do I keep getting attacked today? Sleepy cat today at 9:52 p.m. Easy target. Alley cat today at 9:53 p.m. Your reactions are fun. Friday, July 25th, 12:07 a.m. I'm leaving for patrol. Be safe. You look happy, Kanashi commented, jumping down from the building he was perched on and startling Midoriya in the process. Midoriya let a small smile cross his face as he pulled out a red sticky note to write down his newest captures crimes on. It's been a good few days. Kanashi let out a silent breath of relief. That's good. Kanashi sat on top of his favorite rooftop in his patrol route, legs crossed and a sandwich in hand. He happily munched away while he took his usual mid-patrol break. Breaks and snacks were important for heroes and vigilantes alike. They burn a lot of calories doing what they do and they have to keep themselves in top shape if they want to make sure they don't die. It's been a nice patrol, he thought to himself as he took a swig of his water bottle, wishing it was something more sweet and cold like a Dr. Pepper. He heard something crinkle and spun around, just barely catching whatever thing was being thrown at his face. He looked in his hands and saw a juice box. This isn't Dr. Pepper? He heard a snort and looked up, seeing Eraserhead walking towards him. No, it's not, he said, sitting next to Kanashi and then raising an eyebrow. You know how bad soda is for you? Can't be any worse than the amount of coffee you drink, he quipped with a smile, making Eraserhead playfully push his head to the side. So how've you been, kid? Eraser asked, drinking his own juice box. Haven't seen you in a while. I've been fine, he shrugged. Eraser nodded with a hum and Kanashi could tell he wanted to say something. What is it? He asked first. Have you seen Null around? Eraser asked, surprising Kanashi. What do you mean? He asked with a head tilt. Eraser sighed. The vigilante with the dash. No, I know who he is, Kanashi cut him off. But, did something happen? Eraser seemed to take a second, considering his words. Did you ever hear about that dust villain going around pickpocketing people? He nodded and Eraser continued. He attacked Null on Saturday. Kanashi's breath hitched. It looked pretty bad but they ran away before I could check on them. So have you heard anything or seen them at all? We've gotten criminals brought in from them, but, he trailed off with a furrowed brow, worry clear on his face. I haven't, Kanashi answered, and Eraser sighed. But I can find out and let you know. He stood up abruptly. I'll go check his patrol area and if he's not there, I'll text him. Of course you have his number, Eraser grumbled, exasperated but thankful. Kanashi didn't bother answering that and instead looked him in the eye, determined. Don't worry, Eraser. I'll find him. Eraser could see the worry in his eyes but didn't ask. Instead, he nodded and watched as Kanashi started roof-hopping away. Have you told Eraserhead about my name yet? Midoriya asked, snapping Kanashi back to the present. Oh crap, not yet, sorry, he apologized, scratching the back of his neck. That's okay. Midoriya waved off, finishing his note and placing it on the forehead of the criminal he had tied up, who was grumbling to himself angrily about not being able to use his quirk with his arms tied how they were, which Kanashi just realized were wrapped around him and tied together in the back. Midoriya started going up to the rooftop, and Kanashi followed him and asked, So how's the voice changer holding up? It's amazing. Midoriya smiled and began to gush about the gear and how it's held up even against someone throat-punching him, and Kanashi was happy that he saw less of that look that he had before in his eyes. Dear Mr. Lidective, Mr. Stretch Armstrong was being in butt. To Joey the kangaroo for having a mutant quirk. Please take him away for drunken assault and quirk discrimination. Sincerely. P.S. Thank you to whoever gave me the name. I really like it. Smiley face. Naomasa dragged an exasperated hand over his face as he wondered how Null knew his quirk, and Aizawa just let out a breath of relief at how fine he seemed in his note. Izuku, can you please hand me that? Inko asked, pointing towards the ground. Izuku, who was sitting on the couch with his phone in his hand, looked around on the floor in front of him before turning back to his mom with his brows furrowed in confusion. Hand you what? It's right by the coffee table leg. She pointed again. Izuku leaned down to get a closer look and only saw a bobby pin. He picked it up and held it in the air. This? Yes, she confirmed, taking it from him. Thank you. Izuku shut off his phone and put it on the armrest, before getting up to follow his mom. You've been running around cleaning all morning. Are you okay? Inko turned to him, a rag in one hand and some sort of cleaning agent in the other. Your friends are coming over. She blinked. I want to make a good impression. Izuku huffed a laugh and took the items from her hand, placing them on the counter and then putting his hands on either side of her shoulders. Mom. He waited for her to look up. The house is probably the cleanest it's ever been. She looked around and he continued. And plus, I don't think either of them is going to care if there's a single bobby pin hidden somewhere in the carpet. She bit her lip. They won't, will they? No, they won't, he repeated, dropping his hands from her shoulders. Just calm down. It will probably be fine. His smile wasn't the most reassuring one Inko had ever seen, but she nodded anyway. I should light some incense or something. She sniffed the air. It smells like chemicals in here. Izuku took a second to smell the air and nodded. You should. Inko huffed a laugh and went over to one of their drawers to grab out 2 sticks, lighting them before placing them on opposite ends of the apartment. She took a deep breath and slowly let it out. It will be fine. The sound of the doorbell rang through the apartment, and Inko hurriedly told Izuku to get the door. Izuku sighed and walked at a normal pace until he reached the door. He opened it and saw Nito standing there in a button-down with tense shoulders and a container of something in his hands. Am I too early? Nito nervously asked. It's not 5:30 yet, but I didn't want to be late. Izuku chuckled, widening the door for Nito to come in. You're fine now, relax. Nito let out a shaky breath and walked in, Inko approaching shortly after to greet their guest. Are you Minoma-kun? His mother asked with a kind, anxious smile. Nito cleared his throat and put on a smile. You can call me Nito if you'd like. Then please call me Inko. Chuckled, and Nito wondered if Izuku got any traits from his father. Izuku. He hummed at the sound of his name. Can you give Nito-kun a tour please? I have to finish up dinner. I hope you like soba stir-fry. Izuku didn't give me any specifics on the food. I love stir-fry. Nito smiled reassuringly, making Inko's shoulders relax. Good. Then I'll be in the kitchen. She smiled at both boys before walking back to the stovetop. Your mom's really nice, Nito commented, turning to Izuku, who had his face in his hands. Let's just start the tour, he mumbled, and Nito chuckled as Izuku collected himself and began showing him around. And this is my room, Izuku said awkwardly, opening his door to allow Nito to venture in. Nito looked around in silence. A bedroom was a safe place. It could tell you a lot about a person by how they decorated it or how tidy it was. Nito had never theorized about what Izuku's bedroom would look like, but there were definitely some things that he found both surprising and unsurprising. Izuku's walls were mostly bare, a couple of posters of pro heroes here or there which included a poster of the 4-team rescue group, the Wild PP Cats, a poster of the Space Hero, 13, Present Mike, and what looked to be a homemade poster of Eraserhead. Nito smiled softly as he looked at them. He wasn't expecting Izuku to have any hero merch, but all the things he had made sense. Besides the posters, Izuku's room only had 2 bookcases, which looked to be mostly full of composition notebooks, and a writing desk, which had a few framed photos on it. Is this him? Nito asked carefully, looking at one of the framed photos which showed a picture of Izuku and, who he assumed to be Bakugo, sitting next to each other in matching blue sweaters. They looked about 5 or so and Bakugo was holding a green notebook and sticking his tongue out at Izuku, who was glaring back, clearly not pleased at not being able to see the contents that the notebook held. Izuku walked over and Nito turned to find him with a fond smile on his face. Yep. He huffed a laugh. That's Cat. What's in the notebooks? Nito asked, curious as there were so many in his bookcases, and even one in that photo though the one in the photo was a different kind. Just analysis, Izuku answered with a shrug, as if Nito had asked him what his favorite color was. Just analysis, he scoffed, looking at Izuku's bookshelf which was now even more impressive. This is all analysis? Yeah. Izuku confirmed, lifting an eyebrow. He looked genuinely confused about what the big deal was. Izuku, that's incredible. He said as if it was an obvious thing. Can I see some of it? Izuku's eyes widened. Sure. He walked over to the bookcase and grabbed a yellow notebook, which was labeled, Civilian Analysis, number 17. Nito flipped through the pages similarly to how Izuku scrolled through his drawings, only this wasn't just some hobby, this was Izuku's dream. Or at least it was. Have you done any writing for these lately? Nito asked, looking up from the notebook to Izuku, who was sitting in his desk chair. Not really. He shook his head. I think the last time was that morning. Nito silently nodded, not asking which morning because he could guess. He wondered if he should tell Izuku that he should pick it up again. Nito didn't know Bakugo at all, only a few comments he had heard from Izuku here and there, but he knew that he cared about Izuku. That he loved him. It wasn't Nito's place to say, but would Izuku's cat be happy that he was giving up such a huge part of himself? His dream since he was a kid? Even if he gave it up for him? Nito couldn't be sure. Izuku was giving up such a huge part of himself to try to keep someone else alive. Was there a way he could do both? A way he could live both of their dreams? Nito knew Izuku would never give up on Bakuga's dream, but it didn't feel right for him to give up on his either. But it wasn't his place to say, and Izuku had been doing so well the past few days. They also had a dinner to get through. Boys, Inko called out from behind the door. Hitoshi-kun is here. Nito smiled and handed Izuku back the notebook. He would make sure Izuku didn't give up on his dream. When Izuku and Nito approached the table, both boys' eyes widened. Hitoshi was standing next to Izuku's mom in a dark purple button-up, smiling slightly and insisting to help her set the table. What am I looking at? Izuku whispered, bewildered and feeling underdressed in his t-shirt and jeans. He acted like this when he met my parents, Nito informed with furrowed brows. But I can't get used to this side of him. Why is he acting so? Izuku struggled to find the words, but Nito understood. He told me he doesn't want parents to think he's rude because of his blank stares and snarky attitude, but that this whole thing, he gestured at Hitoshi who was chuckling in a non-teasing way, really drains him. Izuku snorted and walked over to Hitoshi. You know, he started with an exaggerated whisper, you don't have to pretend around my mom. Hitoshi glared and Inko turned around, having heard Izuku's words. Pretend how? Hitoshi doesn't smile, he smirks, Nito explained. And the only time his tone changes is when he's teasing us, Izuku continued. Hitoshi glared harder, and Inko laughed. Oh dear, you can just be yourself. Yeah, I mean if Cat was allowed to call his mom old hag, he said with finger quotes. My mom won't care that you're calling your dad a took? You won't. Hitoshi raised an incredulous eyebrow at Inko. If I was able to stop him from calling Mitsuki that, I would have, Inko clarified to Izuku before turning to Hitoshi. But no, I'm not going to dislike you because you don't call your father a parental nickname. Cool, Hitoshi said monotonously. Do we have to sit in specific seats? Inko chuckled in amusement at the change of tone. Sit wherever you would like. For nearly 30 minutes, there was never a moment of silence around the Midoriya dinner table. It was awkward at first, Izuku was tense, having never had to introduce anyone to his mom before, Hitoshi was silent and awkward, and Nito was nervously rambling about random things they all had done together. It got less awkward when Hitoshi told Nito to chill out and Inko began telling stories about Izuku when he was a kid, much to his detest. But it was a nice contrast to the quiet dinners he usually shared with his mother or his aunt and uncle. Izuku had been so nervous about what they would talk about that he hadn't even thought about the possibility of the table being quiet. He wasn't sure if it was real, but he was happy to see such a large smile on his mom's face again. Oh, he's terrible with scary things, really? His mom smiled when Hitoshi mentioned them playing a horror game. There was a haunted house at one of those school nights once, and he spent the entire night curled up in his bed with the lights on. I think Nito is worse though. Hitoshi smirked. We also watched a horror movie and he was basically sitting in Izuku's lap with how much he was clinging to him. Nito buried his face in his hands and mumbled about how this was supposed to be his chance to get back at Izuku for the teasing, not getting ganged up on again, and Izuku raised an eyebrow. Okay, Mr. Mighty Owl, Izuku scoffed. Glad we can quack you up. Nito began choking on his food because he was not expecting to hear Izuku quack at Hitoshi during dinner, but it made Hitoshi's smirk completely disappear, so he guessed it was worth it. Izuku didn't help make this, did he? Inko asked Nito cautiously from where she stood at the stovetop, starting the tea kettle as Nito cut off slices of the castella cake he had made when Izuku came over. Nito huffed a laugh and shook his head. Don't worry, Inko-san. Zu didn't do a thing. Good. Inko let out a breath of relief. I mean, I would love if you could teach him how to bake, but I don't think I'll ever eat anything he bakes again without caution. Is he really that bad? Hitoshi asked with a raised eyebrow. I don't know how he does it, Inko tilted her head in thought. But one time he added too much baking soda to a lemon cake and it exploded in the oven, and another TI dash. Why are you acting like I'm not here? Izuku cut her off with narrowed eyes from where he was sitting at the table. He looked at Nito, who looked extremely amused and glared. And don't act like you're the best at baking with your 3 baked goods in your repertoire. The teasing's all in good fun, Zu, Nito repeated with a proud smirk, unbothered by the quip, and Izuku snorted. He and Hitoshi would have to do a lot more than that to get under his skin. He grew up with Katsuki Bakugo, a little teasing like this was child's play. Izuku put his hands on the table and pushed his chair back. I'm going to the restroom. Thank you, boys, Izuku heard his mom say warmly. He stopped himself before he could enter the room again and listened in. For being there for my Izuku. He heard Nito, or was it Hitoshi, fumble out the start of a sentence, but it was so quiet and they cut off so quickly, Izuku couldn't be sure what they were trying to say. I worry a lot about him, especially at the start. Izuku changed a lot after Katsuki-kun died. Izuku carefully peeked his head around the edge and saw Nito and Hitoshi sitting in front of his mother with wide eyes, surprised at the genuineness in her voice and the suddenly serious topic. But after you two became his friends, I started noticing him slowly coming back to himself. My heart feels more at ease knowing that you two are by his side. She let out a wet chuckle and wiped at her face. He trusts you two a lot? I'm sure Izuku will go through more hardships, especially now that he wants to be a hero. He's going to face a lot of things that I won't be able to be there for, or won't understand, and maybe it's a lot to ask but… She looked up at them and although Izuku was looking at the back of her head, he knew her eyes were wide and pleading with unshed tears. Can I trust you too? To be there for him and let me know if something is happening? Nothing that would break his trust, just, if it's a lot? Or important? The two boys blinked before coming back to themselves. Yeah dash, Nito started, clearing his throat before looking at Izuku's mother with the most serious face Izuku had ever seen from him. Yes, Inko-san. You can trust us. Hitoshi nodded at his side and said, we'll make sure he's okay, Inko-san. Izuku saw his mother's shoulders deflate and she stood up, quickly going to the other side of the table to hug the two boys. Izuku wiped away a tear and smiled fondly. His two friends' eyes met his, one pleading for help and the other showing a mixture of things that Izuku couldn't place. Izuku walked over and chuckled. Why are you guys hugging? He asked with a raised eyebrow, as if he hadn't heard everything. Inko froze before standing up straight. The tea must be ready. She ran to the kitchen to grab the tea she had started before he left. His friends sent him looks of worry and care, and Izuku just smiled softly. Inko watched fondly as Izuku said goodbye to his friends. She was so happy that he had people in his corner who could be there for him, and the dinner was such a nice opportunity for her to meet them and thank them. Goodbye, Inko-san. Nito smiled from the door, Hitoshi waving silently at his side. Bye, boys. She smiled back. It was nice meeting you too. They left and Izuku turned with nervous eyes, fiddling with his and Katsuki's bracelets. What did you think? Inko smiled softly. I think that they're really good for you. Izuku let out a breath of relief and smiled weakly. He looked like he had something else he wanted to say. Inko didn't push, she just silently watched him as he gathered together his thoughts and got the courage to speak. Mom. She tilted her head. What is it, sweetie? I'll do it. He muttered, looking down at his feet. What? Inko asked with scrunched up brows. Izuku took a deep breath and looked up at her. I'll go to therapy. Saturday, August 2nd, 2XXX. You're starting therapy? Hitoshi asked between sips of his iced Americano. It was August now and too hot for a heated drink. Yeah, Izuku confirmed as he anxiously pet the black and white cat that sat on his lap. My mom, she thought it'd be good for me. Nito smiled and put a comforting hand on his shoulder. And I'm sure it will be. And if you don't like the first one, you could always try a different one. That's true, Izuku muttered with furrowed brows. I'm just kind of… He shrugged, not able to find the right words. Nervous. Scared. Hitoshi placed down his cup. About talking to a stranger? Yes. Izuku answered unsurely. But also, like, what if I slip up? Tell them about… He leaned into the table and whispered, null. Well, they can't tell unless you're a danger to yourself, right? Nito tried to remind him, optimistically. Izuku smiled. Exasperated. Yeah, 'cause throwing myself between criminals and victims, and jumping across rooftops almost every night isn't being a danger to myself. Nito put his hands over his face and groaned. Ah, it's okay Nito, Hitoshi cooed with a smirk. We can't all be expect dash. Leave me alone, Nito cut off, glaring between the slots of his fingers. Izuku chuckled. Don't worry and I know what you meant. He took a deep breath. I'll just have to not slip up. Can't be too hard. Yeah, you look really sure about that. Hitoshi snorted. Do you ever get tired of taking constant jabs at your friends? Nito questioned with narrowed eyes. Hitoshi shook his head with a serious look. No, it's actually what gets me up in the morning. Don't you have to sleep in order to get up in the morning? Nito mocked. Well, at least I don't have to borrow Uncle Scrooge's pajamas. Izuku tuned out the arguing between his two friends and picked up the cat on his lap, looking at it in its orange eyes. They're silly, aren't they? The cat meowed with a yawn and Izuku cooed, pressing them to his chest to give them a hug. Tuesday, August 5th, 2XXX. Izuku and his mother walked slowly up to the small apartment unit for his first therapy appointment. It was strange. Not at all what he expected, but then again his only reference was television shows and movies. Are you sure this person is legit? Izuku whispered to his mother with a raised eyebrow after a short, purple-haired secretary let them in and told them to sit on the couch, which was where a living room should have been, and wait for the doctor to be ready. Inko smiled tightly, trying to look reassuring but only looking like she made a mistake. Some people just prefer to rent small houses and apartment units rather than office spaces because it's more convenient and cheaper. I hope this appointment was cheap, Izuku muttered, making Inko swat his arm. Don't worry about that, she chastised. If you don't like them, we'll just find you a different therapist until you find one that works. Izuku sighed and nodded. Okay. They continued to wait for 15 minutes with only magazines and a fish tank to keep them entertained. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Dr. Tanaka, it is nice to meet you. A lanky woman with short brown hair greeted them stiffly in a monotone voice, walking into the waiting room from the hallway. It's no problem. Thank you for seeing him, doctor. Inko smiled kindly, standing up to greet the woman, and Izuku did the same. I believe I filled out all the paperwork online, yes? That is correct, Dr. Tanaka confirmed. You can leave and come back to pick him up in about 45 minutes. Oh, if it's okay, I'd like to wait in here until he's done. Just in case. Izuku sent a thankful smile to his mother and the doctor nodded. That is understandable. She turned to look at Izuku for the first time since she came in and asked, This is him? Inko nodded slowly and then they did too. Great. Please come with me. Dr. Tanaka turned and walked down the hallways again without another word, and Izuku followed behind her. After each of them took their seats, Dr. Tanaka began speaking. As I stated in the hallway, I am Dr. Tanaka. What do you want me to call you? Midoriya is fine. Okay. They nodded with a forced smile, rifling through some papers, and took a breath. So Midoriya, your mom mentioned in the paperwork she filled out that you lost a friend, but what is it that you are looking to achieve from going to these sessions? Izuku fiddled with Kat's bracelet while looking down at his lap. I'm not really sure. I don't want to be sad anymore, I guess. Well, I'm sorry to say Midoriya, but I think that is a bit unrealistic, they said in a still monotone voice, with the forced smile that had yet to leave their face. Sometimes people die. They shrugged. That's life. Sometimes you wake up one day and someone who you were previously close to didn't. Because they are dead. And that can be really hard. Dr. Tanaka began to space out, staring at the table in front of them, and Izuku wondered if he should snap them out of it or not. Dr. Tanaka? He spoke unsurely, but effectively knocked Dr. Tanaka out of their thoughts. They looked up and cleared their throat. Are you upset about the death? Izuku furrowed his brows and wondered if they were serious. Yes. They hummed, writing something down. That makes sense that you would be upset that someone is dead. They are a corpse. They are not a human being anymore. So that makes sense that you would be sad about it. Cool, okay. They finished whatever they were writing down and looked back up at Izuku. Are you sad about anything else? Izuku pursed his lips. I don't think so. So just the dead body. Makes sense. They scribbled another few words and Izuku wondered if the writing on a clipboard was just for show. So what we can do dash. Izuku couldn't take it anymore. Talking to this shrink was like talking to a wall. Or maybe a parrot, since they seemed to just be repeating everything he said back to him. He stood up and bowed slightly. I don't think this is going to work, goodbye. Izuku's mom had frowned upon Izuku walking out of his first therapy appointment after barely 5 minutes, but Izuku would like to think that she would have done the same if she was in that room. At Darkwolf 2XXX0809. Hey, so I'm finalizing the designs of your gear and I was wondering if you wanted some of them to be more personalized? Analyst_bitch 2XXX0809. You really don't have to do that. Or make me more gear in general, really. The voice changer is all I need. Darkwolf 2XXX0809. Look, no offense, but the other night I watched you reach into your pocket and throw a handful of flour at a mugger's face, and then they laughed at you because you missed. I'm pretty sure you need more than just that. Analyst_bitch 2XXX0809. Skadjilj. What the hell, grinning face with big eyes exclamation question mark. So if you rude loudly crying face raised back of hand light skin tone. Darkwolf 2XXX0809. So any specific colors or symbols? Analyst_bitch 2XXX0809. What is the gear, pensive face? Why are you scowling at your phone? Hitoshi asked with a raised eyebrow. Izuku flipped his phone around so his friends could see the screen. After a few seconds of them reading over the short conversation, Hitoshi snorted. What were you trying to do? Make him sneeze? Hitoshi smirked in amusement. You should start using a handful of pepper then. Nito looked at Izuku incredulously. Izuku, have you seriously been throwing handfuls of flour at people? Izuku scoffed offendedly. You know what, I dash. He was cut off by a knock sounding at the door. Come in. Hitoshi called. Yamada smiled apologetically through the cracked open door. Sorry to bother you boys. Toshi? Your dad's heading out for patrol if you want to say bye. I'll be right back, Hitoshi said, getting up from his crisscross position on the floor to follow Yamada out to the living room. After a moment of silence, Nito spoke out. But why flour? It was my best idea at the time. Izuku defended. Give me a break. Before Nito could reply, Hitoshi came back into the room. So, do you have any ideas for the personalized gear? He asked, plopping back down in his spot on the floor, picking up Kaneko and pulling her into his lap. Izuku smiled fondly and got a dazed look in his eyes. I have a few. Vigilantes were a very large gray area in the legal system. They were technically supposed to be captured and stopped for using their quirks without a license, and even though many heroes, detectives, and civilians agreed with that, there was a surprisingly sizable group of people that did not. Some heroes like Endeavor or Death Arms, who made their distaste for vigilantes known, were out of the loop on how things went down in the Mizudafu Police Department's Vigilante Task Force, or the VTF. They thought it was ridiculous that certain vigilantes never got caught and punished for their illegal activities, but the truth was, the VTF wasn't bad at their jobs, they just had a certain way of going about it. They used to let the helpful vigilantes roam, and then capture the more violent ones or the ones that just wanted to use their quirk for the hell of it. But things changed after the vigilante, Stendhal, now known as the hero killer, Stain, stopped being a helpful ally and started a killing spree. Part of the reason it was taking the MPD so long to capture Stain was because of how little information they had on him. That's when they decided to add another step to the Vigilante Task Force. Get as much information on every new vigilante as possible, so that if they go rogue, it will be easier to capture them. This was why Shoyuta could have friendly conversations with Kanashi, and why the investigation on Null was such a pain in the butt. They knew almost nothing about Null. They didn't know why he was doing the things he was doing, how far he would go to save people, or what his quirk was. The only things they had on him were a partial description and a potential age range. Shoyuta and Detective Tsukachi would have loved to just let Null go about his routine, or even promote him to be a helpful ally, but it was extremely hard to do when the only reason they had to trust him was that he was good at what he did. His evasiveness was both admirable and annoying. Shoyuta just wanted one conversation with the kid, to either get to know him, or to convince him that what he was doing wasn't safe and that if he wanted to help people he should apply to a hero school. Shoyuta has been trying for weeks to get information from Kanashi about Null, or to set up a meeting, but Null was very insistent on not wanting to do that, and Kanashi was too loyal to give anything up that could get his friend caught. Again, admirable but extremely annoying. Eraser! Tsukachi called out from across the precinct. Shoyuta looked up from the desk he was sitting at to see him coming back from the break room, presumably for another cup of coffee. You're here, I was just about to call you. Shoyuta shifted in his seat and raised an eyebrow. Something happened? As a matter of fact, yes. Tsukachi sat down at his desk and riffled through some papers before handing one to Shoyuta. Mizudafu Police Department. Witness Statement. Page 1 of 6. Date 2XXX0812. I was walking home after having a few drinks with my coworkers at Sakana when a hand was put around my mouth from behind and I was dragged into a dark alleyway. I was pushed up against the wall of the alley and came face to face with my assailant attacker. He was about 172 centimeters with a bulky build. I couldn't see his face since he had this black sort of beanie on over his face, but his arms had blue scales on them. He also had a very deep voice. He put a knife to my throat and told me that if I didn't cooperate and give him all of my valuables he was going to kill me. I dropped my purse and was about to start taking off my earrings when we heard someone drop down from the rooftop. We both turned to I think it was the left corner of the alley? Anyways, this short dude with a domino mask, red hoodie, and a black shirt that had some sort of white design on it. They were carrying a pipe and they had a super deep voice. He told the guy to drop the knife and let me go, and then the guy with the knife said something like, "Who the F are you? Mind your dimmin' business, shorty." And then the little dude put his hand on his chest like he was offended and made this sort of squawk sound, which would have been low-key funny if I wasn't terrified, because of how deep the voice was. Then the knife guy came at the short dude and they fought, and it was kinda sick. Wish I got it on video. He was badass. So the little dude won, which was pretty surprising but good for him and me. He tied up the guy and handed me my purse and told me to call the cops, so I did, and then he waited on the roof until the cops came. I didn't really notice anything else about him except his fighting style. I'm a pretty big fan of jiu-jitsu and it was 100,000% that. Hope this helps. P.S. If you catch the guy that saved me, could you call me up so I can thank him again? Didn't really get the chance when I was all shaky and scared in that alley. Thanks. Shoyuta rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and handed the witness statement back to Tsukachi. Well, that's something. The detective smiled tiredly. Indeed. Saturday, August 16th, 2XXX. Hey, and I? Izuku's nervous chuckle rang out of Nito's phone, and Nito could already tell he was going to be exasperated by the time the call ended. Yes, Izuku? He asked with a pained smile, accepting his fate. Do you by any chance know how to sew? Izuku asked. Nito closed his eyes to take a deep breath. Please tell me you got a hole in your favorite shirt and not that you got stabbed or shot or something. Ah, Izuku drawled out. Well, it's not a hole. Oh my god, what happened? He questioned, quietly leaving his room to get the medical kit, a wet hand towel, and a big dry towel from the bathroom. It's not a big deal. It's just, Izuku paused and Nito could imagine him looking at the wound to try to figure out the best words to use to downplay the severity. Well, it's more of a uslava scratch, not a puncture wound. That I'll be dash, Nito started, before Izuku's voice cut him off. No, it's fine. It's still kinda early, your parents might hear you. Nito looked at the clock and saw that it was 12:54 a.m. I'll come to your window. Izuku, you texted me barely 30 minutes ago that you were going on patrol. Nito dragged his hand down his face with a sigh, sitting on the edge of his bed to wait for Izuku. Was that the first thing you did? Get stabbed? No, Izuku defended with a chuckle, and Nito failed to see what was so funny. I stopped at least 2 guys before one snuck up behind me, catching me off guard. I was this close to whacking him before he hit me. So did you stop him? Nito raised an eyebrow that Izuku couldn't see. Izuku scoffed. Of course I did. Nito rolled his eyes. Okay, sorry for making sure, geez. Izuku laughed and then winced on the other end of the phone, reminding Nito that he was injured. You okay? Oh, just dandy, Izuku replied tightly. Think you can open your window? You're already here? Nito asked, surprised, and stood up to unlock his window. Almost, Izuku answered. It's a good thing you have a tree in front of your window. It would have been a beach to try to parkour up the side of your house with this lovely wound I'm sporting. Can't wait to see it, Nito spoke unamused. Well, you won't have to wait long, he replied cheekily, and Nito heard a tapping at his window. He hung up the phone and turned to see Izuku crouched on a tree branch with a sheepish smile. Nito gave a blank stare back and waved his hand, letting Izuku know he could come in. Hey! He chuckled lightly before wincing when he stumbled in. Ooh, ow! Nito grabbed Izuku's arm and helped him to the bed. Are you okay? He asked in concern. I'm doing great, Izuku lied, taking off his eye mask to reveal some black grease paint over his eyes which made him look a little bit like a panda bear. He bit his lip and looked down with furrowed brows. But do you think you can do me a favor? You mean besides sewing your skin back together? Nito asked with a pointed smile and Izuku cringed. He leaned down to reach for something in his left boot and Nito was surprised when he pulled out a large hunting knife. Can you cut my clothes off of me? What? Nito hissed, eyes widening. You want me to do what? Izuku sighed and lifted the right side of his clothes, showing a semi-deep slash that was below the right side of his ribs. My shirt needs to be off but it hurts too bad to lift my arms so, he drifted off, waving the knife around. Nito looked conflicted. His eyes flickered between Izuku's pained, pleading eyes, and the large knife in his hands. Can I not use the knife? Izuku tilted his head and with his large sparkling eyes, he created a look of innocence and confusion which didn't match the hunting knife he held in his hand like it was a regular thing to have. What would you use then? Nito got up and crouched down under his desk to pull his sewing kit out and onto the bed. He dug through it for a few seconds and then pulled out a pair of fabric scissors. This is safer. Nito demonstrated by grabbing a hold of the first layer of clothing and cutting it. Oh, that's smart. Izuku complimented, watching while Nito carefully cut off each layer of clothing. He lifted his head up so that Nito could safely get the neckline. Thank you for doing this and I. Nito shrugged, still focused on cutting the fabric. It's not a problem, Zu. I'd rather you come to me than slap a band-aid on it and hope for the best. Izuku gasped in mock offense. I wouldn't do that. Nito rolled his eyes fondly, cutting off the last of the clothing, and took a deep breath. I have to clean your wound first and it's probably going to hurt pretty bad. Izuku cringed. Just do it. Nito put on some LTX gloves and grabbed the damp washcloth, and gently cleaned around the wound. Izuku eated in a breath at the touch and Nito softly whispered, it's okay, though his face was scrunched up and he looked like he would rather be doing anything else. It's the best I can do since we don't want to alert my parents. That's okay, Izuku rasped out, holding his breath and gripping on so tightly to Nito's comforter that his knuckles were white. As long as it's see clean and it's still an open wound. I can handle it. Nito glanced up at Izuku in concern and saw him biting his lips so tightly Nito thought they would bleed. He tried to speed along the cleaning while still being careful and thorough and once he deemed the wound clean enough, took a deep breath and with shaky hands grabbed the suture kit. W8. Izuku stuttered, putting a hand up to stop Nito. Do you know how to do this? Nito swallowed and shook his head. And no. Izuku's eyes widened and Nito continued, this isn't like sewing clothes. See, can't you look up like, I don't know. Izuku laid down on his back and looked up at the ceiling. A tutorial or something? I guess I could. Nito stood up to grab his phone but stopped when he heard footsteps coming up the stairs. His eyes widened and he looked at Izuku, who had also heard the noise. The window. Izuku whispered loudly, ignoring the pain he felt when he rushed to get up. He used his left arm to try and push the window up but it was stuck. He looked back to see Nito putting the med kit, the towel Izuku was on, and Izuku's clothes under his bed and looked around for another hiding spot. Nito looked up, his hair uncharacteristically tousled from being under the bed, and noticed the predicament. Izuku. He whispered harshly to get the other's attention, and once he had it, pointed at the closet. Izuku nodded and got into the closet fast and quietly. He was in the middle of carefully closing the door when they heard a soft rapping at the door and in Izuku's panic, closed it harshly. Nito's eyes widened as he rushed to open the door. He cracked it open just enough to show his face despite knowing that Izuku was hidden away and greeted his father with a wobbly smile. Hi. His dad raised an eyebrow. Hi. He held up a mug. I brought you some chamomile tea since I saw you were still up. Nito opened the door a little wider so that he could slip his hand through to grab the mug, and his father took that chance to look behind him. Were you sewing? He asked, spotting the sewing kit that was open on the floor. Nito whipped his head around and then turned back to his father, nodding. I couldn't sleep so. Nito's dad nodded but then furrowed his brow at his son's wrist. Did you hurt yourself? Nito blinked but then looked at where his father was looking, which had a droplet of dry blood in the space between his pajama sleeves and where the LTX gloves didn't cover. His eyes widened and he hid it behind his back. Nope. It had a bloody nose. A bloody nose? His dad raised an eyebrow in disbelief. He obviously knew Nito was lying as he was terrible at it, but he probably expected his son to come up with something better than a bloody nose. Despite that, Nito continued. Yeah. I had a bloody nose and then I got some blood on my shirt sleeve. He brought his wrist up to show his father the dry spot of blood again, and I obviously couldn't have that, so I changed really fast, and then halfway through changing, I heard you coming to my door. Aha. His father nodded. So that explains the noise from the closet, your messy hair, and flushed cheeks then. Nito brought up the back of his hand to feel his cheeks and nodded firmly. Exactly. His dad snorted and tousled his hair even more. Don't stay up too late, kiddo. I won't, don't worry, Nito assured, letting his tense shoulders fall a bit. And be safe, his father continued, making Nito freeze as he walked down the hallway to where his and Nito's mom's bedroom was. With your sewing, I mean. Nito looked at the floor, avoiding eye contact even when his dad wasn't turned toward him. That I will. Good night. Love you. His father turned around when he reached the door. A smirk not unlike something he would see on Hitoshi's face playing on his lips. Love you too. Nito closed the door and after setting the mug down on his desk, leaned against it and took a deep breath with his eyes closed. Nito's closet slowly slid open and he turned to look at Izuku, who was sitting on the floor with his phone in his hands and a cheeky smile on his face. I found a video on how to sew skin back together. He waved his phone around excitedly and Nito sighed, wondering how this became his life. Wednesday, August 20th, 2XXX. You will not believe what happened to me the other day. Izuku started, sitting in front of the gravestone that he had become extremely familiar with in the past few months. So I was on patrol for maybe an hour? And things were going swell. Beat up 2 guys, saved this 1 girl. The usual routine. And then, he dropped his voice to a loud whisper in case anyone was around, I got stabbed. Well, it's more of a slash. He shrugged. And I patched me up though, so I'm all good. Izuku could practically see Cat's eyes glaring at him with his fists balled up with worry. What part of all that is FNG good? My wound is healing well, but I was kinda worried that I was going to pop a stitch or something because we had practice at the dojo a couple days after. And I was all like, Z, you can't practice like that, and he's right. And I was like, Nito, chill, it'll be fine. Izuku drawled out before he gave a nervous chuckle and rubbed the back of his neck. I actually did almost get caught though. Not like figuring out I'm a vigilante caught, more like, I almost forgot I had a bandage around my torso and that under that is a wound stitched together by a 15-year-old that has only every stitched together fabric caught. I forgot to go into a stall to change. He laughed. You should have seen Nei and Hito's faces. In the moment, it was very not funny, but now, I think it was pretty funny. They don't think the same though. I wonder why, Kat would have replied with an eye roll. Izuku shrugged. Weird. Monday, August 25th, 2XXX. So, Midoriya, I talked a little bit with your mom, but what is your reason for being here today? Dr. Watanabe asked, and Izuku wondered if all therapists had a general guideline for what the first 3 questions they should ask a new client is. Izuku kept his eyes on the laptop that was sitting on the desk between him and the doctor while he answered. My best friend died in my arms. The therapist glanced up at him and mumbled as they typed. Izuku couldn't make out everything they said, but he did distinctly hear, ex-best friend. He raised his eyes from the back of the laptop to the sharp violet eyes that sat behind a pair of rectangular glasses. Dr. Watanabe was about to open their mouth to speak, but before they got the chance, Izuku let out a disbelieving, what did you just say? Dr. Watanabe adjusted their glasses and at least had the decency to look guilty. I'm sorry. You probably aren't ready to hear that yet, and I wish that you didn't hear that from me so soon into our seeing each other. Izuku narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Whether or not he was ready to hear that, or not wasn't the issue. The issue was that this stranger had no right to comment about what his and Kat's relationship was when knowing absolutely nothing about them. Ex-best friend, is one of the furthest terms that could describe the bond he and Katsuki shared. What did you mean by that? Dr. Watanabe probably wasn't expecting the sheer amount of venom that could spill out of a 15-year-old boy's mouth, but they hid their initial shock pretty well and tucked a strand of short, lime green hair behind their ear, and took a deep breath before answering. Part of the healing process is accepting that the person you lost is not a part of your life anymore. A widow wouldn't refer to her dead husband as her husband, because he's not her husband anymore, as she is now single again. Izuku tensed all of his muscles to try to keep himself from blowing up. He wished he had just powered through the session with Dr. Tanaka, because the one thing his mom told him when they came to the office today was that he wasn't allowed to walk out again. He relaxed his body and nodded his head. He wouldn't put up a fight or an argument right now, so he acted as if he understood what the doctor was saying, even though referring to anyone but Kat as his best friend seemed like the most incomprehensible thing to Izuku, and the session continued on, all while Izuku came up with a list of reasons it wouldn't work out with Dr. Watanabe, and a mental note that he would need to look with his mom for his next therapist. She was horrible and Izuku whispered into his phone. His entire body was hidden under the blankets on his bed to shut the world. I've never talked to someone so unfeeling. Nito, who had just asked Izuku how the session with his new therapist went, was surprised to get that response. Zu, what did she do? She told me that Kat is my... He stopped to scoff. She said that Kat was my ex-best friend. Can you believe that? What the F dash? Nito replied incredulously. What right does she have to say that? Exactly. Izuku sat up and pushed a curl out of his eyes. She said it was part of the healing process. She compared it to how a widow is now single. That's just bullshit. Nito wrote it off with a shake of his head. When a relationship ends that traumatically, it's never really over. I was so angry. And I couldn't even walk out because my mom said I couldn't walk out twice. Izuku huffed. You told your mom what she said, right? Nito asked. Of course I did, Izuku replied. What did she say? Nito questioned. Was she as upset as you? Oh, you bet she was. She told me that she kinda wished I had ignored her and walked out so she wouldn't have had to pay for the full hour. Izuku chuckled. Nito winced. Oh man, I forgot this person was getting paid to spout bullshit. Ugh, that really Esikus, I'm sorry Zu. Hopefully the next one is better. Izuku sighed and sat back on his headboard. I hope so. Bonus. Courtesy of my beta reader. The Insomnicats. Copycat today at 4:43 p.m. At analyst_scribbage, what else do you use besides flour? Alley Cat today at 4:43 p.m. I don't want to talk about it. Sleepy Cat today at 4:44 p.m. Is it honey and feathers? Alley Cat today at 4:44 p.m. Not baking a cake, sad face. Copycat today at 4:45 p.m. Only you'd think feathers went in a cake, pensive face. Alley Cat today at 4:45 p.m. That's not what I meant, loudly crying face. Sleepy Cat today at 4:45 p.m. Actually, you baking a K may be more harmful to the villains than Sutflower. Alley Cat today at 4:46 p.m. You guys are so mean to me, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, raise back of hand. Sleepy Cat today at 4:46 p.m. Nito can't be the only one who gets attacked in this group's /__. Copycat today at 4:47 p.m. Then when is it your turn? Sleepy Cat today at 4:47 p.m. Smiley face. Alley Cat today at 4:47 p.m. Oh god, that's unsettling, worried face. Copycat today at 4:47 p.m. Please never do that again. Sleepy Cat today at 4:48 p.m. Monday, September 1st, 2XXX. Izuku let out a shaky breath after repeating for what felt like the millionth time what happened to Kat. The therapist he was meeting with this week, Dr. Shinma, blinked a few times, sniffled, and shakily got up. She started and then swallowed. I'm going to go get your mom, okay? Izuku furrowed his brows and nodded. Not even a minute later, Inko came into the office and shot a worried look at him, to which he just shrugged. The doctor took her seat again, gestured for Inko to sit next to her son, and then began to speak again. Hi, yeah, so, Dr. Shinma fumbled. I don't really think I'm qualified to treat Midoriya. What? Inko asked, stupefied. What do you mean you can't treat him? Well, Dr. Shinma chuckled awkwardly. I'm more specialized in LGBTQ+ help and eating disorders. Some levels of mental illness like depression and anxiety, but, she gave Izuku an apologetic look. But nothing like what you are going through. I'm sorry. Izuku was a little disappointed. Dr. Shinma was the first therapist he'd seen that wasn't weird or bad at their job. She listened attentively and talked to Izuku like a normal person rather than someone she was analyzing and diagnosing. But it was good that she was straightforward. It didn't matter how nice she was if she couldn't help him. It would be a waste of both of their time. I understand. Inko spoke dejectedly as she grabbed her purse and went to stand up. Izuku followed her lead. Thank you for your time, doctor. Wait. Dr. Shinma stood up suddenly. I can't help him, but I know of some places that probably could. She typed some things into the computer and turned it towards them. The other quirk counselor? Inko read off the laptop. What's that? Dr. Shinma smiled and explained. It's a therapy office filled with specialists for quirk, hero, and villain-related trauma. Now this place might not be the answer, but there are other places like this, so it's a start. She frowned. The only thing is that it's kind of expensive. But if you go to UA next year even just for general studies or support the counselor there, Hound Dog, is specialized in this kind of therapy so he could probably help you too. Inko turned to Izuku with a hopeful smile. What do you think, Izuku? Izuku smiled back, happy that the therapist hopping might soon be over. I think it's great. Son, Sep 7th, 12:13 a.m. I'm heading out. Okay, be safe and don't forget to text me when you get home. That was one time. And I apologized. It was still scary. I'm sorry, TD. Friday, September 12th, 2XXX. Izuku watched in great amusement as Hitoshi, who was on stage dressed as a tree, threw apples at Nito, who was dressed as a scarecrow and sticking his tongue out at him. Now he understood why Hitoshi and Nito refused to say what the school musical was. Did Toshi tell you he was in this? Yamada whispered loudly to Izuku, and he shook his head, unable to take his eyes off the stage. They were a little too far away to tell for sure, but Izuku was pretty sure Hitoshi hid a laugh when he lobbed an apple between Nito's eyes, and Nito definitely glared when he threw it back at him, much to the surprise of everyone. So how was I? Nito smirked confidently as he strolled out of the doors where the cast and crew were. You were incredible, Nito-nai. Anka complimented, giving her brother a hug. Dramatic and funny as always, darling, Sora said as she gave Nito a hug and kissed the top of his head. You were great, Nito. I made dinner reservations to celebrate. Yuma turned to Izuku and Hitoshi's families. You're all invited too. My treat. That's very kind of you, Yuma-san, Inko commented, surprised by the offer. But please let me pay for mine and Izuku's share. Yuma smiled kindly. If you insist, Inko-san. The in-laws are meeting, Hitoshi whispered to Yamada, making him swat his son on the arm but do nothing to hide his amused smile. Nito slipped away from the adult talk and went to his friends. So what did you think? You were amazing in it. Izuku smiled and handed him a bouquet that he and Inko had picked out. Good job. Nito smiled and accepted the flowers. Thank you, Zu. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. Where are my flowers? You don't get flowers if you don't tell anyone you're in the school musical. Yamada exclaimed. I didn't tell. You? Hitoshi asked innocently. Must have slipped my mind. Saturday, September 13th, 2XXX. So, why are we in a makeup store right now? Hitoshi questioned, looking around the unfamiliar shop in the mall. I need more concealer, Izuku answered easily, walking towards what Hitoshi guessed was the section they kept concealer in. It's to cover up marks he gets from, Nito informed, dropping his voice to a whisper. Ah, gotcha. Hitoshi nodded his head. Do you come here often? Are you practicing pickup lines? Izuku asked, looking over his shoulder with a raised eyebrow. 'Cause I hate to tell you, Hito, but I think you can do better than that. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. As if I, out of everyone here, would flirt with you. Izuku gave him a strange look as Nito widened his eyes but ultimately didn't question anything, much to Nito's relief. Nito shook his head and then smirked. Hey, Toshi, he sang, making Hitoshi narrow his eyes. They probably have your skin tone here. He furrowed his brows in confusion. Okay. Izuku snickered. How many layers of concealer would it take to cover your eye bags, Hito? Hitoshi glared and was about to say something but was cut off when a sales worker came over and asked. Are you looking for a concealer, young man? We just got a great full coverage one in today that would be absolutely perfect for those eye bags of yours. Would you like to sample it? Hitoshi bit the inside of his cheek and gave a pointed look to his friends that were failing at hiding their laughter, but ultimately gave in and nodded his head. Sure. He replied stiffly. That sounds great. The sales worker smiled. Well, come this way then. When Hitoshi came back over to Nito and Izuku at the cash register, they asked him to never cover his eye bags again. His parents, the yellow fellow, had a similar, more horrified reaction. Thursday, September 18th, 2XXX. Izuku looked incredibly uncomfortable as he watched a mother comfort her screaming child. He had just saved the both of them from a possible kidnapping, but the child wouldn't stop crying. He hadn't even had a chance to call the police yet, and who knew how soon it would be until the kidnapper woke up. M.I.M.? Izuku spoke awkwardly, his hands in front of his body like he was facing a scared animal. Unfortunately, any attempt to look unharmful was a bust because the little boy was afraid of his voice modifier, making them scream louder. He internally cursed and reached under his turtleneck to turn it off. Better? He asked, his voice sounding higher than usual because of how deep the modifier made it. The mother looked up at him, shocked and horrified. Are you a kid? Izuku cleared his throat. I'll be right back, he said before running off. It was a good thing they were in his normal patrol area, so he knew where the nearest convenience store was. He only had to run about 2 blocks before he saw the fluorescent lights and aluminum-tiled floor. He busted through the door, startling the poor college student that was at the register. The second they saw him, they put their hands up in the air. Dude, please don't hurt me. I'll give you whatever you want, but if I die and the last thing I was doing before it happened was studying for this exam, I will sob. Izuku raised an amused eyebrow, speed walking up to the counter. What? No, I'm not a robber, I just dash. He looked around and saw a keychain display, each one holding a different mini plush on the hook. He grabbed a pink lion one and tossed it onto the counter. I need this, and can I use your phone? Sure. The young adult slowly put his arms down and pushed the phone toward Izuku, before scanning the plushie keychain while Izuku called the cops. That will be 325.88 yen. Izuku slapped a 500 yen coin on the counter and harshly grabbed the toy. You can keep the change or give it to charity or whatever. Izuku called out as he ran out of there. Okay. The cashier called back, still confused about what just happened. Izuku barely heard him though. He ran the fastest he had ever run before, well, definitely in his top 3 speeds to get back to the mother-child duo. He was relieved that when he found them the kidnapper was still knocked out. He was less relieved however when he saw that the child was still crying. Hey! He cooed gently, slowly walking towards him. He looked around for any security cameras and when he didn't see any, he lowered his hood. He still had his mask and faux black hair after all. He held out the plushie. You see this lion? The child's crying slowed a little bit as they looked at it, and the mother let out a small breath of relief. Seeing that Izuku had their attention, he continued. Well, my friend is pretty scared of ducks. The kid giggled wetly and Izuku nodded with a smile. Kinda silly, huh? Well, whenever he's scared, he holds onto his purple owl plushie, and it makes him feel a lot better. They didn't have any owls, but lions are fierce too, right? The child nodded and wiped their nose. Yeah. Then here, Izuku said, holding out the plushie. You can have this and it will make you a lot braver. Might even protect you. The boy looked at the keychain with sparkly eyes. Thanks, mister. Izuku smiled. You're welcome. He turned towards the entrance when he heard the signature sound of police sirens. I've gotta run, but before I go, Izuku put his hand on the kid's shoulder. Just know that you were really brave tonight. Even before you had the lion. The kid flashed a big smile, and just as Izuku was about to parkour up to the roof, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Hey kid. It was the mom, and she had a worried but thankful face. It's dangerous out here, and you shouldn't be doing this, she bowed down, making Izuku's eyes widen. But thank you for saving me and my baby. And thank you for what you said about the lion. It really helped Yuki calm down. Let me pay you back. Izuku waved her off with a shrug. I only paid 500 yen. Don't worry about it. Have a good rest of your night and be safe. The mother was relieved when the police came to take the kidnapper away, but it wasn't even close to the relief she felt when Null came down from the roof to save her and her child. She and her son definitely had a new favorite hero. Hopefully the police would give her a way to contact him so she could buy him a meal or something as a thank you. Hashtag never meet your heroes. The Ghost Goes Boo Ghost 20XX0926. Just got a fat payout from All Might's agency for totaling my car after he threw it. At a villain, 1010, would recommend. Formalities are totally worth it. Money mouth face. Loudly crying face 13 raise back of hand 4 skull 11. At the Ghost Goes Boo Ghost. Just got a fat payout from All Might's agency for existing underscript 20XX0926. At All Might, so not sorry for all the shit I said about you, but please total my piece of shit CR so I can get and upgrade. Pleading face folded hands. 2. Monday, September 29th, 2XXX. Izuku walked up to the therapy office with his mother at his side. There were 2 large glass doors with equally large glass windows on either side. It first opened to a small room that had 2 other doors on the left side and the right, each with a glass window. They walked through the right side doors and Izuku worriedly whispered, "Are you sure this isn't too expensive? I can wait until you—" "I thought I told you not to worry about things like that," Inko chastised, sitting down on the right side of the emerald-colored couch that was resting against the wall, a glass coffee table in front of it. There were 2 plastic chairs on each end of the coffee table. One was preoccupied with a person who had an owl quirk and was reading something on his phone. It's fine. We have insurance, and helping you is worth every penny. Izuku didn't really like that he had to be helped. It was like there was something wrong with him. Wasn't he acting perfectly normal for someone who lost their best friend in front of him? Izuku shook his wandering thoughts away, sitting down next to his mother, and asked, "What's their name?" "Dr. Fueki," Inko answered, looking past Izuku at something behind him. "I think that's her now." Izuku turned around and saw a woman that couldn't have been more than a few inches taller than his mom walking down the hallway of doors, towards them, with a smile on their face. Izuku and Inko stood up and the woman greeted them. You must be the Midoriyas. Her smile widened, and Izuku noticed that she had some pretty sharp canines. I'm Dr. Fueki, but feel free to call me Man-Ami if you'd like. Inko smiled back and bowed in greeting, taking Izuku down with her. Thank you so much for seeing him, Manami-san. Man-Ami waved them off, and her tone turned more gentle and serious. I'm just glad that you guys found me. Not a lot of people understand just how important mental health is. So, she turned towards Izuku. It's up to you if you want. Do you want your mom to come in and be a part of it? Do you want to come in by yourself? Izuku looked at his mom and then back at the doctor. I'd like to be by myself. By yourself? Okay, awesome. Man-Ami nodded. Then we're gonna go in. Will it just be about an hour or so? Inko asked, to get an idea of how long she would be waiting this time if Izuku didn't walk out. Man-Ami made a SOSO motion. About 40 to 45 minutes, give or take. Alright, great, I'll be here then, Izuku. Inko smiled, giving him a hug. It will be okay, Inko promised, sensing his nervousness. Izuku breathed out a shaky breath and nodded into her shoulder. I know. They pulled apart and Izuku turned back to Man-Ami, who was smiling at them. They nodded to each other and she led Izuku down the hallway she was previously in, stopping at the second door on the right. We'll go in here today. What do you mean? Izuku asked in confusion, closing the door behind them before looking around the room. It was relatively empty besides the white table that was in front of the window with 2 chairs on each side and the bench that was against the wall. We usually just go to whatever room isn't being used, Man-Ami explained, opening her laptop and straightening out some papers. Today that's here. Feel free to take a seat wherever you'd like. Chair, bench, even the floor if that makes you the most comfortable. We can always move to a room with beanbags or floor mats too. Izuku took a seat in the chair across from her. I think this is okay. Fantastic. Okay, well now that that's situated, let's get started. My name is Fueki Man-Ami, and although sometimes you will see mostly adults here, I do also see some people as young as 5, so don't let the adults scare you, okay? Izuku chuckled politely. Okay. So what do you like to be called? Man-Ami asked, opening up a new patient file on her laptop. Last name, first name, nickname? Izuku maneuvered in his seat. Midoriya or Izuku is fine. Midoriya or Izuku, she said in a sing-song voice, typing it in. Got it. So, Man-Ami turned her attention towards Izuku, tucking a strand of mid-length, straight, silver hair behind her ear. Your mom talked to you a bit about coming here? Or what was that conversation like? She wanted me to come here, but Izuku's eyes fell to his lap and he played with his and Kat's bracelet. I didn't really want to. Why didn't you want to? Man-Ami asked with an open, welcoming face. Izuku took a deep breath and shrugged. I know I'm not as good as I was, but I think that's pretty normal. Like, for the situation. And I don't know, I didn't know that there were therapists like you out there that specialize in this kind of stuff, so I didn't think talking to a stranger that wouldn't understand would help at all. Man-Ami nodded in understanding. Is that what changed your mind? Finding out that there are therapists that specialize in what you're dealing with. Izuku shook his head. He paused with scrunched up brows, trying to think of how to continue this conversation without exposing Null, before getting another thought. Did my mom tell you about what happened? Man-Ami nodded gently. I know a bit, just the bare minimum that almost anyone else knows though. Izuku nodded slowly. Well, there was a villain going around a few months ago that was made of dust and you can't tell my mom any of this, right? Something flickered in Minami's big, lavender eyes, but it went away as soon as it came. Not unless you're a danger to yourself or someone else. Or in danger in general. Okay, well, I had snuck out one night. Izuku chuckled and scratched the back of his neck. I kind of do it a lot. Anyways, I went to my friend Nito's house, but before I got there, when I was walking past this one alley I saw that villain. It must have gotten wet or something because it was less like dirt and more like mud, and it looked a lot like the sludge villain. Izuku took in a shaky breath. And it was suffocating someone and I was panicking and once I was okay enough to move and function semi-okay again, I went to Nei's house and we talked on his front porch, and he helped me calm down but made me realize that I was always going to him with my problems, putting them all on him. He never complained and he always helped, but that's a lot for a 15-year-old, you know? Man-Ami nodded, and Izuku continued. It wasn't his responsibility to play therapist, so I told my mom a few days later that I would see one. That's really mature of you to know that you were putting a lot on him, Man-Ami praised. And don't worry, she started, a smirk growing on her face. I won't tell your mom about the sneaking out. She winked. It's pretty normal for kids your age to do that. Izuku smiled his thanks. Wait, is that all you have to say? Don't you want to dive into my trauma or something? Manami bit down a laugh. I like to spend the first session or so just getting comfortable and getting to know each other. It's hard to open up to someone you know nothing about, right? She smiled kindly. Izuku's eyes widened. He was surprised because every other therapist had him immediately go into what had happened that day. Maybe Dr. Fueki Manami was the right therapist for him. So, she continued, this Nito, how long have you known him for? Izuku stumbled tiredly into Hitoshi's house at around 3 o'clock in the morning. He, Hitoshi, and Nito were supposed to be having a sleepover, but Izuku felt anxious about not patrolling since Friday to Mondays were when people seemed to get into the most danger at night. Hitoshi and Nito, who were on the couch watching a movie, were totally okay with him going out if it made him feel better, and Yamada was out of town on a mission, so the only thing he had to worry about was getting home before Aizawa came back from patrol. You okay, Zu? Nito asked worriedly. He had seen Izuku a handful of times after patrol, but he never looked this tired. Fine, Izuku muttered before yawning his next few words. Gonna go shower? Don't pass out in there, Hitoshi advised, not as concerned as Nito because Izuku looked similar to his dad. When Izuku came out of the shower 15 minutes later, looking at least a little bit more awake than he did when he came in, he walked over to Nito's side of the couch and basically face-planted. The other two boys chuckled at him as he maneuvered around until he laid down comfortably with his face on Nito's lap, and his feet dangling off the side of the couch. Nito smiled fondly and grabbed a blanket that was lying on the top of the couch to put over Izuku. He'd scared at Izuku's damp hair, knowing that it would look like a mess in the morning and that the possibility of Izuku getting a cold was higher, but he looked so tired and comfortable that Nito wouldn't dare to wake him up. He felt eyes on him, however, so he turned to Hitoshi, who was giving him a smirk, with his nose scrunched up in disgust. What? Nito whispered loudly. Hitoshi shook his head. You guys are worse than my parents. Nito pushed him, careful not to disturb Izuku as Hitoshi fake-gagged. They stopped when they heard the door handle jiggle, both looking to the side to see Aizawa stumble into the house in a similar fashion as Izuku barely 30 minutes before. I swear that kid only goes around to give me hell, Aizawa muttered under his breath, not even glancing at the three boys on the couch, one of which was the cause of his stress. Hitoshi and Nito turned their gazes to look at the peacefully sleeping Izuku, wondering what he could have possibly done to make Aizawa so annoyed. So Izuku, Manami started casually. It was only their second session and the conversations were still being kept relatively light. Do anything special this weekend? Izuku nodded. I had a sleepover with Nito and Hitoshi on Friday. Manami smiled. That's exciting. Those are the friends you're closest to at the dojo, yeah. Izuku hummed. It was at Hito's house, and it was a lot of fun, but I was really tired the next day. What did you guys do that made you so tired? Manami asked curiously. We played some video games and watched movies, but we had practice earlier that day, so that probably played a part in it. Izuku chuckled. Manami got a look in her eye before asking the next question. You all seem really close. Do any of you like each other? Izuku's eyes widened and he felt his face flush. I'm not really good at picking up on that type of stuff. He awkwardly laughed, scratching the back of his neck. But Sestuna used to insinuate things about Nito and me at the beginning of our friendship. She also teases Ajiru and Tora a lot though, so she might just like teasing people. But I think something could be going on between Tsuburaba and Kaibara. I saw them holding hands once and they're super close. Izuku tilted his head. I didn't realize how many people around me could be dating. Manami nodded. There's lots of different types of couples and ways to show affection. Or they could just be really good friends. But what about you? Izuku tilted his head. Like, do I like someone? Yeah, Manami clarified with a smile. Don't worry, I can't tell anyone, so your secret would be safe with me. Izuku chuckled and thought about it. I don't know, he shrugged with a smile. Maybe. Well, you don't have to know right now. Manami smiled understandingly. Take a while to know how you feel. And even if you do like them, you don't have to do anything about it if you don't want to. Izuku slowly nodded. I think I'm just going to not think about it. That works. Manami laughed. So are the sleepovers always at Hitoshi's? Manami continued their conversation, and Izuku did too, doing exactly what he said and not thinking about the feelings that he may or may not have. #Caught. Luna, 20XX1008. Ghost QOTD number 112. At Caught at Pingforel. You're home alone and you hear someone calling your name, what do you do? Tiniest Bullfrog. 20XX1008. Fight them. Symbol of pieces of sheet 20XX1008. Jump out the window wishing I had a better quirk, loudly crying face. Chaotic Katsudon 20XX1008. Call the DMN police then murder the person IG. Loudly crying face. Starchild 37 white medium star 20XX1008. Gaslight myself into thinking him going crazy. Loudly crying face. Cupid's Beach Heart with Arrow 20XX 1008. AV slightly frowning face 20XX 1008. I ain't even dealing with that. Oh wait, I have a hamster and a dog, so I'm gonna grab them first. Loudly crying face. Masked BIH Sparkles 20XX 1008. Ignore and sleep. Mommy medium skin tone emoji modifier 20XX 1008. Honestly, I would pause my music show or whatever I'm doing and just freeze up. Red heart to I'm totally the entire pack of WWP Siege 20XX 1008. Got to sleep BC Eve obviously been up too long ogre. Witches are people too. 20XX 1008. Grab some salt and get in it. Circle. Broccolini broccoli 20XX 1008. Nothing. D Destroyer, you 20XX 1008. Leave the country. If you had asked Izuku a month ago what the last thing he expected to see in the dojo was, he probably would have said, I don't know. Mount Lady fighting a skeleton? Why are you asking me this? Now that obviously didn't happen, but that didn't mean he wasn't still surprised when he, Hitoshi, and Nito walked in to see Eraserhead and Detective Tsukachi, the two grown men that Izuku thought gave hilariously exhausted reactions to his red sticky notes, having a conversation with Kato-sensei. What the F? Izuku whispered under his breath. Hitoshi, having met Detective Tsukachi before, was also wondering what the F was going on, and although Nito had never seen the detective before, Eraserhead was here and not as a parent, so this obviously couldn't be good. Dad? Hitoshi started, skeptically. What are you doing here? Just following a lead. Aizawa shrugged nonchalantly, not giving anything away. Aha. Hitoshi nodded. And what lead is making you come to a dojo full of teens? Detective Tsukachi clicked his pen and turned to the three with a kind smile. We just want to ask you guys each 1 or 2 questions and then we'll be out of your hair. Don't we have to have parents or guardians present for you to question us? Nito asked defensively, glaring. I already asked if they could just wait to talk to you guys with your parents, but it's not an interrogation, so no luck, Kato-sensei explained with a resigned shrug. Nito sked and rolled his eyes, masking his worry with annoyance. Though this was all extremely aggravating, he was really just hoping this wouldn't lead to Izuku getting found out. Excuse me? Kato-sensei started. Her smile was kind, but her eyes were squinted in annoyance. Can you please just ask them when they get here so they can get changed? I wouldn't want your investigation buying into their class time that their parents are paying for. Detective Tsukachi cleared his throat. Yes, sorry. Hitoshi, you first, Aizawa said tiredly, having been doing this at all the dojos in the area for weeks with no luck. Hitoshi wordlessly stepped in front of Detective Tsukachi and gave him a look, telling him to start his questioning. What is your name? The detective asked, even though he knew. Seriously? Hitoshi asked with a raised eyebrow, but gave up when his father glared at him. Fine. Shinso Hitoshi. Have you heard of the vigilante null? Sure. Well, there's nothing incriminating about knowing. Izuku thought hopefully. Yes. My dad's on the investigation and he's talked about them. Are you a vigilante? Hitoshi barely kept his eyes from widening and snorted. Yeah, I'm a vigilante. So are Nito and Izuku. You know they take turns. Detective Tsukachi sighed. Delightful as always, Hitoshi. Hitoshi smiled. Thanks, I try. Nito went next and it took everything he had to avoid giving any look to Izuku. Name? Tsukachi asked again. Minoma Nito. Do you know about the vigilante null? Yeah. Nito answered with a shrug. Aizawa mentioned him at dinner once. Detective Tsukachi looked over at Eraserhead and wondered just how many teens knew about null because of him. And are you a vigilante? Despite what Hitoshi might say, no, I'm not a vigilante. Tsukachi nodded. Great, okay. I guess that means I'm next. Izuku smiled nervously, stepping in front of the detective who he had seen many times but never once faced or spoken to directly. There's no need to be nervous, Tsukachi reassured with a smile. Well, unless you're null. Right? Izuku chuckled in a way that only sounded a little self-deprecating. Tsukachi still just smiled softly, and Izuku kind of felt bad for messing with such a seemingly nice man. Name? He swallowed. Midoriya Izuku. Do you know of the vigilante null? Izuku nodded. I was at the same dinner with Nei, where Aizawa mentioned it. Tsukachi sighed. And are you a vigilante? Izuku took an unnoticeable deep breath and clenched his shaking hands together in front of him. His eyes felt like they were going to pop out of his skull and all he could do was hope to God that his loophole for crime fighting was real. No, I'm not a vigilante. Tsukachi sighed for what felt like an eternity while all 3 boys held their breath. Dimin. Okay, sorry for wasting your guys' time. You can go get changed now. Aizawa didn't say a word about the collective breath of relief that each of the 3 teens let out. Kanashi took a bite of the energy ball that Izuku gave him and scrunched up his brows at the taste. This tastes like cookie dough? I know, right? Izuku chuckled, nodding as he chewed on his own bite of the sweet snack. My friend made them for me to take with me on patrols. Kanashi hummed, taking a sip of his soda. That was nice of them. Thanks. Izuku nodded excitedly, swinging his feet off the rooftop. You seem like you're in a good mood today, Kanashi commented, having noticed the absent-minded smile that had been on Izuku's face the whole time he'd seen him. Izuku tilted his head. I've been doing pretty decent lately. But, oh my god, I forgot to tell you. Eraser came into the dojo that I go to with the lie detective, and they asked everyone there if they were a vigilante. I almost had a heart attack. I've never been so thankful in my life that I don't have a quirk. He shuddered, taking a breath. Kanashi looked at him wide-eyed. Why would they do that? Izuku shrugged. I honestly have no idea, but it was terrifying. Maybe they recognized your fighting style? Kanashi offered as a reason. Izuku hummed in thought, taking a bite of another energy ball. That's a good idea. Maybe I could start incorporating other fighting styles in mine. Look through my hero notebooks and see which ones would be most practical for me. Izuku hadn't looked through his notebooks or really analyzed anything in months. He was a little nervous about maybe doing it again. Kanashi hummed, chewing thoughtfully. That'd be a good idea. Having multiple fighting styles helps to keep you from being predictable in a fight. Then I'll look into that. Izuku smiled. They continued to eat in silence for a few seconds before Kanashi remembered something. Oh! He suddenly stood up, startling Izuku. He wiped his hands on his pants and walked over to the roof curb. I almost forgot. Izuku swung his legs back onto the roof and faced toward him. Forgot what? Kanashi bent down behind the roof curb and came back up with it. Small black duffel bag. It's gonna start getting cold soon, so I made you some winter gear. He explained. Izuku's eyes widened as the bag was held out in front of him. You didn't have to. I was just going to add another layer or something. Kanashi raised an eyebrow. Like wearing 3 hoodies and slowing yourself down, implementing your movements? He shook his head and waved the bag in front of him. Just take it. Izuku sighed, taking it before kneeling down on the floor to inspect the contents. He unzipped it and the first thing he noticed was a pair of leather gloves. I have gloves. Kanashi sked, sitting down cross-legged on the other side of the bag. You should have had leather gloves from the start. They help with puncture and impact protection, and grip control. How many times have you had to replace your silly little fabric gloves? He gestured at Izuku's hands in disgust. Izuku bit his lip with a sheepish smile. A few. Aha. Kanashi nodded. Exactly. Let me at least pay you back, Izuku sighed, slipping off his old gloves for the new ones. Kanashi waved him off. Don't worry about it. I'm the only one here that has a money-paying job. Izuku nodded with a sigh. Thank you, Kanashi. Don't thank me yet. Kanashi's smile turned excited. Look at what else is in there. Izuku chuckled and continued to look through the bag. Izuku sighed when he checked the time. It was way too late to head over to Nito's, who had gotten better at sleeping while Izuku was on patrol but kept his ringer on the highest volume in case Izuku called for an emergency. He was happy that Nito wasn't being kept up the whole night, racked with worry, but he really wanted to show him his new gear, even if it wasn't the weapons yet. Izuku was lost in his own thoughts as he walked across a rooftop. It was really late, and the area he was in was a nice and quiet one, so there weren't a lot of people out. It was only when he was about to jump across another roof that he heard what sounded like someone kicking a rock. He paused, walked over to the front of the roof, and curiously looked over the edge. There was a person, a boy maybe? They were definitely taller than Izuku, but he had no way of guessing an age while looking from above. They had no coat on, but they didn't seem like they were cold. Taking his chances that this wasn't a dangerous person, Izuku hopped down onto one of the fire escapes and said, Hey, what are you doing out this late? The boy, a teen or young man, now that Izuku could see his face, glared at him, going into a defensive stance. Izuku put down his pipe and raised his hands. Whoa, I'm not gonna hurt you. I was just curious. It's late and dangerous. The boy lowered his arms slowly, still on guard. His eyes, one of which was scarred, and vaguely familiar, narrowed. Then what are you doing out? Patrol, Izuku answered nonchalantly with a shrug. What about you? The teen sighed, raking a hand through his red and white hair. Got into an argument with my old man. Want to talk about it? Izuku asked, getting an incredulous look in response. He chuckled. Who am I going to blab to about some random guy's family problems? The boy stared at him for a few seconds before shaking his head with a sigh. He began to climb up the fire escape to where Izuku was. My name's Shudo. Izuku smiled. No. So what happened? Izuku stood on the fire escape with a horrified look as Shudo, who looked so familiar but he couldn't put his finger on it, recounted to Izuku about his family. Meanwhile, Shudo looked completely calm as he leaned against the brick wall of the building they were on, but Izuku could see the tenseness in his shoulders and the dazed look in his eyes as if he was reliving the trauma. If that's what I look like when I talk about Cat, I can see why everyone is so worried about me. Izuku gripped the metal railing harder as Shudo got to what tonight's argument was about. Apparently, Shudo's father, who Izuku guessed was either a pro-hero, maybe that's why he's familiar, or wanted to be a hero but failed, therefore gaining an inferiority complex, was angry at Shudo because he collapsed from exhaustion during training. He asked me how I was supposed to become a hero when I can't even handle a little training, Shudo went on. As if I hadn't trained early in the morning, spent the majority of the day working with private tutors who taught above my grade level, and then spent the rest of the night training with him when he got home from work. Izuku furrowed his brows. Your dad sounds like a fiendy dash dot. He hadn't meant to say that, but it was apparently the exact thing Shudo needed to hear, because for the first time during his venting, he gave a sideways glance with his lip quirked up. He is. Izuku smiled back before letting it fall. So what happened next? Shudo sighed. After my father left, I walked out the front door. I told my sister I needed some air, but it's been a few hours and I don't have my phone. His brows scrunched up. I feel bad for worrying her, but I couldn't stay there for another minute. If you think you still need some air, Izuku reached into one of his many pockets and pulled out his phone. You can use mine. Shudo hesitantly reached for the phone and muttered a thanks before calling his sister. Izuku couldn't hear what she was saying, but her tone was worried, just like Shudo said. Izuku figured she played the mother figure for their house, and that thought made him really sad. When Shudo hung up and wordlessly handed the phone back, Izuku got a thought. Wait, you said that you've been out for a few hours and left right after training. You're probably starving, huh? No, I'm fine, Shudo replied in an almost believable tone if it wasn't for the sound of his stomach rumbling a second after. It was hard to tell with only the streetlights illuminating the area, but Izuku could swear he saw the slightest bit of pink on his cheeks even with him turning his face away. Izuku chuckled. Come on. I'll buy you some food. He turned to start climbing down the fire escape, but Shudo stopped him. It's fine, don't worry about it. Izuku looked at him with a serious face. I don't want you to pass out later on your way back, he avoided saying the word home, because you wouldn't let me feed you. Shudo shook his head. I don't have any money, and I don't know you, so I can't pay you back later. Izuku wanted to be stubborn, but he didn't want Shudo to be uncomfortable, so he sat down and patted the spot next to him. Shudo raised an eyebrow but sat down nonetheless. Izuku reached into his pocket where he usually kept snacks and found a few leftover energy ball from NEI, and a protein bar from before NEI started supplying him with treats for patrols. I recommend these ones, he said, pointing at the plastic bag. They taste better and that protein bar's kinda old. Izuku chuckled. All protein stuff tastes the same, Shudo proclaimed, reaching into the bag to grab one. The moment he bit into it, his eyes widened a modest amount and seemed to get a sparkle to them. He looked up at Izuku, showing minimal surprise. These are good. Izuku smiled. I know, right? Izuku plopped onto his bed after his shower and stared up at the ceiling for a little bit, trying to figure out why Shudo was so familiar to him. He knew he had never met him before. Shudo didn't look like the type of person who you just forget you met, so why was there an itch in the back of his brain telling him that he knew him from somewhere? This was going to bother him, and he didn't think he could sleep until he figured it out. He tiredly opened up his phone and went to the search engine, but stopped before looking anything up. I can't just look up Shudo. There's definitely more than one in Japan. He sighed and decided to just try to distract himself instead. He scrolled through the news idly, only half paying attention to the headlines when he stopped on a picture of Endeavor. Apparently, earlier that day he had reprimanded a villain that had been on the loose for a while. Izuku had never been a huge fan of the number 2 hero, he only ever looked him up when he was analyzing, but once again, there was something about Endeavor's face on the screen that gave Izuku that familiar itch. He zoomed in on the photo and it clicked. My mother said our eyes are the same. Izuku's jaw dropped, before his face quickly morphed into horror. He shakily looked up, Shudo Todoroki, and there he was in a paparazzi photo. His unmistakable red and white hair, heterochromatic teal and gray eyes, and the scar that covered a fourth of his face. The photo was a little old and he was a little shorter, but that was him, no doubt about it, and he was standing blank-faced next to Endeavor. Oh Shudo, Izuku whispered sympathetically. Izuku was angry. He hadn't been this angry since All Might offered him his quirk. Are all the top heroes secretly assholes, abusers, and murderers? He wondered as he stabbed at the slice of cake Nito had made for him. Izuku. Nito smiled nervously from across the kitchen counter. You okay? What? Izuku asked with more venom than he meant to use, which was none. His eyes widened. Sorry, yeah, he sighed, raking a hand through his messy curls. I'm fine. Nito looked at the plate of cake crumbles and then back at Izuku. You sure? It's just, he sat up in his seat. Why are people so awful? And why does no one know? Or care? Or punish them or something? Nito bit his lip and Izuku continued. Like, I get that they're pro-heroes and probably do more good than harm, but that doesn't mean they should just be allowed to do bad things, you know? Nito figured this was something about All Might and nodded. It's awful, Izuku. It is. Izuku exclaimed, throwing his hands in the air. And we can't even do anything about it. Even if the public did find out, sure there'd be backlash, but would they get a real punishment or trial? They wouldn't. And it's Fed. He let out a puff of air and laid his head down on the counter. Nito combed his fingers through Izuku's hair with a frown. There are other ways to get back at people, he muttered. Izuku looked up at him and let out a muffled, like what? Nito shrugged. I mean, it's obviously not the same, or like the amount of payback they deserve, but I've seen these things online where you could pay someone to send them things like rotting fish, glitter bombs, things like that. Rotting fish is a gift from God compared to what they deserve, Izuku grumbled. Nito hummed, moving across their counter to take a seat next to Izuku. I mean, there is always the illegal route of using a quirk on someone. Izuku sat up with squinted eyes. I'm listening. Well, I mean, I don't have any ideas, Nito mumbled, making Izuku deflate again. But I'm sure you could come up with some. But if you're caught, it could ruin your chances of UA. Izuku frowned. He couldn't lose UA. You seem distracted today. Manami noticed, tilting her head. Did something happen? Izuku twiddled his thumbs. With every session, it was getting harder and harder to explain how his days went without exposing himself as null. Even he knew he was putting himself in way too much danger for any adult to just let it slide. You know how I sometimes sneak out? Izuku fell back onto his usual excuse for why he would be out late, or at Nays in the middle of the night. Manami frowned but nodded. The other night when I was walking home, I ran into this boy my age and, he furrowed his brows. I want to help him, or be there for him somehow, but I don't know what to do. Why do you want to help him? Manami asked. His dad is awful and he doesn't go to school or really seem to have any friends at all. He isn't even that close to his siblings who live in the same house as him. Izuku shrugged. I don't know. I want to help him. Manami was clearly trying to hide how concerned she was. Do you know his name? Izuku slowly nodded. I do, but I won't tell you. Izuku. Manami smiled gently. If this boy is in any danger, it would be best to tell someone so it does dash. I'm not going to tell you, he repeated. Not unless he wants me to, and even then I don't think it would do any good. Why do you say that? Izuku bit his lip. They had thus far in their sessions avoided all talk of pro heroes. Even when Izuku mentioned he was going to UA, he directed the conversation to talk about his analysis rather than Katsuki or All Might, but Izuku didn't know how else he could get Manami to attempt to understand his reasoning without him saying, because his dad's a pro hero. Manami leaned back in her desk chair and nodded. All right then here's what I think could help him. Izuku paced back and forth on the same building he was on the first night he met Shudo. It had been a week since they met and every night Izuku went back around the same time just in case he saw him again. It hadn't been hard to find out where the number 2 hero lived. But there was no way Izuku was getting past that security system even if he wasn't dressed as a potential villain holding a pipe. That left him with a waiting to see if Shudo would come back option. Izuku had been losing more sleep than usual and even with concealer to cover his eye bags, people were still beginning to notice how tired he was looking. Nito insisted that Izuku take a break from patrolling, that he was pushing himself too hard lately. He had yet to tell anyone but his therapist about Shudo, so he probably just thought Izuku was coping badly. His family assumed it was nightmares keeping him up, and at the last dinner Uncle Masaru had given Izuku a package of tea that was supposed to help with better sleep. He had yet to take it, but he noticed his mom started making a cup of it before bed, and that worried him. Even Kato-sensei noticed and threatened to make him stay home from practice next week if he didn't show up looking better. She's right, Izuku sighed, getting ready to leave the rooftop. He was getting nowhere except making people worry and being more exhausted than usual. He walked home in a daze and hoped he would come up with a solution soon. He had an idea. Maybe it was an awful idea that would never work in a million years, but he had to at least try. It was 11 in the morning on Saturday and after apologizing to Hitoshi and Nito that he couldn't hang out because he had other plans, he got ready in some of his nicest clothes. The majority of his closet consisted of t-shirts, shorts, and pants, but he had a few button-ups and slacks that his aunt had gotten for him. He slipped the clothes on and attempted to tame his hair in his bathroom mirror with a medium amount of struggle. His curls were still messy, but it looked purposefully messy rather than as if he had rolled out of bed and called it good enough. His mom had already left to meet up with Mitsuki for their Saturday lunches, so he texted her that he was heading out to meet up with a friend. He hoped they could be friends at least. Izuku checked his phone for the 5th time to make sure that Endeavor was still making headlines on the news for catching criminals while on patrol. This plan wouldn't work if he was home. Izuku took another deep breath and shakily walked up to the gate he had been staring at for 20 minutes. Right before he was about to hit the buzzer, the gate opened and he froze. With his shoulders tensed up to his ears and his eyes wide, he watched as a black car which he could tell was expensive even if he knew nothing about cars pulled out of the gate. The car stopped just after exiting and the driver's side window rolled down. It was a young woman with gray eyes and snow-white hair with red streaks. She had almost no chance of not being related to Shudo. She smiled kindly and said, "Hi. What are you doing here?" Izuku blinked and cleared his throat. He walked up to the car window with shaky legs and bowed slightly at who he assumed was Shudo's older sister. Hello. My name's Izuku Midoriya and I was wondering if Shudo was home?" She blinked in confusion. Shudo probably didn't get many visitors. "Yes, yes. Are you?" She looked him up and down. "A friend?" Izuku hesitantly nodded. "You're his sister, right?" Shudo's sister looked extremely confused about what was happening, but she still answered, kindly yet cautiously. "I am." Izuku looked down at his feet. "I'm not sure if you remember, but about a week ago Shudo left home and then he called you a few hours later? That was my phone he had used." A look of realization washed over her face and she quickly unbuckled and got out of the car. "Oh, hi, it's nice to finally meet you." Izuku backed up in surprise. "Did you already know about me?" She made SOSO motion and smiled. Shudo wouldn't tell me whose phone he used, but he was in a much better mood when he came home. "I'm Fumi, by the way." She bowed slightly. "Thank you for helping my brother." Izuku waved his arms around. "No, I didn't, I mean." He took a deep breath. "I really didn't do much. I basically just let him vent." Fumi grabbed his hands. "And he probably really needed that. So thank you." Izuku smiled gently. "It's no problem." "Oh." Izuku dropped his hands. "Am I keeping you from somewhere?" She looked at her watch and shrugged. "I'm not going to be late, so it's no worries, but I should be leaving soon." She walked over to the gate and pressed the buzzer, asking them politely to open it back up. The gates opened without a squeak and Izuku wondered how they did that. "If you just walk straight down this path, you should be able to find the front door," Fumi informed, pointing past the gate. "Someone should answer when you knock, and if it's not Shudo, just tell them that's who you're looking for." Izuku nodded with a smile. "Okay, thank you." Fumi hummed, getting back into her car. "It was nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun." "It was nice to meet you too." That was easier than I expected, Izuku thought as he walked down the path to the Todoroki estate. It was beautiful and extremely traditional, but it also seemed to lack any livelihood or warmth. It didn't look lived in at all, only for show. Izuku sped up his walking speed and before his courage could leave him or he could take too long to gawk at the huge house, he knocked on the door. "I really didn't think this through," Izuku thought as the red and white-haired boy stared at him with a blank face from the Genkan. Izuku's smile looked more like a grimace as he waved and let out a shaky, "Hey." "Hi," Shudo's monotonous voice said back, slowly looking Izuku up and down. "Who are you?" Izuku looked down and scratched the back of his neck. It's me. The dash. I remember," Shudo nodded. "What are you doing here?" Izuku stammered, then took a breath to steady himself and looked up with the brightest smile he could muster. "I just figured you could use a friend." Shudo squinted. "How did you find out who I am?" Izuku fidgeted where he stood. He couldn't say that he saw a picture of Endeavor and the similarities between his father and his left side made things click, not after what Shudo told him about his mother. "Research?" Shudo's eyebrows dropped and he sighed, leaning against the doorway. "So do you want to come in or something?" "Oh." Izuku's eyes widened before he smiled. "If you're not busy or anything, I wouldn't want to intrude on your day." Shudo moved to the side, giving Izuku space to walk through the door. "Just come in. If you want." Izuku looked down at his feet and nodded, cautiously walking forward. "Thank you." Shudo closed the door behind him, and Izuku took a moment to look at the house. He really tried not to gawk but, well, it was huge. "So, are you hungry?" Shudo asked, trying his best to do what he had seen people in Fumi's dramas do when someone came over for the first time. It was uncomfortable though. He wasn't used to interacting with people his age or otherwise. Very few people outside of his family entered their house. It was mostly just tutors to teach Shudo school and a single housemaid, neither of whom Shudo really spoke to. He knew Natsuko had school friends and he was pretty sure Fumi had friends too, but neither of his siblings ever brought anyone over. Null was the first. Shudo watched as Null brought his wrist up to his face to check the time. He gasped and gazed up at Shudo with an apologetic look. "Oh no, did I interrupt your lunch? I'm so sorry. I just couldn't stop thinking about you and wasn't sure how else to contact you." He rambled a lot, Shudo noticed, and it was very different from the Null who silently listened to him on that fire escape. "I can leave if you want." Null offered, throwing his thumb over his shoulder towards the door. "Come back another time, or we can meet up somewhere else if that's more comfortable." Shudo blinked. He didn't think he had ever come across someone that was sorry for intruding on him. He couldn't count the number of times he had to put down one of the mangas he was reading because someone intruded on him. "It's fine," Shudo said. "There's enough for you too if you want any." Sure." Null nodded. "What's your name?" Shudo asked as they walked toward the kitchen. Null laughed awkwardly, realizing he hadn't introduced himself yet. Oh yeah, my name's Izuku Midoriya, but you can call me Izuku. Okay. This is really awkward, Izuku thought as he and Shudo slurped on their soba noodles. This is really good. Izuku complimented. I normally prefer warmer foods, but this is delicious. I know. Izuku huffed a laugh and went back to eating. All of his attempts at starting a conversation so far had fallen flat, but he didn't think it was because Shudo was annoyed by his presence or didn't want him there, just that he too didn't know what to say. So, what do you do in your free time? Izuku asked. Shudo blinked. I usually read. Which genre? Mystery mangas. Sometimes novels too. I like those too. Izuku smiled. I don't read much of them anymore, but I remember reading this one manga that was both funny and cute but also had moments that were a bit creepy and would make you kinda uncomfortable. I can't remember the name of it, but I'll have to lend it to you if you haven't read it before. It's really good. Shudo looked at him curiously and Izuku tilted his head in question. What is it? I know you said that you think I could use a friend, Shudo started, putting down his chopsticks. But why are you actually here? Something told Izuku that if he insisted it really was just that, Shudo would stay insistent. He placed down his chopsticks like Shudo did and folded his hands in his lap. A few months ago something happened and Izuku took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus on the now and not what happened before he continued. I was really alone and I wasn't doing very well. I felt lost and really only started to find my way again after I made two really good friends. It's not because of pity or anything like that, I promise. But I think having someone to talk to or hang out with, even if it's just as an escape, is a good thing that everyone should have. It's no fun always being alone. Shudo was quiet for a moment before nodding once. Okay. Izuku asked with a tilted head. We can be friends. Thanks for not slamming the door in my face. Izuku chuckled as he slipped his shoes on. Thank you for coming over, Shudo said in reply. That was nice. I'm glad. Izuku stood up with a smile. Oh. Shudo watched curiously as Izuku pulled out a notebook from seemingly nowhere along with a pen and scribbled something on the notebook paper before ripping it out and shoving it into Shudo's hands. Shudo straightened out the crinkled paper to reveal Izuku's address and phone number on it. You can call or text me anytime. Izuku offered. Or come over to hang out or sleep over, though I can't always promise that I'll be home if you come unannounced like I did. He chuckled but Shudo stayed silent. He was looking at the paper with something of a sparkle brimming in his dull eyes and Izuku took a moment to stare at him before saying, well, I should get going if Endeavor's gonna be here soon. Bye. He waved. Shudo's head whipped up and watched as Izuku ran down the cobbled pathway. Bye. Kato-sensei looked at Izuku for a few moments with narrowed eyes. He shifted in his place and gave a sideways glance to Hitoshi and Nito. Finally, she nodded. Okay, you're good to go. Izuku's shoulders relaxed and he smiled. Thank you, Kato-sensei. He went over to Nito and Hitoshi with a smile still on his face. I can train today. That's good, Hitoshi replied, walking towards the locker room. Why were you so tired anyways, Zu? Nito asked in a curious voice that had an edge of worry to it. Izuku sighed. He didn't want to share anything about Shudo yet. His friends weren't exactly the type that would pry into why Izuku was so worried about someone he met on patrol, but Shudo hadn't texted Izuku yet. Maybe he was just busy, or maybe he threw the paper Izuku gave him away, though he felt like he wouldn't do that, so Izuku decided that he would wait to tell his friends about Shudo until after they talked again. Who knew? Maybe he could introduce them and they could all be friends. It was nothing. He shook his head. Everything's okay now. Izuku didn't see the look that Hitoshi and Nito shared as his mind drifted back to thoughts about Shudo. You look much better than last week, Izuku, Masaru commented after they hugged. Is that tea working for you? Oh, actually, Izuku started. He was going to say that he hadn't used it at all, but then he remembered seeing his mom make a cup of it almost every night. He wasn't sure if it was working for her, but she seemed a bit less tired than usual, so instead he cleared his throat and smiled. It works great. Where did you get it, uncle? #Cot. Luna Degree 1114XX. QOTD number 149. At Cot at Pingforal. Who is your favorite hero? PUZ 1114XX. Might is right 1114XX. All Might. The Might is right All Might. Magnum 49 1114XX. The Surge 101 1114XX. I like the WWPC, but I can't just choose one. A little spacey ringed planet 1114XX. 13. All Might's left a-hole tongue 1114XX. Present Mike 100%. Rory 1114XX. Not a hero, but I really like the Vigilante Electo. Miss Clover 4-leaf Clover 1114XX. I really like Snipe. He's always pretty chill in his interviews. Endeavor 1114XX. Endeavor is definitely the best hero. Not Yutia 1114XX. Shut up already. When Minken opened the door of his workshop, Izuku wasn't expecting to be almost blown away by the toxic air that wafted out. Why does it smell like a chemical fire waiting to happen in here? Izuku half-joked. Oh, it's just from when I was doing the finishing touches of your stuff the other day. Minken shrugged. Here, I'll open a window. I feel like a window should have already been opened, Izuku muttered, making Minken snort. Izuku looked around the shed carefully. There were a few pieces he had seen the last time he came here, only a bit more progressed, but there were also a lot of new gadgets and gear spread around that made Izuku wonder how Minken fit all the things he had to do into his schedule. Don't you get exhausted? Izuku found himself asking out loud. Minken turned around from the now cracked open window. I mean, with UA, your personal projects, and being a vigilante, it must be a lot, right? Minken twisted his lips, toying with a thought, and then shrugged with an easy smile. It is, but I'm a workaholic procrastinator. If I stop working on one thing, I work on the other, and then I drink a lot of caffeinated soda. Izuku's lips were amused, but his eyebrows frowned at his friend's words, subtly worrying about the well-being of him, but he shrugged it off. He was definitely not one to call someone out on their less than healthy habits. Is this it? Izuku asked, pointing at a table that was hidden with a sheet that Izuku was sure used to be white, but was now covered in grease and other mysterious stains. Yep. Minken walked over to the workbench in the corner of the room and carefully pulled away the sheet. Izuku watched with wide eyes as he straightened out Izuku's new gear on a table. He obviously knew that he was going to get more than just the pipe. He was first shown the blueprint of all those months ago. What does color schemes and symbols have to do with a pipe? But he wasn't expecting the sheer amount of stuff that there was. There was the extendable baton, obviously, which was black with a small button near the bottom. In the blueprint that Minken had first shown him, it was just black, but this one was a bit more personalized with the mini skull design on it, which was exactly like the one on Kat's favorite shirt. The next piece of gear that caught Izuku's eyes also had the skull on it, only there were multiple. The items kind of looked like a can, but it had a ring and pin attached to the top like a grenade. Kanashi. Izuku took a deep breath. Please tell me that's not a grenade. Huh? Minken asked, a surprised grin on his face. Nah, don't worry. They're smoke bombs. Well, those ones are, he explained, pointing to the ones with the tiny white skulls all around it, before pointing at the ones next to it that Izuku didn't notice were different, which had silver glitter skulls. These ones are glitter bombs. Why would I need glitter bombs? Izuku asked with furrowed brows before they rose to his hairline. Not that I'm not thankful for them or anything, I just mean, like, why smoke and glitter? Well, at first I just thought it would be funny, Minken admitted with a smirk, sitting down in one of the chairs he had. But then I was thinking about it, and I don't know if Eraser's goggles help his eyes not be affected by smoke or whatever, and a flashbang seemed too mean, especially if there's an emergency right after you used it, so I figured a glitter bomb would be a good way to get him to close his eyes or throw him off or something if he almost caught you. Izuku hummed. That's a good point. This whole time I had just been praying that if it came down to it, I could just aim a laser pointer at his eyes. Minken chuckled. That's why it's a good thing that I'm here. Yeah. Izuku huffed a laugh, scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment. So what else is there? And how do I work the baton? Minken stood up again and reached for the utility belt that was the same color as his hoodie, and a mask, both of which were sitting near the corner of the table. You can attach the bombs onto the belt so you don't have to keep them in your pockets, and this mask is the same shape as your last one, but more form-fitting to your face, so if you move around too much it won't impact your vision or make you have to stop and adjust it. Seeing the mask, the same one that Kat had pointed out when they were kids and declared as his own, in a more professional, physical view. A mask that looked like it wasn't made for a kid to play in or a cosplayer to wear in a costume, but for a hero. Izuku took the mask with shaky hands and smiled up at Minken with watery eyes. Thank you. Minken didn't say anything about the tears and just moved next to him, a small smile on his face. The baton works like this. So I can attach it to my belt in small form, or I can press this button. Izuku pushed down on the button and the baton that he was holding in his hands extended, and it expands to the exact same length as my pipe. Izuku excitedly showed Hitoshi and Nito, who sat across from him on the carpet of his bedroom. It's even the same weight, which is great because now I don't have to get used to a whole new weapon. That's awesome, Anai said with a smile. Hopefully it makes things easier for you when you're out and about. Hitoshi nodded, grazing the outside of a smoke bomb with the tip of his finger. I kinda hope you run into Dad. Izuku gave him an incredulous look. Why would you put something like that out into the universe? Hitoshi snorted. I just think it would be funny to see him walk in covered in glitter and muttering about you again. Again? Izuku tilted his head. You were already asleep, Nito started. But that night when we had a sleepover at Hitoshi's and you went out to patrol a bit after you face-planted onto the couch, Aizawa came home grumbling about you. Yeah, and it's happened a couple times since, so what did you do to him? Hitoshi and Nito only got more curious as Izuku ducked his head with a smile that looked more like a grimace. Sometimes he just Izuku vaguely waved his hands in the air and sighed. Like I'll call the police and then hide a building or two away, right? But then Eraser sometimes gets there before the cops do and I have to try to skedaddle out of there super fast, but your dad has the ears of a hawk for some reason, and so it turns into a game of cat and mouse that I only ever win because of a crime being committed in an alley or a call coming in on his comms. Izuku deflated with a frown. It's exhausting. If it helps you feel better, I'm pretty sure he just wants to talk to you like he does with Kanashi, Hitoshi offered with a shrug. Izuku shook his head. I'm not taking that chance. Hitoshi nodded in understanding, and before anyone could say anything else, a text notification buzzed on Izuku's phone. He pulled it out of his pocket, expecting it to be his mom, but was pleasantly surprised when he saw that it was someone else entirely. XXXXXXX. Sunday, November 23rd, 3:24 p.m. This is Shudo. Sorry I took so long to message you. Izuku smiled at the message and his friends took note of that. What is it? Nito asked. Similar to earlier that week in the dojo, Izuku shook his head, only this time he had a smile on his face. It's nothing. So how's everything going? Manami started after Izuku and her got situated in their usual seats in her office. Last week you mentioned that you gave that boy your number, has he used it yet? Yep. Izuku nodded with a smile. I got the text yesterday. Oh, so he waited a week to text you? Manami raised an eyebrow with a tilt to her head. Why'd he wait so long? Izuku shrugged. I'm not sure. Maybe he was nervous or something, didn't know what to say. Manami hummed. What did he say? You guys make any new plans to hang out? We did actually, Izuku confirmed, thinking back to the short conversation he had with Shudo yesterday. He's gonna come over to my place sometime this week so he can take a look at a manga I told him about. Maybe we'll do something else? I'm not really sure. I think it's going to happen on Saturday though because his father is usually gone all day on Saturdays. Manami didn't address his small slip-up and instead nodded with a kind smile. That should be fun. Maybe it can turn into a regular thing, you two hanging out on Saturdays. Yeah, maybe. What about your other friends? Manami subtly changed the conversation without straying from the subject of friends. Have you hung out with them at all outside of the dojo? They were with me when I got the text, Izuku said. We were at my house. Do they know about your new friend? Izuku shook his head. I didn't want to say anything about him yet. I didn't know for sure if he'd even use my number, let alone what I'd tell them about him. Manami nodded in understanding. Maybe after you and him get closer all four of you can hang out. You said he seemed like he needed friends, maybe this could help him even more. Izuku slowly nodded. That could be good, though I'm not sure how I'd bring up the idea of us all hanging out. We can cross that bridge when we get there. Manami smiled. What about the other things going on in your life? Is your mother doing alright? You said last week that you were worried about her. Izuku played with the beads of his bracelet. Still a little worried. Izuku sighed. I understand. Like what she's probably going through. The lack of sleep and stuff. But I don't know. He shrugged. I guess I just feel bad that I didn't notice how tired she seemed until she started looking less tired. It's always hard when we find out someone we love is going through something we didn't know about. Maybe you could help her somehow? Manami suggested. Is there anything you can think of that would make her less stressed out or help her relax? Izuku sighed. I'm not really sure. I think she's doing better sleep-wise, but it's already almost December. I know Christmas without Kat will probably be really hard, but that also means it will only be a couple months until UA entrance exams. She's probably noticed too. Does she still seem wary about you becoming a hero? Izuku bit his lip. I think that we all are. Manami tilted her head. Who's we? My family, Izuku clarified. My friends at the dojo have talked about it a bit. About how they're excited and nervous and stuff, but it's different for my mom, aunt, and uncle. Midoriya. I'm not super nervous or anything about the test, maybe a little about becoming a hero, but I'm more worried about my friends. Why your friends? I didn't really. Izuku squinted at his therapist's desk, trying to sort his thoughts into words. Well, I knew that I'd probably have to make friends or at least be friendly when I changed dojos, but I didn't expect to make ones that I'd really come to care about. And I always knew that they wanted to be heroes, but now, I don't know. Being a hero is dangerous and I understand better than anyone that even civilians can get hurt. Izuku blinked the tears out of his eyes and swallowed. But in the future, it will be them on the front lines and I guess I'm just sort of scared that something will happen and I'll have to go through that pain all over again. Does that deter you at all from wanting to try for UA? No, Izuku immediately shook his head. I'm going to be a hero. But. Manami gently pushed. But I think that it makes me a bit nervous to get closer to Shudo. He's one more person to worry about. Manami smiled slightly at finally having a name for the mystery boy. Are you gonna let that stop you from getting closer to him? Izuku and Manami stared at each other in silence for a few seconds before Izuku steeled himself. No. I won't. Manami's smile edged on something that could be called proud. But what next? Hashtag the ones that got away. Ghastly ghost today at 3:13. Photo attachment. A dark and blurry photo of someone jumping onto a rooftop. It's too dark to see anything besides the body outline, but a street lamp from far away makes it so you're able to see that their long sleeve is red. Guys? Last night I got saved by that one vigilante with the skull shirt. Mrs. Sister Rorkerson today at 3:14. Honestly thought he was a hoax with the lack of photos out there. At ghastly ghost guys? Last night I got saved by that one vigilante with the skull shirt. Alluring Lightlift today at 3:15. I got saved by them in June I think, and they were really nice. Super gentle and even talked to the phone operator for me when I was too in shock to do it myself. And then when I thanked them they said it wasn't necessary. Blankigort today at 3:15. Do they have a name? Username today at 3:16. I think it's Shinku or some sheet. Darkwolf today at 3:17. No, it's no. Aizawa sighed tiredly as he looked at the witness report that Tsukachi just handed him. The whole thing was pretty standard. A girl was walking home after hanging out with some friends after work, when she got pulled into an alleyway and was almost assaulted. She wasn't, thankfully, as Null jumped in and saved the day. Tsukachi had handed him countless reports exactly like this one many times before, but the thing that made him sigh harder than usual was the photo that the witness got. It was blown up and printed out, and even then it was too dark and unclear to get much out of it, but Aizawa was pretty sure those were the outlines of grenades attached to his hip. Aizawa sighed as he stood up from the chair. Going home? Tsukachi asked. Aizawa shook his head. Not yet. I need to meet with someone first. You know it's illegal to make support gear without a permit, right? Aizawa's voice coming out of the shadows made Kanashi jump. The kid turned his head to see him walking towards him on the rooftop with an unimpressed face. After getting over his initial shock, Kanashi just tilted his head, feigning ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not gonna rat you out or anything, but why'd you do it? Aizawa took a seat next to him and Kanashi turned his gaze forward again, looking out at the skyline. You know he's a kid too. You shouldn't encourage him. Kanashi let a sad smirk equip itself onto his face. Oh come on Razor, don't tell me I'm the only one that was worried about him running around with just a pipe and a bag of flour. Aizawa turned to look at him. A bag of dash, he sighed. He'll do it no matter what. No one can stop him. Kanashi said this with such conviction in his voice that it made it impossible for Aizawa to disagree. At least this way he can properly defend and protect himself. Not for the first time, Aizawa wondered just how close Kanashi and Null were, but he was more relieved than curious. Even though he didn't think either of them should be doing what they do, at least they had someone to talk to about it. Aizawa pulled a can out of his pocket and wordlessly held it out to his side. He heard a small gasp and the crack, pop, and sizzle of the can opening rang out into the quiet air. Thank you, Eraser. He could hear the smile in Kanashi's voice and he rolled his eyes fondly, hoping that if Null was out and about, he was at the very least okay. The Insomnicats. Copycat today at 10:42. I'm going to be trying out a new recipe with Enka tomorrow if either of you want to come over. Sleepy Cat today at 10:44. What time? Copycat today at 10:44. I was thinking around 11 or so. Sleepy Cat today at 10:45. Copycat today at 10:45. Cool. What about you Zoo? At Alley Cat. Alley Cat today at 10:47. Oh no, that sounds really fun, but I already have plans TT. Copycat today at 10:47. Oh, that's fine then. What are your plans? Alley Cat today at 10:48. I'm hanging out with a new friend I met on patrol. Sleepy Cat today at 10:48. Another vigilante? Alley Cat today at 10:48. No, he's a civilian. I met him one night when I was out and we got to talking and I'm pretty sure we're friends now. Sleepy Cat today at 10:48. Well, I would hope the strange boy you met at who knows what hour in the streets is a friend. Alley Cat today at 10:49. Ask Just Jejej. Copycat today at 10:49. Seriously though, are you sure he's not a creep or something? Alley Cat today at 10:49. He's not, trust me. Copycat today at 10:50. But text us if you need anything. Alley Cat today at 10:50. I will. And text me a picture of whatever you make. Copycat today at 10:51. We'll save you some. Izuku smiled when he opened the door and saw Shudo standing stiff, his hands by his side. He let out an almost unnoticeable breath when he saw Izuku. Hi. Izuku greeted him, opening the door wider and moving to the side so he could come in. Hello. Shudo slowly walked through the door and Izuku could see his eyes moving around to get a feel for his surroundings. Izuku closed the door and knelt down on the ground, placing a pair of house shoes in front of Shudo. You can use these. Thanks. Shudo awkwardly said, taking off his shoes to slip on the slippers. Izuku cleared his throat and scratched the back of his neck. Do you want anything to drink? Water, juice, tea dash? Water is fine. Shudo interrupted, not unkindly. Izuku nodded and walked to the kitchen, Shudo following not too far behind him. It was quiet as Izuku grabbed 2 glasses from the cupboard and filled them with water. The silence broke however when Izuku handed Shudo the cup. So, how was your week? Izuku asked, a small smile on his face that looked more like a grimace. Shudo blinked. It was fine. You? Izuku nodded, bringing the glass up to his lips. Same. Duh. Izuku stifled a laugh. So that manga? Let's go to my room. Shudo just nodded and Izuku tried to take a moment to collect himself as they walked up to his door. This was so weird. He wished he had something that could break the ice. You have a lot of books, Shudo commented when they entered the room. Izuku was surprised that he spoke first but he wasn't complaining. Oh. He looked at his bookcases and chuckled. Yeah, I do. I don't really write or read much anymore though. Why not? Shudo tilted his head slightly, and Izuku was reminded of a cat. Even more though, he was reminded of the teary-eyed look Toru gave him, the looks of pity he got from his other dojo friends, and the silence that came any time after he mentioned cat. What would it be like to have one person in his life who didn't know? I just got busy with school and stuff. Izuku shrugged nonchalantly, walking over to his desk where he had left the manga volume he grabbed out earlier. Shudo's impassive gaze made it hard for Izuku to know if he believed him or not, but Izuku felt as if he didn't. He wasn't saying anything though, so he guessed it didn't really matter all that much. Have you read this one? Izuku asked, turning the book around to show Shudo the cover. Shudo took a step closer and squinted a little. I don't think I have. What's it about? Izuku sat down on the floor and held the book to his chest. Okay, before I explain the plot, I have to know if you're homophobic. Shudo blinked, taken back. He sat down. Across from Izuku when he answered, no. Okay, good. Izuku let out a breathy chuckle and handed Shudo the book to flip through if he wanted to. It's basically about this famous guy who gets a stalker, but he doesn't really trust the police, so he hires a bodyguard who is with him 24/7, and that has them both developing feelings for each other. The romance and stuff isn't a super big part of the story it's one of the main subplots obviously, but the main thing is the stalker and solving the issue. It's cute and funny, but there's also a lot of parts that make you go, Izuku widened his eyes and then relaxed them, so yeah. But if you don't want to have any romance or anything, I'm pretty sure I have a few other mystery ones somewhere around here that don't have anything like that. Shudo flipped through the first few pages of the book for a few seconds before looking up. I've never read one like this, but I don't think I'd be against it. Izuku smiled. Good. Then I guess you can take that home and if you like it I can give you the other volumes. Actually Izuku stood up and walked over to his bookshelf looking around for a bit before grabbing another book. He walked back to where he and Shudo were sitting on the ground and held it out for him. You can take the second volume too, just in case you really like it and don't want to wait. Shudo took the second volume and put both books into his bag. Izuku was trying to think of what else to say when his phone buzzed. He pulled it out of his pocket and smiled at the picture he was sent. Saturday, November 28th, 1:23 p.m. A photo of Nito, Hitoshi, and Enka all standing in front of a plate of pastries. They're amazing in case you had any doubts. Izuku rolled his eyes fondly. What is it? Shudo asked, trying not to pry but curious about what Izuku was looking at. Izuku clicked on the photo and flipped it around to show him. The blonde is the one who makes those protein ball. Shudo hummed in acknowledgement. He, his sister, and one of our friends baked something so he sent this. After responding to Nito and reassuring him that no, his new friend wasn't trying to murder him, Izuku slipped his phone back into his pocket. Do your friends know? Shudo asked. Izuku blinked and a frown colored his brow. Know what? That you're a vigilante, Shudo clarified. Izuku's mouth formed a silent, oh, and he nodded. Yeah, they do. Do you tell everyone your identity? Izuku let out an indignant squawk, or do you just trust them a lot? Izuku huffed with more amusement than actual annoyance. I trust them. Besides them and you, only one other person knows. Why did you trust me? Shudo's hands clasped loosely in his lap. Weren't you afraid I'd tell Endeavor? Izuku toyed with the thought for a few seconds. I think that, as weird as it sounds, I somehow knew you wouldn't. I don't know. He shrugged. I just feel like you can keep a secret if you want to. Shudo nodded and opened his mouth to say something else, but was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Izuku! Inko's voice called out. Are you home? Izuku's eyes widened and he stood up. I didn't know she was going to be back so soon, he whispered to Shudo before calling back to Inko. Yeah. I'm in my room. Shudo stood up as well, and a few seconds later, a light knock sounded at the door and Inko popped her head in. Oh! Her eyes widened at the stranger in the room. Hello. Mom, this is my friend Dash. Shudo. He bowed slightly. It's nice to meet you. Inko, it's nice to meet you too. His mom smiled. I'm so sorry, I wasn't aware Izuku was having friends over. Will you be staying for lunch? Oh. Shudo looked at Izuku. I think I was just heading out. Inko put her hand on his arm and gave it a gentle squeeze. Next time then. Shudo's eyes widened slightly and he nodded. I think that I'll walk Shudo to the train station, Izuku said. Inko nodded. I'll see you two out then. They all walked towards the door and the two teens began to put their shoes on, Shudo standing awkwardly and holding himself up with his hand on the wall, and Izuku sitting on the floor as he quickly tied his laces. So how do you two know each other? Izuku tensed. We met at a bookstore. The lie rolled off of Shudo's tongue easily. Yeah. Izuku nodded, easily piggybacking off the falsity. I was picking up a new notebook and we just sort of got to talking. A surprised smile appeared on Inko's face. Are you getting back into analyzing? Izuku swallowed down the emotions he had towards that particular subject and nodded with a shrug. Maybe. But we should really get going so. Oh, of course. Inko gave Izuku a hug. Be safe. And then, as if on instinct, turned to Shudo and gave him a hug as well. Shudo tensed slightly and she pulled back. Sorry, She shook her head with a sad look before looking back up with a small curve to her lips. Come back soon for that lunch. Shudo blinked and nodded. I will. As Shudo walked with Izuku in comfortable silence to the station, he thought about Inko Midoriya. Her voice and her casual but loving touches were all gentle, and she had a motherly air to her if that was even possible. It made Shudo wonder if he could ever have that, one day at least. Izuku abruptly stopped and that made Shudo blink out of his thoughts. What is it? Izuku gave him an amused smile. You seem off. Everything okay? Yeah, just. Shudo looked down at the ground with a wrinkle between his eyebrows. Is your mom always like that? Izuku blinked, probably not expecting that question. Sometimes, yeah. Do you think that Shudo huffed and looked at Izuku. I was thinking of visiting my mom. Oh, Izuku's eyes widened. Do you? He fiddled with something under his sleeve. Are you ready for that? I think I'm more worried about what my mom will think, Shudo admitted. I don't want her to get distraught over seeing me. Izuku looked like he was trying to find the right words for the question he had. Is it because of the last time she saw you? Shudo, that child's left side sometimes looks very unsightly to me. Shudo nodded. I don't want her to feel guilty. She probably already does. Izuku let his first thought slip out before his eyes widened and he waved his arms in the air. What I was trying to say is that, he took a breath and sighed to straighten out his thoughts. She's probably more thinking that you're mad at her, right? Since you've never visited. Sure, a visit might make her upset, but she might be more relieved when she hears your side of things. Shudo took Izuku's words into account. He had never thought of things like that. We're here by the way, Izuku said and gestured to the train station across the street. Shudo looked at the station and then back at Izuku. Oh, thank you for inviting me over. Izuku nodded with a smile. I'll see you soon, yeah? Shudo looked at him for a second. Yeah, okay. Izuku's smile widened and he waved. Goodbye. Bye. Izuku sat on the floor in the middle of his room with piles of fabric surrounding him. Pieces of cloth anywhere from yellow cotton to denim were all cut up and ready to be sewn. Son of a beach, Izuku cursed as the needle stabbed him for the third time in the last hour. He stuck the pad of his thumb into his mouth to sek on the tiny dot of blood that leaked out and extended his other arm forward so he could examine his hard work. He snorted. Nito was going to hate his Christmas present. But it was done. And he was quite proud of the article of clothing, ugliness and all. Just as he was starting to put away the needle and thread that his mom let him borrow for his project, he got a text on his phone. Son, December 7th, 12:49 p.m. I have a favor to ask. Hi, what's up? Izuku watched curiously as the three dots indicating that Shudo was typing appeared and disappeared multiple times over the minute and a half that he waited for a response. He wasn't expecting the question that he got. Can you come to a flower shop with me? So do you know what kind of flowers your mom likes? Izuku asked, trying to get an idea of what he could help Shudo pick out for his mom. No, Shudo shook his head, looking at a small bouquet of orange lilies. They looked pretty, and they smelt good. He noticed a card in front of them and took a closer look. Orange tiger lilies symbolize confidence, pride, and wealth, but they can also reflect both passionate desire and hatred. Maybe I should just get her chocolates or something. Shudo sighed. He turned around to where Izuku was a minute ago, only to find nothing but air. Shudo looked around and felt relieved as he saw Izuku walking back to him with a bouquet of some sort of white flower. It looked almost like roses but looser. Did you find something? Shudo asked. They're gardenias. Izuku smiled, smelling the flowers and then holding them forward for Shudo to do the same. They smell sweet, Shudo said, and Izuku nodded excitedly. Do they have any special meaning? Well, I asked the lady over there for something that would be good to give to family and she handed me these. Izuku started, looking down at the bouquet. There were a few good meanings on the list, but the ones that made me think they were good for your mom were hope and renewal. What do you think? Shudo let out a breath of ease, and a soft smile blossomed on his face. I think they're great. Good. Izuku smiled, handing him the flowers. While Shudo went to the register to pay, Izuku looked around for his own set of flowers to buy. Who are those for? Shudo asked, looking at the bouquet of amaryllis resting carefully in Izuku's gloved hands. My mom. Izuku shrugged. Hey, wanna get something to eat before we go our separate ways? Sure. Any Hito. Izuku called out, seeing his two friends ahead of him on his walk toward the dojo. Nito and Hitoshi turned around at the call of their names. Hey, Hitoshi greeted, while Nito waved with a smile. What's up, Zu? Nito asked, handing Izuku a container of the dessert he, Hitoshi, and Anka made. Izuku took it with a smile. Nothing much. But there was this guy last night and he had a quirk that allowed him to shoot his blood out of his wrists and control it. It was like a mix of Vlad King and Spider-Man. Super cool. Did he have a villain name? Hitoshi asked. Izuku thought about it for a second before shrugging. I'm not sure actually. He didn't say he had one and he didn't have on anything that looked like a costume, so I think he was just some petty criminal. Nito shook his head. People with quirks like that should be putting them to better use. Izuku nodded in agreement. Yeah, it was pretty powerful too. He clearly trained. Hitoshi opened the door of the dojo and was about to say something in response to that, but before he could, Toru ran up to him with her phone waving in the air excitedly. Izuku, what the heck is this? She screamed, though she sounded more excited than anything. He felt her hands grab both of his shoulders as she shook him. Why didn't you tell us? I don't know what you're talking about. Izuku squeaked. Audru came up to them and shook Toru off of him. Sorry, she's just... I think you'll get it when you see the photos. Izuku's heart dropped and he looked wide-eyed at Nito. They couldn't be talking about Null, right? Surely Aizawa and Tsukachi would be here all ready to take him away. Not saying anything, Hitoshi asked, what photos? Toru took some calming breaths and handed Izuku her phone, which he took with shaky hands. Hitoshi and Nito both moved behind him so they could see too, and Izuku nearly dropped the phone in surprise at what he saw. Todoroki Shudo caught buying flowers with new mystery boy. Underneath the headline is two photos clearly taken through the window of the flower shop. In the first, Izuku is smiling as he holds out the bouquet of gardenias for Shudo to smell. In the second, Shudo has a soft smile on his face as he takes the bouquet from Izuku, who is also smiling. Izuku wasn't about to read the whole article, but after skimming it, he saw the words, Endeavor, Ice Prince, and Secret Love. Izuku squeaked. We're not dating. He's just my friend. Setsuna snorted. Then why were you handing him a bouquet of flowers that symbolize the secret love between two people? She asked, quoting the article. That. Izuku stuttered, not expecting that. The lady told me they meant hope and renewal. Flowers have lots of meanings, dude. Cozy Eye shook his head sympathetically. So let me get this straight, Toru started, making Setsuna and Hitoshi snort. You're not dating Endeavor's son? No. Izuku shook his head with a blush. He heard Toru audibly deflate and weirdly Nito, who had been strangely quiet at his side, did as well. Now that this is settled, can we go get changed now? Hitoshi asked. Go ahead. Toru sighed, moving out of the three boys' way. The locker room was silent as they all changed, which wasn't great for all of the thoughts that were swarming around in Nito's head. Why didn't Izuku tell them about his friendship with Endeavor's son? He obviously didn't have to tell them everyone he knows and hangs out with, but those pictures. Nito had seen a handful of photos of Endeavor and his family over the years. Everyone had. He was the number 2 hero, and in all of the photos he had ever seen of the youngest Todoroki son, he always looked so angry. He was glaring at the world in a similar way as his father, and looked at almost everything with a look of disdain. So why did he look so soft with Izuku? A stupid question really, it was Izuku. How could you not melt when you saw him smile? Nito sighed as he slipped his shirt off. He supposed he could always ask Izuku, but what could he say without giving away how hopelessly in love and jealous he was? Almost as if Hitoshi could sense Nito's unease, which he probably could. He blurted out. So are you two really not dating? What's with the photos? Izuku froze before letting out a self-depreciative laugh, bringing his hand up to awkwardly scratch the back of his neck. We're really just friends. Remember the guy I met on patrol? Hitoshi and Nito nodded. That's him. I didn't want to say anything because I wasn't sure if we'd even stay friends or what I'd tell you guys about him. Well, Nito hesitated. He turned his back to Izuku and shoved his folded clothes into his locker. Why were you two at that flower shop anyways? I was helping him pick out flowers for his mom, and I also picked up some for Kat. Nito softened a little at the new information. He felt silly now for getting so worked up. Nothing is going on between me and Shudo, promise. Nito sighed and turned back around to face Izuku. I believe you. Izuku smiled and Hitoshi cleared his throat. We should get back out there. Izuku and Nito blushed and nodded their heads, avoiding eye contact as all three of them exited the room. The Insomnicats. Copycat today at 11:27. At Alley Cat, can we meet him? Todoroki, I mean. Sleepy Cat today at 11:27. Copycat today at 11:27. Shut up. Sleepy Cat today at 11:28. I didn't say anything. Alley Cat today at 11:28. I can ask? I don't know if he'll say yes though. Copycat today at 11:28. That's fine. Alley Cat today at 11:29. Why do you want to meet him? Not that I wouldn't want you to. I think it'd be great if we all became friends. I just mean like, Copycat is typing. Copycat is typing. Sleepy Cat today at 11:31. Ali Cat today at 11:31. Copycat is typing. Copycat is typing. Sleepy Cat today at 11:32. This is getting painful to watch. We want to shovel talk him. Copycat today at 11:32. Yeah, exactly. Because he knows about you being null and also we should make sure he won't tell anyone. Alley Cat today at 11:33. Sleepy Cat today at 11:33. Yeah, we're gonna go the whole 9. You know, blood oaths and nair threats. He's gonna lose all his white and red locks if he tells his daddy. Alley Cat today at 11:34. He wouldn't. Also, please don't TT. Copycat today at 11:34. No promises. Should've. Wednesday, December 10th, 11:39 p.m. Hey Shudo? Sorry to text you so late, but I have a favor to ask. You can totally say no if you don't want to. Is this about the article that came out? Endeavor already got his PR team to take care of it, but is the media bothering you? Well, no, don't worry, huh? Well, it is technically because of the article, but not like that. You know the 2 guys who were in that photo I showed you? The ones that know about my nighttime activities? They want to meet you. I told them I would ask, but if you don't want to, you don't have to say yes. I know meeting new people can be nerve-wracking. I'll meet them. Really? Are you sure? I don't see why not. Just let me know when. Ah, great. Thank you. The Insomnicats. Alley Cat today at 11:47. He said yes, but please be nice. Sleepy Cat today at 11:48. How dare you, were always nice. Copycat today at 11:48. Yeah, we're always on our best behavior, Zoo, you know that. Alley Cat today at 11:49. Yeah, right, silly me face with rolling eyes. It's gonna be fine, he said they're just friends. Hitoshi tried to reassure Nito as they walked to the cafe they were meeting Izuku and Todoroki at. Nito took a deep breath. I know, ugh. He ran a hand through his carefully brushed hair. I don't know why I'm feeling jealous or something. Like I do know, it's just annoying because I have no reason to be. Hitoshi hummed. Well, hopefully you feel better after meeting him. Nito took a deep breath as he opened the door. Let's hope. They walked inside their usual cat cafe and found Izuku sitting at a corner table with Todoroki sitting next to him. Izuku was talking animatedly while Todoroki nodded along. Nito gave him a side glance and plastered on a smile, taking the seat in front of Izuku. Hey Zu, is this him? Hi, and I. Izuku's smile got even brighter at seeing Nito, and Hitoshi wondered how both boys could be so oblivious to the other's feelings. This is Shudo. Todoroki looked at both of them and gave a small nod. Hi. Sup. Hitoshi nodded back. Todoroki's eyes didn't seem to hold as much coldness as the media acted like they did. Hitoshi wondered if it was because he wasn't being forced to stand right next to his hot-headed father, or if it was because Izuku really did have a way of melting the ice prince as the media had been saying for the past week. Either way, it was nice that their first real impression of him wasn't some cold, stuck-up rich kid. I ordered your guys' usual if that's okay, Izuku said, starting up some conversation. That's fine, Zu, thank you, Nito said with the soft smile that usually adorned his face when he talked to Izuku. Hitoshi looked at Todoroki and noticed him watching Nito rather intensely. It was hard to tell with his face being so stoic, but if Hitoshi had to guess, he looked rather curious. So how did you all meet? Todoroki asked. We go to the same dojo, Hitoshi answered. Yeah, but I've only been there since around May, Izuku said, and then tilted his head. I actually don't know how you two met though, he looked between Hitoshi and Nito. How long have you guys known each other? Nito looked at Hitoshi with furrowed brows. I think since around the end of elementary school? Hitoshi nodded. Yeah, when we moved I got put in his class. He would always fall asleep during math. Izuku snorted. I can picture that. What school do you go to, Todor dash? Nito started, but Todoroki cut him. Shudo. He cleared his throat. Sorry, just please call me Shudo. Nito's eyes widened a little bit, but he nodded. Sure. So, what school do you go to, Shudo? I'm homeschooled, he answered monotonously, but his voice sounded a little sad. I used to go to a private school near my house, but since we're getting closer to UA entrance exams, endeavors had me focusing more on training. Hitoshi didn't think anyone at the table missed how Shudo called his father Endeavor, and based on Izuku's lack of reaction, this was normal. Hitoshi had never really cared for Endeavor, but he never met the guy either. But something about how Shudo was acting along with the giant scar on his face made him think that maybe the number 2 hero wasn't just angry in public. Maybe we'll all end up in the same class. Hitoshi tried to lighten the mood. Are you two also trying for UA? Shudo asked, probably more out of politeness than general curiosity. Yep. Nito grinned. But more importantly, he leaned in a little on the table, careful not to knock over any drinks. You're not gonna tell anyone about Zoo, are you? You mean about his? Shudo dropped his voice to a softer tone, as to not be overheard despite the decent amount of chatter in the background. Nighttime activities? Nito nodded with all the seriousness in the world. Shudo looked almost amused when he said, don't worry. Not like anyone will ask me, but if they did. He shrugged. I don't know a thing. Nito squinted but nodded in acceptance as he sat back in his chair. Hitoshi and Izuku looked back and forth between the two other boys a few times before Hitoshi blurted out. He didn't pinky promise. Nito's eyes widened. Zoo, hold out your pinky. We really don't have to, Izuku tried, but Hitoshi shut him up with a raised eyebrow. Then why did I have to? I also have pros as parents. Which ones? Shudo asked, this time looking actually interested in the answer. Present Mike and Eraserhead. Even though barely any people knew about his dad, he still felt pride burst through his chest at saying both of their hero names. I knew they were together, Shudo muttered. Hitoshi raised a questionable eyebrow. Huh? Nito asked, also confused. Shudo blinked. I assumed they were together, I just didn't think they had a secret love child together. Izuku let out a laugh of disbelief in what he just heard come out of Shudo's mouth. What? In the end, Shudo never pinky promised. Bonus. Nito. Saturday, December 13th, 5:23 p.m. Hey, so, I know we don't normally talk about my feelings towards Izuku and stuff, usually just you FING with me, but can I ask you a question? Do you think Shudo likes Sue at all? Hitoshi, this is serious. Sorry. Honestly? You don't? Unless he's either really good at hiding his feelings, or he's oblivious about how he feels. Wouldn't be the only one. No. What do you mean? Like Izuku liking him but not realizing it? Hitoshi stared at his phone in disbelief. No, it's nothing, I was just joking. Hitoshi jokes are supposed to be funny. You almost gave me a heart attack. Manami smiled attentively as Izuku told her about Shudo meeting his other friends. It sounds like it went really well. Izuku nodded. I think it did too. And how are the homemade Christmas presents going? She asked, looking at her notes. You said you were going to make ugly sweaters for your friends, is that correct? Yep. Izuku confirmed. I finished Nito's last week, and I started Shudo's, but I'm still a little stuck on Hitoshi's. What are you stuck on? She asked, hoping she could help. Izuku bit his lip. Would his therapist approve of him fueling hero hate? Only one way to find out. I'm making them ugly sweaters of their least favorite heroes, and I and Shudo are easy best Genist and Endeavor, but Hitoshi has never mentioned his least favorite hero. Izuku sighed. I know there are heroes he doesn't like, but I don't know who he hates. Manami hummed. Well, maybe you could make him one for the hero he likes. Or ask him who he doesn't like. Izuku toyed with the thought and then his eyes widened. Eraserhead. He loves his dad a lot, but they don't make any merch of him. There you go then. Wow. Izuku jumped at Kanashi's voice coming from somewhere on the rooftops. He looked around and found him on the roof across from him, pulling his mask down to reveal an amused smirk. I thought the rumors were all bullshit, but you two are having secret rendezvous on rooftops now? How scandalous. Izuku rolled his eyes and with the help of his new baton, propelled himself across the alleyway to get to Kanashi, who had obviously been there long enough to have seen him, and Shudo, who had just left hanging out. We were just talking. You know, because we're friends. Kanashi put his hands up in an attempt to feign innocence. I believe you. Aha, Izuku said with a smile. Kanashi laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. So, I had something I wanted to, discuss with you. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the weird behavior but nodded nonetheless. Okay? What is it? Kanashi sat down on the edge of the roof and motioned for Izuku to do the same. When he did, Kanashi took a deep breath and started talking. So, I was talking to Eraser and he wants to meet you. The last part was said slowly and Izuku took a few seconds to fully comprehend the words that his friend just spoke. Why? Izuku swallowed. I haven't done anything bad lately, and I know I'm not supposed to do hero work without a license, but why does he suddenly want to meet me? You're not in trouble or anything. Kanashi waved off his worries. He just wants to make sure you're not going to become a murderer or something. He'll likely just ask you why you're doing what you're doing, ask you to stop, and if you don't, well, he'll only catch you if you start acting up. Kanashi shrugged like it was nothing, and maybe it was, but Izuku wasn't on board. I'm not doing it. What? Kanashi's eyes widened, not expecting that answer. Why not? Izuku shook his head. I can't risk it. Not until I get to UA. Kanashi was quiet for a few seconds before he asked. Are you going to stop when you get to UA? Izuku blinked. He'd never really thought about it before. He hesitated. It depends on how things go. Kanashi slowly nodded. Well, if you're sure, but if you change your mind, let me know. It wouldn't hurt to have a hero on your side. Izuku didn't say anything in response to that, just muttered thanks, and went home. The Insomnicats. Copycat today at 11:45. At Alley Cat at Sleepy Cat. Do you guys want to do anything for Christmas? Could be on Christmas Eve or before if you're busy. Alley Cat today at 11:47. Sure. I would have to ask my mom, but I'm sure it will be fine. As long as I'm home for dinner. Sleepy Cat today at 11:49. I'm free. Copycat today at 11:50. Great. What would you guys want to do? One of our houses, or we could go to the cafe as usual. Alley Cat today at 11:52. Maybe my apartment? I have some gifts for you guys and it'd probably be easier to give them to you there. And my mom won't be home after around 10 a.m. Copycat today at 11:52. That works. Also, if Hitoshi's fine with it, you can invite Shudo if you want. Alley Cat today at 11:53. Really? Sleepy Cat today at 11:53. I'm cool with that. A little curious on why though. Alley Cat today at 11:53. Yes, same. Copycat today at 11:54. I don't know, he just seemed a little sad. Like he could use some friends or something, I guess. And it's not like he was awful. Sleepy Cat today at 11:55. Yeah, his dry humor was kind of funny. Copycat today at 11:55. Of course you would think so. Alley Cat today at 11:56. I'm really glad you guys liked him. I don't want to get into it because it's not really my business to tell, but he could use some nice people in his life, and I'm glad that you're open to inviting him into yours. I'll go ask him. Sleepy Cat today at 11:56. Should've. Thursday, December 18th, 11:58 p.m. Hey, so would you want to hang out with me, NEI, and Hitoshi on Christmas Eve? If you're busy, we can do it a day or two before. I'm not busy. What will we do? Good. And I'm pretty sure we're going to go to my house. I'm not sure what time yet, but I'll let you know when I know. Or we can make a group chat together if that's easier. If you're okay with that, I'm fine with both your house and the group chat. Great. When Izuku had asked Inko if he could have his friends over for a few hours before he went over to the Bakugo household for their annual Christmas Eve dinner, she seemed happy, almost relieved even. Izuku could only assume she was glad he wasn't sulking. But nonetheless, it was okay with her and his friends would be showing up any minute. There should be some food in the fridge, or you guys can order food if you want, there's money on the counter. Inko pointed toward the kitchen as Izuku handed her her purse. Just try not to fill up too much since we're still having dinner later. We'll be okay, Mom, I promise. He smiled, putting a hand over hers. And I don't think we'll order anything since they also have plans later. Inko smiled, and before she could fret anymore, a knock sounded at the door. That's probably NEI, Izuku said. He was always the earliest. Inko opened the door and found that he was right. Merry Christmas, Inko. He smiled. His cheeks were rosy from the cold and his arms were carrying multiple gift bags. Merry Christmas, Nito. Izuku's mom smiled back and then stepped out of the way. Come on in, it's chilly outside, isn't it? Nito shook his head. Nothing I can't handle. I'm glad you're still here though. He reached into one of his bags and pulled out a Tupperware with half a batch of decorated Christmas cookies. These are for you. She waved her hand. Oh no, you boys should enjoy those. Izuku shook his head fondly as he watched Nito reach into the bag for the other half of the cookies. We'll have our fair share, don't worry. Inko took the container with a smile and put it into her bag that had all the other items she was bringing over to the Bakugus. Well, thank you, Nito, this is very sweet. She leaned in and gave him a hug, which he readily reciprocated, and then gave Izuku one as well, before pulling back and staring fondly at the two of them for a few seconds. Have fun, boys. She waved goodbye and then was off. Not long after Inko left and Nito arrived, Hitoshi and Shudo came to the door, each with their own bag or two full of gifts for the others. While everyone else settled in on the couch to decide what Christmas movie to put on, Izuku busied himself in the kitchen to make everyone some hot chocolate, Hitoshi's mug being filled with mostly coffee. Izuku, Nito started with a waver to his voice. What are you doing to your poor hot chocolate? Izuku looked up from his own personal mug, which he had added a dash of turmeric and cayenne pepper to before pouring the hot water into the cup. What? I thought you had, like, the sweetest sweet tooth in the world or something. Izuku snorted at Nito's words as he put the cap back on the keys. Nito smiled too. Why are adding those to your hot chocolate? Izuku smiled fondly as he stirred the SBE drink. This is how Cat always made it. I guess I just got used to it. Nito watched Izuku close his eyes and take a long sip from the mug, his mind being filled with a distant memory of past winters with Cat. He set the mug down on the counter with his hands still wrapped around the warm ceramic and sighed, opening his dark green eyes that appeared dazed with a newfound wetness. Of course, it doesn't taste quite as good, Izuku said the words with some mirth in his voice, but Nito could hear the sorrowful edge in the sentiment. He wasn't sure how to respond, so instead, he pushed his own mug forward and said, "Add some to mine too." Izuku looked up with raised eyebrows, but his bitter smile grew more genuine as he added a dash of each spice to Nito's mug and poured the hot water over the instant powder. He watched in anticipation as Nito sniffed the steam with a look edging on disgust and hesitantly took a sip. "What do you think?" Izuku asked after a few seconds of searching the other boy's face for any sign of distaste. Nito looked down at the warm drink in his hands, and then up at the bright smile of anticipation and excitement on Izuku's face and shrugged nonchalantly. "It's not bad." He took another sip. I can see why he liked it. Hitoshi watched Izuku and Nito with half fondness and half disgust. There was no doubt that they were cute together, but he wondered how insufferable they would be when they inevitably got together. At least Shudo was here now, so he wouldn't have to third wheel alone. Not that he minded, but sometimes he wished his two friends would just kiss already to ease some of the tension in the room. As it was, however, Hitoshi didn't see that happening anytime soon. Izuku and Nito walked over to the living room with mugs in hand and set them all down on the coffee table, with Nito going back to the kitchen to grab the cookies he brought. Hitoshi smiled into his mug when he realized his was made with coffee instead of water. "I wasn't sure how you liked yours, so I didn't add anything special to it," Izuku told Shudo, handing him his mug. "That's fine. Thank you." Shudo took a sip of the mug and his eyes widened. "What is it?" Izuku asked, worried. "Do you not like it?" "No, it's good." Shudo shook his head. "Really good." "Then what's wrong?" Hitoshi asked. "I've just never had hot chocolate before." "Ever?" Nito asked, walking back to the living room, surprised. "If I have, I don't remember," Shudo replied, and Hitoshi wondered what other good things he had never gotten to try because of his upbringing. "Well, if you want more, let me know." Izuku smiled, taking a seat. "I will." Shudo took one last sip and set the mug down on a coaster. "I'm gonna go to the restroom and then we can start the movie," Nito announced before walking down the hallway. Shudo watched Nieto leave and then turned to Izuku. "I do have a question though." "Shoot," Izuku said, unknowingly taking a sip at the worst possible moment. "How long have you and Nito been together?" Izuku started choking and Hitoshi snorted, handing him a napkin. He didn't say anything snarky though. He himself was curious as to how Izuku would answer that. "I what?" Izuku asked after gaining his senses back. "Are you two not dating?" Shudo asked. "I thought you liked each other." Izuku's eyes widened and Hitoshi hid his smirk with his mug. He wondered if this conversation would cause any progress between his two friends. He cleared his throat. Izuku glanced at Hitoshi. "I won't tell," he promised. Izuku nodded and looked down the hallways. "It's complicated. It's not as easy as I do or I don't like him." Hitoshi wondered what Izuku meant by that, but he couldn't ask because Nito came back into the living room not a minute later. He didn't know what Izuku meant when he said it was complicated, but as he observed the way Izuku's nervous smile softened when Nito sat next to him and how the embarrassed blush on his cheeks lessened while still being present, he couldn't help but think that it didn't matter. They would figure it out one day. As the credits of the movie rolled in, Izuku looked at the clock on the wall and then back at all his friends. "Presents." They all nodded and went over to the Midoriya Christmas tree where they had all set down their gift bags and colorfully wrapped boxes. Izuku went first, handing each of them boxes that were shaped exactly the same. "Before you guys open them, I just want to say that I made them myself, and they're not perfect, but I'm proud of them." He held back his giggles as he said, "I hope you like them." Hitoshi and Nito skeptically opened their boxes, sensing some sort of mischief on Izuku's end, but Shudo didn't wait. He carefully yet swiftly ripped off the tape holding the lid on the box and snorted at what he saw. "What is it?" Nito asked. Shudo seemed to be holding back a smile as he pulled out the dark blue sweater and turned it around for Hitoshi and Nito to see. In letters that seemed to be cut out from a fabric with a flame pattern, it read, "Jingle bells, Endeavor smells." After giving them a few seconds to read it, he scrunched it up to his chest and gave Izuku the largest smile any of them had seen. "Thank you, Izuku, I'm going to wear it tonight." Izuku laughed. "Good. Let me know what he says." After seeing that the gifts were safe, Nito opened his box. "Oh." Nito looked into his box with poorly hidden disgust. Apparently the gifts weren't safe for everyone, at least, not Nito's poor eyes. He put the lid back over it and looked up at Izuku with a forced smile. "You shouldn't have. Aren't you going to try it on?" Izuku asked, head tilted with a large grin on his face, practically buzzing with all the excitement and amusement he was getting from the situation. Maybe later. Nito nodded. Hitoshi took the box from him and pulled the ugly sweater out. Did you try to make the ugliest thing possible? Hitoshi smirked, and Izuku happily nodded. Shudo looked at the sweater that was made with a denim base and bright yellow letters that said, "Now the Gene GLE hop has denim. Do you hate Best Jeanist?" Nito nodded while looking at the sweater in disgust. He turned back to Izuku with a grimace. "Izuku, you know I'm never gonna wear that, right?" "I know." Izuku stood up and pulled a second gift out from behind the tree. "That's why I also got you this." Nito opened it and found a frilly apron, much like the ones he had at home, only these ones were Christmas-themed. He smiled and gave Izuku a hug. "This is much better, thank you." "You're welcome." Izuku pulled back with a smile. "Hitoshi, you next." "Why does Nito get 2 gifts?" Hitoshi teased with a smirk as he tore off the tape. Izuku rolled his eyes. "Because you and Shudo will actually like your gifts." Hitoshi glanced up at Izuku, who simply shrugged with a smile. Finally he opened the box, pulling out a black sweater that had a black cat on it. The cat had a gray scarf and yellow goggles around its neck, red eyes, and a Christmas hat. Above it were the words, "Meowie Christmas." His mouth fell open and he wordlessly put it on over what he was currently wearing. "Won't you get hot?" Shudo asked. "I don't care." Hitoshi shook his head, pulling the sleeves down to his wrists. "This is now the best thing that I own." Izuku giggled. "Glad you like it." Shudo went last in the gift exchange. "I wasn't sure what to get you two, so I just got you these." He handed each of them a gift card that could be used anywhere. "Thank you." Nito smiled as he took the card, and Hitoshi took his with an appreciative nod. "They each have 15,000 yen on them," he said nonchalantly. "Oh shit," Hitoshi let out in surprise. "The mug I gave you doesn't seem like enough now." "I like the mug," Shudo reassured and then looked at Nieto. "And the pajamas too." "My turn?" Izuku asked, turning the messily wrapped gift over in his hands. Shudo nodded and he gently ripped off the festive paper. "Your mom had mentioned analyzing and you have all those notebooks in your room," Shudo said as Izuku wordlessly looked at the yellow campus notebook in his hands. "I don't know why you stopped, but maybe this can help you get back into it." Izuku looked up at Shudo with astonishment. This was the last thing he had been suspecting to get. Even when he saw the size and shape of the gift, he assumed it was just a mystery manga or something. He hadn't analyzed at all since Kat died. Not even with the notebook he kept with him as null. He had thought about quirks in his head, of course, but he couldn't remember the last time he had quickly transferred his thoughts from his head to his notebook when they seemed like too much. When he said he bought a new notebook, it had been a lie that he let Inko believe, but maybe he could turn it into the truth with Shudo's present. He'd have to get back into analyzing anyway if he couldn't get into the hero course. "Thank you," Izuku spoke sincerely. "I think this is exactly what I needed." Shortly after bidding farewell to his friends and cleaning up the apartment, Izuku began his trek over to the Bakuga household. He was not looking forward to the rest of the holiday. So far, Izuku had been able to at least partially ignore every part of his brain that was reminding him of the fact that Kat wasn't there, but now he was going to Kat's childhood home, where his parents along with Izuku's mother were all waiting for him to show up. Where was this night going to go? Would he have a breakdown again like on his birthday? Who would be the first to cry? Should he try to break some tension with a pleasant memory of Kat? Or perhaps that would just add to the tension. Would they do their usual Christmas traditions, including eating Kat's favorite foods and watching his favorite holiday movies? Izuku wasn't sure if he could handle watching All Might Saves Christmas when the man failed to save the person who mattered most to him. Would the family even acknowledge that they were or weren't doing them? Or just pretend that everything was normal, like they had been doing since he died? Izuku didn't want a repeat of his birthday. He didn't want his body to blindside him with too many emotions for him to handle. He didn't want to cause a scene. He didn't want to go. He didn't know if he could go without everything he didn't want to happening. A part of him wished that the day could just be over already. Have it end on the pleasant note of him having a great afternoon with his friends. But the other part of him knew that wasn't possible. Even if he was able to just turn around now, put on the new pair of pajamas that NEI had gotten him, he knew how much Izuku wanted to steal his, so he bought him a pair of his own, turn off all his lights, crawl into bed and just try to leave this day as is. Waking up to a new day wouldn't change a DMN thing. For one reason, tomorrow was Christmas, so the reminder would still be there, and he'd nevertheless have to be with his family. But also, if Izuku was in bed right now, more alone and caught up with his thoughts than he currently was, there was no doubt that he would break down. He hoped he wouldn't, but he knew himself better than to think of those hopes as anything concrete. Izuku's therapist liked to remind him every once in a while that he could not control what happened to him, but he could control how he reacted. Sometimes that was true. If someone was being rude or annoying for seemingly no reason, he could easily just breathe and remind himself that he can't control how they act, so there's no point getting himself worked up about it. But in other situations like this where Izuku was left thinking in spirals about Kat, and Kat only he thought that the advice was all bullshit. Izuku didn't control Katsuki dying, even if sometimes he felt as if he could have changed things had he gone about that day just a little bit differently, but all in all, the situation was this. His best friend was dead, and Izuku couldn't do anything to change that. That made Izuku in simple terms sad. Did that mean that Izuku should just ignore his sadness and move on with his life? That wasn't grief. Putting rotten food in a box wouldn't stop it from rotting, and pushing down all his negative emotions wouldn't stop him from having them. There wasn't a trash can in his mind to simply throw them away. So the question was this: when acknowledging the missing pieces of his heart made him feel as cold as the snow currently falling on him, what else could Izuku do aside from stuffing it with cotton and acting like nothing was wrong? All these thoughts and questions with no answers were filling his mind as he looked up at the sun-setting sky that made the snow reflect an almost golden glow on the Bakuga's towering home. He pulled out the key from his pocket. The once brightly colored paint chipped and faded with age, the metal as cold as the body of the boy who once gave it to him. Izuku took in a deep breath before putting it into the lock. There was no talk of him. No talk at all really. Through dinner and during the movies they all watched together after the meal, excluding All Might Saves Christmas. Thank Kami, Katsuki's name was never mentioned once. They weren't even attempting to pretend it was a normal meal like they had been for months. The only audible sound was the serving bowls being passed around as they spooned Katsuki's favorite dishes onto their plates, and not a word was spoken when they put on his second favorite Christmas movie. Izuku thought that he might have seen Mitsuki wipe away a tear or two during the more emotional scenes, but he did nothing more than discreetly pass her a tissue. It wasn't until they moved on to their last Christmas Eve tradition, opening up a single present of their choice, that Katsuki's name was spoken aloud. Izuku, Mitsuki started softly, her voice thick. I was in Katsuki's room the other day, just tidying up. She paused to let out a wet laugh. And I found this. Izuku looked down at the small box his aunt pulled out from behind her back. It was a rectangular box wrapped in All Might-themed decorative paper, the Golden Age colors, his retired favorite of all the costumes. A yellow ribbon in a shade similar to the number 1 hero's hair was wrapped around the box. The ends were even wisped up to reflect his signature bangs. Izuku wasn't sure if he was still breathing when Mitsuki continued on, gripping the box like it was something precious she refused to let go of. How she was holding herself together as well as she was, no one knew. It was in his closet. I'm not sure if it was for your birthday or for something else, but... She shrugged hopelessly, biting her lip with a wobbly smile and ignoring the tears that threatened to fall down her cheeks. It's for you. Izuku took a moment in the quiet living room to simply stare at the neatly wrapped box. It was slightly dusty from lying undisturbed for who knew how long. Was it hidden behind a pair of running shoes? Atop a box on the shelf in Kat's closet? Somewhere out of reach where Izuku couldn't randomly stumble upon it? Did it even matter where it had been? It was sitting in front of him now, still in Mitsuki's, offering hands instead of Katsuki's, and he had to figure out what he was going to do about that. He forced his lungs to take in the warm air of the living room. Is it getting a little hot in here? Maybe they should open a window. His fist, which was clenched in his lap, slowly unfurled. His right hand twitched and trembled as it made its way over to the box. He thought maybe he could be quick about it. Tear through the wrapping like the child he was expected to be. But as the tip of his index fingers touched the smooth end of the jaundiced ribbon, his hand pulled back to his chest as if he had been burnt. He held his wrist and looked at Auntie Mitsuki with wild eyes. Could I maybe open it later? He spoke fast, barely able to get the words out as his chest rose and fell rapidly. Of course you can. Mitsuki smiled in understanding, placing a firm grip on Izuku's shoulder, grounding them both. Izuku quirked his lips up into a grateful smile as he grabbed the first present he could spot with his name on it. It was a set of very nice and very expensive quick-drying gel pens that Izuku had had his eyes on for years. For your analysis notes, Masaru explained with a calm smile as he rubbed his wife's back with a comforting hand. Izuku wished he had the ability to tell them the amount of gratitude he had for the well-thought-out gift. He wanted to tell them that they didn't have to spend an obviously large amount of money on a single gift for him, but since they did, he would be sure to make good use of them. Instead, he lunged forward into them with a tight hug, clamping his eyes shut and not allowing a single tear to escape. He wondered if they could somehow understand everything he could not convey into words at the moment. He hoped they could. Something told him they did. The night before, Izuku had only shed a few tears. More than he would have liked, but hey. It was way less than he had expected. So that was something. Still, as his eyes opened and blearily welcomed the warm sun rays shining through the gap in Kat's curtains and the glowing numbers of his alarm clock along with the shelf on the wall that held shoujo manga Izuku had never touched, there was no easing the stab that pierced at his heart from the fact that Katsuki wasn't there beside him. What he would give for one more morning of fighting over blankets in the chill of December or covering his face with a nearby pillow while Katsuki and Mitsuki yelled at each other through the door. Izuku rolled onto his back and hot tears streamed down his temples. wetting his baby hairs and causing a small, salty puddle to form on the pillow below his ears. The edges of his lips trembled into a tense, downward frown, and his teeth ground together as he clenched his jaw tight. He wasn't able to pinpoint the exact cause of his tears. His mind was by no means blank, but it felt muddled. Perhaps he was still feeling foggy from sleep, but maybe his brain was trying to protect him somehow by keeping the thoughts racking his body with tears from coming up to the forefront of his mind. Izuku wished his mind would just get on with it already. He would much rather feel everything at once or keep it all hidden somewhere inside than have his emotions leak out of him at the most random of times. There was nothing more difficult than having a plethora of unexplainable, overwhelming emotions. With his tear ducts showing no sign of stopping, Izuku decided to succumb to his body's depressing desires and feed his mind small crumbs of cat. Thoughts that he shut down the night before. The gift box. What was in it? Was Izuku ready to know? And were there any other secrets hidden in the confines of Katsuki's room that Izuku didn't know about? The notebook and the present were one thing, but Izuku didn't know if his heart could handle any more semi-annual reminders of Kat. Part of him just wanted to tear apart the entire room. The other wanted to keep it exactly as it was forever. Was this how Mitsuki felt? Izuku always thought he'd known the ins and outs of Katsuki's entire being. Apparently, there had been more for him to learn. What could he have found had they just had a little more time? It was hard enough going to his house every week without getting gifted something that made it feel like he was still around somehow. With Izuku, would it be wrong to search his room? Everyone deserved some form of privacy, but, well, Kat wasn't around anymore, no matter how much anyone wished he was. He would never actually turn the room upside down. Lord knows Izuku would rather die than make life any harder for Mitsuki or Masaru. He would just do a little snooping. Shine a light under his bed, maybe dig through the drawers a little? Try his best to sneak a peek on the top shelf of his closet. Completely harmless. Hoisting himself up with a shaky breath, Izuku wiped at his tears the best he could and crawled onto the floor. He was momentarily welcomed with a dull pounding in his head and a vision swarmed with black blood rush, his mind supplied. Blinking a few times and grabbing his phone from where it had fallen on the floor in the middle of the night, Izuku turned on the flashlight and began his search. It was with little surprise that Izuku found absolutely nothing under the bed. Shiny, pristine floors and nothing else. Katsuki had always preferred to keep clutter-free. His room was full only of necessities and items that he regularly used. Sure, he had some hero merch, figurines and old photographs, but he was nothing like Izuku, who couldn't part with anything and had random trinkets shoved in every nook and cranny of his room. Still, it couldn't hurt to double-check. He moved onto the dresser with a sigh, only to find himself in a similar situation with the dresser being void of anything except clothes. That left Izuku with the final search point. The place that was most likely to have anything secretive and the place that was least likely for Izuku to ever come across something by accident. The very place where Aunt Mitsuki had found the still unopened present for Izuku, the closet. Going up to the closed closet door filled Izuku with something eerie. Almost like when he and Kat were little and would play hide and seek. The moment he opened the door, Katsuki would jump out and tackle Izuku with a grin. Gotcha! He'd always say in lieu of getting upset at being found. He got more pleasure from seeing Izuku's shocked face than he did from sulking. And when Izuku would tease him about having such an easy-to-find hiding spot, Katsuki would simply shrug. I knew that anything I came up with would be too hard for you. I made it easy for you on purpose. Izuku would always roll his eyes and suggest they do something else, but now, he would do anything to get that back. Anything. He shook the thought out of his head. No use wishing for something he would never get back. Izuku blinked more tears out of his eyes as he dragged Katsuki's desk chair over to the closet. Was it by any means the smartest idea to stand on a rolling chair? But Izuku wasn't really in a state of mind to care? Also no. Luckily, he had gained some amount of agility from his months of being null. Standing still on a chair was a piece of cake compared to some of the tricks Izuku had been forced to learn to survive. Finally making it to eye level with the shelf, Izuku wasn't sure what he had been expecting. More notebooks, maybe? A secret hobby Katsuki had that Izuku previously had no idea of but was about to discover? However, there was none of that. A couple of shoeboxes filled with various knickknacks retired from Kat's bedroom, some action figures he and Izuku used to play with, hero trading cards they had collected together in their childhood, but nothing that Izuku wouldn't have found back home in his own apartment a few minutes away. The collection was so similar, in fact, that Izuku even found Katsuki's half of the pair of sweaters Inko knitted for them the Christmas prior folded, unlike Izuku's, so the hanger wouldn't stretch the collar. Izuku reached for the knitwear and hopped off the chair with a grace he hadn't previously possessed. He moved the chair back where he found it and sat back on the bed with his anticlimactic discovery. The sweater was soft in his hands. Kat had worn it for months after Inko gifted it to him. He tended to do that when it came to clothing. He would find what he liked and take good care of it, only getting something new when he outgrew it. Izuku squeezed the sweater to his chest and buried his nose in it. It still smelt like him. The whole room did. But the sweater held something more personal, more comforting. Unlike the air that still held his scent, the sweater was like holding Cat himself. Almost like receiving the rare hug from the blonde. He was never big on touching, but Katsuki never complained when Izuku latched onto him. Not really. Get off of me, nerd. He would growl without any real bite to it, shoving Izuku like you'd nudge a cat from your spot on the bed. In the end, he would always give in to Izuku's affections and simply turn his face to hide the fact that he was enjoying it too. Izuku slipped the sweater over his head, and had the sweater been a few degrees hotter, he could close his eyes and almost imagine Katsuki was in the room with him now. Most people would find the mixed aroma of nitroglycerin and whatever floral fabric softener Aunt Mitsuki had been using for as long as Izuku had been alive off-putting. But not Izuku. Wherever Katsuki was had always been Izuku's home, and it hurt like nothing else that his body now welcomed back the scent like some sick form of nostalgia. Like something that now only belonged in the past. Would Izuku one day lose that smell? Would Katsuki's room and all his possessions one day wear it off? Even the idea of that happening made Izuku sick to his stomach. He unwrapped his arms from around himself and looked down at the sleeve, noticing something rather curious. The cuffs reached to the end of his wrists. But it wasn't just the sleeves. Everything from the collar to the way it hugged his torso made it seem as if it had been tailor-made for him, rather than the few inches taller Katsuki. Izuku knew he had grown. His family had all said so at one point or another in the past few months, but he had just chalked that up as the usual grown UPS seeing a teenager greeting. He didn't think he had actually grown all that much. And Izuku couldn't be that much bigger, right? It was perfectly normal for a boy his age to grow, but, come on. To be as big as Katsuki used to be. And then it hit him. Not like a ton of bricks but something just as crushing. A soul-deep swirling inside that came to remind him, make him realize, hey, your best friend is dead. Katsuki was dead. Izuku knew that. Of course he knew that. Every day without Kat reminded him of the fact. But the implications of which had only just reached the surface. His body, lying cold in the ground as it decomposed, was one thing. Knowing he would never get to be a hero was another. But he wasn't just lying there. He wasn't growing or thinking or anything. Because he was gone. Izuku didn't know what he believed came after death, but the fact of the matter was that Katsuki and Izuku would never meet again. Not in this life, at least. Izuku would continue to grow and change, and Katsuki would forever be stuck as only the memory of a 14-year-old boy who died too soon in an accident that could have been avoided or stopped. A memory resurfaced. One from last year, before everything went to shit. Izuku was in the kitchen, doing his best to help Katsuki cook their lunch when he asked Izuku to grab a spice from the cabinet. The few inches that Katsuki had on him made all the difference when he effortlessly grabbed the spice himself, reaching behind Izuku, who had been struggling on the tips of his toes. If I knew you were going to strain yourself, I wouldn't have even asked. Katsuki smirked, tilting his head up so he could look down on Izuku. Izuku glared, Viridian meeting scarlet eyes. Just wait, Kakin. One day I'll be so tall you'll have to crane your neck to look me in the eye. Katsuki huffed a laugh as he took a step closer, forcing Izuku to either look up or turn away. You sure about that? He didn't want it to happen like this. It was supposed to happen naturally. Katsuki and him growing together side by side until Izuku got a random growth spurt that he could quite literally hold over his head. But nothing about this was natural. Nothing at all. Izuku hurried out of the bedroom, only barely remembering to grab the still-wrapped gift sitting on the desk. He scrambled down the stairs with no care in the world about how much noise he must be causing at such an early hour. Everyone was already downstairs anyway, but he didn't give them so much as a passing glance in his rush to the door. Izuku! His mother called out as he slipped the first of his red sneakers on. Where are you going? You haven't even eaten yet? I have to see Kat. He chokingly muttered, getting his other shoe on with a sniffle. I'll eat later. I won't be long. Okay, Inko spoke gently, sending a worried glance back to Masaru and to Mitsuki, who only had heartbreaking looks of understanding on their faces. Just, don't be out too long, okay? It's cold out, we don't want you getting sick. Izuku simply nodded before exiting the household. Walking down the streets of Mizudafu on Christmas morning found a chorus of neighborhood children laughing and playing with their newly gifted toys, smoke from warmed houses wafting into the cold air as families and friends alike celebrated the merry holiday. The usual shops were all closed sans the convenience store and some bar Izuku didn't know the name of. As he ventured further into the city, heroes on morning patrol were bombarded by adoring fans, all wanting to get their own personalized present into the hands of the heroes they knew truly nothing about. Izuku kept his gaze forward and suppressed the chill which had nothing to do with the bite in the air that went down his spine, pulling Kat's gift closer to his chest. As the graveyard came into view, Izuku made the now familiar trek over to where Katsuki lay. Uncaring of the thin pants he wore or the snow on the ground, Izuku took a seat and brushed the cluster of white stars off the top of the stone with his ungloved hand. Morning, cat, Izuku whispered, taking notice of the containers holding some leftovers from the night before. A few unpeeled oranges, Katsuki's favorite brand of canned tea, flowers, and a koro holding the stub of a burnt-up incense. I see your parents already came by. You probably know then, but it's Christmas. Izuku spoke with false cheer, which was only further punctuated by the lack of noise in the yard. A family of 3 stood together from the other side, but not a cry could be heard. Izuku was grateful for it. Last night was a little different than usual, obviously. His voice cracked a little, but he held strong, even as his nose started to itch and tears began to bud up from his ducts. But when we were doing the gift exchange, your mom handed me this. Izuku didn't dare set the gift directly on the ground. Instead, he kept it firm in his lap. She said she found it in your closet, of all places. What other secrets were you hiding from us? The words were spoken with a light, teasing tone, but the cement block in his chest gave him away. Izuku couldn't help but think of what Katsuki would have said to that. To Mitsuki's going through his things. To Izuku attempting to do the same. The sweater suddenly felt colder and stiffer around Izuku's body. I hadn't realized, he whispered, staring blankly at the engraved dash between Katsuki's birthday and the day he died. His whole little life was now defined by a single line drawn in stone. No one would know how truly amazing he could have been had he been given just a few more years. Izuku would trade his whole life to bring him back. Every single second. I knew you were gone, but it just felt like that. Gone. His eyes were clenched shut. Not gone, just gone, like you were visiting someplace, or something. I know you're not coming back, I know. It wasn't like this. Izuku placed a hand on the snow in front of him. As if Katsuki could feel Izuku's love and warmth through the layers of wood and frozen earth separating the two of them. Could it offer him some comfort, wherever he was? If reincarnation was true, could Katsuki feel bursts of affection through his body? Was he looking at Izuku from the afterlife, some otherworldly plane, thinking he was being ridiculous? Maybe he was sitting next to him as a ghost, looking at him with faded red eyes. Izuku suddenly felt sick to his stomach as tears welled up in his eyes as his fingers grazed the scrawl of Katsuki's handwriting. To Izuku. For the future. Love, Katsuki. I don't know what to say, Izuku muttered, gripping the snow like a lifeline with his other hand, effectively numbing his reddening fingers. I miss you. I love you. I wish you were alive, but you're not. What am I supposed to do, cat? Whatever's in that box, what do you expect me to do with it? Izuku took a deep breath and rubbed at his eyes, shocking his system out of his panic with his freezing hands. Maybe it had to be like ripping off a band-aid. Swift and easy, pull the ribbon, unwrap the gift, and deal with the aftermath. But Izuku had never been one to get things over with. That was Katsuki's role. Izuku would just make himself miserable with worry and theories and slowly edge to the center of things until they were revealed. With shallow breaths, Izuku's hands fluttered over the 2 yellow ends of the ribbon. He pulled at a snail's pace and the ribbon fell loose around the box. Izuku stuffed it into his pocket and moved on to the paper. Flipping the gift over, Izuku used his fingernail to tear away at the tape holding the pristine wrapping flat to the surface. He unfolded the gift wrap and folded it again, stuffing that into his pocket as well. The box itself was small and matted black. One of those kinds where a smaller box had a slightly bigger box on top of it to seal it shut. Izuku could almost see Katsuki leaning casually against the grave in front of him. His arms crossed over his chest and his eyes encouraging. Well, open it already, oh nerd. Bet it's gonna blow your mind. The smirking Katsuki of Izuku's mind gave Izuku the strength he needed to edge the top of the box off. Inside was a black, metal face mask obviously made to cover one's mouth. The design was sleek with the bulkiest part being around where Izuku's mouth would sit and around his ears. Carefully lifting the support gear out and turning it over in his hand, Izuku found that it would wrap around his neck and should he need it, he'd be able to pull it up and click it into place around his face. Holding the device in a firm grip in one hand, Izuku lifted a card out of the box detailing the functions and care of the mask. According to the card, when the device was on, any sounds Izuku made like his muttering would be not only silenced but recorded on a drive inside the mask that had to be taken out and transferred to store elsewhere. It would allow him to analyze in the field without villains hearing, be able to listen to his findings at a later date to do further research, and if the mask was ever destroyed, any untransferred recordings would go down with it. How did you even do this? Izuku wondered aloud, staring between the device and Katsuki's grave in awe. Auntie said she didn't even know what this was. He cut himself off with a wet laugh and a shake of his head. Carefully sliding the device back into its box and making sure the information card was still inside, Izuku wrapped his red-clad arms around himself, wishing more desperately than ever that Cat was there so he could thank him properly. Izuku sat up abruptly, holding the box tight in his grip and bowed. I promise you, I'll do amazing work with this, Cat. He looked up and grinned, leaning forward to press a chaste kiss to the granite hedge. You'll see. Wherever he was,